Chapter 001 Becoming the Young Master of the Yun Family. Master, wake up quickly. The old master is looking for you, and is on the verge of losing his temper. Yun Su was abruptly roused from his slumber by a strikingly beautiful maid, who shook him vigorously. Bewildered, he inquired, "Old master? Which old master?" He distinctly remembered sleeping in a rental room. Who was playing such a prank on him? Goodness, he's lost his memory again. The maid, named Lian Xing, sighed in exasperation as she hastily assisted Yun Su in dressing, while beckoning several young maids to help with his grooming in an orderly manner. In no time at all, a youthful gentleman, as flawless as exquisite jade, stood before Lian Xing. Blushing, she bit her lip and gazed at the young master for an extended moment. It was not until another maid, named Jiao Yu, burst in, exclaiming, "Are you not done yet?" The old master is already furious. In a haze, Yun Su was escorted into the old master's study. Before him stood the man referred to as the old master, a dignified figure in his 40s. Despite his advancing years, he possessed a striking appearance, undoubtedly a handsome man in his youth. Even now, he did not appear old. However, due to his status, he sported a beard that exuded an air of authority, making it difficult to simply label him as handsome. "Ah, lost your memory again?" Yun Xiao, upon receiving the report, shook his head repeatedly. "You recklessly practiced the fierce sun palm, foolishly attempting to draw upon thunder and fire to aid your breakthrough. As a result, you failed to master the technique and nearly perished from a lightning strike. Since then, your body has become peculiar, and your memory has deteriorated day by day. At present, it is nearly as blank as a fresh sheet of paper." Listening to his father Yun Xiao's account, fragments of Yun Su's memory began to coalesce. He vaguely recalled being stopped by an old fortune-teller who, in an attempt to rid himself of the old man's persistent clutches, had casually stated a desire to become the king of the world. The old man had remarked that unless he traversed realms, there was no hope. Could it be that he had truly crossed over? As for the Yun Su of this world, was it possible that he had been struck by lightning, causing his soul to dissipate, thereby allowing him to borrow this body? But did that adhere to the laws of science? With this thought, he raised his hand to slap himself. The sharp sound startled Yun Xiao, who quickly asked, "What's wrong now?" "It's nothing. Just a misalignment of my internal energy. My hand momentarily lost control," Yun Su replied with an awkward smile. Though his time in this new realm had been brief and he had lost the original owner's memories, he could still distinctly sense the flow of true energy within him. Accompanying this was an extraordinary sharpness in his vision and hearing. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. With a slight exertion of his legs, he could leap 4 to 5 meters effortlessly. Thus, he attributed his momentary lapse to the misalignment of energy. Having grown accustomed to his son's peculiarities over the past several months, Yun Xiao did not press further. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "The Yun family lineage has reached you as the 5th generation. Yet, it seems destined to falter in my hands. What is happening?" Sensing his father's anxiety, Yun Su swiftly embraced the role of the young master of the Yun family. "Your 4th great-grandfather was a martial arts prodigy, having created a unique technique known as the Bright Moon Technique, through which he traversed the world undefeated. Ultimately, he founded the Yun family manor here, shielding the surrounding 700 miles, and was bestowed the title of Duke Qingyun." Noticing his son's bewildered expression, Yun Xiao elaborated, "We exist in a world governed by martial artists. Clans and sects wield power in different ways. Clans are bound by blood relations and familial laws, while sects elect leaders according to established rules. Typically, leadership cannot be passed on to one's children. In other words, sects govern the world, whereas clans govern privately." Yun Su grasped the concept instantly. "Precisely." Seeing that his son was still perceptive, Yun Xiao added, "The highest form of a clan is a dynasty. The current emperor bears the surname Yu, ruling under the title of Daji. However, the dynasty's power is limited to the cities and their surrounding areas, along with the territories held by the royal family. The remaining rural lands are under the control of various sects or local clans. And our Yun family is one such vassal controlling a territory of 700 miles. Yun Su comprehended the operational dynamics of this world. It appeared that powerful martial artists could swiftly ascend to the ruling class, and the dynasty was more than willing to grant authority to these martial masters to govern certain regions. Could the current crisis facing the Yun family be a challenge from a stronger adversary? Partially correct, yet not entirely. For the time being, the Yun family's crisis stems from the Bright Moon Technique. Yuan Shao explained further, the Bright Moon Technique is a formidable force that swept through the martial world, inspiring both awe and envy among many. However, attempting to seize the secret manual from the hands of the strongest martial artist is folly. Nonetheless, the heroes of the world remain fixated on the Yun family. Due to the clan's narrow inheritance practices, the pool of potential successors is exceedingly limited. No matter how exceptional the technique, it cannot guarantee that the heir will successfully master it. Even if talent emerges from a collateral branch, it could easily lead to internal strife, giving outsiders an opportunity to exploit the situation. Unfortunately for us, the Yun family has not escaped the decline after 5 generations' fate that befalls many new clans. In fact, since your great-grandfather, the Bright Moon Technique has never been fully mastered. Fortunately, your great-grandfather was still a top-tier expert. With such strength, complemented by a touch of cunning, he was able to deter outsiders from making reckless moves. However, by the time it reached your grandfather, his martial prowess had diminished further, only achieving a secondary standard. Such skills are now too weak to be displayed openly. Should their true nature be exposed, the Yun manor would face imminent disaster. Luckily, your grandfather was astute. He adopted a strategy of illusion and reality, transforming the Yun manor into an open place. The gates remained unbarred day and night, welcoming fellow martial artists. The weak were provided protection, the impoverished aided with financial assistance, and grievances were addressed with justice. Moreover, he repeatedly convened martial allies, uniting forces to eliminate numerous formidable underworld figures. People often have a tendency to overlook the obvious. Your grandfather's daily presence among martial peers made him accessible to all who wished to see him. Coupled with his boldness in organizing righteous fighters to eradicate malevolence, who would dare to suspect that his actual martial prowess was mediocre? Now, as the Yun manor has come into my hands, my martial skills are even more pitiful. To be frank, my abilities barely reach a third-tier level, and I struggle to even approach the second tier. The reason for my 30-plus years. Just as he was about to continue, Yun Su interjected in astonishment, "Father, how old are you? You've been managing the manor for over 30 years? Alas, one lightning strike has rendered you as if reborn." Yuan Shao shook his head in resignation. "I am already 77 years old, having presided over the manor for nearly 40 years. Wow, Yun Su could not help but exclaim. From his appearance, one would never guess that Yuan Shao was approaching 80. If the old man were 77, then how old was he? You are merely 16. Your mother was my second wife, and you were born when she was just 19. Unfortunately, she passed away during childbirth. What of my siblings? Given that the Yun family's domain was not vast, encompassing a radius of 700 miles, one might assume that they would have numerous concubines considering the territory's size. Even if the population in this world was sparse, equivalent to that of a modern county, as a county-level vassal, it was reasonable to expect at least a few children. Our main branch of the Yun family has been passed down through 2 generations with only a single heir. Conversely, the collateral branches are flourishing. The advantage is an orderly succession, making it difficult to incite power struggles. However, the downside is that if you and I fail to master the Bright Moon Technique, we will immediately face the threat of extermination. Extermination is unlikely, but it is certainly time for a change in leadership. Just as this was said, a voice interjected loudly. The study door swung open, and a robust man clad in a gray robe strode in. With his entrance, it felt as though a wave of dampness enveloped the room. Faintly, one could hear the sound of surging tides and catch a whiff of the salty sea breeze. The scene conjured a surreal image of endless waves merging with the sky. Yuan Su felt as if he were a solitary boat adrift on a vast ocean, vulnerable to being shattered at any moment by the slightest swell. This gray-robed man seemed to harbor the entirety of the ocean within him. His strength was overwhelmingly oppressive. Yuan Su felt a jolt of shock within. How could the manor's study be unguarded? Earlier, as he entered, he had passed by more than 10 guards, each of whom was significantly more skilled than he. Yet this man had managed to slip in unnoticed, indicating that those guards were utterly powerless to resist, even failing to make a sound. What remarkable martial prowess was required for such stealth? Upon examining the man's features, Yun Su discerned that he must be a member of the Yun family. Despite his burly frame and muscular build, he still bore the refined and handsome traits characteristic of the Yun lineage. Seeing the unexpected appearance of the clan descendant Yun Shao frowned slightly and said, "Have you lost all sense of hierarchy? If you have business, you should speak to your grandfather." In martial arts novels, it is often depicted that the protagonist may be young yet hold a high status. In reality, this is not always a matter of pride. In ancient times, families of the same surname often lived in proximity, with the wealthy marrying early and having children quickly. Conversely, the impoverished often had to wait until their 30s to save enough for a bride. By the time they bore sons, the early married families might already have grandchildren. Thus, being young yet holding a high rank often indicates that the family has been struggling for generations. What merit is there in boasting about that? The branch of the Yun family that governed the manor certainly did not suffer from the inability to afford wives. Rather, the heirs of the manor were required to first cultivate the bright moon technique to a certain level. Marrying too early could hinder their progress in mastering the technique. Moreover, consecutive generations had faced difficulties in childbirth, resulting in the main branch's rank being significantly higher than that of the collateral branches that did not practice the bright moon technique. Yun Chao was a descendant of Yun Yi, the second son of the founding patriarch of the Yun family. This branch had proliferated rapidly, with its descendants outnumbering the main branch, already showing signs of overshadowing it. If the main branch could successfully master the bright moon technique, it would not be difficult to suppress the collateral branches. In a world of high martial arts, mere numbers hold little value. However, the direct lineage has faced a decline since the second generation, Yun Feng, with 3 consecutive generations failing to master the Mingyue Gong, even regressing to the point of not maintaining a second-rate standard. How could the martial genius Yun Chao regard them with any respect? The Mingyue Gong can only be cultivated by the main branch. Yet, Yun Yi, in his heyday, traversed the martial world, gaining vast knowledge and acquiring numerous secret texts from other sections. Yun Chao has achieved proficiency in the giant wave Qigong, having reached a first-rate level in martial arts. How could the second-rate Yun Chao possibly suppress him? In the face of disdain, he let out a cold laugh. In today's world, the one with the greatest martial prowess calls the shots. Since your branch is no longer capable, it is wise to relinquish the Mingyue Gong and step aside for the worthy. My son, what is your opinion? Yun Shao inquired of Yun Su, his expression unchanging. May I ask, father, do you believe your personal strength can subdue him? Yun Su gestured towards Yun Chao. This is Yun Chao, the second son of our great ancestor, Yun Jian, Yun Shao explained. His branch is flourishing, with over 40 adult males. Among them, there are no fewer than 5 capable second-rate fighters. Yun Chao himself possesses considerable talent, having successfully cultivated the giant wave Qigong, placing him in the lower middle ranks among first-rate experts. Chapter 002: The legendary secret technique that has trapped 3 generations. In terms of martial strength, Yun Chao does not underestimate Yun Shao. However, the risks of a coup are immense. Otherwise, why have none of the elder generation stepped forward? Hearing Yun Shao's calm tone, Yun Chao felt a slight relaxation. If negotiation were possible, why resort to violence? Yun Shao's branch has held power for a long time, possessing numerous secrets that require their cooperation to unravel. Moreover, it is uncertain whether they hold hidden cards such as traps, secret medicines, assassins, or some formidable concealed weapons. As Yun Shao stated, due to the immense allure of the Mingyue Gong, the Yun family is currently beset by numerous dangers. Internal strife must be avoided at all costs. If Yun Shao and his son are willing to relinquish power peacefully, Yun Chao is not without the magnanimity to offer favorable terms. He suppressed the urge to forcibly seize the secret texts and continued, "Just 10 days ago, I experienced a breakthrough in my martial arts. I can now stack 5 levels of strength. 5 stacks of giant wave? Quite impressive." Yun Shao became serious and turned to Yun Su, saying, "With the 6th level of giant wave Qigong augmented by 5 stacks, you would rank above average among first-rate experts." In terms of personal strength, I would not be a match for you, my son. What about me? Yunsu asked again. You have been cultivating the Qingming True Qi since childhood. This style of Qigong consists of 9 levels. Only upon reaching the maximum level can one practice the Mingyue Gong. Earlier this year, you just reached the 5th level. This pace is not slow, but it is also not particularly fast. I had attained the maximum level of Qingming True Qi by the age of 18. What level does reaching the maximum represent in the martial world? Individual circumstances vary. It could be the end of 2nd rate or the peak of 3rd rate. Does that mean, father, you haven't even mastered the 1st level of Mingyue Gong? Yunsu could not help but sigh. Yun Shao admitted that he was merely a peak 3rd rate. If he had made any progress in Mingyue Gong, he should have at least entered the end of the 2nd rate, right? This technique, Yun Shao hesitated, shaking his head and sighing. It's hard to explain. All right, you two can speak at your leisure. If you have any sense, it would be best to promptly hand over the Mingyue Gong technique along with the position of the master. Yun Shao, having listened with great patience until now, finally could not contain himself. A peak 3rd rate with a fully mastered Qingming Qigong, combined with a 5th level of an unremarkable Qingming Qigong, would not stand a chance against him. The fact that he had not directly seized Yun Shao was already a significant act of mercy. In fact, I have long desired to make the Mingyue Gong public, Yun Shao said, maintaining his composure in the face of the impatient giant bear. The position of the master can be transferred at any time. However, there is a small issue. Feel free to state any conditions you may have. Yun Shao replied with great generosity, pleased. After all, this is a family, not a sect. Maintaining the hierarchy of respect and status is not without merit. Our Yun family comprises over 100 individuals. If we do not pass down positions based on direct lineage, but instead on merit, then it cannot be privately conferred. To Yun Chaos' surprise, Yun Shao did not demand personal benefits, but merely pointed out a procedural issue. That is to say, according to normal rules, the position should be passed to Yun Su. Now that Yun Shao demands the position to be determined by martial prowess, it necessitates gathering all the members of the Yun family for an open competition. Yun Chaos' mind raced, sensing that there were no traps within this proposal. At most, it was a ploy to buy time. Yet, what use is there in buying time? As long as he clings to Yun Shao's statement, competing for position based on martial power would have legitimacy. He immediately nodded, saying, let it be so. Seeing Yun Shao eagerly rush out with a signed order from Yun Shao, the deposed Yun Su maintained a calm expression. Yun Shao regarded him with interest for a while before asking, do you comprehend the meaning behind my move? Simply put, to take, one must first give, and to control the many, one must involve the many. Yun Su, well-versed in the information age, saw through the true essence of this strategy at a glance. We cannot suppress this wild bear through sheer martial strength. While father may possess some hidden cards, being too harsh would only escalate tensions and make us the target of everyone. Now that father has relinquished the techniques and power, others cannot target us. Instead, it is Yun Shao who becomes the enemy of all. Everyone desires skill and power. When conflict arises, no one will hold back. Even if they ultimately cannot defeat Yun Shao, they will lean towards father, leveraging his long-standing reputation to oppose Yun Shao. By then, without needing any prompting from father, they will find countless reasons to oppose Yun Chaos' ascension and support father's retention. Good. Yun Shao clapped his hands in laughter, tears of excitement streaming down his face. If his son had no talent, he would not dare to pass on authority. A 3-year-old holding gold in a bustling market would be courting death. Now that his son has proven himself worthy of support, there is a chance to see if they can turn this perilous situation around. Come with me. Yun Shao beckoned to his son, rising and walking to a wall. After pressing an unknown mechanism, the entire wall silently rotated. Once they entered, it closed quietly behind them. Yun Shao led his son down to a basement and then into a tunnel. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a bright yet windowless chamber. Yun Su observed that there were no lamps along the way. The illumination came from luminous pearls, various gemstones, and many peculiar plants. There were bamboo emitting a faint blue glow, radiant street trees, and a type of aquatic plant housed in a glass water tank. This aquatic plant emitted a soft white light throughout its body. Its brightness was not overwhelming, but it was sufficient to illuminate the room, even allowing one to read by its light. All these things are related to sorcery. In this world, martial artists reign supreme, yet the sects of the immortal path have not completely vanished. Yuan Shao could see his son's curiosity. However, he had neither the time nor the inclination to explain in detail. His time was limited, and there were far too many matters to hand over. If the priorities were muddled, there would be no time for proper transfer. He pulled Yun Su's hand and approached a wall. Yun Su saw that it was a massive map. The location of Yun family estate and its 700 li radius jurisdiction were marked in conspicuous colors. Referencing the map, Yun Su realized that the Yun family estate is situated atop a mountain in the center of their territory. The entire 700 li territory indeed resembles a circular shape. According to the legend on the side of the map, Yun Su understood that the entire Marquis territory is mountainous with limited flatland. Were it not for a moderately sized basin within the mountains, the entire domain would be akin to a large chicken rib. The mountains cannot yield much in terms of resources, and the flatlands outside are too shallow to defend properly. If an enemy were to implement harassment tactics, they could easily deprive the core of the territory of its output. With the strength of our great ancestor, he could have claimed a larger and better territory. However, good land is often already claimed. To seize it would breed enmity. Furthermore, our ancestor believed that if the descendants lacked ability but drew envy, it would be of no benefit. Yuan Shao sighed. It is precisely our ancestors' foresight that has allowed our family to endure for 3 generations. Yet, no matter how well designed, no plan can account for everything. The renown of our ancestors' Mingyue Gong is overwhelming, yet its cultivation is exceedingly difficult, ultimately leading the Yun family to the brink of despair. What exactly is the Mingyue Gong? Yun Su could not help but ask the core question. The problem lies in the fact that since your great-grandfather, no one has truly understood it. We only know that practicing the Mingyue Gong leads to a cold breath and a stiff body. However, once one attempts to eliminate this issue, the progress of cultivation immediately resets to 0. Thus, the constant back and forth makes it difficult to achieve mastery. Instead, it damages the body, making reproduction exceedingly difficult. As for you, Yuan Shao's expression turned peculiar as he said, your imagination is quite rich. You thought that since this technique leans towards coldness, one should simply cultivate an extremely young technique to counterbalance it. In your eagerness for success, you sought to harness the heavenly fire to assist you in mastering the Raging Sun Palm. Ultimately, the Raging Sun Palm was completely ruined, and you faced problems yourself. Yun Su finally understood why the previous incarnation met with misfortune. But now, he has only inherited the Qiming True Qi, having forgotten all practical martial techniques. Without having seen the Mingyue Gong technique, he could not evaluate this line of thought. He could only shift the topic and say, the internal crisis of the Yun family, I trust Father can handle. As for external circumstances, please provide your guidance, Father. Chapter 003, Zhuolongchan of the High Martial World? I had just the same intention. Yuan Shao nodded and remarked, in general, the power of sects far surpasses that of families. Even the Yu family, which has transformed from family to nation, lacks the confidence to confront the great sections. The foremost sects in today's world include the Great Zen Temple, the Xuanwu sect, the United Sword sect, the Radiant Church. Among others, no more than a dozen in total. Among them, the Great Zen Temple and the Radiant Church are particularly unique. The Great Zen Temple primarily focuses on Zen cultivation. They possess formidable strength, but typically refrain from interfering in external matters. My ancestor of the Yun family once studied at the Jinan branch of the Great Zen Temple. It was only due to a severe clash in martial perspectives that they parted ways. Otherwise, the Yun family could have sought assistance from the Great Zen Temple. As for the Radiant Church, its internal workings are exceedingly opaque. Its doctrines are notoriously harsh, leading most sects and families in the martial world to regard it as a cult. Nonetheless, this church wields immense power, standing firm against the multitude for centuries. Of course, in recent years, various sects have established a tacit understanding with the Radiant Church, while the newly risen United Sword sect has continuously clashed with the Radiant Church to establish its reputation. Upon hearing this, Yun Su felt rather strange. The power dynamics of this world bore a faint resemblance to those in the smiling, proud wanderer. Even his own background seemed somewhat akin to that of the young master of the Fu Wei escort agency. However, The operational logic of this world appeared more credible than traditional martial arts narratives, at least clarifying the relationship between the martial world and the imperial court. The Yun family's strength could not be compared to that of the major sects, not even to the branch of the Great Zen Temple. Even if the ancestor were alive, provoking a major sect could still lead to the utter destruction of the Yun family. Yet, it would not be difficult for the ancestor to protect himself. Once free, he could exact revenge that none of the major sects could withstand. Listening to Yun Zhao's in-depth explanation, Yun Su nodded continuously. This situation was akin to the nuclear balance of power in the modern world. Great nations possess a multitude of atomic bombs capable of reducing smaller nations to the Stone Age. Yet, smaller nations also possess high-yield nuclear weapons, making retaliation untenable for the great powers. It is precisely because both sides wield immense destructive potential, leading to mutual caution, that a certain asymmetric balance is established between families and sections. Many covet the Mingyue Gong. Among them are solitary thieves, as well as families and sections. The major sects, having restrained one another over the years, have formed a delicate balance. If any one sect were to seize the secret manual, it would mean the balance is shattered, prompting the others to rise and attack. Such consequences are sufficient to deter them from making a rash move. As for those smaller families, not only can they not secure the manual, but even if they did, they would be unable to protect it. Thus, the most likely aggressor would be the United Sword Sect. In an instant, Yun Su's thoughts became clear. What Yun Shao articulated was quite insightful. When he watched the smiling, proud wanderer, he firmly believed in one viewpoint, that Yu Songhai's attempt to seize the evil-repelling sword manual was most likely carried out under Zhuo Lengchan's intentions. Otherwise, with the meager strength of the Qingqing sect, seizing the manual would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Only someone with grand ambition, secretly possessing immense power like Zhuo Lengchan, would dare to contemplate such schemes. Yet, even he would not directly intervene but instead employed Yu Songhai as a pawn. This way, he could maintain greater distance from the situation. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, he could sever ties with the Qingqing sect, allowing for a graceful retreat. Indeed, you possess such acumen. I can rest assured in allowing you to share in our secrets. Upon hearing his son swiftly identify the greatest threat, Yun Shao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The crisis facing the Yun family had revealed signs many years ago. While Yun Shao feigned confusion to buy time, he endeavored to strengthen the Mingyue Gong. Unfortunately, the outcome mirrored Yun Su's experience of drawing in heavenly lightning. As both sought rapid progress but instead harmed their bodies, fortunately, Yun Su merely lost his memory and damaged his Liang Tru Qi, sustaining no fatal injuries. Yun Shao, however, was acutely aware of his own suffering. His body had been thoroughly ruined. Even with elixirs, he could only barely suppress his injuries. His lifespan would not exceed a year. Contemplating the gravity of the situation his son must inherit at such a young age, Yun Shao was filled with anxiety. He had, of course, considered abdicating in favor of Yun Shao. However, as the sole heir of the direct lineage, it was assumed that Yun Su held vast secrets. Should anyone suspect the manual was false or seek to unearth the hidden resources of the Yun family, Yun Su would ultimately face calamity. Since extending one's neck is akin to offering a blade, and retracting it is no different, Yun Shao could only first attempt to support his son. Yun Su's performance reassured him greatly. With Yun Su's intelligence, should he take charge of various resources, even if he could not ensure his own safety, he would understand when and how to sever ties to survive. Conversely, if Yun Su were to prove inept, Yun Shao would have no choice but to implement Plan B, transferring the position of family head to Yun Shao while sending Yun Su, under a different name, to a safe location. For now, the father and son must make a concerted effort. Otherwise, how could they honor their ancestor spirits? Yet, how should they proceed? The United Sword Sect was formed by the collaboration of 6 major sword factions: the Songyang Sword Sect, the South Ming Sword Sect, the West Yu Sword Sect, the Shiming Sword Sect, the Ziyang Sword Sect, and the Wujiji Sword Sect. All 6 factions specialize in sword refinement and wielding. The leadership of the sect is typically rotated every 20 years. However, the current head of the Wujiji sect, Zhao Bahuang, harbors grand ambitions and seeks to transform the loosely affiliated Sword Alliance into a stable sect. To achieve this purpose, he continuously stirs conflict with the Radiant Church, using the ensuing chaos to deepen his infiltration into the 5 factions while covertly eliminating dissenters. Zhao Bahuang also exploits his power to amass a considerable number of wandering martial artists, secretly consolidating them into his private force. If all goes according to plan, he will first gain control over the 5 factions and then use their strength to suppress his own sect, ultimately transforming the sect into his personal property. There are 2 possible paths. The first is to annihilate the Radiant Church, fully absorbing its remnants and expanding the United Sword sect into the foremost sect in the world. Before systematically dealing with the other sections, the second path is to craft a righteous alliance under the pretense of eradicating the evil cult, positioning himself as the leader of the alliance, and gradually solidifying it into a colossal sect. Regardless of which plan succeeds, the entire martial world's power dynamics will be immediately disrupted. Should the Yu family refuse to cede their position, the consequence will be national and familial annihilation. At that time, the stable paradigm established over centuries in the martial world will be thoroughly dismantled, giving rise to a singular familial dynasty. Zhao Bahuang would become the unparalleled emperor of the martial world for all time. There will never again be another who can tread this path, for the entire martial world will have been uprooted by him, ceasing to be a realm of talent and infinite possibilities. Chapter 004. What should Lin Pingzhi do? Yuan Su found himself wanting to smile. He had not anticipated that the old man, lacking in martial prowess, would instead possess the qualities of a poet and philosopher. He cautioned, "We can discuss the future of the martial world later. For now, let us focus on the crisis facing the Yun family." Right. Yuan Shao replied somewhat awkwardly. It has been repeatedly verified that Zhao Bahuang has instigated his subordinate, the Dragon Gate sect leader Hua Tianqi, to openly challenge the Yun family. Meanwhile, a group of wandering martial artists under his control is providing covert assistance. Hua Tianqi of the Dragon Gate sect? Yuan Su was somewhat taken aback. What makes this person so special? Hua Tianqi's grandmaster, Yu Qianjue, once clashed with your ancestor and was utterly defeated. This was merely a trivial incident in your ancestor's life. However, Yu Qianjue, being proud and arrogant, retreated to seclusion for 7 years in search of a solution to the Mingyue Gong, ultimately succumbing to blood loss. Before his death, he left behind a blood letter, instructing his disciples to avenge this grievance. In other words, Hua Tianqi can use this incident to challenge the Yun family directly, with a perfectly legitimate reason that no one can contest. Yuan Su instantly discerned the crux of the matter. Exactly. With Yu Qianjue's blood letter as evidence, even if Hua Tianqi were to strike too hard and cause excessive injury, others would be hesitant to criticize him. After all, the concept of filial piety applies equally within the relationships of masters and disciples and sects. Given our Yun family's strength, can we confront the Dragon Gate sect head-on? The Dragon Gate sect is a second-rate sect. Hua Tianqi ascended to the position of leader only through Zhao Bahuang's covert assistance and after extensive internal strife, resulting in considerable losses among his peers. Hua Tianqi himself can barely contend at a first-rate level. His 2 junior brothers are one at second-rate and the other at the tail end of second-rate. As for the second-generation disciples, only a select few manage to reach second-rate status, while the majority are of third-rate caliber. Their overall strength does not exceed that of Yuan Shao's faction. However, with Zhao Bahuang's secret backing, our Yun family would naturally be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there is internal discord within the Yun family. Some fools are eager to leverage external forces to pressure me into abdicating. If Hua Tianqi challenges me to a duel, should I accept or decline? If I accept, he will discover our weaknesses. Conversely, if I refuse, it will only reveal our trepidation. All those coveting the Mingyue Gong will undoubtedly stir into action. Moreover, it goes beyond that. You noticed how Yuan Shao has been so brazen and unrestrained today. There must be someone backing him. Can you guess who that person is? Zhao Bahuang. Yuan Su exclaimed instinctively. Indeed. Yuan Shao clapped his hands and sighed deeply. Yuan Shao would not be foolish enough to sell out the estate. However, as long as he harbors ambitions for power and the secret manual, the strength of the entire Yun family will be unable to coalesce. At that point, besieged from within and without, we would be unable to even struggle. At this point in the conversation, Yuan Su had gained clarity. This situation was not much better than that of the Fu Wei escort agency. While the Yun family's strength surpassed that of the Lin family, the enemies they faced were even more formidable. The Yun family, able to dominate a region through martial prowess, faced adversaries like Zhao Bahuang, whose strength was arguably on par with that of the emperor on the stage. How could a mere county magistrate contend against a powerful national leader commanding several provinces? The shrewd Westerners, well versed in the logic of banditry, once said, "If you cannot defeat others, it is better to join them directly." But that path is unfeasible. Yuan Shao shook his head in resignation, stating that the first challenge lies in our inability to verify the authenticity of the Mingyue Gong's secret manual. The second issue pertains to the numerous secrets harbored by the Yun family. Secrets? Yun Su exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Although Yun Zhao's martial prowess is significantly inferior to that of Yun Chao, he has been able to maintain the position of the clan leader for decades. How could he possibly lack some form of support? To say nothing of the fact that while Yun Chao can come and go freely, seemingly disregarding defenses, Yun Shao appears to have an intimate knowledge of his movements, expertly controlling the rhythm of conversation. There must be some hidden intricacies involved. Indeed, it is akin to how an ordinary person, when deprived of sight, would experience heightened sensitivity in hearing and memory. Since our ancestors in the Yun family could not master the Mingyue Gong, they had no choice but to compensate in other areas. To date, the Yun family has established an extensive espionage network that permeates the martial world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire world is unidirectionally transparent to the Yun family. Just as Yun Shao reveled in this moment, his expression quickly darkened again. Unfortunately, lacking sufficient strength renders mere knowledge of little utility. One must even exercise caution against those spies and informants. Remember this point. Unlike machines, humans are unpredictable. You cannot foresee what reaction will be elicited by pulling a lever. Yun Su nodded solemnly. Not only can one not rely on them in critical moments, but even the daily intelligence they provide should not be taken at face value without thorough verification. It took Yun Su 5 days to preliminarily take over the Yun family's intelligence network. For a moment, he felt a surge of power. On paper, the Yun family's covert operatives and death warriors number in the tens of thousands. These individuals are intertwined with the family's legitimate business, continuously generating profits while reinvesting all earnings into maintaining the network. Yet, as Yun Shao had repeatedly pointed out, when one's own strength is insufficient, one cannot wield a heavy weapon without risking self-injury. As a transmigrator, I have somewhat managed to establish an information advantage. However, how should I leverage it? Secluded in his study, Yun Su began to contemplate strategies to break the deadlock. His father's condition has already deteriorated significantly. Even with the revitalizing powers of the rejuvenation pill, it merely sustains a facade of vitality. Having only handed over the intelligence network briefly, Yun Shao is already worn out from illness. The final key can only be transferred later. Otherwise, should that object change hands, Yun Shao might very well perish on the spot. From this moment onward, Yun Su must rely solely on himself to fight. Until he takes over the key, his grasp on the intelligence network will remain superficial, with limited room for maneuver. Fortunately, prior to his transmigration, Yun Su had often fantasized about becoming a hero who could save various crises. As a transmigrator, his advantage lies in his expansive mindset. Due to a lack of deep immersion in his new identity, nothing seemed to matter. He dared to employ any strategy. For instance, if he were to imagine himself as Lin Pingji before the annihilation of his family, how would he respond in that situation? In his view, disseminating 100,000 copies of the Evil Repelling Sword manual across the world seemed quite feasible. After all, the Evil Repelling Sword manual can indeed facilitate rapid mastery. Once widely circulated, the crisis facing the Lin family would naturally resolve. First and foremost, preserving the lives of his family, and gradually plotting further actions. However, this strategy cannot be employed here. The reason being, as Yun Shao pointed out, if even one's own kin cannot master it, how can one expect outsiders to believe in the authenticity of the manual? There is another tactic in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, which involves hastily presenting the sword manual to the Shaolin or Wudong sects, either to exchange for their manuals or seek their protection. If that fails, one could be bolder and directly offer the manual to Zhuo Lengchan. As a formidable figure, Zhuo Lengchan possesses a considerable magnanimity. Presenting the manual to him to ensure his family's survival should not pose much difficulty. What comes after that can only be determined step by step. If luck is unkind, one may become cannon fodder, perishing in the conflict between the Five Mountains sect and various other factions. Conversely, if fortune smiles, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, one might assume the mantle of a disciple personally taught by Zhuo Lengchan and inherit his dominion. Yet, this strategy also proves unfeasible here. Firstly, the Mingyue Gong lacks authenticity. Secondly, The perilous intelligence network poses a threat, whether one chooses to disclose it or not. Should it be revealed, would others believe that you have not held back? Before the plane incident, Boss Dai was a figure who kept Principal Chong from sleeping soundly. To withhold it would be even more precarious. Maintaining the intelligence network requires years of meticulous monitoring, coupled with a steady influx of funding and personnel adjustments. Playing this game beneath the watchful eyes of a formidable overlord is to underestimate their intelligence. Disregarding the matter altogether is equally implausible. With a massive organization comprising tens of thousands, how many interests and ambitions are interwoven within? It is not something one can easily abandon. If one cannot extricate oneself from this network, how then should it be utilized correctly? In the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, after transmigrating as Lin Pingji, there remains one final strategy for a comeback. That is to fully exploit the informational advantages of a transmigrator to acquire the star-absorbing great method from Ran Wuxing, thereby addressing the issue of rapid internal energy enhancement. Furthermore, seeking the Duga 9 swords from Feng Qingyang would resolve the problem of swiftly increasing offensive power. Finally, returning to find Feng Zheng to obtain the Yi Jing would eliminate the potential drawbacks of the star-absorbing great method. While this tactic may not provide immediate relief, it could certainly be tried after overcoming the first hurdle. If executed well, the chances of success are not insignificant. Now, in this high martial world, is this path feasible? Based on the advantage of intelligence, Yun Su quickly concluded, it is worth a try. While this world may lack the star-absorbing great method, it possesses similar techniques such as the Long Whale Qigong, the Return to Origin technique, and the Wuliang Divine Spell. When it comes to rapidly enhancing offensive martial skills, a more common technique is the 7 waves of the Giant Wave, which relies on the Giant Wave Qigong yet can also be practiced independently. Its drawback is a limited ceiling for enhancement, at most achieving invincibility at the same level. Surpassing that would require ambush tactics. Moreover, mastering it to a high level is no small feat. Even Yun Chao has only managed to achieve 5 waves. A more sophisticated martial skill is the Xuanwu sect's 10,000 calamities return to 1.it directly targets the core composition of all martial skills, attacking their inevitable flaws. If there are no weaknesses, one must forcibly induce them. However, much like the Mingyue Gong, only a rare few throughout the ages have been able to master it. The Xuanwu sect, however, has a broader selection of candidates. Every few decades, there are always 1 or 2 prodigies who hit the jackpot, which is the foundation of the Xuanwu sect's enduring presence for a millennium. Additionally, there is the Shiming Sword sect's Sword Heart Clarity. Strictly speaking, this is not a martial skill but a marvelous sense of perception or, one might say, a minor divine ability. Once one achieves the realm of Sword Heart Clarity, they possess a subtle awareness of all changes in their adversaries. The effect achieved is akin to the Duga 9 swords, allowing for the preemptive judgment of an opponent's actions, thus ensuring victory in combat. Chapter 005. An unexpected change. Yun Su perused the materials until the late hours of the night. Having preliminarily identified his target, the Long Whale Qigong originates from the Eastern Sea's Guishu Island. This technique is relatively rudimentary, easy to learn and practice, yet carries significant latent risks, resembling the star-absorbing great method. The Return to Origin technique is akin to the Northern Underworld divine skill, far superior to the Long Whale Qigong. According to unverifiable rumors, this technique is housed within the headquarters of the Bright Church. Controlled by the successive leaders, the Bright Church is an organization shrouded in opacity, regarded by most righteous sects of the martial world as a sinister cult. This sect operates with a certain audacity, disregarding the conventions of the martial world, yet possesses formidable strength, resisting the righteous path for centuries without being eradicated. The Yun family's intelligence network cannot penetrate the upper echelons of this church. In summary, procuring anything from the Bright Church presents an immense challenge, bordering on negative value in terms of cost. As for the Wuliang Divine Spell, it is merely a legend within the martial world. Even with Yun Su's intelligence network, he cannot locate a credible inheritor of this technique or a reliable repository for its secrets. Thus, with no alternatives, the only option is to pursue the Long Whale Qigong. As for whether mastering this technique would enable him to contend with Zhao Bahuang, such inquiries are hardly worth pondering. Yun Su finds himself inexplicably transmigrated. Since returning is impossible, he can only forge ahead with determination. Surely, a way will manifest when the journey reaches the mountain's base. What use is there in overthinking? Yun Su firmly believes that intellect is the most formidable weapon. given that this world possesses a logically rigorous structure. Relying on one's mind will undoubtedly carve out a path. With the Qigong selected, in terms of martial skills, the whereabouts of the 10,000 calamities returned to one are exceedingly easy to find. It resides within the secret library of the Xuanwu sect. They are even willing to disclose the specific shelf and compartment where it is stored. But would you dare to storm the Zhenwu Peak to seize it? Thus, the only feasible target remains the Xinming Sword Sect's Sword Heart Clarity. According to intelligence reports, due to the difficulty of mastering this technique, the Xinming Sword Sect does not place much emphasis on it if one can only achieve minor proficiency, rendering it rather lackluster. Provided there is sufficient incentive, one could directly bribe a high-ranking official in the library to secretly transcribe it, or negotiate privately with the sect leader, Ling Jue, for an exchange. The chances of success are quite favorable. With the target set, the next step is to devise an action plan. However, before that, Yun Su must seize every moment, dedicating substantial effort to memorize the Mingyue Gong's techniques. Given the current situation, this manual could be snatched away at any moment. If he does not commit it to memory promptly, it would essentially be lost to time. Leveraging his extensive experience with last-minute cramming, combined with the extraordinary energy and memory he possesses in this world post-Qigong mastery, Yun Su managed to memorize the entirety of the Mingyue Gong in just half a night. The content of this Qigong manual is not overly complex. Memorizing it is no more challenging than mastering Marxist philosophy. After committing it to memory, Yun Su let out a long sigh of relief and immediately returned the original manuscript to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, ever the astute strategist, had long since devised a comprehensive plan. He had his own uses for this technique's secret manual. For Yun Su, once he has memorized the technique, he need only recite it a few times daily to ensure it remains ingrained in his memory. As for the other techniques stored at home, their value pales in comparison to this manual. If it cannot be preserved, so be it. As dawn approached, Yun Su suddenly recalled that he possesses the 5th layer of Qingming True Qi, yet has completely forgotten all martial techniques. After contemplating for a moment, he entered Yun Zhao's study and retrieved a martial arts manual, a classic of lightness skill, along with the techniques of the 7 waves. Anything that could grace Yun Zhao's desk was undoubtedly of great value. Although it could not rival the Mingyue skill, it was certainly not far behind. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and Yun Su had to make the painful decision to part with the more complex tomes. Opting instead for the simplest manual of boxing, he tucked the boxing manual into his bosom and quickly skimmed through the family heirloom's lightness skill, known as the Qingyun step, practicing it briefly in the courtyard. He focused on mastering the fundamentals of elevation, swift movement, and aerial breathing techniques. Immediately after, he stored away the lightness skill manuscript and turned his attention to the 7 waves technique. Having cultivated the Qingming True Energy, this method was foundational for the Mingyue skill. There was no need to pursue the cultivation of the 7 waves energy technique, for it would yield no immediate benefits. However, the 7 waves was purely a technique for exerting force, and utilizing the Qingming True Energy to activate it posed no issues whatsoever. The intricacies of layering strength were not overly complicated, yet they encompassed a myriad of details that demanded memorization. Yun Su immersed himself in study from the break of dawn, hardly pausing for grooming or meals. Just as he finished reviewing the content and noting down the key points, the maid, Yao Yu, rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, "Yun Xiao has stormed into the council hall, seated himself in the main position, and sent people to apprehend you." No sooner had she spoken than a male voice, laced with mockery, echoed, "Nephew Yun Feng has come to pay respects to Uncle Yao." With that, a man in his 30s strode into the dining hall. Yao Yu leaned in to whisper to Yun Su, "This is Yun Feng, the 3rd son of our great-grandfather Yun Lei. Our great-grandfather had 3 sons, but one of them died young, leaving no descendants. The main lineage has passed down through 2 generations, both of whom fathered children at an advanced age, which places Yun Su in a higher generation. Consequently, among his peers, he is the youngest, prompting Yun Feng to refer to him as Uncle Yao. While this title is harmless in essence, Yun Feng deliberately emphasizes the term, clearly belittling Yun Su as merely a child. Insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Has the outcome of the family competition been decided? Based on Yao Yu's report and Yun Feng's demeanor, Yun Su swiftly deduced the situation. Yun Xiao had released a bait for succession, one of its purposes being to divert the attention of ambitious individuals, allowing the father and son to complete the transfer of their intelligence network undisturbed. It appeared that this ploy had been remarkably effective. The only drawback was that Yun-Su had yet to acquire the key. He had no time to hastily bolster his martial prowess. At present, Yun-Su possessed a nascent third-rate energy technique. Yet his application of it was far from adept. He had grasped the usage of lightness skills but had not practiced sufficiently. While he understood the principles of layering strength, whether he could apply them directly remained an enormous question mark. As for the boxing manual nestled in his bosom, it contained the techniques of the flowing cloud palm and the shattered void fist, each with no more than 30 simple moves. However, they were not easily memorized with a mere glance. In sum, as long as the opponent had a foundational understanding of energy techniques and had genuinely studied martial arts, Yun-Su was certain he would not stand a chance against them. Yun Feng, upon entering the room, evidently cultivated a fiery true energy. The moment he crossed the threshold, Yun-Su felt as if a scorching tide of sand was rushing towards him, the heat searing his face. What intentions did this man harbor? Yun-Su was acutely aware. It was merely to make him suffer a little and instill some fear, facilitating Yuan Shao's subsequent maneuvers. Otherwise, with Yuan Shao having held power for many years and surrounded by numerous allies, if Yun-Su refused to cooperate, Yuan Shao's ascension would encounter significant obstacles. Yun Feng pretended to offer polite greetings while brazenly leaning towards Yun-Su, declaring, in a humble Yun family estate, who could possibly withstand even a single stroke from Brother Chao. With that, he placed his hand on the dining table. An energy surged into a bowl of porridge, heating the remnants to a boiling point, which suddenly splashed towards Yun-Su. Anticipating this, Yun-Su raised his palm to block, and the Qingming true energy emanated from his hand, dispersing the scalding porridge. Having cultivated Qingming energy to the 5th level, he could now generate a gust with his palm. While its lethality was minimal, dispersing half a bowl of porridge was not a daunting task. Yun Feng's expression darkened, and he suddenly delivered a powerful kick to the dining table. The table shattered into pieces, and the remnants, along with the bowls and dishes atop it, were swept towards Yun-Su by an invisible force. This time, Yun Feng was truly serious, and Yun-Su could only muster his energy to evade. Although his lightness skill was still in its infancy, his Qingming true energy had been cultivated for over a decade, allowing him to maneuver with seasoned ease. In a swift motion, he propelled himself 5 feet away, narrowly escaping a barrage of concealed weapons. With 2 failed attempts, Yun Feng's anger flared. Channeling his true energy, he unleashed the ferocious red flame palm, honed over 30 years. This time, evasion would be far more challenging for Yun-Su. In a moment of peril, a gust of wind stirred, as the maid, Lian Xing, and Yao Yu sprang into action. Yao Yu lunged at Yun Feng, while Lian Xing swiftly executed her technique, pulling Yun-Su aside. The tangible force of the red flame palm brushed past Yun-Su, severing a portion of his garment while igniting it in flames. The fire surged, fueled by an unseen force, threatening to engulf Yun-Su. Yet, Lian Xing exhaled, unleashing a torrent of water mist that extinguished the flames. "Run," Lian Xing urged, propelling Yun-Su into the air. He soared through the door, veering upwards, and glided several feet before finally landing on the ground. It dawned on Yun-Su that this seemingly delicate maid possessed formidable strength. Clearly, she was a martial force specially cultivated by his father. Suspended in midair, he heard the cacophony of chaos around him. The old rascal Yuan Shao is gravely ill and bedridden. Capture him, and the little thief will undoubtedly be powerless. We have all been deceived. Yuan Shao has lured us into a martial competition. All the while secretly transferring the estate's secrets, we cannot allow Yun-Su to escape. The Mingyue skill and the estate's treasures must undoubtedly be in his possession. Chapter 006. The Wolf in the House. Yun-Su's heart plummeted as he realized the situation had deteriorated beyond their father-son assessments. In just a few days, Yuan Shao and his cohorts had already awakened to the truth. Had they received guidance from Hua Tianqi or Zhao Bahuang? The pressing issue was that he had yet to obtain the key. Without it, not only would it be immensely challenging to control the intelligence network smoothly, but he would also struggle in other aspects. The key was akin to his golden finger. If he could not secure it, the difficulty of the game would escalate to nightmarish levels. Hearing the swift footsteps and the rush of wind, it was evident that numerous skilled individuals were converging upon his courtyard in such dire circumstances. He had no choice but to make a swift decision to escape. Yun Xiao had previously instructed that, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the key would be transferred indirectly through special means. As an old hand in power, he would certainly have contingency plans B and C for any eventuality. Trusting him was the only option. Whether it would succeed could be addressed later. Under the current circumstances, Yun Su could no longer afford to ponder Yun Xiao's fate. If he could flee, outsiders would still exercise some caution. However, if both father and son fell into enemy hands, forget about the key. The game would be directly over. Yun Su inhaled deeply, the intricacies of the Qingyun step flooding his mind. As his toes touched the ground, he propelled himself upward with great haste. Although the lateral distance was limited, his movements were as light and ethereal as if riding the wind through the clouds. The several pursuers who closed within 10 paces either launched hidden weapons or unleashed their palm techniques, all of which he deftly evaded with agile twists and turns. The form of the lightness skill was simple, yet its variations were profound. The subtle nuances within it were something Yun Su could not have grasped swiftly under normal circumstances, requiring long-term practice to comprehend. However, in this life-and-death situation, his instincts were extraordinarily heightened. Residual memories from his foundational training were effortlessly activated. With the assistance of Qingming True Energy, he maneuvered as if guided by a seasoned player, executing exquisite changes in direction. With newfound confidence, Yun Su's application of the Qingyun step became fluid and seamless. Although over a dozen individuals had surrounded him, he skillfully navigated through the gaps, leveraging the terrain to evade capture. Though initially unfamiliar with the layout of the Yun family estate, he had familiarized himself with the map over the past few days. Aware of the locations of various traps, as soon as he broke free from the encirclement, he swiftly activated traps one after another, continuously impeding the pursuers' progress. Yet, the enemy not only kept close on his heels, but their numbers were also swelling. To make matters worse, there were no hidden passageways in this vicinity. Just as Yun Su began to feel anxious, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. Someone shouted, "We found it! We found the Mingyue skill manuscript! The old man Yun Xiao has been captured. Yun Su, surrender immediately!" This was dire news. Yun Xiao's allies were preparing to set fire to the estate. They had to rush to extinguish the flames. The cacophony of sounds and cries sent the pursuers into a frenzy. If the Mingyue skill manuscript was not here, what use would it be to capture Yun Su? If they did not hurry back to douse the flames, the estate's collection of manuscripts and treasures would be reduced to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Su exerted himself to the utmost, propelling the Qingyun step to its limits. As he dashed into an outlying courtyard, he leaped without hesitation into the water basin. The surface remained undisturbed, yet he vanished into thin air. As the pursuers scaled the wall, they discovered Yun Su had inexplicably disappeared. They searched high and low before someone realized that the entire pool was an illusion created by a series of mirrors. Utilizing the cover of the mirror pool, Yun Su had successfully slipped away through a hidden passage. Although the entrance to the passage had been uncovered, the entire underground route had collapsed. Clearly, Yun Su had triggered the mechanism to destroy it upon his passage. Attempting to dig it out again or locate the exit would undoubtedly take considerable time. After a brief assessment of the undertaking, all the wise individuals scattered. Ignoring the treasure-laden Qingyun palace to chase after a young boy who could carry little was nothing short of foolishness. What? Yun Xiao set fire to destroy all the secret archives. In the council hall, Yun Xiao, seated in the position of authority, was filled with righteous fury. Before he could issue instructions or personally investigate, even more dire news arrived in quick succession. Hua Tianqi from the Longmen sect barged in with his men, effortlessly breaching the weak defenses at the entrance. The three family elders attempted to intercept him, but were grievously injured by several nameless experts under Hua Tianqi's command. The multitude of skilled fighters accompanying Hua Tianqi swiftly spread out, taking control of key locations. Hua Tianqi was advancing towards the council hall, and no one could impede his progress. Just as this was reported, a loud laugh resonated from outside the hall, with someone proclaiming, "Yun Xiao, my dear brother, my earlier guidance was not in vain, was it? Today you ascend to your esteemed position, and I have come specifically to offer my congratulations." Accompanying the voice, a man adorned in splendid attire with an extraordinary demeanor strode in, as the foremost expert among the younger generation. Yun Chao had numerous followers, one of whom was Yun Feng. Having failed to seize Yun Su, he had no choice but to return and apologize. Upon witnessing Hua Tianqi's arrogance, he immediately stepped forward to obstruct him. Although his prowess paled in comparison to Yun Chao's, he had already entered the ranks of the second tier. He initially believed that, though Hua Tianqi was slightly stronger than him, he would be able to stall him momentarily. However, Hua Tianqi merely brushed his sleeve, transforming the dragon transformation technique from a gentle stream into a raging torrent in an instant. Yun Feng was utterly unable to keep pace with his opponent's rapid fluctuations. His vital energy reversed instantaneously, causing a tumult within him, and he was on the verge of spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Suddenly, a hand pressed against his back that a wave of vital energy surged back, immediately suppressing the dragon transformation technique. The clash of internal forces was fraught with danger, yet it was eerily silent on the surface. Hua Tianqi blinked, while Yun Chao raised an eyebrow. Both men withdrew their hands simultaneously. In a startling turn of events, Yun Feng spewed blood into the sky. His body emitted a series of hissing sounds, and not only did his clothes disintegrate into fragments the size of copper coins, but even his hair and beard were obliterated, leaving him as smooth as a boiled egg. In a fit of rage, Yun Feng took a step forward, only to collapse with a thud. The two first-tier experts had turned his body into a battleground, and under the impact, he suffered severe injuries. Though his life was not in danger, his entire cultivation was nearly rendered useless. To regain his strength would take far longer than a decade or two. He had risked everything in pursuit of a mere morsel, only to find himself reduced to cannon fodder upon his arrival. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from such folly. The fate of Yun Feng went unnoticed by everyone. Hua Tianqi nodded at Yun Chao, saying, "Congratulations on achieving the five-wave technique. With such cultivation, you are indeed qualified to take charge of the Yun family estate." In their earlier confrontation, although Hua Tianqi's strength was not inferior, he had slightly faltered in the relentless application of his power, which explained why Yun Feng had stumbled forward before collapsing. Yun Chao, however, was both enraged and astonished. He was infuriated by Hua Tianqi's words. What did he mean by saying that only by achieving the five-wave technique was one qualified to govern the Yun family estate? The Yun family had always borne the surname Yun, never Zhao or Hua. The two had never previously discussed the ownership of the Yun estate. Today, however, such a statement was made publicly. What did it truly imply? He was astonished by Hua Tianqi's strength. He had dared to collaborate with him, believing his own strength could overshadow the latter. Yet, today's trial revealed that the other could indeed withstand the might of the five waves. Not to mention the formidable number of skilled fighters at his command, it seemed that today's events would not conclude peacefully. Although Yun Chao, due to his extraordinary martial talent, often looked down upon scheming, he was not devoid of intellect. He swiftly quelled his emotions, wearing a smile that hinted at profundity as he remarked, "We are all serving the greater cause of unifying the martial world. It is merely mutual support." Upon hearing this, Hua Tianqi's expression subtly shifted. His allegiance to Zhao Bahuang was a closely guarded secret. Should it be revealed, it would lead to significant trouble. He had only dared to let Yun Chao know because he had already set a trap, confident in his ability to control the situation. Nevertheless, in Zhao Bahuang's power hierarchy, his rank was not particularly high. If Yun Chao were to decisively betray the Yun family, it was indeed possible for a newcomer to rise above him. Had Zhao Bahuang made some promise to Yun Chao, perhaps, if Yun Chao were to offer the Mingyue technique, he would be granted greater authority? Out of caution, Hua Tianqi's momentum slightly waned. Yun Chao seized the initiative, leading the way out while casually advising, "Ensure that your people do not act too recklessly. At the very least, they must appear to heed my commands. Otherwise, if the core members of the Yun family are provoked, it would be a minor issue if internal strife ensues, but failing to obtain the Mingyue technique would be a grave matter." Hua Tianqi's brow furrowed tightly. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to follow. He understood the importance of the Mingyue technique better than anyone. If he botched this, the consequences would be dire. As for whether Yun Chao was merely posturing or truly held the authority, it would not be difficult to ascertain. For the time being, allowing him a measure of leeway wouldn't hurt in the Yun family estate. Yun Chao and Hua Tianqi were engaged in a battle of wits. While outside, Yun Su had successfully escaped danger. The The secret passage was ingeniously designed, utilizing a hidden current that swiftly propelled Yun Su several dozen miles away. Of course, such a design was far from friendly to ordinary individuals. Without a solid foundation in martial arts, the consequences of being swept away by the torrent could be dire. Fortunately, Yun Su retained his martial abilities. Although the journey was somewhat chaotic, his body sustained no injuries. In a safe house near the exit of the secret passage, Yun Su not only changed into a complete set of clothing and gathered various survival equipment necessary for the wilderness, but also crafted a clever disguise. Now, he appeared a decade older, with skin resembling that of a mountain hunter, a darker hue. This transformation combined the use of drugs, makeup, and martial arts. Even a martial artist using their sensing abilities would find it challenging to detect any flaws. From this moment on, the martial world as Scion Yun Su would cease to exist, replaced by the grassroots hunter Lin Pingji. The name Lin Pingji was not chosen arbitrarily. It had been agreed upon with Yun Xiao during the takeover of the intelligence network. Certain individuals would exhibit a particular reaction upon hearing this name. Though still within the territory of the Yun family, this direction was rather remote, sparsely populated, and lacking in resources, surrounded by continuous mountains. Beyond the mountains lay vast plains, dotted with cities, constituting the core region of the Daji Empire. Once he entered the city, even disciples from major sects would have to adhere to the empire's rules. After all, no matter how weak the empire, its strength was not inferior to that of a single sect, and often even slightly surpassed it. If they were determined to deal with an offender, major sects would be reluctant to confront them head-on. Yun Su did not rush to emerge from the mountains. After all, there was no hope of saving his father. Whether he was urgent or not made little difference. On the contrary, regaining the estate would undoubtedly be a massive endeavor requiring years of meticulous planning and gradual steps. First and foremost, he needed to strengthen his own abilities, with his current martial prowess barely reaching the third tier. What could he accomplish by hastily emerging? As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. The rules of this world are open, filled with infinite possibilities, yet conversely, they offer no guarantees. A single misstep could lead to being consumed entirely. Yun Su had memorized the latter 4 stages of the Qingming technique since the very first day he transmigrated. For these days, he had diligently practiced it at set times. Although breaking through to the 6th stage in the short term was impossible and would require long-term, persistent effort, as for the Qingyun steps, he had received unexpected reinforcement during his escape from the estate. As long as he remembered the various details and experiences, constant review would suffice. The difficulty of mastering the 7 waves was even greater than that of the Qingming technique. Thus it was not within the realm of sudden enhancement. With this process of elimination, the only martial techniques Yun Su needed to strengthen were the flowing cloud palm and the shattering sky fist. The reason for selecting these 2 techniques lay in their simplicity and ease of mastery. He had chosen them purely based on their introductory level. However, upon calming down and observing closely, Yun Su realized he had underestimated their complexity. These 2 techniques were by no means beginner level. Although the moves were simple, they were the result of great masters distilling complexity into simplicity, in actual combat. With just a slight variation, an endless array of techniques could be performed. For instance, the flowing cloud palm consists of only 27 moves. In reality, each move contains boundless variations and can be infinitely expanded. It encompasses grappling techniques, finger techniques, body techniques, and unarmed combat against armed opponents. Among others, mastering this palm technique would render one's unarmed combat skills remarkably comprehensive, akin to the Tianshan Jime show from the demigods and semi-devils. Moreover, its intricacies went beyond mere moves. Strictly speaking, the essence of this palm technique lies not in the moves themselves, but in the application of force. The moves are merely examples to demonstrate the variations in force, as long as the purpose of exerting power remains unchanged. The external moves can vary freely. This is also the principle behind its infinite expansion. Once Yun Su grasped the flowing cloud force, he could wield swords and blades with it, as this force could almost be applied to all agile weapons, barring a few heavy ones. Learning this would eliminate the need for specialized training in knife techniques, sword techniques, and whip techniques, perfectly aligning with Yun Su's need for rapid mastery. Flipping to the last page, Yun Su discovered a whole page filled with peculiar incantations. Utilizing the phonetic notation method, he could pronounce each character. However, strung together, they were disjointed and extremely awkward. with meanings that were utterly baffling. Had it been someone else? They might have either strived to decipher it or dismissed it as useless. Yet, Yun Su, being a transmigrator well-versed in martial arts novels, had a broad mindset. In an instant, he surmised. Could this possibly be a special method for regulating internal energy? Much like the convoluted incantation imparted by the Tong Lao to Su Zhu in Demigods and Semi-Devils. Regardless of its true nature, Yun Su would not underestimate the content of this page. He spent nearly a day forcefully memorizing it until he could recite it fluently. However, due to the incoherent pronunciation of each character, it was impossible to read it smoothly, and when combined, it bore no logical significance. Memorizing has become a torment for me. I often recall only a small segment at the end while forgetting large portions at the beginning. I find myself constantly reverting to repeat what I've learned. What is particularly distressing is that even when I attempt to read aloud, I must do so with painstaking articulation, struggling to maintain fluency. Even in the solitude of my mind, the silent recitation is fraught with stumbles and awkwardness. As I progress, not only does my internal energy flow sluggishly, but my mind also feels as though it is ensnared by some invisible adhesive. The discomfort is overwhelming. Were it anyone else, they would have long since retreated upon encountering such difficulty. Firstly, the utility of this mantra remains ambiguous. Secondly, even if it possesses some merit, it is unlikely to exceed the overall value of the Luyun technique. Engaging in this endeavor not only squanders time but may also pose a risk to one's health. Who would willingly undertake such folly? If I truly do not wish to abandon this pursuit, I could simply tear out this page and hide it away. Yet, Yun Su adheres to a singular logic, since this cultivation method is of a high tier. This mantra must undoubtedly hold some value. No matter how intelligent one may be, a degree of unrefined effort is essential for achieving success. In the precarious context of flight, the only truly safe knowledge is that which is firmly ensconced in one's mind. After nearly a day spent memorizing a single page of the mantra, I devoted an additional 3 days to mastering the 27 forms of Luyun Palm along with their annotations. Following this, Yun Fei began to explore the Suikong fist. Upon examination, he realized that although it is termed a fist technique, it is, in essence, akin to the Hunyuan palm employed for internal cultivation in the novel The Sword of the Blood. Its primary purpose is not to inflict harm upon foes, but to alleviate subtle blockages within one's meridians, thereby harmonizing the true energy with the body. In this latter sense, it bears resemblance to the Tiger Demon Bone-Refining Fist and the Bull Demon Strength Fist found in fantasy novels. Mastering this technique would allow Yun Su, even without acquiring other internal cultivation methods, to deepen his internal strength through the practice of the fist technique alone, albeit with varying degrees of efficiency. After completing the 24 forms of Suikong fist, Yun Su practiced diligently for an entire day. He discovered that the technique was indeed effective. After practicing dozens, even hundreds of times, he gradually found a resonance between his fists, breath, and the true energy within him. With each punch, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. Completing the 24 forms allowed his true energy to circulate from head to toe, as his current power was still limited. Yun Su sensed that many subtle areas remained untouched by the true energy. He surmised that as his strength deepened, he would ultimately be able to dispel all blockages within his body. Allowing the true energy to permeate every cell, at that level, even if he could not transform his body into a wisp of pure energy like in the cultivation texts, his vitality would surely be greatly enhanced. At the very least, it was highly probable that his bodily cells could be revitalized into stem cells. Would it be possible for limbs to regenerate if severed? On the 6th day, Yun Su diligently practiced the forms of Luyun Palm and Suikong Fist. Committing all key points to memory, after reciting them repeatedly without error, he set fire to the book. Reflecting on it brought a twinge of regret. Merely a book he had casually seized contained such extraordinary content. Would it not have been better to transport the entire manual? However, upon deeper contemplation, he shook his head. If he did not leave something behind for Yun Chao, Hua Tianqi, and the others, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Conversely, if they were preoccupied with searching for and competing over valuable items, their pursuit of him would likely wane. Yun Feng would surely report upwards, asserting that he had fled while partaking in breakfast, carrying little with him. What worth would a scrap of information hold? Who among the capable would dare to pursue him? The elder was not foolish enough to forget about relocating treasures. Rather, He was shrewd, knowing when to discard and when to seize. With this thought, Yuan Su felt a sense of relief. There are countless treasures in this world, and no one can possess them all. Moreover, should he succeed in vanquishing Zhao Bawang, what treasures could not be reclaimed in abundance? Though this world may be perilous, its potential is boundless. One can act without restraint. In a lawful society, can one vent their displeasure towards a boss by violently assaulting them and seizing their ill-gotten gains? When targeted by scoundrels, can one disregard the law and retaliate with force? When oppressed by unjust rules, can one shatter those rules and bend the world to their will? Such actions are utterly impossible on earth. Here, however, it is not only feasible but commonplace. By mastering divine techniques, one can single-handedly contend against a nation. With sufficient intellect, it is entirely possible to bring the entire world to heel beneath one's feet. The very thought is exhilarating. With a peculiar mix of gravity and exhilaration, Yuan Su embarked on his journey from the mountains. In this brutally, unforgiving yet infinitely liberating jungle world, how far could this reincarnation of Lin Pingzhi truly go? For now, he remains but a lowly pawn, far from stirring the winds of fate. Fortunately, he has inherited the resources of the Yun family. If utilized wisely, no one in this world could disregard his existence. Chapter 008. The initial experience of young hero Yun. Before departing, Yuan Su activated a mechanism, causing a black liquid to flow from the roof of the wooden hut where he had temporarily resided. This substance possesses a remarkable corrosive quality, producing clouds of smoke wherever it touches. In no time, it reduced the hut and everything within to mere ashes, confirming that it would not ignite a forest fire. Yuan Su activated the Qingyun step, darting through the tree branches of the forest with the grace of flight. He carried a map of the area with him. For the sake of convenience in resupplying, he consistently traversed the fringes of the villages. Thus, should provisions run short, he could still purchase food from the villagers with gold or silver. One day, as he approached a village, he suddenly furrowed his brow. A strong stench of blood filled the air, accompanied by the acrid smoke wafting towards him. Could it be that someone was committing murder and arson within the village? Before he could decide whether to investigate, a voice rang out, "You beasts! Heaven will punish you!" This was followed by a scream, accompanied by raucous laughter. Hearing this chain of sounds, Yuan Su, who had initially intended to avoid the situation, abruptly turned. With extraordinary power and vast resources, was it truly for the sake of personal gain and family interests? Such actions are hardly different from self-castration in the pursuit of sword mastery. Just as he was about to charge into the village, a figure leapt up and shouted, "Don't rush in. There are experts." Yuan Su halted and saw a young man from the mountain village, perhaps in his 20s, though he appeared rough and clumsy. There was a spark of vigor in his features. However, at that moment, his expression was one of deep sorrow, with tears still lingering at the corners of his eyes. Clearly, he had just witnessed a scene that would tear at the heart. "What's going on?" Yuan Su asked calmly. "They're from the underworld. They initially wanted the village chief to assist in capturing someone, but when they saw the chief's daughter-in-law was beautiful, they attempted to violate her. The chief and his son tried to intervene, and as a result, their entire family was slaughtered. My poor sister Lian Mei was working as a maid in the chief's house, and she was taken too." The young man wiped his tears and rapidly recounted the events. Yuan Su, maintaining his composure, countered, "Why not rally the villagers for revenge instead of fleeing the village alone?" The youth shook his head vigorously. "We can't win. The chief's son struck one of them with a knife, but there wasn't even a scratch on him. If I charge in, it would be tantamount to seeking death. I must preserve my life first if I am to seek revenge. How many of them are there, and where are they? Draw a simple map. I'll go in and give it a try. If things get too dangerous, I'll retreat." Upon hearing the description, Yuan Su surmised that these individuals were lowly scum. Otherwise, they would not dare to threaten even a poor village. If he, with his equipment and intellect, did not dare to confront such trash, he might as well hide away and sleep. The youth paused for a moment, and upon seeing Yuan Su's resolute demeanor, he nodded quickly. "I'll draw the map right away. Just be careful." The young man picked up a broken branch and began sketching a rough outline of the village in the dirt while explaining, "There are only 3 of them. One looks fierce, but doesn't he actually commit evil? He even tried to advise his companions. The other, however, has a wicked smile and is responsible for most of the killings. The last one is a tall, lecherous scoundrel. Just wait." In a flash, Yun Su vanished without a trace. The youth was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that the figure before him might indeed be the legendary hero. He immediately followed after. This small mountain village was quite impoverished. The village chief's half-brick house was the best structure in the entire village. At this moment, half the village had already been set ablaze, and the ruins were strewn with the bodies of villagers. Survivors cowered in corners, some weeping softly, others trembling in fear. Those with the courage to fight had already been killed, and only a handful had managed to escape. The remaining villagers were left with nothing but sorrow and terror. In the main hall of the chief's house, several young women were stripped bare and tied together with ropes, seemingly intended for prolonged enjoyment. Having vented his urges, Jiang Feihe stepped out, mocking the black-faced man Lei Mingxia, saying, "Old Xia, you've killed and burned without restraint. What are you pretending to be holy for?" Lei Mingxia, a tall and burly man with a black face, glanced at him disdainfully but did not respond. Though he was not a good person, he at least refrained from harming villagers without cause. However, as a member of an organized group, he saw no need to undermine his own allies. The best course of action was to remain uninvolved, offer no judgment, and ignore the matter entirely. After provoking Lei Mingxia a few times without eliciting a response, Jiang Feihe lost interest. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Why hasn't that smiling tiger come out yet? Is he busy with the corpses or has he unearthed treasure?" Before he could finish his sentence, a cry for help rang out from the inner courtyard. "Help! Help!" The voice abruptly cut off, resembling a frantic rooster having its throat slit. Jiang Feihe jumped in surprise, and even Lei Mingxia drew his weapon. The two exchanged glances and rushed towards the back courtyard. Their experiences in the martial world made them cautious, and regardless of any personal grievances, they were careful to advance and retreat together. Their pace was not particularly fast. In the village chief's daughter-in-law's chamber, a naked corpse lay sprawled on the bed. A naked man lay face down on the ground, devoid of any other presence in the room. Jiang Feihe remained vigilant, using the iron hook in his hand to prod the corpse of the smiling tiger. Long Qiu. Suddenly, Lei Mingxia felt a stir in his heart and warned, "Little." But before he could finish, a hidden projectile shot forth with a soft whistle, silencing his words. He had no choice but to immediately swing his blade to deflect the dart. The reason he did not choose to evade was that any movement on his part would redirect the projectile towards Jiang Feihe. Whether or not he esteemed this individual was one matter. However, in the current predicament, carelessly allowing a companion to perish or be severely injured would yield him no advantage whatsoever. As Lei Mingxia deflected the dart, Jiang Feihe had already hooked up the body. As the corpse shifted, a faint sound suddenly emanated. A cloud of powder sprayed towards him. Jiang Feihe instinctively held his breath and retreated rapidly. With his lightness skill, he retreated over 10 feet. In his haste, he miscalculated the distance and collided with the wall. Such an impact would typically cause no harm, yet to his astonishment, he felt a sharp pain as something protruding from the wall penetrated his clothing and grazed his flesh. Jiang Feihe was taken aback. With his level of Qi mastery, it was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary nail to pierce his body, let alone cause pain that quickly turned numb. This nail was clearly unusual, definitely a mechanism. Meanwhile, Lei Mingxia had sliced through the dart. However, as soon as the blade touched the spike, it suddenly exploded. Although he promptly held his breath and closed his eyes, the powdered toxin had already splattered across his face. Lei Mingxia forced his qi to surge and shouted loudly, expelling the powder. Following that, a flurry of fine needles followed. Even with his eyes shut, Lei Mingxia, with his mastery of qi, could sense the trajectory of the hidden weapons. In that moment, he could no longer concern himself with Jiang Feihe. Lei Mingxia leaped skyward, breaking through the roof. Yet the coverage of the hidden weapons was extensive. Ultimately, 2 needles struck his ankle, causing his left foot to go numb swiftly. Before he could open his eyes, he sensed a sudden rush of wind behind him. Someone was approaching with lethal intent. This direction was a blind spot for his right hand wielding the knife. And with his body suspended in midair, he found it exceedingly difficult to evade in a moment of peril. Lei Mingxia condensed his body, executing a half somersault. Simultaneously, he twisted his right wrist, forcefully propelling the steel blade towards the rear right. This maneuver was remarkably skillful. However, Yun Su, who had been training for a week in Qingyun steps, moved with ethereal grace and deftly dodged the blade with a slight shift. Subsequently, with a technique named wind and cloud scattering, his right palm struck Lei Mingxia's back with force. Lei Mingxia, having profound qi mastery, immediately attempted to rebound the force to injure his adversary. Yet the opponent's power was as elusive as a floating cloud. Dissipating and regrouping in an instant in a surge, he could not find a target, and a momentary lapse allowed the scattered force to reconvene, exploding violently within him. Lei Mingxia let out a cry. Blood spurting from his mouth. Yun Su, having successfully struck, showed no mercy. His palms flew in rapid succession, landing 7 strikes upon his opponent. Lei Mingxia's true energy was entirely dispersed, and his meridians filled with the foreign qi of the enemy, rendering him powerless. Then, a sudden pain gripped his back. Yun Su had seized his Ling Tai acupoint, lifting him effortlessly. Yun Su was aware that in this high martial world, there were no pressure points to seal, only meridian sealing. The principle was to inject a foreign qi into the enemy's channels, incapacitating their ability to wield qi or move. He casually sealed Lei Mingxia's vital energy qi and limbs, then hurled his body through the hole in the roof. He concentrated, straining his ears to listen. Apart from the sound of the body hitting the ground, there was no other noise. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly cautious. Employing his lightness skill, he circled around to the window and suddenly struck out with the palm, shattering the glass, sending shards sweeping across the room. The interior remained silent. Yun Su shifted positions again. Using his palm to break through the wall as the fragments swept inward, he followed closely behind. Chapter 009. Methods to deal with scoundrels. A swift glance revealed all individuals in the room were lying down. Lei Mingxia, unable to move, widened his eyes in shock. Zhang Feihe, struck by poisonous darts and needles, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The perverse fiend, Long Qiu, had been swiftly dispatched by his ambush and, of course, had not been revived. As for the woman on the bed, who had been violated, her eyes remained unclosed in death, though her body bore some damage from Yun Su's probing. For this, Yun Su could only express his apologies. Utilizing various sharp instruments prepared by Yun Xiao and the structural knowledge imparted by the youth at the village entrance, he had laid traps and swiftly dealt with 3 formidable adversaries in a short span of time. This was already the limit of his capabilities. He could hardly attend to further details. First, he had used a poison needle to ensure Long Qiu was thoroughly deceased before turning his attention to Lei Mingxia. You have not indiscriminately killed the innocent. Submit to me, and you may live. Otherwise, death is your only fate. Lei Mingxia's countenance shifted several times before he finally sighed deeply. Those who kill are invariably killed in turn. Life and death are not of great consequence. However, to perish due to the misdeeds of others is, after all, a disgrace. Yun Su wasted no breath, retrieving a small vial. Inside is a type of insect known as the heart-eating goo. If it pierces a blood vessel, it will enter your heart. For a year, it will remain dormant, only growing stronger. When the time comes, if there is no antidote to suppress it, your heart will be devoured. Watching helplessly as the opponent punctured his arm's vein with a hollow needle to inject the goo, Lei Mingxia's emotions became oddly complex, leaving him at a loss for words. At the onset of his journey in the martial world, he had indeed wished to be a good person. Yet, after being harshly confronted by reality, he had no choice but to become a villain. Soon, he discovered that no individual could rival an organized violent gang. Thus he joined the Underground Alliance, the Sihai League, under Zhao Bahuang's control. He had hoped to leverage the gang's power to achieve some recognition, yet unexpectedly found himself in dire straits in a small mountain village. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, You are the young master of the Yun family, Yun Su. They had been dispatched precisely to intercept Yun Su's escape. Due to insufficient manpower and the vast territory, this task was merely casting a wide net, with little hope of success. The gravest concern was that once they ventured outside, they would be unable to claim any spoils, leading to immense dissatisfaction among the group. In their imbalance of mentality, Long Qiu and Zhang Feihe unleashed their fury upon the villagers. Little did they know, Yun Su had truly appeared here, turning the tables and capturing them all. What a truly embarrassing affair. On the other side, Yun Su had already awakened Zhang Feihe. As Zhang Feihe regained consciousness, he heard Lei Mingxia reveal Yun Su's identity. In shock, He immediately pleaded for mercy. "Young master, please spare my life." Zhang Fei he am willing to be a dog serving the young master until death. In an instant, he shifted his titles 3 times, going from young lord to directly addressing him as young master. His courage dwindling to the utmost degree. "You wish to live?" Yuan Su's expression was one of enigmatic amusement. "Indeed, I wish to live. Yet if it is to die for the young master's righteous cause, then I shall have no choice but to sacrifice myself." Zhang Fei he, in a moment of quick wits, hastily sought to patch the logical gap. Yuan Su's expression darkened. "You are guilty of numerous grave crimes, including rape, murder, and arson, and these transgressions occurred within the Yun family's territory, granting me undeniable authority to enact justice." Zhang Fei he, terrified, fell to his knees. This man, who had treated lives as mere grass, was exceedingly afraid of death. Before he could concoct a new plea for mercy, Yuan Su changed his tone. "Simply executing you would only serve as a measure for the victims, yet it would yield no further benefit." Indeed. The young master is unparalleled in wisdom." Zhang Fei he hastily concurred. "Why not allow me to redeem my usefulness slowly?" "Very well. I sentence you to a lifetime of hard labor plus castration." "Do you accept?" Yuan Su pronounced, his demeanor serious, articulating each word with precision. "A lifetime of hard labor? Castration?" Zhang Fei he's countenance turned ashen in an instant. Yet, upon seeing Yuan Su's darkening expression, he quickly exclaimed, I am willing. As the saying goes, a good death is better than a miserable life." Even the typically resolute black-faced god had succumbed. This cowardly individual had no courage to face death head-on. "Good. Remember your oath today. Should you breach it, you should be aware of the consequences." Yuan Su seized Zhang Fei he and injected him with a different goo. Lei Mingxia, observing intently, could not help but inquire, "Is this also the heart-eating goo?" Yuan Su shook his head. "No, this is the cleansing heart goo." "The cleansing heart goo?" Lei Mingxia was taken aback. "Indeed. This is a special substance used in the palace for castration. The powder contains dormant goo insects that can be activated by human blood. These insects will gnaw at a person's gonads, especially thriving on the 2 testicles. This method of castration is both safe and reliable. Moreover what?" Zhang Fei he propped himself up, urgently pressing for answers. "And it grants the host 2 significant benefits." Yuan Su wore a smile of profound mystery. "2 benefits?" Lei Mingxia was utterly astonished. "Correct. First, the term cleansing heart indicates that one who is infused with the goo will have a heart as still as water, free from desires. This facilitates remarkable advancement in martial arts. Second, the cleansing heart goo can protect the host. Ordinary poisons can be consumed by the goo, and typical injuries can be healed. The goo can also be nourished by true energy or poison, continuously elevating its level. An upgraded goo can, in turn, enhance the host's martial prowess. Its effects are remarkably wondrous. If that is the case, aside from the castration aspect, this thing seems to offer only benefits. Zhang Fei he's heart raced. Who doesn't harbor dreams of dominating the martial world? But for those from humble beginnings, even sacrificing 10 lives might not suffice. If only sacrificing 2 testicles could enable him to reach the pinnacle, it seemed not too difficult to accept. How could there be no harm? Yuan Su sneered. "Once the goo is implanted, you will be under my control. The insects will proliferate and grow throughout your entire body. Like dousing dry timber with fuel, a single spark could reduce it to ashes." Zhang Fei's legs weakened, and with a thud, he knelt once more. Before Lei Mingxia could offer an assessment, someone outside applauded, exclaiming, "Brilliant! I told you, your old man is cunning and shrewd. How could he let anyone easily take advantage?" As the voice echoed, a figure suddenly appeared. Yuan Chao. Recognizing him at once, Lei Mingxia was struck with horror, remaining on high alert while slowly retreating. To the left, a gaping hole had been created by Yuan Su. And to the right, the window had vanished. The roof bore a gash from his own collision. From which direction would it be safer to escape? Yuan Su cast a glance at Lei Mingxia and remarked, "Fooled, if Yuan Chao has brought people, do you think you could escape from behind?" Lei Mingxia was taken aback, while Zhang Fei exclaimed with renewed vigor, "What the young master means is that Yuan Chao standing here says it all. If he were secure in his position, how could he leave the manor so easily? Does he not fear the likes of Hua Tianqi seizing his nest?" Indeed. Zhang Feihe's eyes sparkled with understanding. Lei Mingxia halted his retreat immediately. Yun Chao, with an impassive expression, retorted to Yun Su, "Do you think I alone cannot subdue you?" Zhang Feihe paused, and Lei Mingxia's steps began to inch backward once more. Chapter 010. Young Master Yun commands. The more the merrier. Yun Su stepped forward, advancing 3 paces before Yun Chao. His appearance was a tremendous surprise. While escape seemed impossible, if leveraged wisely, misfortune could be turned to fortune. "Are you truly unafraid of me killing you?" Yun Chao asked, astonished. "What benefit would there be in killing me?" Yun Su countered bluntly. "When one's strength is ample, one can feign weakness. Conversely, maintaining an imposing presence is essential. If one's aura weakens, one becomes vulnerable to manipulation. But if I were to capture you, you would be utterly finished." Yun Su's expression remained calm, his tone resolute. "Please, enlighten me with your reasoning," Yun Chao replied non-committally. "You think by subduing me, you can inherit the underground network painstakingly built by my father? Is that truly feasible? Isn't it?" Yun Su challenged. "Setting aside whether you can truly restrain me, even if you could, I would willingly divulge all secrets. How do you plan to take over this network? I too am a scion of the Yun family and hold the talisman." "Talisman? What talisman?" Yun Su scoffed, recognizing his ignorance. "Not only does my father possess a talisman, but he has also held his position for many years. Would you not consider this when you attempted your coup?" Yun Chao appeared momentarily dazed. As if struck by a blow. You realize that with just that little jab at the entrance, the astute have already deciphered the entire story? "What story?" Zhang Feihe interjected, intrigued. Yun Su's tactics left him astounded. Facing Yun Chao's displayed composure and presence only deepened his admiration. It is worth noting that after a week of enhancement, Yun Su's strength barely grazed the lower tier of the 3rd rank. His only notable skill was his lightness of foot. Zhang Feihe ranked slightly above the 3rd tier, while Lei Mingxia was nearing the end of the 3rd tier. Collectively, they were no match for Yun Chao, who towered above them by 2 tiers in this martial world where strength disparity meant insurmountable odds. Yun Su's demeanor in the face of a formidable opponent compelled Zhang Feihe to concede. The tale was vividly inscribed upon his very being. Examine his attire, hair, and gaze closely. Do you discern anything? Ah, his garb resembles that of someone who hastily arose without completing his morning preparations. Zhang Feihe, seasoned in life, had previously overlooked numerous details when caught off guard. Now, with clarity returning, he began to recognize Yun Chao's various inconsistencies. How could a recently appointed head of the Yun family be so careless in his attire? Unless he had been forced out in haste due to an emergency, pray tell, what individual could compel him to flee the manor? One could only surmise it was Hua Tianqi, but the Yun manor is his territory. Hua Tianqi could not possibly force him into such a disheveled state. Could he? Could it be that he bribed someone within the manor, turning them against him? Under Yun Su's guidance, Zhang Feihe quickly followed this line of thought. Lei Mingxia also paused, listening with curiosity. "There is no need for bribery. Previously, my father incited him to vie for position against his kin, and given his character, he has surely offended many as soon as he took office. External enemies invaded, and the manor's secrets and treasures were plundered extensively. Who would still follow him?" As he spoke, Yun Su pointed at Yun Chao's face. "Now observe his expression. It has been rigid from start to finish. There is no trace of a victor's delight, nor even the usual arrogance. What does this signify? There must be significant upheaval, and it is decidedly against him." Zhang Feihe comprehended instantly, coupling this with his background. His immediate relatives were either deceased or long absent from home. This was the foundation of his audacity to step forward. Yet he has a wife and daughter. Should they be taken hostage? He would have no choice but to act preemptively to spare them any distress. Yun Chao's countenance darkened abruptly as he spoke, a chilling revelation that sent shivers through Zhang Feihe. "Are you suggesting that I tricked Hua Tianqi, seizing the opportunity to turn the tide? Yet I did not anticipate the number of traitors willing to ally with external enemies to eliminate me. One misstep, and my wife and daughter became hostages. I feigned an attempt to reclaim them, only to suddenly strike and kill them all." Yun Chao's narrative was delivered flatly, as though recounting another's tale. Yun Su frowned slightly, while Zhang Feihe and Lei Mingxia's faces turned pale. Zhang Feihe had committed numerous wrongs, and Lei Mingxia had also taken many innocent lives. Yet despite their malevolence, their affection for their family ran deep. Who could have imagined that a man like Yun Chao would resort to such brutality, killing his own family simply to avoid subjugation? Could it be that their martial abilities fell short of the pinnacle, and their lack of notoriety in the underworld stemmed from their insufficient ruthlessness? After lamenting his sorrows, Yun Chao smiled chillingly. Hua Laoren has not gained any advantage, so I descended the mountain. I casually dispatched his youngest son, leaving him in tatters, his body unrecognizable. However, that was merely interest. Hua Laoren's entire family shall not escape retribution. Jiang Feihe and Lei Mingxia exchanged glances, both realizing for the first time that the brutality of those in the righteous path far surpassed their own in the murky underbelly. The further one delved into vengeance, the more challenging it would become. Moreover, the Lianjian sect would soon be pursuing you. Yun Su coolly warned Yun Chao. How much better off are you than I? Yun Chao shot a sidelong glance at Yunisud. My goals are modest. Besides, if I merely wished to kill Hua Tianqi's family for revenge, it would be exceedingly simple. Yun Su subtly cast out a bait. Anyone can boast? Yun Chao scoffed. Name a person. If I fail to eliminate them within 5 days, I will immediately surrender the resources of the Yun family to you. Upon hearing this, Yun Chao's interest peaked. Fine. Within 5 days, if you can eliminate Hua Tianqi's eldest son, Hua Ziyue, I shall willingly serve you. Seeing the two parties reach an agreement, Jiang Feihe and Lei Mingxia both exhaled softly. If the negotiations had collapsed, they would have faced death regardless of their choice. Now, with a temporary compromise, they at least avoided being forced into a corner. The four departed from the village chief's daughter-in-law's chamber and returned to the parlor. Yun Su noticed that the youth directing traffic at the village entrance had released all the bound naked women. One of them appeared to be his beloved, who at that moment was embracing another. Exchanging heartfelt confessions, Yun Su tossed him a few silver coins, instructing him, distribute these to those whose families have perished or whose homes have burned down. Just as he was about to leave, the youth hurried after him, saying, Hero, I wish to follow you in your quest for justice. Spare me, I fear I am not worthy of such a title. Yun Su coolly gestured to Jiang Feihe and Lei Mingxia, saying, Do you see? I have not slain the true culprits. Instead, I have made them my allies. The youth hesitated briefly but ultimately implored, Please, grant me a chance. I no longer wish to be forced to abandon everything. Fleeing like a dog, Yun Su pondered for a moment before responding. First, I cannot accept you as a disciple, but I may offer some guidance. Second, under my command, you must obey orders and bear all risks. Please allow me to bring Lian Mei. The youth made but a single request. Yun Su scrutinized Lian Mei, observing that she appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Though her hands were coarse and her feet large, she possessed a modicum of beauty. More importantly, her expression was lively and not dull-witted. An astute girl could prove invaluable in certain circumstances. After inquiring about her opinion and confirming that neither had any relatives, he consented to Qin Song and Jiang Lian's following die in his view. As long as one knew how to utilize them, no one was without worth. Chapter 011. Reverse the shattered air punch for practice. Yun Chao had been watching coldly. He regarded Yun Su's decision to bring along two burdens with disdain. However, Yun Su's lack of awareness was of no concern to him. He cared only whether the resources left by Yun Chao were worth seizing. The reason he had not resorted to forceful appropriation was that Yun Su's analyses had indeed struck a chord with him. Yet more crucially, he had yet to verify the goods. If there were no valuable items, turning hostile prematurely would only render him a laughingstock. Qin Song left the silver with a high-ranking, respected elder in the village. Having casually packed a bundle, he took Jiang Lian and departed. This nonchalant demeanor earned Yun Su a glance of approval. Their group swiftly ascended the mountain, carefully clearing any traces of their passage. Yun Chao was unexpectedly struck by the realization that, although Qin Song and Jiang Lian lacked lightness of foot, they could traverse the mountains with remarkable speed. Moreover, he was exceedingly skilled at concealing traces and evading formidable beasts, proving to be quite helpful along the journey. Coupled with the industriousness of both individuals, their diligent attentiveness restored Yun Su's status as a young master. As dusk approached, Yun Su discovered yet another safe house. Yun Chao suppressed his urge to scour the premises for clues, allowing Yun Su to assume the role of host and allocate resources. The provisions within the abode were plentiful, as it remained within the territory of the Yun family, making prior preparations rather effortless. Yun Su retrieved items for disguise and executed significant alterations on Yun Chao. Zhang Feihe and Lei Mingxia. Yun Chao cautioned, "A day has passed since the wager. Remember, you have only 4 days at your disposal. Merely taking a life could be accomplished in half a day. Let alone having 4 days." Yun Su, however, remained unfazed. He casually pinned a few lines, placed them in a slender bamboo tube, and dispatched them with a small black bird from the safe house. This bird, known as the Thunderbird, was another peculiar breed cultivated by Yun Chao. Though diminutive in size, it was remarkably swift and capable of long flights. It was said that the Thunderbird possessed the bloodline of a spiritual beast, making it impervious to the attacks of ordinary raptors. Zhang Feihe inquired curiously, "Is the young master issuing an assassination order?" The situation was rather intricate. First, I must obscure the source of the order, embedding it within the routine documents of a large intelligence agency. Secondly, the execution path of the entire directive needs meticulous consideration. Why conceal the origin of the order? Zhang Feihe expressed his astonishment. "Because I am currently a plucked phoenix. Issuing an order under my name raises significant doubts about its execution." Yun Su cast a sidelong glance at Yun Chao. "Thus, the command must be divided into 2 components. The first to have someone mix a specific document among the normal files for dissemination, and the second to convey the official content of the order." Qin Song, initially merely a bystander, boldly interjected after grasping a few points. "The key is that the young master's personnel are deeply embedded in a major intelligence agency, capable of exploiting procedural loopholes for personal gain." Zhang Lian added a couple of remarks from the side. Yun Chao furrowed his brow. From his perspective, it was challenging to comprehend the significance of the convoluted intelligence network established by Yun Chao and his son. To him, if one could not ensure obedience, the entire organization ought to be disbanded. Why create such complications? Yun Su perceived Yun Chao's doubts but refrained from providing answers. He had already offered ample hints to ensnare this individual. If his intelligence was so low as to miss those cues, then there was no remedy. It would be time to employ the final trump card. Conversely, if the other party could comprehend, there was no fear of him not taking the bait. After issuing the order, Yun Su commenced practicing his punches under the moonlight. Having escaped the manor, he remained in a state of unrest, opting to abandon meditation for the sake of safety, instead honing his inner strength through the fragmented void punches. After completing the 24 forms of fragmented void punches, a torrent of heat surged within Yun Su, distinctly enhancing his internal energy. Such a remarkable technique deserved multiple repetitions. Yun Su executed it 10 times in quick succession until he could no longer perceive any notable improvement, at which point he transitioned to practicing the flowing cloud palm. After several iterations of the flowing cloud palm, Yun Su felt his strength coalesce harmoniously, transforming him into a wisp of flowing cloud. He began to grasp that the essence of the flowing cloud technique lay in its fluidity and adaptability. During defense, the flowing cloud technique never directly resisted. Much like clouds reshaping in fierce winds, it relied on changes in form to dissipate and neutralize the opponent's force. The same principle applied during attacks. The force resembled wind. Lacking a fixed shape, it could infiltrate like water, yet could coalesce into a dense mass of clouds to deliver a powerful strike. Unable to contain himself, he sought out Lei Mingxia to gauge his own strength. Although Lei Mingxia was merely on the cusp of the 2nd tier, his skills were formidable enough to rank him among the martial arts community. Having been unjustly defeated by Yun Su's cunning, Lei Mingxia harbored a lingering resentment. Now witnessing Yun Su's inflated confidence, he was more than willing to impart a lesson. Lei Mingxia, hailing from humble beginnings, had not received formal training in superior techniques. His skills were cobbled together through sheer tenacity and talent, allowing him to attain the brink of the 2nd tier. However, advancing further would prove arduous. Initially believing that he could easily overpower a weak 3rd tier with his near 2nd tier status, especially since Yun Su barely qualified for the 2nd tier in lightness skills and lagged significantly in internal energy, he underestimated the situation. Unbeknownst to him, a simple test would reveal the reality of the gap in martial arts realms. Yun Su, employing the Qingyun steps in conjunction with the flowing cloud palm, moved with an ethereal grace that defied force. Lei Mingxia unleashed a series of powerful strikes, yet he could not find a point of attack. Yun Chao observed with disapproval. He could not restrain himself from offering guidance, stating, "Your striking technique is severely lacking. and your footwork offers no advantage. Chasing after someone to strike is futile. What should I do then? Qin Song inquired with curiosity, having only learned a few rudimentary skills from the countryside. He lacked any form of true energy and viewed Yun Su and Lei Mingxia's confrontation as an enigma. You cannot follow their movements. Either commit to attacking in one direction or entice the opponent to strike first. Yuan Chao expressed his disinterest in advising outsiders. Nevertheless, given his martial prowess, witnessing Lei Mingxia's apparent superiority failing to materialize was exceedingly frustrating, prompting him to speak up. Blindly striking in one direction? How is that supposed to land a hit? Qin Song found Yuan Chao's advice unreliable. You are only facing 5 directions: front, back, left, right, and above. If you seal one direction with your left palm and another with your right, the opponent will only have 3 directions left to attack. Reflecting on this notion, Yuan Chao scoffed at the foolishness of the country bumpkin. Before Qin Song could fully grasp the concept, Lei Mingxia, with newfound clarity, expressed, "Thank you for the guidance." His internal energy significantly surpassed Yun Su's. In fact, if he arched his palm, he could simultaneously seal off the front, back, left, and right directions without needing to follow Yun Su's movements. With this understanding, he wielded his palms, unleashing a continuous wave of force that radiated outward from his center. As a result, Yun Su had no choice but to leap high for an aerial attack or confront him head-on. Witnessing his single piece of advice render Yun Su completely passive, Yuan Chao felt a sense of pride. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Yun Su, employing his lightness skills, maneuvered around and launched a fierce assault from Lei Mingxia's right side blind spot. The force of Lei Mingxia's dual palms radiated outward, but each direction's power diminished to half its normal capacity. Yun Su countered with all his might against one half of the opponent's strength, causing a tremendous shock throughout his body. Under normal circumstances, he would be unable to withstand such an attack. However, as a transmigrator, Yun Su's imagination knew no bounds. In an instant, he reversed the fragmented void punch technique, channeling the opponent's force into his body to open his energy channels. A muffled grunt escaped his lips as he expelled a surge of turbid energy. He sensed that his true energy had undergone a powerful tempering, slightly diminished in quantity yet more refined. Excellent. Once more, Yun Su, emboldened by his success, initiated a vigorous onslaught. Come on! Lei Mingxia, eager to find a worthy opponent, unleashed his full strength in a single palm strike, believing it would send Yun Su hurtling away. Little did he know, as their energies clashed, Yun Su employed an intricate footwork to redirect the force underground, effectively dissipating 3/4 of it. The remaining force was absorbed by Yun Su's body, shattering his clothing while the rest was used to refine his internal energy. After another muffled grunt, a sharp exhalation of turbid energy shot forth, narrowly missing the eager Lei Mingxia. Having withstood a powerful blow from a higher-tier martial artist, Yun Su's internal energy solidified once more, hinting at a transformation into a tangible, solid state. Chapter 012. An unexpected challenge once more. Once more, Yun Su became addicted, disregarding his tattered attire as he relentlessly continued his assault. Lei Mingxia ignited his true fire, pouring all his strength into 10 consecutive strikes. Yun Su, unwavering, met each blow head-on. With every impact, he staggered back several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground. His body collided with trees, sending leaves cascading like rain. Even his hair was left in disarray, resembling something chewed by a dog. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes only grew brighter. Upon receiving the final strike, he suddenly let out a howl that pierced the heavens. An invisible sound wave penetrated Lei Mingxia's aura. The powerful strike that Lei Mingxia had just gathered dissipated into nothingness. What is happening? Lei Mingxia recoiled in shock. Yuan Chao, watching from the sidelines, wore a grave expression, exclaiming, I have never heard of such a method to refine the fragmented void punch. With his mastery of internal energy, he could not miss the changes occurring within Yun Su. He sensed how Yun Su was reversing the fragmented void punch technique, drawing Lei Mingxia's force into his body, simultaneously refining his internal energy and opening his energy channels. In a brief moment, Yun Su not only utilized external force to complete a transformation of his internal energy but also penetrated his marrow, achieving preliminary marrow cleansing effects. The processes of muscle transformation and marrow cleansing are crucial milestones in a martial artist's progression. Muscle transformation signifies the rebirth of a martial artist's power, where all acquired strength is shed and innate true power is reborn. Following this step, the martial artist's strength becomes immensely enduring and manageable, making it difficult to deplete in battle. Marrow cleansing, conversely, signifies a new beginning for the individual. Once the true energy permeates the marrow, it signifies that the martial artist's body begins its transformation from acquired to innate. Naturally, this process is protracted, and Yuan Su has only just managed to barely traverse the initial step, akin to merely grazing the threshold. The grand door has yet to be officially pushed open. Let alone stepping inside, however, merely reaching the door implies that opening it is merely a matter of strength. No other difficulties remain. Although the door remains unopened, Yuan Su can already discern the sounds within and catch a whiff of the aura seeping through the cracks. Correspondingly, his true energy has acquired some subtle attributes, endowing it with certain remarkable capabilities not possessed by acquired martial artists. Particularly striking is the fact that Yuan Su has yet to complete the muscle transformation. Yet he has directly touched upon the marrow cleansing realm. How significant is this deviation from the norm? Yuan Chao finds it difficult to assess. As for Yuan Su dispersing Lei Mingxia's true energy with his howl. That is hardly surprising. A martial artist who has reached the marrow cleansing realm possesses a true energy that bears a trace of innate qualities. As the Buddhist scriptures state, even a young lion, despite not having matured, can make 100 beasts tremble with a single roar. With the infusion of a hint of innate quality into his true energy, the applications extend far beyond this. Now, Yuan Su's true energy not only has the capacity to neutralize toxins, but can even barely activate celestial artifacts. Not only is Yuan Chao astounded, but Yuan Su himself is somewhat caught between reality and illusion. With his mediocre skills, he has astonishingly leaped over the muscle transformation stage to directly enter the marrow cleansing realm. Although he is still far from genuine marrow cleansing, the mere presence of a trace of innate quality in his true energy brings immeasurable benefits. Not to mention that after repeated tempering, the quality of his true energy has approximately diminished by 1/3. Yet, the remaining portion has transformed into a semi-liquid crystalline state. Yuan Su attempts to condense a wisp of true energy. Gently flicking his finger, a sharp wind shoots forth, effortlessly piercing through a massive tree. The effect is akin to piercing tofu with a steel awl. Yuan Chao's pupils constrict. This finger wind is so refined that even he cannot withstand it head-on. In other words, despite Yuan Su's lack of progress in martial arts, his true energy has undergone sublimation, enabling him to inflict direct harm upon top-tier experts. Of course, this enhancement is still insufficient for Yuan Su to defeat Yuan Chao. It is akin to a person wielding a 2-inch dagger attempting to topple an enemy armed with a long weapon. It is virtually impossible, as long as the opponent exercises a modicum of caution. They would not be at risk of defeat. However, from another perspective, if Yuan Chao wishes to overpower Yuan Su, he would also incur significant costs. Without sufficient gains, he dares not act recklessly. Just as Yuan Chao remains in shock, a sudden howl pierces the sky. Where did this expert come from? Startled, Yuan Chao leaps to investigate. Just as he moves, that figure exclaims, "Haha, I've broken through. My energy cultivation has advanced. Zhang Feihe?" Only then does Yuan Chao recall that while Yuan Su was honing his fists, Zhang Feihe had also retreated to the side to cultivate his energy. Surely this fellow has not also broken through? Indeed, I have broken through. This threshold has stymied me for a full 7 years. I never expected that after using the purification goo, I would succeed in a single night. Thank you, young master, for your life-giving grace. Zhang Feihe is ecstatic, practically wishing to kneel and lick Yuan Su's toes. Yuan Chao is exceedingly vexed. His sensitivity to energy is unparalleled. He can discern Zhang Feihe's fluctuations without physical contact. This fellow was originally merely of intermediate third-tier cultivation. Although his true energy can emanate outward, it only possesses lethality within a yard's distance. Moreover, his externalized true energy can only be projected through palm strikes. If condensed into a fist strike, its lethality diminishes significantly. As for the finger wind, even if it could be awkwardly condensed, it would likely not reach 5 feet. Yet now, Zhang Feihe's true energy is significantly refined. Though incomparable to Yuan Su, it is undoubtedly a substantial enhancement compared to his previous self. Zhang Feihe has now elevated his cultivation from the third tier to a strong third tier. Considering the short span of time, such an advancement is remarkable. One must realize that the distinctions between the third and second tiers are grand realms, intended to provide a rough categorization of martial artists' levels. In truth, within each grand realm, it can be roughly divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Furthermore, it can be subdivided into 10 tiers without issue. Some factions meticulously divide the third tier into 18 levels. If Zhang Feihe was originally at level 9, to leap 8 levels overnight to reach level 1 is an astonishing rate of progress that even Yuan Shao envies. It took him a full 3 years to ascend from the third tier to a strong third tier. In an instant, his mindset becomes peculiar. He wishes he could also use the purification goo on himself. Suddenly, he considers, since Yuan Shao possesses such treasures, why not mass-produce experts? Indeed, I still have quite a few second-tier death warriors. In response to Yuan Shao's inquiry, Yun Su calmly replies, with just 5 second-tier death warriors, combined with your poisons and hidden weapons, eliminating Hua Ziyue would be more than sufficient. Why do I need to rely on my own strength to kill, instead of employing others as tools? Yun Su smiles and adds, if I were to use my own men, I would have to provide compensation for their injuries, wouldn't I? If they become disabled, I must support them, right? Where would the compensation come from? Where would the injured go for care? He casts a sidelong glance at Yuan Shao, adding, unless one intends to conduct a final heist without concern for the aftermath. Not to mention, Jiang Lian interjects, if I were to use the young master's own men, when the Longmen sect and the Lianjian sect retaliate, wouldn't all the dangers fall squarely on your shoulders? Yun Su gives Jiang Lian a thumbs up, smiling without a word. Yuan Shao's face turns crimson, having endured various intense blows within just a few days. At this moment, he finally believes that matters within the martial world cannot be resolved solely with brute force. The intricacies involved are undoubtedly no less challenging than cultivating martial arts. Yun Su, with his cautious demeanor, suggests an immediate relocation due to the considerable commotion they have caused. No sooner had his words left his lips than a voice interjects. Hand over the cultivation method you just practiced, as well as the goo used for Zhang Feihe. Otherwise, I shall sell you to the Lianjian sect. Yuan Shao is taken aback. With his level of energy cultivation, unless faced with a superlative expert like Zhao Bahuang, there is no one who could approach him without being detected. Could the other party be a top-tier expert, or perhaps a practitioner of the Celestial Path? Chapter 013. Martial Arts and Celestial Path. This world boasts a flourishing martial arts community, while the Celestial Path wanes. Nevertheless, the celestial sects have not entirely perished. In fact, martial arts could not have evolved to withstand practitioners without a significant infusion of celestial techniques. Having traversed the martial world for many years, Yuan Shao has encountered numerous Celestial Path practitioners. He is acutely aware that in direct combat, ordinary practitioners hold little advantage over high-tier martial artists. However, practitioners wield supernatural abilities and possess various peculiar techniques, including methods of concealing their presence, far surpassing martial artists. If he were to encounter a superlative expert, it would simply be Yuan Shao's misfortune. Yet if the opponent is merely a minor sorcerer, Yuan Shao suddenly lets out a fierce howl. The timing of his howl is impeccable, coinciding with the moment the opponent is about to finish speaking. In the left side forest, a snap is heard, as if a branch has been stepped upon. It is a sorcerer. In an instant, Yuan Shao's heart steadies. Martial arts experts gather their energies. Unless the techniques are countered or the realms suppressed, it is difficult to disturb the opponent with sound waves. He immediately leaps to pursue. When battling a sorcerer, one must close the distance and unleash rapid, overwhelming attacks, ensuring the opponent cannot unleash their powerful spells. Seeing Yuan Shao's reckless pursuit, Yun Su's heart sinks. Sensing trouble, Yuan Shao has a tendency to oscillate between being shrewd and reckless. Should he underestimate him, he might unwittingly fall into his trap. If one were to regard him as an old hand, he could surprise you at any moment. The opponent has clearly been tracking them for quite some time. At this moment, daring to boldly speak out indicates they are not lacking in intelligence. It is evident they aim to draw Yuan Shao away. Once Yuan Shao departs, their side would be left defenseless, ripe for slaughter. Indeed, as soon as Yuan Shao disappears, another figure silently appears on the scene. Beneath the moonlight, this person's face remains entirely obscured. Yun Su curses inwardly while maintaining a smile, cupping his hands and inquiring, "I have yet to learn your esteemed name, Senior." The individual does not respond, merely examining Yun Su with curiosity, exclaiming, "I never imagined that the son of Yun Shao would be such a character. Is this a compliment or a criticism, Senior?" Qin Song asks curiously. This individual is exceedingly peculiar. Not only is their face indiscernible, but even when attempting to sense their aura, it feels as elusive as a bubble. Aware of the danger, Lei Mingxia and Zhang Feihe dare not speak or move recklessly. However, Qin Song, due to his ignorance, remains utterly fearless. Lei Mingxia fears that in the next instant, Qin Song might be struck down. Unexpectedly, the individual displays remarkable composure, chuckling and saying, "Neither a compliment nor a criticism. I merely find it somewhat intriguing." Ignored by the other, Yun Su appears unfazed and prepares to take his leave, stating, "If the senior has no guidance, I shall take my leave. Do you think you can leave?" The individual scoffs disdainfully. "Old man, you've gone too far with your pretense." Yun Su's expression darkens. "If you cannot confront Yun Chao directly, resorting to tricks to divert him, do you truly believe you can intimidate me with empty words?" He calls out to Zhang Feihe and the others. "If this fellow truly possessed strength, there would be no need for such tricks. If I truly became incensed, I could easily send him back lying down." "You are utterly ignorant." The individual sneers, "If you could injure me." Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changes, unable to utter the latter part. Unbeknownst to Win, countless bizarre beasts are slowly encroaching from all directions. These strange creatures possess formed energy spheres within them, akin to martial artists who have cultivated advanced energy techniques. Moreover, they move in unison, clearly under someone's control. Yun Su bellows, "Where is the white cloud beastmaster?" In the distance, a voice responded from afar. "I, Yun Yao, have indeed seen the young master." Yun Yao. The person, unable to discern his face, exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the Bai Yun shepherd of the Yun family?" "So, does that mean all the spirit beasts in the Ling Shao mountain range are raised by the Yun family?" Yun Yao remained silent. Yun Su, dismissive of the individual, commanded, "Yun Yao, you shall bring Yun Chao back and claim that he has fallen for another's ploy to draw the tiger away from its lair. If there is a trap, you shall break it directly. At a time when the existence of the Yun family hangs in the balance, we need not be overly concerned about the lives of a few spirit beasts. I shall respectfully obey the young master's orders." The indistinct figure understood that the emperor's decree was referred to as a proclamation, while the commands issued by the lords were termed teachings. Historical texts state, "The crown prince's commands, along with the teachings and proclamations of the kings of Qin and Qi, proceed in tandem, leaving the officials uncertain of their origins, with precedence determined solely by the order of receipt." Yun Su, as the formally conferred heir of the Qingyun Marquis, could also refer to the commands he issued as teachings. From afar, the distant roar of a fierce beast could be heard, followed by a clear whistle that soared into the sky, suggesting that Yun Chao had already escaped. "Good, good." The indistinct figure clapped, saying, "What a pity that neither the spirit beasts nor Yun Chao will have time to save you." With a slight wave of his hand, a beam of cool, silvery moonlight enveloped Yun Su in the blink of an eye. Both he and Yun Su vanished without a trace. "What is this? A spell?" Qin Song watched, dumbfounded. He rushed to the spot where Yun Su had just stood, reaching out to feel around, but found nothing. Clearly, Yun Su had genuinely disappeared. Indeed, this person was likely a practitioner of the mystical arts, and quite accomplished at that, Zhang Feihe replied hoarsely. His knowledge exceeded that of Qin Song. Understanding that this world still harbored many pure sorcerers, these individuals focused solely on the arts, often neglecting martial paths, while the lethality of spells may not surpass that of high-tier martial techniques. When it comes to bizarre transformations, martial skills pale in comparison. Martial arts, though varied, fundamentally revolve around the use of qi for harm. In contrast, spells can create illusions, possess souls, cast curses, render individuals invisible, and even, as just witnessed, directly transport people away. A sorcerer skilled in the arts, if they concealed their identity and focused on ambushes, could pose a significant threat to martial practitioners. However, once their identity was uncovered, they would inevitably face the united pursuit of the entire martial world. Thus, a question arose. What did this person see in Yun Su that they dared to expose their identity without fear? And as Yun Su, a low-tier martial practitioner barely scraping into the third tier, was captured by a high-tier sorcerer capable of spatial manipulation. Did he still have any hope of returning alive? If he could not return, how would he resolve the curse afflicting him? A torrent of thoughts surged, nearly driving Zhang Feihe to madness. From Yuan Su's perspective, as he was enveloped by the moonlight, his vision first brightened, then darkened, akin to falling into a black hole. The sensation of weightlessness did not last long. As his feet soon touched the ground, he realized he had undoubtedly fallen victim to a spell. However, time was limited for his arrival, and he had yet to fully comprehend the distinctions between the immortal path and martial arts. In truth, he found it somewhat perplexing. Why, in a world where immortals could cultivate, had the immortal sects declined, allowing the lower-tier martial arts to seize dominance? As the saying goes, when the great bell is abandoned, the clamor of the earthen pots resounds. The songs of the common folk have always been more easily disseminated than the refined melodies of the elite. A long sigh reached Yuan Su's ears. Surprised, he looked up to find himself in a dimly lit small room, illuminated only by a single oil lamp barely lighting half the space. Opposite him sat a long-haired man, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. Chapter 014. What to do when faced with heart-reading techniques? Yuan Su was momentarily stunned before he realized the other party could actually probe into his thoughts. This left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. If it were merely a matter of lesser strength, he could leverage his intellect to turn the tables. But if his very thoughts were being monitored, how could he possibly devise any strategies? The long-haired man laughed heartily. It's quite simple. Just strike you down with a single palm. The heart-reading technique does not enhance lethality. No, that's not right. Yuan Su quickly regained his composure. If the other party could freely access his memories, what purpose would there be in capturing him? I have encountered a dilemma recently and happened to see you displaying cleverness, so I thought I might bring you here to test it. The long-haired man was named Zhuge, and his mastery of the arts was profound, and he felt no pressure facing a low-tier martial practitioner like Yuan Su. He had anticipated that after employing spatial transfer and the heart-reading technique, Yuan Su would be entirely passive, forced to follow the path he laid out. However, unbeknownst to him, Yuan Su took a moment to calm himself and suddenly began to silently recite a technique. Zhuge was both surprised and somewhat irritated. Just as he intended to interrupt, he suddenly froze. He transformed his true energy into the brilliance of the full moon, encompassing heaven and earth with that light. As the saying goes, in stillness, light becomes clear. In tranquility, it illuminates the void. At this point, the myriad worlds appeared as mere illusions, while the innate chi flowed through them, by merging the brilliance of the full moon with the innate chi. He grasped the universe in his hands, with all transformations arising from his mind. The operation of the path was smooth and unimpeded, and utilizing it to spur martial techniques was as easy as picking up a needle from the palm of one's hand. Transforming true energy into light and then merging it with innate chi. Such a thought was indeed innovative. Upon hearing this, Zhuge became entranced. In an instant, he completely forgot why he had come to find Yuan Su. Focusing all his attention on listening intently to Yuan Su's recitation of the Mingyue Gong technique. This technique had been firmly imprinted in Yuan Su's mind, requiring him to review it at least once every morning and evening. After more than a week, he had already memorized it entirely. While reciting, he could still spare a bit of mental energy for discreet contemplation. After several attempts, he observed that the long-haired man's reaction to his thoughts seemed non-existent. Could this suggest that the other party could only hear the most dominant thought, lacking the resolution to discern finer nuances? Yuan Su's thoughts raced, and he suddenly altered the content of his recitation, quietly inserting a line of commentary. This Mingyue Gong seems to be missing a portion of details. What is your opinion, esteemed sir? Almost in synchrony with this thought, he subtly constructed an idea suggesting that the detail had indeed been filled in. This notion was vague, almost ethereal. Yuan Su scrutinized the other party, who appeared unresponsive to this latter thought, merely nodding and saying, "Indeed." Suddenly, Zhuge realized that he had become so engrossed in listening to the heart thoughts of the other party that he had forgotten Yuan Su was merely reciting. A practitioner with heart-reading techniques had been outwitted by a low-tier martial practitioner. Where could he hide his face? Moreover, the other party was undoubtedly testing the flaws in his heart-reading technique. Allowing oneself to fall into such a trap proved that Yuan Su had already seen through the riddle. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, seemingly ready to unleash harm, but he quickly halted, nodding and saying, "Well, you have successfully proven your cleverness. Even without the resources of the Yun family, you deserve my respect. I understand now why sorcerers fall to martial practitioners." Yunsu replied with a faint smile. "You are too enamored with superficial techniques. Just like the heart-reading technique from earlier, it works well on ordinary people. But against a martial practitioner with a resolute mind, it is merely a useless endeavor." "That is quite insightful." Zhuge En, being a seasoned practitioner of the arts, quickly calmed himself and gracefully agreed with Yunsu. "Your demeanor is commendable. Let me take a guess. What grand scheme are you plotting, esteemed sir?" Yunsu took the initiative, maintaining control of the conversation's rhythm without letting up. Zhuge En sought to regain control by disrupting the dialogue's pace. But upon reconsideration, he found himself chuckling softly, and no matter how clever Yunsu was, his life remained in Zhuge En's hands. If he enjoyed showing off, why not allow him to bask in the limelight? He nodded and said, "I am eager to hear the insights of the young lord." Initially, Zhuge En truly did not regard Yunsu highly, simply because the latter's strength was too lacking. A third-rate martial practitioner could barely navigate the martial world. Even with the Yun family's hidden weapons and poisons, while they held some lethality, they could only deal with someone of Zhang Feihe's caliber. Once separated from the resources of the Yun family, Yunsu would find himself at a complete disadvantage. Zhuge En had tracked Yunsu merely to ascertain whether the Yun family possessed any valuable items. The cleansed heart goo barely caught his interest, being useful for cultivating assassins. Moreover, Yunsu's reverse cultivation of the Shattered Void Fist had also slightly impressed him. Combined, they were worth a single attempt. However, unbeknownst to him, in a moment of carelessness, he had allowed Yunsu to play him for a fool. From being dismissed to being addressed as young lord and willingly seeking his opinions, Yunsu's value had skyrocketed in a short span. Yet, Yunsu was hardly concerned with these developments. What he truly cared about was escaping. If he could conveniently seize some benefits along the way, that would be even better. In a world thriving with martial prowess, the immortal sects had to either transform or fade into insignificance. The elder clearly took pride in his identity as a practitioner. Otherwise, he would not have directly revealed it. To restore the glory of the immortal sects, conventional paths would no longer suffice. Presently, however, there existed a ready-made source of chaos that could be exploited: the ambitious Zhao Bahuang of the Lianjian sect. How might this be utilized? Zhuge En maintained his composure. If Zhao Bahuang wishes to achieve his goals, he must thoroughly dismantle the current martial order and operational model. This ambition aligns closely with your own. That is quite intriguing. Please elaborate. Esteemed sir, simply remain hidden, using a third-party force to manipulate the entire situation. Once Zhao Bahuang finds himself running out of steam, bolster him. Should his power become excessive, then restrain him. When the martial order is on the brink of collapse, you can emerge victoriously, effortlessly claiming the pinnacle. First, how should that Zhao Zhen be eliminated? Second, even if Zhao Zhen is successfully dealt with, how will we mend the hearts of the people and rebuild the immortal sect's supremacy? Zhao Zhen is the real name of Zhao Bahuang. Due to this individual's excessive domineering nature, those within the martial world have mockingly dubbed him Zhao Bahuang, signifying his tendency to meddle in all affairs across the vast expanse of the realm. In response to Zhuge En's skepticism, Yunsu merely smiled gently. If I were to add my prowess to that of Mingyue, would it suffice for you, senior, to eradicate Zhao Zhen and unify the martial world? Mingyue's abilities hold some merit, yet as you aptly noted, there are inherent deficiencies. At this juncture, Zhuge En let out a cold chuckle, questioning, as for you personally, do you believe that mere cunning can achieve anything of significance? Why not give it a try and see? Yunsu exuded confidence. Very well, let it be as you wish. Zhuge En lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, Yunsu felt the world spin around him. Once he regained his composure, he discovered that his surroundings had transformed. It appeared he was now within a cavern, where a robust torch was affixed to the stone wall. Beneath the torch, a man in his 30s stared at him in astonishment. You are Yunsu? Suddenly, the man's face lit up with unrestrained joy as he reached out toward him. Chapter 015. A discovery in desperation. According to Yunsu's crash course in knowledge, warriors in this world can be broadly categorized into 5 ranks. Those below the 3rd rank are deemed inconsequential. The standard definition of inconsequential is the inability to effectively wield qi to inflict harm externally. This mirrors Yun Su before his self-enhancement, where he could utilize qi outside his body but lacked the lethality required to harm others, necessitating physical contact for any impact. In the martial realm, inconsequential warriors represent the 5th rank, where martial prowess varies greatly. Having mastered the 5th level of Qingming Qigong, Yun Su stands at the pinnacle of this 5th tier, while Qin Song, who has only grasped the basics of combat, languishes at the bottom. However, in a world where martial might can reshape mountains and seas, further subdividing this rank becomes utterly superfluous. To be strict, Qin Song scarcely qualifies as a warrior in a high martial world. Lacking knowledge of qi refinement makes it challenging to be recognized as a warrior. 3rd-tier warriors comprise the 4th rank among martial practitioners. In a mid to low martial world, they would be formidable. Building upon this foundation, those capable of utilizing qi to strike from afar or harm others with flying petals are considered 2nd-tier warriors. Lei Mingxia barely grazes the edges of this 2nd-tiered, as for 1st-tier experts. Their qi has coalesced into a tangible form, capable of being both projected and retracted, and can even be shaped into formless blades for combat. 1st-tier martial experts in the realm are prominent figures, their names cataloged in various lists of renown. If a fledgling in the martial world cannot swiftly identify these experts, they are simply neglecting their own safety. Above the 1st tier lies an additional echelon, the superlative tier, Zhaozhen of the Lianjian sect, along with the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and the leader of the Xuanwu sect, are all superlative masters in earthly terms. These individuals have already attained innate qi. Although they remain warriors, their lethality rivals that of cultivators, warranting them the title of innate grandmasters. The man before Yun Chao does not reach the level of a grandmaster. He is still a notch below Yun Chao. This can be discerned from the aura he exudes. When assessing with his sense of qi, Yun Chao feels as though he harbors an ocean within, ready to unleash a tidal wave that could obliterate Yun Su into dust. Conversely, the man appears as a towering mountain, necessitating reverence, yet still pales in comparison to Yun Chao. Regardless, this individual undoubtedly ranks between 2nd-tier strength and weak 1st-tier. His outstretched hand seems to bring forth the very collapse of the heavens, leaving no avenue for evasion. Before his fingers could touch Yun Su, a surge of qi penetrated Yun Su's body, freezing his own qi. Except for the ability to move his mouth and blink, Yun Su resembled a lifeless statue. What good fortune! The man laughed heartily, astonished that while seated in a cavern, fortune would seemingly fall from the heavens. Curious, why would such fortune descend? Yun Su could not help but interject. The intellectual disparity sometimes left him exasperated. Yun Chao and his companions consistently demonstrated that high martial prowess does not equate to intelligence. In fact, confidence and arrogance can often reverse that notion. In this world, warriors who have mastered qi possess a keen sense of qi. For warriors, this sense far surpasses the utility of mere sight. Blindness poses little hindrance to high-tier warriors, except for the difficulty in reading and writing. In every other regard, they face no obstacles. High-tier warriors sometimes intentionally project their qi sense outward to avoid complications, allowing lower-tier warriors to gauge their strength intuitively and thus refrain from mindless provocations. This mutual understanding saves both parties trouble. For the individual before him, it was inconceivable that Yun Su could approach without a sound. Should he not be cautious of such an unexpected appearance? It must be the work of a sorcerer. Yet, as martial practitioners, a single sword can dismantle myriad arts. Why should I fear him? The man in the cavern displayed a disdainful countenance. Yun Su himself lacked the ability to teleport. The only means to bring him here silently would be through an innate grandmaster or a high-tier sorcerer. A grandmaster would not need to send a low-tier warrior to test him. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. Yun Su was certainly transported here by a high-tier sorcerer. As for any potential traps, given Di Jing's temperament, he could hardly be bothered to speculate. As Zhao Zhan's second most trusted disciple, Di Jing was heavily influenced by Zhao Zhan's style, which dictated that matters solvable by sheer force need not be overthought. Should the opponent possess a scheme, it suffices to counter it directly. If the opponent falters, the opportunity can be seized effortlessly. Upon hearing the man's words, Yun Su swiftly constructed a psychological profile. This individual possesses commendable intelligence and enjoys engaging his mind, yet his demeanor is overbearing. He disdainfully resolves matters that can be settled with force without resorting to cunning. Analyzing further, the conclusion became apparent. This individual must be a direct disciple of the Zhejiang sect, either a peer or a disciple of Zhao Zhan. Coupled with the current circumstances, Yun Su surmised that this location must be near Yun Family Manor. This man was undoubtedly sent by Zhao Zhan to secretly monitor the dealings of the Longmin sect and the Four Seas Alliance. Yun Su blinked, suddenly proclaiming, "Do you dare to capture me, knowing it could jeopardize Zhao Mengzhu's grand plans? Fool! Do you even know who I am?" Di Jing roared with laughter. "Why should I concern myself with your identity?" Yun Su retorted haughtily. "Even if you are a disciple of Zhao Mengzhu, so what? You are not his son. Would you dare accept my secrets even if I were to divulge them to you?" Di Jing's expression shifted slightly. As Zhao Zhan's confidant, he was acutely aware of Zhao Zhan's overarching schemes. From the sect's perspective, as a direct disciple, Di Jing's status is arguably more significant than that of Zhao Zhan's biological son. For a disciple can inherit the mantle, while a son cannot. However, Zhao Zhan's ambition is to unify the martial world and establish the Zhao dynasty. Within the Zhao dynasty, Di Jing's position would naturally pale compared to Zhao Zhan's son. Yet, this momentary lapse in composure was fleeting. Di Jing coldly chuckled and delivered a kick. Through his chi sense, the strength of low-tier warriors poses no secrets to high-tier warriors. The force behind Di Jing's kick was enough to ensure Yun Su would suffer immensely. Though it would not endanger his life in an instant, Yun Su felt a reversal of his chi. His organs ablaze, he felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his muscles, with swarms of insects voraciously devouring his marrow. The pain was excruciating, coupled with an icy chill, as if he were engulfed in flames while simultaneously frozen. A torrent of agonizing sensations assailed him, akin to being thrust into the depths of hell. Observing Yun Su writhing beneath his feet, Di Jing laughed with delight. "Remember this. My name is Di Jing, a direct disciple of Zhao Mengzhu. If you dare to provoke me, you deserve to suffer." Yun Su could not afford to respond. He was wholly focused on combating the torment ravaging his body. Di Jing's foreign qi had thoroughly disrupted his internal flow. In an instant, he felt as though he were being torn into countless pieces, then pierced by long, sharp needles. His blood felt as if it were being forcibly extracted, leaving him a withered husk, and he struggled to breathe, feeling as if he might explode in a direct confrontation. Yun Su's chi might pose some threat to Di Jing. However, the battlefield was now within Yun Su's own body, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. What to do? Yun Su attempted to utilize the flowing cloud technique to resolve the chaos within. Yet, the vast difference in their realms, coupled with the turmoil of his chi, rendered this technique utterly ineffective. He contemplated invoking the Shattered Void Fist, yet Di Jing's chi was erratic and elusive, making it impossible to grasp. After multiple fruitless attempts, the pain intensified. If this continued, he would surely suffer a significant humiliation. In a moment of desperation, his breath suddenly faltered, and Yun Su instinctively opened his mouth to inhale. Due to his body's loss of control, what should have been an inhalation turned into an exhalation, producing a peculiar sound from his vocal cords as chaotic chi surged forth. The moment the sound escaped, a dormant acupoint within him pulsed silently. The stagnant chi seemed to flow slightly. What just happened? In an instant, Yun Su's thoughts sparked, and he recalled that this sound originated from the page of incantations associated with the flowing cloud palm. Chapter 016. Mastering the rhythm without hesitation, Yun Su began reciting the entire incantation from the top. Initially, some phonetics proved potent, others less so, while some were nearly useless. Gradually, the corresponding acupoints resonated, and streams of chi began to coalesce. Resembling tadpoles or small snakes, gathering ever more in number, their connection to the phonetics strengthening. By the time he recited the incantation for the 5th time, his own chi had intertwined completely, coalescing into a lively dragon of chi. With a swaying motion, the being glided through the interior. Suddenly, the chaotic turmoil within ceased. The vital energy that Di Jing had infused twice contracted into a singular mass, no longer darting about wildly and having lost its binding potency. Subsequently, Yun Su's energy dragon began to gnaw away at it, gradually consuming the entire mass of vital energy, completely assimilating it into himself. The crisis had been averted. However, Yun Su remained prostrate on the ground. Refraining from any rash movements, The manual's incantations proved to be effective. Not only could they unravel the restrictions placed by masters, but they could also devour and merge foreign vital energies. This was indeed a monumental discovery. Yet, relying solely on this, he could not turn the tide. A sudden strike might injure his opponent, but the likelihood of killing them was exceedingly low. Should his adversary retaliate, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. However, doing nothing was not an option either. His opponent possessed formidable perceptive abilities. With the slightest attention, they could detect any anomalies. Yun Su made a swift decision, smiling as he lay on the ground. So, you are Senior Brother D, are you? This truly is akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. If you take me to meet the master, I shall achieve a remarkable feat, but what if it were the other way around? Yun Su's sudden shift in demeanor startled Di Jing into awareness. After a brief moment of sensing, he realized that the vital energy he had infused into Yun Su had vanished. This could only mean it had either been merged or expelled from the body. Alongside his astonishment, a sense of embarrassment and anger surged within him. He desperately wished to strike again, but Yun Su's words left him in a state of uncertainty. What did it mean to be one of their own? Surely, he could not be suggesting that Yun Su was a hidden pawn set by the master. As the young master of the Yun family, what advantage would there be in being a spy? Yet, upon further reflection, the Yun family was precariously positioned. In terms of status, they were merely an inconspicuous minor lord within the Great Ji dynasty. What difference was there between serving the Yu family and aligning with the Sword Union? Upon hearing Yun Su's words, he recognized that the psychological warfare was taking effect. Engaging in a battle of wits with such a martial artist was far less daunting than facing Zhuge Han. Yun Su's heart was filled with cold amusement, yet he maintained a serious facade as he stated, "You may kill me, but you will gain nothing from my demise. I was sent here by a sorcerer. And this information cannot remain confidential. If Zhao Mengzhu were to learn of this, consider the consequences." Yun Su repeatedly invoked Zhao Zhen's name, which weighed heavily on Di Jing. If Yun Su were to threaten him with someone else, be it the abbot of the Dajin Temple or the leader of the Xuanwu sect, Di Jing would not feel as cornered as he did now. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted the conversation. "You say you were sent here by a sorcerer?" "Indeed," Yun Su affirmed without hesitation. "That individual followed me closely, seeking the Yun family's secrets. Unfortunately, Yun Chao soon joined me, forcing that individual to devise various methods to divert Yun Chao's attention, which ultimately led to my capture. Though Yun Su had not fared well on Earth, he was well-versed and had a broad array of interests. He had mastered various dragon-slaying techniques that proved useless in the information age, including the persuasive arts of the legendary strategist Guguzi. His speech was highly skilled, firmly grasping two characteristics of his opponent. First, they were intelligent and could be led to complex thoughts with slight guidance. Second, as a disciple of Zhao Zhan, their personal interests were in stark conflict with the interests of their sect. In other words, he was adept at exploiting their ulterior motives. By subtly providing information, he guided their associations. Indeed, after a few words, Di Jing's expression grew grave. If it were merely a high-ranking sorcerer attempting to target him, Di Jing would hardly be concerned. The Wuji sword sect was a semi-cultivating sect, renowned for the immense lethality of their sword pills. The claim that a single sword could shatter myriad techniques was not mere boast. However, if the target were not him but the Yun family, this would indeed validate Yun Su's worth. Di Jing had garnered Zhao Zhan's esteem precisely because of his sharp intellect. In an instant, he connected the dots. He pondered aloud. "You claim you wish to offer the Yun family's resources to Zhao Mengzhu?" "Precisely," Yun Su stated unequivocally. "The Yun family possesses many valuable items. Since I cannot protect them, I shall hand them over to someone who can appreciate their worth." Zhao Zhan harbored grand ambitions. While this often led to tyrannical behavior, it also indicated a vast capacity for inclusiveness. One could not achieve great feats without a measure of generosity. Currently, the Sword Union was merely a six-sect alliance, not a true sect. If Zhao Zhan did not exhibit a character that embraced diversity, how could he win people's loyalty? If Di Jing were to act as most of his peers did, relying solely on brute force, that would be one thing. Yet, he had always favored using his intellect. Upon hearing Yun Su's words, he immediately grasped the stakes involved. Should chaos ensue while Yun Su was voluntarily offering his allegiance? It would be one matter if no one were aware. But if word got out, Zhao Zhan would not let him off lightly. in the grand scheme of Zhao Zhen's ambitions, even a biological son might be expendable, let alone a mere disciple. Nevertheless, the thought of simply bringing Yuan Su back left Di Jing with a sense of discomfort. It felt as if he were being led by the nose, creating an intangible sense of frustration. After much contemplation, he declared, "The Mingzhu has a broad vision, and since you are willing to contribute, you will undoubtedly reap rewards. However, before we set off, we must first deal with that sorcerer." "I share that intent." Yuan Su revealed a look of trepidation. Such sorcerers were exceedingly sinister. They could abduct individuals from thin air and even probe into the thoughts of others, which was indeed unsettling. "That is due to your inadequate cultivation," Di Jing scoffed. "If your energy work were deeper, you could sense the fluctuations of sorcery in real time, or even break through it directly. I would appreciate your guidance." Senior Brother Di, Yuan Su seized the opportunity to adopt a submissive posture, deftly seizing control of the conversation. This maneuver was a simple application of Guguzi's flying claw technique. Di Jing, feeling suppressed by Yuan Su, was in a state of discomfort, leading to an instinctive display of arrogance. By grasping this psychological nuance, Yuan Su was able to extract useful information. Though Di Jing was reluctant to answer, he felt a compulsion to save face. After a moment's consideration, he concluded that speaking in general terms posed no real risk. Firstly, Yuan Su's energy work was unlikely to improve rapidly. Even if he understood the principles, practical application would be challenging. Secondly, as long as he avoided details, Yuan Su would be unable to implement any practical operations. After careful deliberation, Di Jing confidently stated, "Sorcery and martial arts share the same root at their core. They both rely on the manipulation of energy. However, martial arts predominantly utilize post-heavenly energy before reaching the innate realm, making them less versatile than sorcery. Before performing transportation techniques, a sorcerer must first capture a thread of your energy. If you remain vigilant at this stage, you can directly disrupt the sorcery. Everyone harbors a desire to perform, particularly when one has just been subtly suppressed by Yuan Su." Di Jing was eager to regain his composure. Once he entered a familiar domain, he became increasingly animated in his explanations. Each of Yuan Su's supportive interjections was perfectly timed, making it difficult for Di Jing to stop. After elucidating how to counter transportation techniques, he further elaborated. "The specialty of sorcerers lies in illusions, yet these are nearly ineffective against martial artists. Martial artists possess concentrated energy, formidable courage, and acute perceptive abilities. Illusions cannot deceive us, nor can they easily intimidate us. Similarly, attempting to seize control of a martial artist is exceedingly difficult. Since martial artists harmonize spirit and energy, their primordial spirit can wield primordial energy as an attack, unlike ordinary individuals who have no means of retaliation. If a sorcerer lacks sufficient cultivation, they risk being counterattacked by a martial artist. As for mind-reading techniques, these are even easier to counter." Chapter 017. Dying Before Dawn. Di Jing, caught up in his enthusiasm, outlined the key strategies for countering common sorcery techniques in one breath. Some of these insights Yuan Su could not verify due to his current level of energy work. However, upon comparing the parts about mind-reading techniques with his own experiences, he recognized them as genuine. Overcome with excitement, Yuan Su expressed fervently, "Senior Brother Di's teachings have been immensely beneficial to me. As a token of gratitude, I have a small gift for you." "A gift?" Di Jing was taken aback. Indeed, that scoundrel Hua Tianqi has seized the Yun family's estate, yet he remains oblivious to the real treasures within. Rather than allow him to benefit, I would prefer to present it to you as a gesture of thanks. In the future, I hope you will look after me within the Sword Union. Oh, what valuable items does the Yun family possess? Pray, do share." Di Jing adopted a nonchalant demeanor. He presumed that material wealth would not be of much concern to Senior Brother Di. However, the Yun family's holdings extended throughout the Great Ji dynasty and even beyond. The value within was not lost on Di Jing. Di Jing's expression shifted slightly before he ultimately replied, "Such a grand gift. Even if you can offer it, I cannot accept." Di Jing fully understood Yuan Su's implication. A commercial network that spanned the seas and lands could easily be repurposed for various uses, such as intelligence gathering and personnel disguise. Under unique circumstances, it could even transform into a micro-government controlling a specific area. Yuan Su could not protect this commercial network, but he at least held a record of its assets and legitimate ownership. Should Di Jing take the lead, there was a significant chance he could acquire it. The issue, however, was that Di Jing lacked a legitimate claim to it. If I transfer half the equity of these assets to you, Senior Brother Di, in exchange for your guidance in my martial arts, would that be a valid arrangement? Yun Su smiled as he posed a question that sent Di Jing's heart racing. If this were to be executed, Di Jing's ownership of the network would be unassailable. However, how would he explain it to the master? Why must I explain? With Zhao Mengzhu's status, would he truly covet such trifling wealth? Moreover, we could simply hand it over. How would the Mengzhu choose to deal with it? Delivering it to the sect would be inviting trouble. If it were privately appropriated, how would others view it? In just a few simple remarks, Yun Su illuminated a path for Di Jing. Initially, he had only considered how to justify seizing the network to his superiors. However, upon reconsideration, his master faced the same dilemma. Zhao Jin had been covertly suppressing the conservative faction within the sect, gradually replacing those old-timers with his own trusted confidants. However, this endeavor remains far from complete. If the assets of the Yun family were to be directly appropriated by the sect, it would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Should Di Jing consume them under his personal name, it would inadvertently alleviate a significant burden for Zhao Zhan. The shared ownership between Zhao Zhen and Yun Su would serve as a mutual constraint, instilling a sense of trust in Zhao Zhen towards Di Jing. Upon realizing the potential to seize the Yun family's assets, Di Jing's heart ignited with fervor. His gaze towards Yun Su transformed entirely. The few shops were merely an appetizer. The treasures of the Yun family were far more abundant. To allow Huadiyanqi to engulf them would hardly be advantageous for the alliance leader. Such a grave matter? Di Jing's demeanor instantly grew serious. The Yun family estate harbors nearly 100 martial arts tomes, all superior treasures acquired during the reign of their illustrious ancestors. Furthermore, the estate contains a plethora of secret medicines and spirit insects. Spirit insects? Di Jing was taken aback. There are two types of insects, common and spirit. Common insects can only cause harm, while spirit insects can assist in cultivation. Within the Immortal Sect, there exists a faction known as the Jinling Sect, which utilizes spirit insects in lieu of personal cultivation. The benefit of this approach is that it imposes no qualification requirements on the cultivator. Even the dregs of those unable to master other sex techniques could turn their fortunes around with sufficiently high-grade spirit insects. Since spirit insects can replace the cultivation of immortality, utilizing them for martial arts techniques is even more effortless. The Wuji Sword Sect evolved from a sect of immortal sword cultivators. Thus, they are not unfamiliar with the path of immortality. Should they acquire high-grade spirit insects, Di Jing could truly unleash his potential. With merely 3 to 5 years, he could elevate his power to the pinnacle of the contemporary world. Indeed, spirit insects, in addition. My Yun family has invested generations of effort in cultivating numerous spirit beasts within the Lingshao mountain range. Spirit beasts. Di Jing's astonishment was even harder to conceal. Insects of this nature are typically beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. As for spirit beasts, they are creatures capable of cultivating qi. Even ordinary people can utilize domesticated spirit beasts for guarding homes, i.e. in the hands of a distinguished disciple like Di Jing. Their utility is incalculable. While spirit beasts are indeed valuable, their cultivation demands immense dedication, i.e. in this era, where efficiency reigns supreme and martial arts have supplanted the path of immortality, it is rare for any sect or family to engage in long-term investment without immediate returns. How many in total? What grades are they? Di Jing pressed eagerly. If he could gather enough high-tier spirit beasts, his contributions would be boundless. The total exceeds 1,000, with over 100 having been raised for more than a century. As for their grades, to be frank, I am not well-versed. Di Shixiang would do well to verify it personally. Yun Su smiled as he dangled the bait. At this juncture, no matter how deep Di Jing's scheming nature, he could no longer contain his emotions. The scale of the Yun family's domesticated spirit beasts, sustained for over a century, rendered the accumulated experience invaluable. Without hesitation, he took Yun Su and departed. Just as they burst out of the cave, Yun Su sensed a sudden collapse of space. A black hole appeared from thin air, threatening to draw him in. He could vaguely perceive that on the other side of the black hole lay a trace of his own aura. This connection allowed for precise localization. Previously, when transported by magic, Yun Fei felt nothing. Could it be that the incantation he had just activated enhanced his qi? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Di Jing beside him roared in alarm. Opening his mouth, he expelled a beam of red light that darted into the black hole ahead of Yun Su. A muffled groan emanated from within the black hole, suggesting that Zhuge had suffered a minor setback. Yet, immediately after, a tremendous force surged forth from the black hole, manifesting as a colossal hand reaching for Di Jing. Di Jing hastily urged his sword talisman, but it remained utterly unresponsive. In astonishment, he was compelled to release Yun Su and retreat. The moment he loosened his grip, Yun Su was swiftly consumed by the black hole in the blink of an eye. The entrance to the cave stood desolate, as if nothing had ever existed. Were it not for the disappearance of the sword talisman, Di Jing would almost suspect that he had merely experienced a fleeting dream. Contemplating all that Yun Su had promised, his vexation mingled with a fervent passion, erupting like a volcano. The sword talisman, refined over more than a decade, had been seized, an incalculable loss. Yet, in comparison to the promises made by Yun Su, it seemed almost trivial. Retrieving Yun Su and vanquishing that sorcerer had now become the paramount mission, eclipsing all else. Chapter 018. Speaking to people as people, speaking to ghosts as ghosts. Before his vision faded to black and then brightened again, Yun Su found himself back in the dimly lit small room. Beneath the flickering oil lamp, Zhuge was toying with a crimson orb. The orb resembled a glowing steel ball, radiating a fierce red light, almost as if it were a living entity, writhing and pulsating. However, Zhuge's hand possessed an inherent pull. No matter how much the orb struggled, it could not escape. Ultimately, he opened his palm, and the orb melded directly into his hand. "Is this the sword talisman?" Yun Su inquired curiously. Then he added, "Were you able to hear my conversation with Di Jing?" If Zhuge was entirely oblivious to the situation on that side, he would not have timed his intervention so impeccably. Had it not been for Di Jing's emotional turmoil, Zhuge likely would not have had it so easy. However, to suggest that Zhuge could monitor Di Jing from afar seemed rather far-fetched. Such power would allow one to traverse the martial world with ease. "I cannot discern the details, but I can sense your emotions through the connection." Zhuge did not indulge in theatrics but chose not to answer the previous question. Having contemplated the entirety of the Ghost Valley secret arts, Yun Su maintained a tranquil mindset. In the previous world, the application of this technique was limited. The overarching goal pursued by the strategists using Ghost Valley techniques was to dominate a nation and stir the world. The saying goes, when angered, all lords tremble. When at peace, the world rests. Holding the dragon-slaying blade, what significance is there in merely butchering chickens? Now, having transitioned to a new world, the rules were entirely liberated. It was the optimal moment to apply what he had learned. With confidence, Yun Su recounted his conversation with Di Jing. The more Zhuge listened, the colder his gaze became. The level of danger this young man posed surpassed his expectations. Should he truly ally with Zhao Zhan? There would be no reason for Zhao Zhan to refuse him. With this rascal's cunning coupled with the resources of the Yun family, wouldn't Zhao Zhan be bolstered significantly? Should he eradicate this young man directly, or allow him to stand in opposition to Zhao Zhan completely? After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "I never anticipated that a mere insect could pose such difficulty for me." "Zhuge, what troubles you? Please enlighten me, Senior Zhuge." Yun Su's demeanor relaxed, his smile unwavering. "Just as you mentioned, Zhao Zhan is a double-edged sword for me. Initially, I was contemplating whether to give him a push or pull him back. Now, Zhuge's gaze grew sharp. As long as the price is right, whether to push or pull is no issue. Oh? Aligning with Zhao Zhan would be a brilliant move. All the Yun family's dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. However, the benefits of aligning with me are not immediately apparent, and it may be difficult to find a place within the martial world. Senior, you are too modest. With a mere gesture, you can retrieve Di Jing's sword talisman. Such prowess commands my utmost admiration. Aligning with Zhao Zhan would merely yield a taste of worldly riches, but with you, I hope to learn extraordinary and unparalleled abilities." Yun Su's gaze was fervent, his heart resolute. Zhuge fell into deep contemplation once more. He had originally intended to manipulate matters surrounding Di Jing. However, after meticulously crafting several plans, he found them riddled with flaws. Sending Yun Su forward was merely a test to gauge Di Jing's strength and character. Little did he know that Yun Su could effortlessly resolve the matter. Had Zhuge not intervened, Yun Su would have easily subdued Di Jing and subsequently infiltrated the upper echelons of the Lianjian sect. Such a figure would be of immense value to Zhuge. Being weak implies a lack of escape from control, A sharp mind could assist in resolving challenges. Yet, Yun Su's performance under the heart-peering technique left Zhuge and somewhat wary. Moreover, when faced with Di Jing, this young man did not hesitate to express his willingness to ally. Upon returning to Zhuge, he claimed a greater inclination to serve him. This adaptability did not sit well with Zhuge. Aligning with Zhao Zhan was merely a last resort. Who was behind Huadiyanqi? The Yun family is well aware. For self-preservation, they can only feign ignorance. Senior, you and I have no enmity. As long as you can provide protection for me and impart your techniques, I am more than willing to offer the resources of the Yun family. Although Yun Su had tested the vulnerabilities of the heart-peering technique, he had never employed any methods to shield his thoughts. Zhuge could easily sense his mental activities, and indeed, he was consistent in his demeanor. Furthermore, employing reason to validate his words, Yun Su's statements aligned with human nature. Knowing that Zhao Zhan was his true adversary, aligning with him out of necessity would be unpleasant for anyone. Meanwhile, Zhuge harbored no grievances against him. If he could protect him, why would he not ally? After much deliberation, Zhuge slowly nodded. Should you choose to join my ranks, Zhao Zhan will never be able to act against you easily. Then the entirety of the Yun family's assets shall be at your disposal from this day forth. If you wish to achieve optimal results, I suggest you publicly distance yourself from me and first aid my entry into the Lianjian sect. Yun Su's suggestion left Zhuge both intrigued and hesitant. Indeed, as long as he could effectively control Yun Su, facilitating his entry into the Lianjian sect would not only conceal his strength but also deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. However, how to control Yun Su effectively? Conventional methods would likely fail to evade Zhao Zhan's notice. The Wuji sword sect was originally a sect of sword cultivators. Due to the ease of achieving success in martial arts and the stringent requirements of the path of immortality, very few practiced the arts of cultivation within the sect. Yet, the text remained well preserved. Although Zhao Zhan primarily focused on martial arts, his techniques were infused with a wealth of immortal secrets, making him no stranger to the arts. To effectively control Yun Su while ensuring Zhao Zhan remained oblivious was no ordinary challenge. With my limited power, there is no need for you to exert effort in control. Senior, it is quite simple. A declaration of allegiance is all that is required. A declaration of allegiance. Zhuge appeared somewhat perplexed. The Mingyue Gong is an object of great desire for Zhao Zhan. However, this technique is incomplete. For 3 generations, my Yun family has endeavored to enhance it through the path of Gu cultivation, yet we still fall short. If you, esteemed elder, could perfect it while concealing some mechanisms within, then once Zhao Zhan embarks on his training, there would be no turning back. Zhuge pondered Yun Su's proposal for a considerable time, then clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Wisdom flows like a river, effortlessly circumventing all obstacles. Young Master Yun, you are truly a genius of this world. If I had disciples such as you..." Yun Su bowed in respect to his master before Zhuge could finish his sentence, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Zhuge accepted the gesture with a smile. Nodding as he said, "You have already memorized half of the Mingyue Gong. Now, recite the latter half along with the improved version from the Yun family." Yun Su's abduction by a demon left Yun Chao, who hastily returned, in a state of profound distress. Alongside Yun Yao, they scoured the area within 100 miles throughout the night, yet not a single strand of Yun Su's hair was found. As dawn approached, disheartened, Yun Chao was on the verge of giving up when suddenly Qin Song shouted, "I've found him! The young master has been located." Overwhelmed with joy, Yun Chao rushed forward, only to find Yun Su lazily stretching atop a large tree. Upon noticing the group gathered below, Yun Su slid down with a huff, complaining, "What a disturbance to my peaceful slumber. I was in the midst of a splendid dream, yet it was prematurely interrupted." Chapter 019. The Imperial Agents in Action. What transpired? Yun Chao inquired, suppressing his agitation. An elder with profound skills in Taoist arts was merely jesting with me. He posed several questions, which I answered satisfactorily, and thus he returned me home. Yun Su vaguely explained, omitting certain details. Strictly speaking, he had not told a lie. Yun Chao remained skeptical, but found it unwise to confront him, particularly given Yun Su's continual display of resources, which both intrigued and alarmed him. To speak of nothing else, the presence of Yun Yao alone was not to be underestimated. Before understanding the reason behind Yun Yao's allegiance to Yun Su, any rash action would be ill-advised. As if anticipating Yun Chao's thoughts, Yun Su quickly summoned Yun Yao. Contrary to the expectations of Qin Song and the others, Yun Yao appeared to be no more than 30. Remarkably youthful, nevertheless, the resources he commanded were sufficient to fetch exorbitant prices in any sect or family. Should he fear being double-crossed, he could easily seek refuge with the Daji dynasty. Beyond the Lingshao Mountains lay the directly governed territory of the dynasty. In fact, most of the Lingshao Mountains belonged to the dynasty, while the Yun family only held a minuscule portion in legal terms. However, due to the lack of resources within the mountains and the dynasty's insufficient governance of the region, they allowed it to remain largely unregulated, establishing only a few farms in the vicinity of the plains, including a pasture. Should Yun Yao align himself with the dynasty, it would create a seamless connection. The dynasty would gain a wealth of spirit beasts along with training expertise, while Yun Yao would enjoy the protection of the dynasty, free from the threat posed by the Sword Union, and could continue to reign as the king of the mountains. After praising Yun Yao, Yun Su dismissed him, who promptly arranged for fresh provisions to be delivered. Following their meal, the group quickly resumed their journey. As Yun Su and his party hastily made their way, the officials of the Daji dynasty in the capital welcomed the first wave of early shift personnel within the Bureau of Rights. Situated at the edge of the palace, the chief officer, Chao Jingming, who had arrived early, glanced at the confidential order number 375 and without hesitation, signed it. This task mandated the assassination of an individual named Hua Ziyue. A character of little worth, merely a third-rate figure. However, his father, Hua Tianqi, was the leader of the Dragon Gate sect, which qualified as a second-rate sect. Hua Tianqi's own prowess could place him among the elite. From this perspective, killing Hua Ziyue was no trivial matter, especially since Chao Jingming was acutely aware that Hua Ziyue's backing was Zhao Bahuang of the Sword Union. Zhao Bahuang, whose real name is Zhao Zhen, is known for his formidable martial prowess and domineering nature in the martial world. He is often derisively referred to as Zhao Bahuang for his overreaching involvement in affairs beyond his purview. Zhao Zhen accepted this moniker with equanimity, and over time, many have even forgotten his true name. As the chief intelligence officer of the Daji dynasty, Chao Jingming was certainly not ignorant of these matters. In fact, Zhao Zhen was the primary target of the Bureau of Investigations, and he possessed a roster of members from the Four Seas Alliance controlled by Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen's ambitions were evident to all. The Daji dynasty would undoubtedly not remain passive. For instance, the Bright Church had received various covert aids from the Daji dynasty to counterbalance the influence of the Sword Union. Moreover, the Bureau of Investigations controlled many covert agents. While the capabilities of these agents were limited, eliminating Hua Tianqi would prove challenging. However, dispatching Hua Ziyue would be a mere trifle. The only question was it worth the effort? Chao Jingming believed it was entirely justified. Eliminating Hua Ziyue would serve as a stern warning to Hua Tianqi, and as per the latter part of the confidential order, this operation was a preliminary step in a larger scheme. Executing this combination of moves would undoubtedly leave Hua Tianqi and his backer, Zhao Zhen, utterly bewildered. Zhao Zhen had become increasingly audacious in his dealings, and Chao Jingming had been biding his time, eager to unleash a decisive strike. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups had considered matters even more thoroughly than he had. Their approach was both fierce and discreet. The entire affair was merely a matter of deploying a low-value agent. And compared to the potential gains, this minor cost was negligible. Within the Lingshao Mountains, Yun Su and his companions encountered no obstacles, their journey proceeding remarkably smoothly. Eventually, Yun Su instructed Yun Chao and Lei Mingxia to take Qin Song and Jiang Lian along, and the entire group utilized their lightness skills to soar at full speed. By midday, the vast plain ahead was already in sight. Finally unable to contain himself, Yun Chao paused to inquire, where to now? Of course, into the city. Yun Su replied with an expression of utmost certainty. Only by entering the city could they secure the protection of the dynasty. Otherwise, even sleep would be fraught with unease. Yun Chao hesitated, but Qin Song bluntly asked, does entering the city mean that the martial figures will refrain from causing chaos? Essentially, yes, Zhang Feihe responded. The dynasty's influence within the city is formidable. Even members of major sects would face severe repercussions for causing disturbances within the city. What if the nobility were to act recklessly? Qin Song questioned, struggling to comprehend. Being merely a figure from a small mountain village, his exposure to the upper echelons was limited, leaving him with a skewed understanding of the world, perhaps even less informed than the traverser Yun Su. The nobility would also refrain from acting indiscriminately, at least on the surface, The dynasty makes a concerted effort to uphold the rules, Yun Su explained with a smile. While the power struggles within the dynasty are beyond the concern of outsiders, if it were to spill over onto a third party, should they escape the city and publicize the incident, the dynasty would undoubtedly find itself in a dire predicament indeed. The prominent sects and families possess immense strength. If the dynasty cannot stand firm on moral ground, it risks losing its authority. At that point, someone could seize the opportunity to rise up, easily leading to a change of dynasty, Lei Mingxia added. I understand now. Qin Song nodded vigorously, realizing that the dynasty must position itself as an enforcer of order to maintain its status as the leader of the martial world. Suddenly, Yun Chao alerted, there are people being pursued at the mountain pass. Yun Su focused his gaze and indeed spotted a woman in a purple robe utilizing her lightness skills to flee into the mountains, closely followed by a group of martial figures wielding weapons. This is outrageous, Zhang Lian exclaimed in indignation. How can there be such shamelessness in broad daylight? However, Qin Song appeared indifferent to the unfolding drama, pressing on with his question, if a murder were to occur outside the city, would the dynasty intervene? It depends, Zhang Feihe, seasoned in the ways of the martial world, explained. If the incident occurs close to the city and someone reports it, or if the officials feel compelled to act, they will intervene. Otherwise, they will turn a blind eye. Qin Song realized, understanding that the dynasty's involvement in martial feuds yields little benefit, which emboldens such individuals. As they spoke, the woman in purple dashed into the valley, followed by the shouting pursuers. Yun Chao informed, there are 13 pursuers, with 4 being of second-rate caliber. They appear to be a mixed group. What shall we do? Qin Song inquired excitedly. Should the young master not act as a hero? Heroics? Nonsense, Zhang Lian scolded, striking him lightly on the head. The young master has far more significant matters to attend to. Why would he provoke needless trouble? Yun Su chuckled quietly. Zhang Lian was the most intolerant of bullies. Yet she was also the most pragmatic. Women's thoughts and actions often represent a contradiction. Chapter 020. The Secrets of the Baiyun Pasture Supervisor with rapt attention. Lei Mingxia responded, can a mountain stronghold be considered a sect? Qin Song, having never ventured far from home and lacking formal martial arts lineage, was rather unfamiliar with the affairs of the martial world. Mountain strongholds and gangs can indeed be classified as sects, depending primarily on whether they are controlled by a family. Of course, those nameless black strongholds do not count, Zhang Feihe interjected. Both he and Lei Mingxia had risen from humble beginnings. While they might not be entirely clear about the upper echelons of martial arts conflicts, they were intimately acquainted with the underlying structures. Are there distinctions between black and white strongholds? Qin Song inquired, astonished, indeed. The imperial dynasty may not boast overwhelming power, yet it is nonetheless recognized as a coordinating body within the martial world. Just as the Yun family holds an imperial title, each major sect possesses an identity certification from the dynasty. Whenever a dynasty changes, these certifications are updated. For ancient sects like the Great Zen Temple or the Xuanwu sect, the imperial edicts from various dynasties are meticulously preserved. So, only those recognized by the dynasty are legitimate strongholds, while a few individuals claiming territory are merely black strongholds. Qin Song pondered, it also depends on their operations. If a stronghold has the backing of a major sect, the imperial dynasty can do little but acquiesce. After all, the dynasty cannot truly govern the major sects. The formal recognition merely serves as a declaration of power demarcation. It implies that I cannot interfere in your internal matters, but do not overstep your boundaries and encroach upon external benefits. Thus, the emperor also has many matters beyond his control. Qin Song was enlightened. As the group conversed, the situation below shifted. The woman in the purple garment dashed into the valley but did not ascend the mountain path. Instead, she pressed deeper, crossing hills into a basin. Suddenly, the sound of hooves thundered ahead as a dozen armored knights on long-horned steeds obstructed her path. Who are these people? Qin Song felt bewildered, unable to discern how they had appeared. Confronted with this dilemma, the well-informed Lei Mingxia and Zhang Feihe were equally at a loss. Yun Su smiled and remarked, these are soldiers from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau of the Great Ji Dynasty. There is a royal pasture here, and these soldiers are tasked with guarding it. A pasture? Why can't I see it? Qin Song was further puzzled, for the true grazing grounds lay deep within Lingxiao Mountain, with only a few specimens visible below. Yun Su cast a glance at Yun Chao, who suddenly trembled as though a realization had dawned upon him. Throughout the journey, Yun Chao had been deep in thought. Given that Yun Yao's skills had reached a first-rate level, what reasoning compelled him to remain loyal amidst the disarray of the Yun family? At the very least, he had to consider one question. What capability did Yun Su possess to safeguard these spirit beasts? Upon hearing Yun Su's hint, he suddenly grasped the truth. The Yun family had long been colluding with the Horse Monitoring Bureau. The ruse was simple. The Yun family would nurture exotic fine horses for the Bureau, periodically submitting a few specimens to gain merit and secure funding. In return, the Yun family's White Cloud Pasture Bureau effectively became a dual entity under the auspices of the Qingyun Marquisate. On the surface, it appeared to be a subordinate institution of the Great Ji Dynasty's Horse Monitoring Bureau. Yun Yao likely held an official position within the dynasty, allowing him to navigate freely. Should Zhao Zhan take action against him, he could simply reveal his credentials from the Bureau. Would Zhao Zhan dare to proceed? Zhao Zhan's ultimate goal was indeed to overthrow the Yu dynasty. However, at this juncture, his strength was insufficient. Even the United Sword Sect had yet to formally merge. He would never confront the dynasty at this critical moment. Yun Zhao's maneuver was exceptionally shrewd. From Yun Yao's perspective, if he did not acknowledge Yun Su, he would lose his moral high ground with his subordinates. Since they all formally operated as officials of the Ji dynasty, should they choose to align directly with the Horse Monitoring Bureau, Yun Yao, devoid of moral standing, would be swiftly sidelined. The higher-ups of the Bureau would undoubtedly be eager to replace him. Conversely, Yun Yao could only maintain the independence of the Pasture Bureau by leveraging Yun Su's credentials. Delving deeper, it was certain that the responsibilities within the Bureau were meticulously divided. Those in charge of breeding, grazing, taming beasts, and record-keeping all operated under strict confidentiality. Yun Yao could not intervene. He needed to uphold his moral image to retain authority and exercise power. Otherwise, he risked losing everything. Indeed, experience breeds wisdom. No wonder that the old fox, despite being merely a third-rate practitioner, could maintain his position for decades. Having unraveled everything, Yun Chao let out a quiet sigh. Apart from Yun Su, no one paid attention to the changes in his demeanor. The others were entirely focused on the unfolding events below. The woman in purple, upon encountering the armored cavalry blocking her path, did not exhibit undue panic. This was not due to an overabundance of confidence in her own prowess. Rather, the issue lay with the horses beneath her adversaries. Utilizing a certain arcane technique, she sensed that these were second-generation steeds infused with the bloodline of the unicorn spirit, each possessing a formed chi core within. And as for the spirit beasts, the purple-clad woman, Long Zikin, was an expert of ancestral caliber. Stand down or face annihilation, commanded Captain Andeu coldly. His martial prowess was merely subpar. Yet on two counts. First, the purple-clad woman's cultivation was also not high. Second, they were armored soldiers. The Ji dynasty's ability to dominate the realm was significantly bolstered by their armored troops. This type of armor functioned as a low-cost artifact, akin to a small formation that greatly enhanced the strength of individual warriors. Coupled with the extra chi reserves provided by their spirit steeds, the armor could siphon chi for offensive purposes. Their formation of 11 knights could contend against 100 without fear of defeat, especially given that their opponent was but one. Regardless, Andeu was a competent officer. Having made all necessary preparations, the 11 knights quickly formed a V-shaped formation, with Andeu leading the charge. Each knight's armor activated, their chi merging into a singular entity, allowing Andeu to freely marshal the collective strength of his subordinates and disperse incoming attacks among them. As the formation solidified, a chilling aura emanated forth. Under normal circumstances, any martial artist with perceptive abilities would not dare to charge headlong into such a formation. To do so would be tantamount to suicide. However, to take the long way around would expose one's back to the enemy, resulting in a swifter demise. But Long Zikin appeared to have lost her senses, charging directly at Andeu without hesitation. Seeking death, Andeu scoffed, sweeping his blade in a crescent arc toward his opponent. This strike harnessed the full might of the entire formation, potent enough to slay a first-rate martial artist, its speed so rapid that evasion was nearly impossible. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The horned steeds beneath the 11 knights simultaneously surged forth, rearing up to unseat their riders. Andeu was nearly thrown off as he struggled to maintain his grip with his legs clamped tightly around the steed. In that instant, he lost control of his blade's chi. Long Zikin narrowly brushed past the blade, striking a hoof on one of the horned steeds. In a fraction of a second, the horse transitioned from stillness to a ground-hugging gallop. Andeu's mount was sideswiped and tumbled to the ground with a thunderous crash. Andeu let out a strangled cry as he fell, and before he could rise, he felt a sharp object pierce through his armor. Just as he attempted to resist, the combined force of the formation bore down upon him, as if he were pinned beneath a great mountain. He coughed up blood, rendered immobile. Why, you are a sorceress? Andeu gasped in shock. To effortlessly seize control of the entire formation implied that the opponent had comprehended its secrets in an instant, something ordinary martial artists could never achieve. Long Zikin chose not to respond. She turned warily, observing that the pursuing soldiers had begun to accelerate again. She immediately seized Andeu, positioning herself behind him, and whispered, "Disperse these people immediately, or I shall make your existence a living hell." Her threat was not mere bluster. As she spoke, she channeled the formation's power, releasing a modicum of strength within Andeu's body. Andeu felt his meridians boiling, the blood within him threatening to evaporate at any moment. Weighing his options swiftly, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, I will send these people away, but you must preserve my dignity. Otherwise, if I cannot control my subordinates, you too will suffer the consequences." As the three major factions approached, Andeu had already regained his composure, standing imperiously before his steed. Long Zikin held the reins on the right side of the horse, resembling a groom. The steed she had animated with her secret technique returned to the formation. Apart from Andeu, who remained dismounted, the entire formation had essentially returned to normal, albeit with control now shifted to Long Zikin. Among the 13 pursuers, hailed from Qingfeng Stronghold, 2 of whom were second-rate experts, giving them the strongest confidence. Initially, upon seeing the military formation blocking their path, the 13 slowed their pace to assess the situation. Psychologically, martial artists in the Jianghu felt no fear towards the Ji Dynasty's soldiers. If they were in a town or the outskirts, they would undoubtedly adhere to the Dynasty's protocols. However, in the wild mountains, strength was the sole arbiter. Their only hesitation stemmed from the enemy's armor and horses, which had formed a cohesive formation ahead of time. Engaging directly would likely result in a significant defeat. Suddenly witnessing Long Zikin disrupt the formation and even unseat Andeu, they immediately quickened their pace. "What now?" asked Wan Si, the leader of Qingfeng Stronghold, to Su Tian, the leader of Filong Gang. "Should we forcibly take him?" Su Tian, while continuing to advance, transmitted a message with his mind. "Are you confident in breaking the formation?" The opposing commander was evidently under the influence of that sorceress, yet that did not necessarily mean the formation had lost its potency. The vice leader of the United Merchant Alliance, Song Xian, wore a grave expression. "That makes sense. This sorceress may lack martial prowess, but she wields considerable sorcery. Everyone must be cautious to avoid a disastrous turn of events." In the midst of their exchange, second-rate practitioners had already arrived 100 meters before the military formation. They halted their steps, waiting for their subordinates to catch up, while swiftly deliberating amongst themselves. Ultimately, it was Song Sini who called out to the opposing side, declaring, "This Long Zicheng is a demon who has usurped a body. Transgressing the taboos of martial arts, we ask that you hand her over to us for proper handling. The person is in our grasp, and there is no rationale for withholding her. This is the territory of the dynasty. I urge you all to withdraw promptly or bear the consequences yourselves." With lives at stake and a desperate need for self-preservation, Andeu unleashed his full might. Song Sini and the others exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's unwillingness. After investing so much effort, how could they possibly allow the demonist to escape? Yet, if they were to confront the armored soldiers head-on, how would they manage? As hesitation lingered, a commotion arose from behind. A martial artist rushed forward, whispering a few words to Song Sini. A spark of joy lit up Song Sini's face as he proclaimed loudly, "Demonist Long, heed my words. We hold the lives of your parents and younger brother in our hands. If you do not surrender within a quarter of an hour, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Long Zicheng's body shook violently. From her vantage point, she could not discern the situation behind her. However, those higher up, such as Yun Su and others, could see quite clearly. A magnificent steed was galloping towards them, its rider accompanied by a frail young boy, likely Long Zicheng's younger brother. This was Fei Jian of the Lianjian sect. Yun Chao gasped in astonishment, Even he has been mobilized. How significant are the stakes at play? Fei Jian was a first-rate practitioner, his strength comparable to Yun Chao's. The mere sight of him caused even Yun Chao to feel a sense of tension. Though Fei Jian's horse was not as formidable as the Jiaoshi steed, it was still quite splendid. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the scene. He dismounted and, like lifting a chick, hoisted the frail boy forward. Behind Andeu, Long Zicheng gritted her silver teeth, her body trembling. The boy Fei Jian carried was none other than her younger brother, Tao Huan. Long Zicheng was a reincarnated cultivator, which was distinctly different from body snatching. Body snatching involved forcibly expelling another's soul or borrowing the flesh of a recently deceased individual. Long Zicheng, however, had undergone a complete process of gestation and preserved her memories from her previous life through secret arts. Regrettably, only a fraction of her former cultivation remained. Otherwise, she would not have been cornered by a few second-rate martial artists. Long was a surname she had used in her past life. She understood that a pure cultivator could bring trouble to their family, prompting her to leave home at a young age and even change her surname. Little did she know that, in the end, her family would still be implicated. In this life, Long Zicheng's path to recovery was slow, and she could not achieve the state of transcending emotions. Moreover, the Tao family had raised her. Such kindness could bring forth many tribulations in her cultivation journey if left unaddressed. From every angle, Long Zicheng had to find a proper resolution for the Tao family's predicament. But what could she do? Should she forcibly mobilize the military formation to retrieve Tao Huan? As both sides remained at an impasse in the valley, Yun Su suddenly remarked, "This matter cannot be resolved immediately. Let us descend directly." Yun Chao shot him a puzzled glance, unable to comprehend Yun Su's intentions. One side comprised a military formation and a demoness, while the other consisted of Fei Jian and the 13 protectors. Neither was to be trifled with. Did Yun Su believe he could act as a fisherman and reap the benefits? Yun Su activated his Qingyun steps and swiftly descended the mountain. The winding path was treacherous, yet he chose to abandon the trail and take a direct route down. In terms of lightness of foot, his skills had already reached a second-rate level, effortlessly navigating the steep descents. Yun Su moved with such speed that Yun Chao was left behind, pondering his next course of action. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to follow. He did not wish to become embroiled in trouble. Yet he could not allow Yun Su to encounter danger or fall under external control. The two of them moved. Lei Mingxia and Zhang Feihe immediately followed suit. Zhang Feihe had developed a considerable admiration for Yun Su, while Lei Mingxia had also recognized Yun Su's profound potential and resourcefulness, leading to a diminishing resistance to following him. Without the agility of lightness of foot, Qin Song and Jiang Lian lagged behind. The two exchanged opinions while jogging along the winding path. "Have you noticed? After the young master went missing for a night, he has been acting somewhat strangely." "Really? I hadn't noticed," Qin Song replied, surprised. "Men are never as observant as women." Jiang Lian scoffed at Qin Song's lack of perception. "Then enlighten me. What changes have you observed in the young master?" Previously, he was somewhat cautious in his demeanor. But now, Jiang Lian frowned, searching for the right words. "But now what?" "Now the young master seems unafraid of trouble, almost eager to seek it out." After a long moment of contemplation, Jiang Lian finally spoke. While the two conversed in hushed tones, Yun Su had already glided down the slope. Reaching the flat ground, Yun Chao followed closely behind, and no longer did he harbor doubts about Yun Zhao's legacy. He regretted allowing Yun Su to go missing due to the ruse that had drawn him away. Feeling remorse that gnawed at his insides, from this moment forth, he resolved to stay glued to Yun Su's side, ensuring that the lad would neither escape nor encounter any accidents, in a high martial world where perceptive awareness was paramount. The capabilities of low-ranking practitioners were difficult to conceal. As Yun Su descended the mountain, a few individuals took note of him. Upon seeing his second-rate lightness of foot combined with third-rate martial arts, they quickly dismissed him. By the time Yun Su and Yun Chao approached the scene, tensions were escalating. Fei Jian lifted Tao Huan high and threatened, "I will count to 3. If you do not show yourself, I shall sever this boy's left hand. With each count thereafter, I shall remove one of his limbs." Tao Huan, only 13 or 14 years old, still in the early stages of development and shorter than Yun Su, trembled all over in the face of impending death, yet he bit his lip, determined not to burden his sister with worry. Witnessing her considerate younger brother, Long Zicheng felt a pang of heartache. Just as she was about to unleash her ultimate technique without regard for the consequences, someone interjected, "This must be Master Fei Jian of the Lianjian sect, is it not? I believe you are bringing shame to Lord Zhao." Fei Jian turned in shock. As Zhao Zhan's Jr., a top-tier martial artist in the realm, he had not faced direct criticism in years. "You, boy, who grants you the audacity to challenge me, Fei Jian?" he exclaimed incredulously. "Speaking it might scare you, but let us stick to the matter at hand. If you can break the military formation and capture that Long sister, I shall consider it a coincidence. However, if you proceed as you are, do not blame me for forcibly intervening on behalf of martial justice. You intend to defend that demoness?" Fei Jian found it laughable. Were it not for the enigmatic Yun Chao standing beside Yun Su, he could have easily dealt with him with a mere flick of his hand. As for Zhang Feihe and Lei Mingxia, who arrived shortly after, he could hardly be bothered to spare them a glance. Yet Yun Su disregarded him, turning instead towards the military formation. Andeu sought to intervene, but was warned by Long Zicheng. Yun Chao remained silent, closely following Yun Su. While Yun Su's strength was inferior to Andeu's, the presence of a formidable figure like Yun Chao instilled profound anxiety in Andeu. Trapped under Long Zicheng's secret technique, the entire military formation remained immobile, its vigilance directed unwaveringly towards Fei Jian. Yun Su approached Andeu, leaning in to whisper a few rapid words. Andeu's face turned pale at once. After that one sentence stunned Andeu, Yun Su turned to Long Zicheng and said, "Speak your reasoning. If you have just cause, I shall deliver justice." Long Zicheng gazed deeply at Yun Su, observing his nonchalant demeanor, which suggested he was merely a bystander ready to walk away if she failed to articulate her case. In that instant, she made up her mind and stated, "This humble girl has grievances. I beseech the young hero to uphold justice." As the two conversed, 100 meters away, Fei Jian's countenance darkened. He attempted to make a move to seize the boy but forcibly restrained himself. The military formation before him was difficult to breach, and with the unpredictable Yun Chao present, he risked incurring great losses. He immediately raised Tao Huan, declaring sternly, "I will count to 3 if you do not surrender. This boy will lose his left hand. With each subsequent count, I shall remove another piece of him." Yun Su abruptly turned around, his brow furrowing as he admonished, "Fei Jian, should you choose to disgrace yourself? Do you believe I will allow you to ruin your reputation and sever your ties with the martial world?" When Yun Su first arrived, he referred to Fei Jian as master, maintaining a seemingly respectful demeanor while subtly invoking Zhao Zhan's name to exert pressure. In an instant, however, his tone shifted to one of blatant disrespect, leaving Fei Jian momentarily stunned and causing the others to exchange bewildered glances. All present were martial artists and could sense Yun Chao's extraordinary prowess. Yet Yun Chao had not revealed his full strength. Thus, they merely speculated that he might be able to trade a few blows with Fei Jian. Even if Yun Chao could withstand Fei Jian, it would be of little consequence, given that Fei Jian represented the entire Lianjian sect, a burgeoning sect capable of rivaling the Guangming sect and instilling fear in the Dechan Temple and Xuanwu sect. For Yun Su, with his second-rate lightness of foot and third-rate martial arts, to openly rebuke Fei Jian was tantamount to courting death. Not only outsiders but even Yun Chao felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing that Fei Jian might lash out violently at Yun Su in such a scenario, he would have no choice but to intervene. Yet doing so would inevitably provoke the Lianjian sect, placing him in an impossible predicament. Meanwhile, Lei Mingxia and Zhang Feihe, who had just arrived, stood on the periphery. They would never dare to confront a military formation, knowing full well the consequences of offending the dynasty. Such actions could render them unable to even enter the city. If they were to be pursued by the dynasty, could they expect Zhao Zhan to intervene on their behalf? Such notions were laughable. As lower-tier figures, they had never even laid eyes on Zhao Zhan. Would the powerful care about their lives? If Zhao Zhan were to become involved, he would likely eliminate them, offering their heads as a means of resolving the situation. Indeed, Zhao Zhan possessed the strength to oppose the dynasty. But how could he afford to squander his precious resources on their behalf? As for the other groups present, they were clearly also associated with the Lianjian sect, albeit on the fringes. They operated within the light, while the Sea-Hai Alliance remained shrouded in darkness. Even in the absence of betrayal from the Four Seas Alliance, they still dared not approach those individuals too closely. After all, the lines between light and darkness were starkly defined. Zhao Zhan would certainly not wish for his black gloves to have a close relationship with the white gloves. That would merely invite unwelcome speculation. Given the already treacherous circumstances, both individuals remained exceedingly wary of Zhao Zhan's men. Furthermore, Yun Su had brazenly confronted Fei Jian right from the start. How could they not be on guard against that side? Until now, things had been tolerable, as Yun Su had not directly clashed with Fei Jian. However, with his sudden proclamation, any potential for easing the tension evaporated. Lei Mingxia's heart raced, and he stealthily shifted his stance, fearful that Fei Jian's wrath might turn upon him. A typical first-rate expert would find it a mere flick of the wrist to eliminate Lei Mingxia. But someone like Fei Jian, a disciple of a prestigious sect with secret techniques, possessed methods that were beyond comprehension. One swift strike could sever his head before he even realized what had happened. Zhang Feihe was equally shaken, his legs trembling. Yet, despite his fear, he had no intention of fleeing. On the contrary, amidst his quaking limbs, he felt a subtle thrill. Unlike Lei Mingxia, he had genuinely experienced Yun Su's prowess. Yun Su had claimed that the pure heart gu could render him a eunuch, and indeed, within mere hours, it had come to pass. He had also asserted that the pure heart gu would aid in enhancing his martial arts. And astonishingly, overnight, his cultivation had surmounted barriers that had persisted for years. Even his mind had grown remarkably sharp, revealing martial details that had previously escaped his notice. Without learning any new techniques, his mastery had inexplicably surged. This first-hand experience instilled in him a profound confidence in Yun Su. Even if Yun Su had no backing, his audacity to publicly chastise Fei Jian, a figure of considerable stature, commanded his respect. As a grassroots individual at the very bottom of the hierarchy, he knew that no matter how tirelessly he trained, he would never ascend to the ranks of the elite. To reach even the second tier would be a miraculous blessing from the heavens. In the presence of a formidable adversary, it was only natural to adopt a posture of subservience for self-preservation. Yet, Yun Su's brazen disregard for the disparity in strength, his readiness to speak his mind and act as he pleased, was truly exhilarating to contemplate. Chapter 023. With support, one must boldly utilize it. Individuals like Zhang Feihe were indeed rare. Having been afflicted by the pure heart gu, he had become aberrant from a physiological perspective, rendering psychological disturbances entirely normal. From the viewpoint of an ordinary person, Yun Su's arrogance was nothing short of lunacy. Before Fei Jian could unleash his fury, Su Tianzi, the leader of the Flying Dragon Gang, preemptively interjected, "Kid, if you seek death, Su Yi will grant your wish." As an outer faction of the United Sword Sect, the Flying Dragon Gang was more tightly controlled compared to the Dragon Gate. Regardless of circumstances, the Dragon Gate boasted a lineage that spanned centuries, whereas the Flying Dragon Gang was a nascent clan-based organization, having reached its third generation under Su Tianzi in the martial world. There is a distinction between sects and gangs. Sects primarily focus on the transmission of martial arts, while gangs are predominantly interest groups, prioritizing profit over martial inheritance, with some not even passing down martial techniques. Instead, recruiting members directly from the martial community. To some extent, gangs function like enterprises, akin to the caravans, salt guilds, and shipping guilds of Earth. When categorized by organizational structure or ownership, there are distinctions between collective ownership, family ownership, and mixed ownership. The Flying Dragon Gang operates as a large security enterprise controlled by the Su family, or in other terms, a bodyguard service. Without the backing of the United Sword Sect, it could collapse overnight. Hence, it remained deeply reliant on Zhao Zhan. Fei Jian was one of Zhao Zhan's key subordinates, ranked 6th among his peers, specializing in the profound and mystical techniques of creation and transformation, wielding the yellow heaven and earth palm without the need for any weaponry. Over the years, Fei Jian had made significant contributions to Zhao Zhan, earning him far greater authority within the United Sword Sect than his rank would suggest. He could be likened to Zhao Zhan's Swiftblade, striking wherever there was resistance. Given Fei Jian's stature, even a retort to Yun Su would diminish his prestige, making it irretrievable. Should he attempt to eliminate Yun Su, it would not enhance his reputation. If he failed to kill him swiftly, he would only suffer embarrassment. It would be akin to a beggar on the street hurling insults at a billionaire, only for the billionaire to retaliate or engage in a scuffle with him. Such behavior would be utterly unbecoming. Su Tianzi's proactive intervention would surely earn him significant favor. It was most appropriate for a petty figure to incite the little ones to handle the matter. Upon seeing Su Tianzi step forward, Fei Jian slightly nodded, Acknowledging the favor, As Su Tianze verbally berated Yun Su. His focus remained on Fei Jian. Receiving a direct acknowledgement invigorated him, and he immediately charged at Yun Su. A military formation stood in their way. Even Fei Jian would not dare to charge recklessly. Conversely, the presence of such a formidable expert as Fei Jian deterred the military formation from engaging a secondary target lightly. Otherwise, should Fei Jian exploit a flaw to breach the formation, those few riders would hardly withstand the might of the sixth master of the United Sword Sect. From this perspective, Su Tianze's actions were not merely to curry favor with Fei Jian, but also served as a test of the military formation. As long as the formation remained unmoved, dealing with Yun Su would be as easy as pie. As for Yun Chao, standing nearby, seasoned veterans like Su Tianze had long since seen through his struggles. He evidently disapproved of Yun Su's reckless incitement of enmity, feeling utterly reluctant to shoulder the burden on his behalf. If Yun Chao were to intervene, it would be an opportunity to gauge his depths, providing accurate intelligence for resolving the conflict through force. Upon witnessing Su Tianze's approach, Yun Chao indeed felt a pang of conflict. Had it been Fei Jian charging at him, he would have had no choice but to obstruct him. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, Yun Su could perish a dozen times over. However, with Su Tianze, a second-rate figure, perhaps it would be wise to let Yun Su endure some hardship to deter this scoundrel from continuing his reckless antics. Even from 100 meters away, Su Tianze could discern Yun Chao's intentions, so how could Yun Su remain oblivious to Yun Chao's caution? Fortunately, he had never intended to rely on Yun Chao. Last night, he had recited the entirety of the Mingyue Gong alongside the revised Mingyu Gong to Zhuge, and undertaking such an endeavor posed no burden for him. With 3 consecutive generations failing to master the technique, Yun Su had never anticipated achieving comprehension on his own. He was unaware of the intelligence of the previous 2 generations, but at the very least, his father, Yun Shao, possessed no lack of intellect. Having reached the pinnacle of the Qingming Qi technique by the age of 18, he had maintained the position of village chief for nearly 40 years with a third-rate cultivation. If such a person were a fool, then no wise individual would exist in the world. Since he had no expectations of comprehending it himself, his purpose in memorizing the technique was solely for the sake of exchange. As long as anyone was willing to pay the price, Yun Su was more than willing to sell the technique. Should the buyer succeed in mastering it, it would prove the technique's validity. The issue would lie with the Yun family. Conversely, if the buyer also failed to master it, it would equate to trading a useless technique for something of value. Such a transaction would undoubtedly be worthwhile. As for handing over the technique before receiving any returns, that posed no issue. Truly intelligent individuals understand the principle of giving before receiving. Even con artists must first offer a taste of sweetness. One cannot accomplish anything without investment. Moreover, he appeared reckless, yet he was in fact meticulous. Having weighed his options long ago, Zhuge and was a pure sorcerer, not a martial artist. The Mingyue Gong was unlikely to cause him to lose composure. Yun Su then proposed an irresistible scheme: to embed hidden mechanisms within the Mingyue Gong to ensnare Zhao Zhan. As long as Zhuge and could devise a deceptive version, Yun Su would not suffer any loss. The primary issue with the authentic Mingyue Gong was its unfeasibility for cultivation, making it difficult to gain the trust of outsiders. Even if Yun Su sought to exchange it, the probability of success was low, as most individuals would not believe in its authenticity. However, if Zhuge and could produce a counterfeit that deceived even Zhao Zhan, Yun Su would possess a highly valuable asset that could be readily liquidated. With his intellect, leveraging this item for benefits would be as effortless as eating and drinking. To illustrate, it would be akin to possessing real currency that could not pass through a machine, entirely useless for spending. However, if one were to exchange it for a stack of counterfeit bills that could pass inspection, such a transaction would certainly not be a loss. Conversely, from Zhuge An's perspective, martial arts techniques held only reference value for him. The authenticity of the details was of little significance. With Yun Su's original work, he could easily produce a highly realistic counterfeit. That alone sufficed. However, creating a version with hidden mechanisms would not be an overnight task. Even for Zhuge An's intellect, to prevent Yun Su from drawing undue attention during his prolonged absence, Zhuge An released him overnight. When Yun Su was first captured by Zhuge An using spatial sorcery, he had been unable to fathom the intricacies involved. After receiving guidance from Di Jing in the cave, Yun Su gained some foundational knowledge, though he lacked practical operational details. Yet, During his confrontation with Di Jing as flames of punishment scorched him, he inadvertently discovered the efficacy of a particular phrase from the Fist Manual. Ultimately, his true chi coalesced into a dragon of energy, not only devouring Di Jing's true chi, but also yielding other remarkable effects. For instance, he suddenly became capable of sensing the fluctuations of Yuan Qi when Zhuge and cast spells. He could even perceive, albeit faintly, the situation on Zhuge and sighed through the energy he had absorbed. Moreover, he could sense the sword pill that had been consumed by Zhuge and through the true chi of Di Jing that had merged with his energy dragon. During his direct confrontation with Zhuge and he further discerned that whenever Zhuge and employed the heart-reading technique, he experienced an intuitive sensation akin to being illuminated by light, something Zhuge and remained entirely unaware of. Consequently, the threat posed by the heart-reading technique diminished significantly. Should he wish to extricate himself from Zhuge An's control, he was not devoid of strategies. However, why would he wish to forcibly cast off such a fortuitous ally? As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. One cannot know misfortune without experiencing it. Crisis and fortune have always coexisted. A crisis is only a crisis if it is devoid of danger. This is the dialectic of philosophy. The question remained, how should he appropriately leverage this ally? Yuan Su's approach was straightforward. First seek fame, then pursue profit, as long as he could make the name of the young hero Lin Pingji resonate. Would he not have ample opportunities to exchange for benefits? Chapter 024. Betrayal. Yuan Su's vital energy had undergone two transformations. The first was an inverse operation of the Shattered Void Fist, utilizing the external force from Lei Mingxia to condense his energy into a semi-fluid state. Subsequently, by employing the incantations from the Fist Manual, he transformed all his vital energy into a dragon of qi. This initial transformation granted Yuan Su a modicum of capability to inflict damage beyond his level. The second transformation yielded even greater benefits. Due to the fear of being detected by Zhuge and sorcery, Yuan Su hesitated to conduct a full-scale test. However, the mere awareness of the changes was already astonishing. Firstly, he developed an extraordinarily sensitive perception. Even when Zhuge utilized his magic, Yuan Su could sense it in real time. Although he lacked the ability to counteract it, this awareness granted him a subtle advantage. Secondly, the Qi Dragon possessed a certain devouring power over foreign vital energies. Not only could it convert external energies for his own use, but it also seemed capable of extracting information from them. Otherwise, how could he perceive Di Jing's sword talisman? Frankly, after discovering the remarkable utility of the 100-character formula, the initially sought-after Longwhale Qigong and Sword Heart Clarity became less significant. Had he not been entangled with Zhuge An, Yuan Su could have concealed himself and retreated to the outer realms to cultivate for 3 to 5 years before returning. Just a fraction of Zhao Zhan's cultivation would suffice for a comprehensive counterattack. Alas, the affairs of the world are intertwined with fortune and misfortune. The 100-character formula was discovered amidst crisis, and the crisis had not dissipated after its discovery. Therefore, he could neither retreat nor carelessly reveal his secret. Otherwise, he would meet a swifter demise. Escaping Zhuge An was not an absolute impossibility, but considering the opponent was a sorcerer, one must be cautious in assessing risks. When uncertainty loomed, one should avoid recklessness. Furthermore, there was more than just Zhao Zhan entangling him. According to the principles of systems theory, 1 far exceeds 2. If he barely managed to shake off Zhuge An, only to be seized by Yun Chao, whose intellect was unpredictable, it would be utterly foolish, from a dialectical perspective. If utilized well, Zhuge An, this advantageous master, could prove immensely beneficial. Were it not for Zhuge An's backing, how could Yuan Su dare to disregard Fei Jian? Yet, Yuan Su would not place all his hopes solely on Zhuge An. Firstly, this individual might not possess such extraordinary powers to intervene and save him at any moment. Secondly, if he did not demonstrate some capability to prove his worth, how could Zhuge An be compelled to protect him wholeheartedly? At the very least, he had to rely on his own strength to overcome the current obstacle. Utilizing his heightened sensitivity, Yuan Su discerned that Su Tian's strength surpassed Lei Mingxia's by approximately 2 tiers. This indicated he was at the pinnacle of the second tier. Yuan Su had privately tested that after condensing his vital energy into a Qi Dragon, its lethality did not diminish. Instead, it presented additional remarkable applications, such as enhanced control. Thus, if he concentrated all his might, as long as he landed a hit, Su Tianzi would undoubtedly sustain serious injuries. However, unless he could defeat the enemy in one strike, He could not withstand a counterattack with his slight frame. Yun Su instantly abandoned the strategy of trading injury for injury. So, how should he respond? It was quite simple. He would counteract. Yun Su turned his palms backward and arrogantly declared, "Su Tianze, do you dare to harm me? Do you know who I am?" As the saying goes, the longer one navigates the martial world, the more cautious one becomes. Similarly, the higher one's status, the more complex the considerations are. Were he a brash youth, Yun Su would have dared to leave himself open, and he would have struck directly. Yet, Su Tianze truly did not dare. Yun Su boldly rebuked Fei Jian to his face, causing Dayu's complexion to turn pale. Previously referring to Fei Jian as Shu, his reprimand interlinked all clues in an instant, dismantling Zhao Zhen's platform. While it did not compel Su Tianze to cease his actions, at the very least, he no longer dared to kill indiscriminately. The palm strike executed with all his might was deftly redirected by Su Tianze, transforming into a grappling maneuver that ensnared Yun Su. And this was precisely the outcome Yun Su desired. As long as he was not killed on the spot, converting the approach to sealing his meridians with vital energy would merely render Yun Su temporarily immobile. Yet, he could utilize the Qi Dragon to devour the opponent's vital energy. The benefits derived from the Qi arts were secondary. After all, the vital energy used for sealing meridians could not be in vast quantities. However, once he deciphered the secrets of Su Tianze's techniques, the potential gains were unfathomable. Yun Chao merely wished to make Yun Su suffer a little, but would never allow Su Tianze to either kill Yun Su or take him away. Upon seeing Su Tianze seize Yun Su, Yun Chao immediately pressed down on Yun Su's back. A tidal force surged through Yun Su, directed toward the opponent. In the martial world, even a second-tier expert could strike an adversary across a mountain. While it was impossible to kill a cow from atop a mountain, breaking a stone slab through tofu was a trivial task. If Yun Chao merely intended to save Yun Su, his force would pass through without issue. However, in an instant, Yun Su realized this fellow had ulterior motives. He clearly intended to harm him in secret. What Yun Su contemplated was of no concern to Yun Chao. While unleashing his attack, he chuckled coldly. Having long desired to strike, he had only restrained himself until now to seize a grand opportunity, intending to completely consume Yun Zhao's inheritance. Were he to openly eliminate Yun Su, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to consolidating hearts and minds. But now, the situation was different. He was in the act of saving someone. Should he inadvertently injure Yun Su, the blame would surely fall upon Su Tianze. Having mastered the 5 tidal waves, Yun Chao could effortlessly contend with several first-tier experts, let alone a mere second-tier opponent. He merely exerted a fraction of his strength, and Su Tianze immediately trembled all over. In shock, Su Tianze attempted to withdraw his grip, only to find himself ensnared by the opponent's force. Attempting to call for help, he found himself unable to utter a word. Yun Chao's grip on Su Tianze served merely as a pretext. Facilitating his maneuver against Yun Su, to directly kill Yun Su was out of the question, yet he needed to at least cripple this youth's powers and firmly restrain him. He could never allow this youth the freedom to act as before. Yun Chao's power surged like a tempest, aiming to scatter Yun Su's vital energy. Frankly speaking, Yun Chao's decisiveness slightly exceeded Yun Su's expectations. From a technical standpoint, Yun Chao had accurately timed his strike. However, if one stepped back to view the entire scheme, his timing was somewhat hasty. Since Yun Chao had acted, Yun Su had no choice but to respond. At any other moment, he would have been powerless to resist. Thankfully, he now possessed the 100-character formula. As Yun Su channeled his energy to counter, he silently recited the 100-character formula. Was the effect of silent recitation identical to vocalization? To be frank, Yun Su had no time to test this, as he was surrounded by others and lacked the opportunity for experimentation. Since silent recitation proved effective, he could only proceed in silence with outsiders present. Based on his experience, each phonetic character had a distinct effect. Should they be rearranged after being disrupted, perhaps new effects could be discovered. Yet, for the time being, experimentation was not feasible. In a hurried moment, Yun Su could only operate the 100-character formula in the conventional sequence. However, this time, the circumstances differed from when he confronted Di Jing. Di Jing's vital energy lacked reinforcements and was limited in quantity, allowing for a leisurely resolution. This time, although Yun Chao also controlled his strength, direct contact rendered the situation different. Yun Chao's residual force surged ceaselessly. Thus, Yun Su dared not directly devour it. Instead, he attempted to first disperse the opponent's vital energy and temporarily store it. Chapter 025. Breaking the array. Yun Chao effortlessly subdued Su Tianzi, immediately redirecting his attention to Yun Su. Initially, he controlled his strength to avoid delivering a fatal blow to Yun Su. His aim was to incapacitate Yun Su's cultivation while exerting deep control. Killing him served no advantage. Having mastered the Great Wave's 5 tiers, Yun Chao's control over his power was exceptionally refined. He could perfectly adjust his strength according to Yun Su's resistance. The goal was to incapacitate Yun Su without endangering his life. Strangely, when the initial force was applied, Yun Su swayed as if he could not bear it. Yet moments later, the youth regained his balance. Yun Chao was utterly unable to gauge the degree of resistance. Possessing extensive combat experience, he had faced even pure sorcerers before. Yet, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. He attempted to apply a bit more strength. The outcome mirrored the first encounter almost precisely. Yun Su resembled a small boat atop a massive wave, appearing on the verge of capsizing. Yet, swaying and swaying, he gradually stabilized once more. Even more perplexing was that the power Yun Chao transmitted seemed to vanish into thin air. Had it been devoured or guided out of the body, Yun Chao's heightened awareness would have certainly detected it. One must understand that the definition of a first-tier expert lies in the ability to disperse vital energy and still retrieve it, rendering their combat capabilities nearly inexhaustible. However, the vital energy he infused into Yun Su inexplicably severed its connection after entangling with the opponent. Even if Yun Su employed techniques like the long whale Qi Gong to devour, he could not immediately dissolve the characteristics of the foreign vital energy. Even if Yun Chao could not retrieve the vital energy, he should at least have sensed it. A sudden jolt of realization struck Yun Chao as he speculated. Could this youth be practicing some nefarious techniques? While Yun Chao's suspicions deepened, Yun Su, on the other hand, was filled with joy. He unleashed his imagination, attempting to directly assault Yun Chao's vital energy using the phonetics of the 100-character formula. The result of this assault was that the opponent's vital energy not only underwent subtle alterations, but also coiled and condensed, transforming into an independent dragon of qi. Out of curiosity, Yun Su guided it with his mind. And surprisingly, he could indeed manipulate the qi dragon. But how to handle it without merging? Just as this thought sparked in Yun Su's mind, a phonetic character unexpectedly unlocked the tailbone acupoint within him. The qi dragon happened to swim near this acupoint. The moment the acupoint was opened, the qi dragon, as if sensing the aura of its lair, suddenly leaped and burrowed into the acupoint, remaining still. Before Yun Su could experiment further, Yun Chao's second wave of vital energy surged forth. He could only focus and stabilize himself to strike back with phonetics. The final outcome was entirely similar to the first encounter. The increased vital energy condensed into a larger qi dragon, absorbed by the Zhiyang acupoint. Yun Su barely had time to celebrate when the third wave of vital energy surged forth like a furious tide. Clearly, Yun Chao had begun to lose his temper. As Yun Su silently recited the phonetics with all his might to resist, he pondered, continuing like this won't work. This fellow, Yun Chao, was not particularly bright. If he acted impulsively and without restraint, I might end up shattered into pieces. No matter how miraculous the 100-character formula's effects, surely it could not preserve my primordial spirit if my body exploded. Could it? What then should I do? As the saying goes, the counter is the movement of the Tao. Interpreting this through the lens of Marxist philosophy, one might say that the solution lies in the negation of the negation. In a flash, a sudden thought illuminated Yun Su's mind. He immediately condensed his inner energy into a dragon of Qi.at that moment. The Baihui acupoint atop his head was fortuitously opened by the phonetic vibrations. With a subtle shift in focus, Yun Su's qi dragon surged into the Baihui acupoint with a whoosh, causing the acupoint to close instantaneously. Yun Su felt an emptiness within, and he promptly ceased his silent recitation. The third strand of true energy, transformed into a dragon shape by the phonetic force, began to dissipate immediately. Under Yun Chao's mental control, this strand of true energy circulated, discovering that all meridians were utterly vacant. Ultimately, Yun Chao exerted his will, causing the true energy to split in two. One half surged into Yun Su's Danzhong acupoint while the other half remained anchored in his lower dantian. This effectively sealed Yun Su's qi channels, rendering him unable to regain his strength. The entire confrontation transpired swiftly. However, Yun Chao experienced a roller coaster of emotions, and by the time he managed to subdue Yun Su, he was slick with sweat. To be candid, he did not fully comprehend the changes occurring within Yun Su. It was no surprise that this lad could not withstand the third wave of force. Yet, the disappearance of the first two strands of true energy, along with Yun Su's own sudden vanishing of qi, was perplexing. Reflecting on this, Yun Chao surmised that as the son of the Qing Yun Marquis, Yun Su's cultivation method must be somewhat unique. Moreover, given that this youth had once been struck by lightning, his body had exhibited peculiarities ever since. Not only had he lost all mastery over the fierce sun palm, but it was said he had even forgotten memories from his early years. Hence, such odd phenomena were understandable. Most crucially, Yun Su was now under control. It was imperative to extricate himself from this murky situation at once, to avoid becoming embroiled in a confrontation with the Lianjian sect. As Yun Chao prepared to withdraw with Yun Su, he turned to find himself utterly astonished. In the brief moment his attention wavered, the entire situation had undergone a dramatic upheaval. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was captivated by the battle, Fei Jian executed a ghostly maneuver, rushing into the formation. Holding Tao Huan in his grasp caused Long Jichun to hesitate at a critical moment, missing the chance to deploy the military formation immediately. This hesitation proved fatal. As Fei Jian flung Tao Huan towards Long Jichun, he simultaneously seized Ndu. The instant Ndu was captured, Fei Jian charged into the formation, unleashing a furious onslaught. The prepared soldiers managed to parry his attacks one by one. However, with the loss of the formation's pivotal strength, their effectiveness diminished significantly. Under normal circumstances, if the commander was captured, the deputy would swiftly assume command. Yet, Fei Jian's Huangtian Ho-Tu Palm technique unleashed a barrage of dozens of strikes, leaving no time for the opponent to switch command. After a flurry of attacks, Wan Sitong, Song Xian, and the other 10 members swiftly joined in. These seasoned veterans understood that the first order of business upon entering the formation was to divide it, severing the connections between the knights. Once the formation was fragmented, each knight was left to fend for themselves, and the situation became exceedingly precarious. Relying on their sturdy armor and sharp weapons, they barely managed to hold their ground without collapsing immediately. Long Jichun successfully retrieved her brother, but upon taking him into her arms, she sensed an ominous aura. A spiraling energy was concealed within Tao Huan's energy sea, poised to strike at any moment. At this juncture, the military formation had been thrown into disarray, and Ndu, holding the Xian Bing talisman, was again under Fei Jian's control. The formation could no longer provide her with protection. In a moment of urgency, Long Jichun glanced towards Yun Su, only to see him also captured by Yun Chao. Having lived 2 lives, Long Jichun could discern the highly intricate relationship between Yun Chao and Yun Su. Should Yun Su fall into Yun Chao's hands, he would be unable to determine his own fate, let alone assist her. However, with a formidable opponent like Fei Lao Lu from the Lianjian sect present, it was utterly hopeless for her to escape, even unencumbered. Long Jichun cast a sorrowful glance at Yun Su, contemplating invoking a spell to obliterate herself and Tao Huan. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Just as martial arts practitioners possess a sense of qi perception, cultivators also possess divine insight. This divine insight allows them to perceive without relying on sight, directly sensing through spiritual awareness. This mode of perception, while akin to qi perception, exists on a higher plane. Under the scrutiny of her divine awareness, something peculiar seemed to emanate from within Yun Su. In a moment of urgency, with no time for detailed contemplation, Long Jichun exerted all her power and charged towards Yun Su, bringing Tao Huan along. Chapter 26. The Hidden Dragon. In every pore. As Long Jichun's body moved away, a powerful palm strike descended with the force of 1,000 pounds, creating a deep crater in the ground. The debris from the impact nearly pierced through Long Jichun's body. Was Fei Jian unconcerned about his own demise? Could it be that he had mastered all the secrets? Long Jichun's heart raced with shock as she propelled herself forward, transforming into an arrow aimed at Yun Su. Behind her, Fei Jian pursued at full speed. With their movements, Yun Chao found it impossible to retreat. Previously, Yun Su had been entirely focused on Long Jichun. Could Yun Chao extricate himself from this situation in a moment? As soon as he moved, Fei Jian would undoubtedly intervene. The unyielding principle in the martial world dictates that one must first eliminate the strong before dealing with the weak. Altering this sequence may reduce the combat difficulty, yet it risks allowing the most formidable foes to escape. Originally, Yuan Shao had released Su Tianze. Now, by pushing Yuan Su, he inadvertently reattached himself to this unfortunate soul. Before he could devise a strategy to counter Fei Jian, he saw Long Jichen toss Tao Huan behind her, calling out, "Please take care of my brother, Master Yun." Long Jichen had evidently recognized Yuan Shao's identity. Cursed be it, was she attempting to frame him? Yuan Shao cursed inwardly. What to do now? Should he sidestep Tao Huan or seize her and hand her over to Fei Jian? Despite being born into a prestigious family, Yuan Shao belonged to a collateral branch and had never held power since childhood. His mindset was closely aligned with that of the grassroots and common folk. His arrogance stemmed merely from a sense of self-importance regarding his innate talent. However, he cared little for matters of face, as long as he could clear up misunderstandings and prevent Fei Lao Lu from confronting him. It was trivial to show a modicum of humility. Unfortunately, he lacked quick wits and encountered Long Jichen, a cultivator with formidable spiritual insight, who kept him under constant constraint. The title Master Yun was not casually bestowed. Upon hearing those words, Fei Jian instantly deduced Yuan Shao's identity. This revelation left no room for him to relent. With Yuan Shao's presence, he could not hope to claim any benefits without first eliminating him. Before Yuan Shao could formulate a plan, the overwhelming force of Huang Tian Hotu Palm bore down upon him. Had there been any opportunity for leniency, Yuan Shao might have chosen to swallow his pride. However, since the attack had already commenced, he reverted to his martial nature, determined to strike first and assess the situation later. If he could kill, he would not merely injure. Yuan Shao's reflexes were swifter than his thoughts. With a light flick of his energy, he redirected Su Tianze's body, sending him soaring towards the palm strike. Although he hailed from a swordsmanship lineage, Fei Jian had only trained in palm techniques. Decades of pure cultivation had elevated his palm skills beyond mere martial prowess, resembling a form of divine power. Facing the oncoming Su Tianze, the palm strike penetrated as though traversing a void. No. Yuan Shao was horrified to discover that the force of the palm strike had morphed, as if it had absorbed Su Tianze's unique martial characteristics. While Su Tianze's power was not particularly formidable, as the leader of the Flying Dragon Gang, he possessed some secret techniques. His true energy could disperse like a net and then reconvene. After Fei Jian's palm strike penetrated Su Tianze's body, inexplicably, it seemed to have adopted the property of gathering and scattering. No, Fei Jian had directly harnessed Su Tianze's power to strike it himself. In a state of shock, Yuan Shao hurled Yuan Su to the side, channeling all his strength into a palm strike to counter the combined might of Fei Jian and Su Tianze. Yuan Su must not perish. If he did not throw him far away first, he would be at risk of being mistakenly injured. Once the opponent realized that Yuan Su was his weakness, they would undoubtedly concentrate their fire on him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he had to prioritize throwing Yuan Su aside. As the two sides engaged, Long Jichen swiftly circled around Yuan Shao and gently caught her brother. She turned back just in time to see Yuan Su also being thrown away. With a graceful leap, she snatched Yuan Su from the air. However, as soon as she held him, her expression changed. A peculiar force clung to Yuan Su. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a series of converging waves. The first wave was gentle as a morning breeze, easily blocked with a slight exertion. Yes, she pondered this. The second, third, fourth, and fifth waves surged forth in succession. Each wave doubled the strength of the last. Long Jichen, steeped in the martial world, had only dabbled in superficial chi techniques due to the slow recovery of her spells, barely reaching the second tier of strength. Yet, faced with the quintuple waves of a first-tier expert, she found herself utterly incapable of bearing the onslaught. Realizing something was amiss, she attempted to release her grip. However, she found Yuan Shao's energy waves to be adhesive, and despite her push, she could not dislodge Yuan Su. In a state of terror, she noticed a strange tremor emanating from within Yuan Su. The roaring and surging quintuple waves suddenly softened, a spark of vitality emerged, and Long Jichen immediately focused all her energy to restrain this force. The tremors from within Yuan Su continued to surge forth. With each pulse, the waves softened further. Eventually, the tumultuous waterfall transformed into a gentle, meandering stream. The flowing water suddenly coalesced into a water dragon, swirling part of her true energy back into Yuan Su's body with a whoosh. In that fleeting moment, A phrase nearly escaped Long Zhichen's lips but was forcefully suppressed by her biting her lip. The method Yun Su employed to absorb true energy bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Wuliang Shanzhou. However, firstly, Long Zhichun had never witnessed the genuine Wuliang Shanzhou. Secondly, if she were to utter that phrase, it would undoubtedly bring disaster upon Yun Su. Hence, she reeled back, resolutely stifling the words. Meanwhile, Yun Su felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. The new application of the 100-character formula had once again been unveiled, demonstrating that as long as their energies were interconnected, the phonetic vibrations could traverse through true energy to the outside. This time, the Qi dragon he absorbed was remarkably vast, traversing through Yun Su's meridians like a dragon king of the sea. With utmost caution, Yun Su controlled the Qi dragon to prevent it from merging with the two strands of true energy in his Danzhong and lower Dantian. If he were to break Yun Chao's sealing technique, the subsequent narrative would become exceedingly difficult to navigate. Where should the captured Qi dragon be concealed? Yun Su pondered and decided to hide it in the Renmai Qihai acupoint. After numerous attempts, he had accumulated some experience regarding which phonetic sounds could activate specific ACU points, and no longer did he rely solely on luck as he once did. Let us go. Long Zicken, having regained some strength, immediately pulled Yun Su toward Zhang Feihe and the others to at this moment. Qin Song and Zhang Lian had not yet reached the valley, still navigating the last bend of the mountain path. Lei Mingxia had quietly retreated several steps, planning to escape at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, Zhang Feihe stood steadfast, embodying the demeanor of a loyal minister. Regardless of his strength, he could at least serve as a buffer against attacks. Could he not? Uncertain of the next course of action, Yun Su suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, halt immediately!" In truth, even without Yun Su's shout, the combatants had sensed that something was amiss. Their intended target had fled, so what was the point of continuing to fight among themselves? However, for the moment, none could extricate themselves. Those who had disrupted the formation were too afraid to withdraw. A retreat would allow the formation to regroup, and then they would find themselves pursued relentlessly, jeopardizing their own safety, let alone capturing Long Zicken. Fei Jian's situation was equally precarious. Yun Chao, unwilling to provoke conflict, nonetheless would not hold back if it came to blows. With Yun Chao restraining him, Fei Jian too found himself unable to move freely. Originally, he was meant to be the variable that would resolve the issue, allowing others to entangle the formation while he dealt with external threats first before turning his attention to the formation. Little did he know that he had misjudged Yun Chao's strength, leading to an abrupt halt in the plan. On this side, they found themselves in a predicament. Conversely, those within the formation, including Yun Chao himself, were acutely aware of each other's hardships. They understood the other's dilemmas. Yet, they could not openly declare, "You pursue the target. Do not worry, I will merely observe and not interfere." Even if they voiced such sentiments, would the other party believe them? However, Yun Su's commanding shout served as an external interruption signaled. In an instant, everyone instinctively slowed their movements. Fei Jian immediately withdrew, and Yun Chao tacitly refrained from pursuing. Fei Jian, known for his domineering style, possessed another facet of decisiveness. Upon realizing that brute force would not suffice, he quickly shifted his approach, saying, "Brother Yun, this woman is of no use to you, if you hand her over. Name your price." Chapter 027. Rewarding good and punishing evil. Fei Jian voluntarily retreated, and Yun Chao exhaled in relief. He promptly replied, "This woman has no connection to my Yun family. Naturally, I will not. The affairs of the Yun family are not for you to dictate." Yun Su interjected bluntly, stepping forward and surveying the scene, proclaiming loudly, "The greatest truths of heaven and earth are paramount. You pursue this, Miss Long, and on the surface, you may present a rationale for doing so. How valid that rationale truly is, each of you may articulate your argument. Whoever can substantiate their reasoning, I shall assist. You think you are someone of significance? A messenger of justice?" Su Tianze, having just caught his breath, knew Yun Su's background well. Seeing this audacious youth professing to uphold justice, he immediately scoffed. "As long as one is selfless at heart, what is wrong with representing the heavenly way of rewarding good and punishing evil?" Yun Su remained composed, interpreting the mockery as flattery. As the saying goes, as long as you are not embarrassed, the embarrassment will fall upon others. In the light of his righteous fervor, Su Tianze appeared as the fool. Infuriated, he charged forward. Facing him was only Yun Chao, a formidable opponent. Yet, Yun Chao's character was well understood by Su Tianze. He had no desire to provoke conflict. Thus, Yun Su was effectively unprotected. If he could subdue Yun Su, the matter would be resolved instantly. As Su Tianze lunged at Yun Su, Zhang Feihe immediately attempted to intervene. Yun Su commanded, "Stand down. Today, I shall show everyone what true righteousness looks like. Very well. Let us see if your righteousness can withstand a fist." Su Tianze, an experienced combatant, had deduced Yun Su's identity from observing Yun Chao. A mere empty title of a fallen noble, he could be easily dispatched with a single blow. Tao Huan hurriedly grasped Long Ziken's hand, exclaiming quickly, "Assist this young Master Yun." The Tao family belonged to the martial world's lower echelons, primarily running inns and escort services. They possessed considerable wealth, yet held little standing in the martial community, being merely a second-rate family. Unlike established factions such as Qingfeng Zhai or Feilong Gang, the Tao family's escort service was purely commercial and lacked martial entity status. Nevertheless, Tao Huan's family had thrived in business and encountered many figures. Thus, she had an eye for talent. She could see that Su Tianze was about to strike with lethal intent. Previously, Yun Su had relied on Yun Chao for rescue. Yun Chao might not come to his aid a second time. Even if he wished to help, Fei Jian would certainly restrain him. If Long Ziken did not intervene, Yun Su faced dire consequences. In her younger brother's eyes, his sister was both mysterious and powerful. However, Long Ziken knew well that her own mystical arts were not yet fully restored. Relying solely on her life essence pearl, she could barely muster some abilities. Currently, her most reliable strength lay only in second-tier martial arts. In a direct confrontation, she might not withstand Su Tianze's assault herself. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Her essence pearl could absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, even the true energy of martial artists. Yet, she could neither merge martial true energy nor absorb spiritual energy swiftly enough, hence her current predicament. Based on recent experiences, whether Yun Su could merge spiritual energy was uncertain. At least, his boundless divine incantation could dissolve martial true energy. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su Tianze had already lunged before Yun Su. With a sinister grin, he unleashed a powerful punch, his true energy coalescing into a formidable force. Su Tianze was a top-tier second-rate fighter. While his true energy could not yet transform into blades or swords, his fist was as hard as a cannonball. A direct hit could pierce through the body, or at the very least crush the heart. Yun Su focused intently and swiftly released a Qi Dragon from the Zhongji Acupoint. This Qi Dragon was small in size, directly stemming from the true energy Su Tianze had infused into his body. Upon its release, Yun Su immediately sensed Su Tianze's impending punch. This situation was akin to experiencing a sudden awareness of Di Jing's sword pill after initially merging with Di Jing's true energy. Although Yun Su did not fully comprehend the underlying principle, he at least understood how to utilize it. Indeed, as the punch approached, the vibration of the Qi Dragon within him intensified, and the punch itself began to resonate subtly. With a whoosh, the Qi Dragon shot forth, merging with the punch. The punch trembled violently, transforming into a mass of pure essence that entered Yun Su's chest. Familiar with the process, Yun Su immediately employed the 100-character technique to strike back. The entire mass of true energy rapidly condensed into a golden dragon, which opened its maw and swiftly devoured the sealing true energy left by Yun Chao. The speed of this action was so rapid that Yun Su had no time to intervene before the fusion was complete. It was of little consequence. After engaging Su Tianze, it would be difficult to maintain the charade of strength. Suddenly, a peculiar vibration coursed through his mind, followed by a female voice resonating within him. It was Long Ziken communicating through her mystical arts, saying, "I can extract the true energy of outsiders and lend it to you. The rest is up to you." Such a fortunate opportunity invigorated Yun Su. He promptly shouted at Su Tianze, "Is that all you've got, Su?" Su Tianze, equally astonished, wondered how Yun Su could control the punch from a distance. His gaze quickly shifted to Long Ziken, realizing that the enchantress must be behind this. Suddenly, his true energy began to surge uncontrollably. Su Tianze attempted to forcibly contain it, but to no avail. He cried out, "Help!" Just as he uttered a single word, an unusual wave coursed through him, causing the loss of true energy to accelerate dramatically. Su Tianze's face turned pale, and sweat poured down him. He exerted all his effort to contain his true energy, fearing that a momentary lapse would lead to his vitality being entirely depleted. He could no longer muster the strength to call for help, yet Yuan Su felt exhilarated. This time, his body had not made direct contact with Su Tianzi. However, under Long Ziken's secret technique, Su Tianzi's true energy flowed continuously into him. It was as if an invisible connection had been established between them. Yuan Su experimented with his phonetic strikes, and to his delight, he discovered that the phonetics could indeed affect the true energy within Su Tianzi. This revelation filled him with joy. If this were possible, could he also use phonetics to resonate with Di Jing's sword pill? Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. He dared not entertain it further. Should he inadvertently provoke Zhuge An, it would be akin to inviting disaster. He did not wish to provoke Zhuge An yet. Regarding the figures present, he no longer regarded them with any apprehension. Using phonetics to gather true energy into a dragon form was a technique he had mastered well. With Long Ziken's assistance, in just a short while, Su Tianzi's entire true energy had coalesced into a massive dragon. Just as he intended to absorb it, Long Ziken called out, "Be careful." The moment the true energy shifted slightly from Su Tianzi, Yuan Su sensed an overwhelming force descending upon him. "Yellow Heaven Earth Palm?" Yuan Su shouted, "Fei Jian, if you strike from the shadows, does this not signify your own guilt?" As he spoke, several acupoints within Yuan Su opened simultaneously. A multitude of Qi dragons surged forth. With a swift motion, Yuan Su unleashed a palm strike, sending the Qi dragons roaring outward to confront the Yellow Heaven Earth Palm at the core of Yuan Chao's true energy. With Yuan Chao restraining him, Fei Jian would normally be hesitant to act recklessly. However, given Su Tianzi's dire situation, he had no choice but to risk moving past Yuan Chao. Even before he reached his target, his palm power had already pierced through the space of over 10 zhong, aimed at Yuan Su. Since he had to reserve strength to guard against Yuan Chao, the force of this palm was not particularly strong. Its sole purpose was to intimidate Yuan Su. Little did he know, this stubborn youth dared to confront him head-on. In that instant, Yuan Chao was taken aback, fearing to intervene lest he be caught in the fray. He could only urgently cry out, "Fei brother, show mercy." Chapter 028, Divine Techniques and Pseudo-Martial Arts. Fei Jian's strike was executed with such swiftness that only Yuan Chao could react in time. Yet, since he dared not intervene, having seen it was tantamount to not having seen it at all. In an instant, Fei Jian's palm force collided with Yuan Su's Qi dragon. The Yellow Heaven Earth Palm was a divine technique of the Wuji sword sect. In the heavenly stems, Wu and Ji distinctly represent the element of earth within the 5 elements. Fei Jian's palm power has absorbed a fragment of the essence of the earth element as its core. Despite his cultivation reaching its current state, the earth element has yet to manifest materially. However, many remarkable applications have gradually revealed themselves. For instance, Fei Jian is capable of using his palm power to nurture buds, while conversely, he can drain vitality from a large tree, causing it to wither instantaneously. His palm power can seamlessly penetrate the earth and absorb dust, transforming it into tangible weapons. The earth element is not solely present in plants. The human body is classified as earth according to the 5 elements. Thus, his palm power can effortlessly traverse Su Tianzi's body. Should Yuan Su's body be touched by his palm power, Fei Jian can instantaneously become a creator, allowing life to flourish or perish at his command. With the essence of the earth element within his palm power, Fei Jian can alter Yuan Su's physical form at will. For example, he could instantly transform him into a stone statue or significantly change his appearance, making him ugly, handsome, aged, or youthful. Theoretically, even transforming a man into a woman is feasible. However, such a feat requires an immensely powerful divine consciousness to control the surgical details. The Huangtian Huda palm is not a mere martial technique. It is a form of divine martial art. When combined with the Tao of creation and profound Qigong, its capabilities far exceed the imagination of ordinary individuals. The Wu Ji sword sect has evolved from a celestial sect, and its martial arts surpass those of conventional schools. An ordinary first-rate martial artist facing Fei Jian would be easily overwhelmed and eliminated with the slightest misstep. Just moments ago, Yuan Chao confronted him directly and has already suffered considerable hardship, not due to a disparity in cultivation depth, but rather because of the suppression of martial arts realms. The opponent's techniques are akin to being half a dimension higher, often transcending conventional methods of attack. which leaves Yun Chao barely able to hold his ground and extremely challenged to counterattack. This is also a significant reason for his hesitation to strike. He observed that after he spoke, Fei Jian showed no sign of restraint, while Yun Su stubbornly chose to confront him head-on. It was a dire situation. In an instant, Yun Chao felt a chill run down his spine. If Fei Jian were indifferent to the Yun family's resources, that palm strike could reduce Yun Su to mere dust. Conversely, should Fei Jian gain control over Yun Su, reclaiming him would become an arduous task. A vision of Yun Su's body disintegrating after being struck, transforming into scattered dust, flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, he found himself blinking in confusion, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. However, Long Zichen, behind Yun Su, watched with great clarity. Fei Jian's palm power was as solid as the earth, while Yun Su's energy dragon created countless holes upon its surface. Fei Jian continuously increased his strength, dispersing several smaller dragons. Yet, under a peculiar sound wave's assault, all fragments converged onto the main dragon, forming a singular energy dragon. After the dragons merged, this great dragon withstood Fei Jian's palm power. Observing closely, this dragon appeared to master Yun Chao's waves of 5 layers technique, employing force with remarkable finesse. Despite its weaker strength, it resisted the Huangtian hooded palm, and Fei Jian's repeated efforts only managed to compress it slightly. Could it be that after absorbing the true energy of others, Yun Su could extract the essence of their techniques? Long Zichen, in a state of extreme astonishment, suddenly conceived a bold idea. Before she could act, Fei Jian let out a roar. Long Zichen quickly shifted her gaze, astonished to the point of being unable to close her mouth. She realized that it was Su Tianze who had unexpectedly struck Fei Jian. Although there was a considerable gap in their strengths, Su Tianze was still a top-tier second-rate expert, capable of inflicting significant damage on a first-rate master if he struck a vital point. Fei Jian was engaged in direct combat with Yun Su, secretly guarding against Yun Chao, while also keeping a watchful eye on Long Zichen to prevent the enchantress from escaping amidst the chaos. Given Su Tianze's presence, he would hardly be particularly cautious. Fei Jian spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not due to a grievous injury, but rather because he had expelled the opponent's force along with the blood. His injuries immediately healed to over 90%. In terms of strength, even combined, Yun Su and Su Tianze were no match for Fei Jian. However, Fei Jian's heart was filled with a chaotic mix of shock and fury. Utterly perplexed by Su Tianze's intentions, this man had a proton within the Wu Ji sword sect, and his entire career, even his life, was controlled by Zhao Zhan. Even if he was someone else's pawn, what could such a significant sacrifice possibly yield? Long Zichen, whose combat prowess was lacking but possessed keen observational skills, was quick to seize the opportunity. She simultaneously communicated with Yun Su while quietly activating her innate elemental pearl to strongly absorb Fei Jian's true energy. Under normal circumstances, absorbing the true energy of such a formidable master like Fei Jian would be exceedingly challenging. Their true energy can be both released and retracted. If one attempts to draw it in, they can instantaneously reclaim it. Moreover, a first-rate expert's true energy can solidify into physical weapons. If one cannot instantly erase the opponent's true energy mark, the absorbed true energy can turn into blades or swords, slicing through one's body. This would not only yield no advantage but would essentially be akin to self-destruction. Not to mention Fei Jian, even Long Zichen could not absorb Su Tianze's true energy. Otherwise, she would not have been forced to flee in a disheveled manner when confronted by a few second-rate individuals before Fei Jian made his appearance. Without a precedent of Yun Su successfully absorbing Yun Chao's true energy, Long Zichen would never dare attempt such an endeavor. In his state of panic, Fei Jian suddenly sensed his true energy leaking out. By instinct, he momentarily concentrated his true energy to form an energy blade. However, before the blade could fully take shape, it was dispersed by a sound wave. Fei Jian attempted to intensify his focus, but it was a futile effort as his energy kept dissipating. Waves of sound continuously disrupted his intentions, scattering his focus from the true energy he had attached. Before he could change his tactics, his true energy spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Yun Su recognized that he was playing with fire, and for the sake of efficiency, he directly utilized the great dragon formed from Yun Chao's true energy, integrating Fei Jian's true energy into it. As expected. This approach significantly accelerated the process, almost instantaneously severing Fei Jian's connection to his true energy. In a brief moment, The energy dragon expanded several folds, looming menacingly between Yun Su and Fei Jian. Suddenly, with a swish, the massive dragon tightly coiled around Fei Jian's body. Long Zichen was utterly astonished by the scene before her. She realized with horror that this energy dragon seemed capable of shielding ordinary martial artists from sensing true energy. Even under her divine observation, it remained elusive and indistinct. Where did Yun Su's sound wave technique originate? It resembled a form of divine magic, its power surpassing even the divine martial arts techniques cultivated by Fei Jian. Could it be that the ancestors of the Yun family were, in fact, cultivators, merely disguising their divine abilities as martial arts? If she possessed such agile intellect and disguising abilities, how could she find herself in such a dire predicament? What a blunder! Suddenly, she noticed Su Tianzi stealthily retreating. It turned out that Yun Su was fully focused on absorbing Fei Jian's creation and profound qigong. Leaving no time to control him, Su Tianzi's attack on Fei Jian was, in fact, involuntary. At that moment, when Fei Jian approached to rescue, Yun Su had not yet had the chance to reclaim Su Tianzi's energy dragon, thus sending it back into the opponent's body, manipulating Su Tianzi via the energy dragon to strike at Fei Jian. This maneuver shattered Fei Jian's composure. However, thereafter, Yun Su's attention fully shifted to Fei Jian, allowing Su Tianzi to momentarily regain his freedom. Since he was unharmed and his power returned to his body, if he did not seize the opportunity to escape, it would be a wasted endeavor in the martial world. Su Tianzi was determined not to endure the terrifying experience of having his power drained a second time. Chapter 029. Yun Su's talisman. Since the energy dragon ensnared Fei Jian, not only did the speed of power absorption dramatically increase, but Yun Su was also able to relax. In this situation, for Fei Jian to retaliate, he must first break through the energy dragon, making it unlikely for him to directly harm Yun Su. Therefore, his focus could be slightly diverted. He also noticed Su Tianzi's intention to escape. In his thoughts, he received Long Zichen's prompt. However, after contemplation, he decided against pursuing or retracting the energy dragon. Su Tianzi was an excellent experimental subject, useful for testing the range of his connection with the energy dragon. If Su Tianzi could flee 1,000 miles away, and he could still sense and manipulate through the energy dragon, then he would have ample confidence to counterattack against the enemies of the Yun family. Even if the energy dragon were to be dispersed by Su Tianzi, it would be of no consequence. With Long Zichen's assistance, they could subdue such second-rate individuals once, and they could do it again and again. Unless the Su family possessed secret techniques akin to the 100-character secret, enabling this fellow to transform in a short time. At this juncture, despite the lack of time for deep contemplation, Yun Su instinctively grasped where the Yun family's issues lay. Just as Yun Shao had told him directly, Yun Yi had exerted tremendous thought for the safety of future generations, even refraining from selecting overly favorable territories for fear of attracting envy and disaster for his descendants. The same principle applied. Could the Mingyue technique merely be a facade, purely intended to conceal the Yun family's true secrets? Yun Su was certain that Yun Zhao's martial talent was undoubtedly exceptional. The old man was a genius in all other matters, having reached the pinnacle of Qingming Qigong by the age of 18. If such a person were inept, would there be any talents left in the world? Looking back a generation, Yun Su's grandfather was merely a second-rate practitioner but possessed remarkable courage. By leveraging various methods, he forced his way into becoming a regional martial arts leader, managing to conceal his true nature throughout his life. Such a figure undoubtedly possessed the intellect and bravery of a dominant leader. Yet, he too could not master the Mingyue technique, suffering physical harm in the process, nearly rendering him incapable of fathering a son. More absurdly, Yun Su's great-grandfather, Yun Feng, had grown up alongside the founding ancestor, Yun Yi. Before mastering the Mingyue technique, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first-rate level. Yet, after practicing the Mingyue technique, his life's trajectory plummeted. Yun Feng spent his entire life trapped in the manor, failing to master the Mingyue technique or achieve any other accomplishments. Ultimately, he turned to the mystical arts, hoping to find an alternate path to mastering the Mingyue technique through the use of insects. However, before the technique was fully perfected, he passed away. It now appeared that the Mingyue technique was entirely designed to ensnare individuals. The true martial arts secret of the Yun family is encapsulated in this 100-character formula. This formula is incorporated within the compendium of the Flowing Cloud Palm and the Shattering Void Fist, conveying a clear message. Descendants should not aspire to lofty heights recklessly. If one cannot master the bright moon technique, it is better to abandon it and return to solidify one's foundation by practicing those techniques that can indeed be mastered. Yun-yi meticulously bequeathed nearly 100 martial arts texts to future generations. Regardless of the innate talent of the heirs, there should invariably be a suitable path for them. Unfortunately, for 3 consecutive generations, pride has clouded their judgment. Being exceptionally gifted, they became excessively arrogant, fixating on the bright moon technique. Unwilling to explore other, more fundamental practices, little did they realize that the choices of the exceptionally intelligent often mirror those of the foolish. As the saying goes, if one cannot move mountains, they should instead change their approach. Why persist stubbornly without adapting one's mindset? Given that Yun Su has traversed time, he has yet to fully grasp many aspects of the Yun family's legacy. However, one undeniable fact remains. The introductory martial arts manual he casually picked up rests upon Yun Zhao's desk. This manuscript undoubtedly harbors a story. It is worth noting that the Yun family is not lacking in secret manuals. Anything placed upon Yun Zhao's desk must be of exceptional quality. It is only natural for anyone to entertain this thought. Otherwise, Yun Su would not have made his choice from it. The more fundamental the reading material, the more one must select the finest. Utilizing esteemed masters during the foundational stage of training proves immensely beneficial. In developed nations, many preschool teachers possess graduate degrees, and among high school educators, there are numerous PhD holders. Textbooks are often authored by the educators themselves. Before his time travel, the education system of the entire nation was transitioning in this direction. From the placement of this book, it is easy to surmise that Yun-yi must have left instructions for future generations to pay particular attention to establishing a solid foundation. Although the descendants may not have heeded this advice, they must show respect for their ancestors' explicit reminders. Thus, this martial arts manual remains on the desk, unmovable for 3 generations. Regrettably, all 3 heirs, in their cleverness, fell victim to their own intellect. None truly took the time to contemplate the foundational practices that their ancestors had urged them to focus on. It was only through Yun Su's accidental discovery that this secret was unveiled. During combat, one cannot afford to indulge in excessive speculation. The aforementioned reflections were merely fleeting inspirations. Yun Su swiftly redirected his attention. Fei Jian, ensnared by the Qi Dragon, realized the dire situation he was in. If this continued, his demise was imminent. Resolutely, he abandoned his defense. With focused intent, a strand of earthen elemental essence from his dantian absorbed some of his flesh and blood, suddenly coalescing into a small, earthen-colored sword. No sooner had the sword formed than Long Ziqing urgently transmitted a warning. Fei Jian has condensed a flying sword from his own vital essence. Beware of a counterattack. Before the transmission could conclude, Fei Jian's left foot struck the ground, and the small sword shot into the earth with a whoosh. In the next instant, a burst of bloodlight erupted from Long Ziqing's body. It turned out the target of the small sword was not Yun Su, but rather herself. Yun Su's mind raced, swiftly grasping that Fei Jian believed everything was orchestrated by Long Ziqing, with Yun Su merely a puppet performing on stage. How clever! It is said that the utility of the weak is often underestimated. When appearing as a weakling, even when cornering the enemy, others will readily conjure a true adversary, entirely overlooking the actual target of their aggression. No wonder throughout history, successful individuals have often mastered the art of survival. Indeed, those who flaunt their prowess may be struck down by lightning, while those feigning weakness may reap unexpected benefits. Yun Su possessed neither the ability to save Long Ziqing nor the desire to follow the enemy's rhythm. With a surge of intent, he forcefully directed the Qi Dragon into Fei Jian's body. Under the current circumstances, he no longer required Long Ziqing's assistance in absorbing vital energy. Manipulating the Qi Dragon to devour the vital essence proved far more efficient and straightforward than relying on Long Ziqing's elemental pearl. As Long Ziqing was struck by the flying sword, she felt her very being begin to unravel. Suddenly, she noticed Fei Jian's power waning, the energy of the flying sword rapidly diminishing. It seemed Fei Jian's focus was greatly disturbed. In a moment of panic, she could not investigate the cause. With a thought, she forced her elemental pearl to absorb the flying sword. If her elemental pearl were visible, it would appear no larger than an egg. Yet, within it existed a self-contained space capable of absorbing the waters of 4 great oceans. Once the flying sword was drawn in, Its blade trembled violently, striving to break free from the dimensional confines. Long Zicheng understood she could not allow the sword to escape. Having endured the previous strike, her body was already gravely injured, with the earthen elements exhibiting a natural tendency to disintegrate. Another blow would surely reduce her form to a puddle of mud. Irreparable. Chapter 030. The logic of the martial world. As Long Zicheng struggled to hold on, Yun Su, in stark contrast, felt an overwhelming sense of ease and liberation. Fei Jian had misjudged the situation. His final strike had failed to find its mark, plunging him directly into despair. Once the dragon entered his body, it created a powerful negative pressure zone, almost instantaneously draining Fei Jian's residual vital energy. After merging with the universal essence of creation, the golden dragon transformed into a form adorned with a base of black and white, flecked with vibrant scales. Faced with a formidable opponent like Fei Jian, Yun Su feared that prolonged engagement might lead to unforeseen complications. In a swift motion, he retracted the Qi Dragon. His own Qingming vital energy had already reached the Baihui point, and the remaining Qi Dragon had all merged into one. After retracting the Qi Dragon, he casually fused the remaining vital energy of Yun Chao from his lower dantian into it. The Qi Dragon now exhibited several more azure scales. It was evident that after amalgamating with the foreign vital energy, it retained traces of its original attributes. Yun Chao's tidal energy formed the azure scales, while Fei Jian's universal essence manifested as the black and white dragon body. The dragon's claws revealed a hint of dark yellow. This dragon represented the culmination of Fei Jian's lifetime of power. With a mere thought, Yun Su commanded the giant dragon, which swiftly dispersed into a cloud of vapor. The vapor coursed through 100 meridians, instantaneously permeating the skin, muscles, and even the marrow. In the blink of an eye, Yun Su ascended past the formidable thresholds of Yijin and Shisui. Henceforth, the postnatal martial arts posed no further barriers for him. He needed only to accumulate slowly and refine diligently. When his cultivation reached fruition, he could directly step into the realm of the Grandmaster. As his body fused with the vital energy, Yun Su's aura surged, transforming him into a towering mountain that reached for the heavens while pressing down upon the mortal realm. As he did not conceal this transformation, the martial artists present could perceive this change in real time. At the forefront, Yun Chao felt an overwhelming pressure, forced to retreat step by step, his astonishment evident in a mere instant. The Yun Su he had previously crippled had metamorphosed into a top-tier expert. What divine intervention was this? He could not help but turn toward Long Zicheng. Apart from her, he could conceive of no other individual capable of facilitating such a dramatic turnaround for Yun Su. Was this transformation genuine, or merely an illusion meant to deceive? If Long Zicheng possessed such capabilities, why had she been cornered by Su Tianzi and others? Could it be that she could only alter others, yet was unable to apply the same to herself? An overwhelming tide of questions threatened to overwhelm his mind. If Yun Chao felt this way, the others below, including Wan Si, were even more alarmed. Aside from Su Tianzi, who had already fled over the hills, every other individual present was stricken with fear. This was initially an opportune moment for the soldiers to mount a counterattack. Yet, from Andayu downwards, everyone was so disheartened that no one even considered seizing the opportunity. As for the unfortunate Fei Jian, having lost his power, he could no longer exert sufficient control over the flying sword. Long Zicheng suppressed him with all her might, severing the connection between the flying sword and Fei Jian in an instant. Fei Jian's face turned ashen, his figure frozen in place as if he had become a stone statue. His hair and beard visibly transformed from black to gray, ultimately becoming pure white. His body gradually stooped, and his hair became dry and curled, with a portion of it blown away by the valley's winds. The flying sword had absorbed his essence and blood. Its loss indeed harmed his vitality. However, more critically, Yun Su had obliterated his spirit. When he possessed power, he could dispatch experts with ease, as if slaughtering chickens. Even against opponents of equal caliber, his universal essence and Huang Tian Ho Tu Palm technique proved impenetrable. At that time, he brimmed with confidence, believing that nothing in the world could challenge his resolve. Even his senior brother Zhao Jin merely surpassed him by a few years of training, resulting in only a slight edge in strength. He had thought that once he reached his senior brother's age, his achievements would only soar higher, never lower. It was only upon encountering a nemesis and losing everything that he suddenly realized his confidence was entirely predicated upon his martial power. Once that power was stripped away, he was rendered utterly insignificant. "Just kill me," he uttered hoarsely, his consciousness flickering before slowly returning. If it were merely a loss in battle, he would not have faltered. He would have threatened with his senior brother and sect to preserve his life, biding his time for revenge. However, having been stripped of everything in such an unprecedented manner, his heart became hollow. As if he had lost all courage, he could not even muster a threat. "Why should I kill you?" Yun Su inquired, bemused. "You have a demoness as your backing, capable of instantly crippling another's cultivation. With such power, you could easily carve a niche for yourself in the martial world. If you let me go, others will undoubtedly question the authenticity of this entire affair. But if you were to slay me, your name would echo throughout the realm." Fei Jian felt as if his heart had turned to ash, yet his awareness remained intact. He swiftly articulated the rationale for his potential demise. In the world of martial arts, people only trust bloodshed. If Yun Su merely defeated Fei Jian, others would suspect that the two were merely staging a performance together, or that there was some hidden scheme at play. However, if Yun Su were to decisively take Fei Jian's life, no one would dare to underestimate him again. While killing Fei Jian would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble, as long as Yun Su's strength is genuine, he need not fear excessively. The United Sword Sect is merely one among the myriad great sects of the world, still in a nascent and unstable alliance form. Not to mention the Holy Light Sect, which is in direct conflict with it. Even the Daiji dynasty and the Great Zen Temple, along with the Xuanwu sect and others, would relish the opportunity to create trouble for the United Sword Sect. Provided he demonstrates his prowess and asserts his stance, Yun Su could find himself courted by various formidable factions, even while comfortably seated at home. In the martial world, one survives by force. To ascend the ranks without drawing blood or offending anyone. Such a feat is nigh impossible. Thus, eliminating Fei Jian to achieve swift notoriety presents Yun Su with the quickest path to success. Should he present Fei Jian's head as a trophy to the Holy Light Sect, he could effortlessly secure the position of an elder. This truly is a meteoric rise. Conversely, if he were to spare Fei Jian, his prior achievements would immediately lose their significance. The martial world is rife with deceit. There are countless swindlers, without a head to corroborate his victory. The semblance of triumph can easily be fabricated. Yet, Yun Su scoffs at this logic of the martial realm. "I am neither a murderer nor interested in the charade of establishing dominance through bloodshed. I shall reiterate. I merely seek to uphold justice." "Uphold justice? What on earth do you mean?" Fei Jian's countenance suddenly flushed with anger. While he too could spout lofty principles, he had always relied on brute force for expression. Those he found displeasing were swiftly dealt with, while desirable objects were seized without hesitation. Once the deed was done, he would merely utter a few grandiloquent phrases to gloss over the matter. Who would maintain their authority while preaching about justice and reason? Yun Su's approach was nothing short of an affront to his intelligence. The message was clear. Clarify your reasons for pursuing this young lady. Long. Whoever is in the right, I shall support. Yun Su's tone was resolute and commanding. Song Sini, a merchant accustomed to considering multiple perspectives, was the first to respond. He quickly interjected. "Young hero, since you insist on a principled discussion, we shall comply. The matter is quite simple. We have discovered that this Long Zichen is a cultivator who has usurped the body of a martial artist. Such actions are a grave taboo in the martial world. We are justified in detaining her." Initially, he merely sought to probe, curious about what scheme Yun Su was concocting and what his connection to Long Zichen might be. Little did he expect that upon hearing his words, Yun Su would immediately turn to Long Zichen and ask, "Miss Long, what do you have to say?" Chapter 31. First attain the name, then seek the substance. Long Zichen, injured by Fei Jian's flying sword and severely depleted in her true essence, found it exceedingly difficult to even perform her divine perception technique. Yet, having lived 2 lives, she understood the necessity of maintaining composure and forced herself to appear unperturbed. Upon hearing Yun Su's inquiry, she replied with clarity, "I am indeed a cultivator, but I have not usurped any body. I have merely been reincarnated. In this life, I strictly adhere to the rules of the martial world and have committed no wrongful acts. These individuals are entirely fabricating charges against me. If cultivators are deemed heretics and must be exterminated, then surely more than half of the members of the Wuji sword sect should be executed first. Long Zichen's retort was incisive. The major sects currently dominating the martial world are predominantly derived from immortal cultivation sections. Although few practitioners remain who do not engage in martial arts, the texts are readily available. And the martial techniques of these sects are not purely martial. They incorporate substantial elements of immortal cultivation methods. Otherwise, they would not be able to surpass ordinary sects. Even Fei Jian, who pursues Long Zichen, does not practice entirely martial arts. His creation and profound Qi technique is fully integrated with immortal paths, requiring no transition, as the latter part is directly composed of immortal cultivation techniques. Yet, if one's innate talents are insufficient, one may struggle their entire life at the threshold between acquired and innate realms, unable to enter the latter, rendering the latter part of the techniques utterly useless. His yellow sky and earth palm technique is also a form of divine martial skill. Such skills, deemed divine martial techniques, are extraordinary martial skills that incorporate elements of immortal divine abilities, exhibiting numerous miraculous properties beyond conventional physical damage. However, prior to breaking through the innate threshold with Qi techniques, most of these wonders are challenging to manifest. The rationale for adapting immortal cultivation techniques into martial arts is straightforward. Only 1 in 100 can successfully cultivate immortality, and the level one can reach remains unpredictable. Immortal cultivators, unless they reach a certain height, hold no advantage against high-level martial artists. To illustrate, it is akin to someone easily gaining admission to a mid-tier 985 university but fixating on the top 2. In such cases, they might spend a decade or more without success, as the cost is simply too high. Thus, gaining admission to a 985 or even a 211 university first, then pursuing a top-tier graduate program is evidently the more prudent choice. The astute immortal sects, recognizing this, have preemptively transformed their techniques into a fusion of martial and immortal paths, allowing them to first master martial arts before transitioning to the immortal path at a certain stage. Should one lack sufficient talent to make the transition successfully in a lifetime, at least they can achieve success and recognition within the martial realm, avoiding a life of mediocrity. The flexible thinking of these immortal sects ultimately evolved into the premier sects of the current martial world. Conversely, those rigid thinkers who refuse to adapt have either been lost to the annals of history or are left to languish in obscurity, hiding from the brilliance of martial artists. The Wuji sword sect is one such sect that has successfully undergone transformation. Due to their specialization in flying swords and their niche expertise, they are akin to industry-specific universities like finance or petroleum universities, and thus their adaptability pales in comparison to comprehensive institutions. Consequently, their prominence is slightly overshadowed by top-tier sects such as the Great Zen Temple and the Xuanwu sect. Nevertheless, they are not a purely martial sect. Long Zichen's revelation of this fact serves as a subtle jab at their double standards. Before Wan Sidong could utter another word, Yun Su raised his hand and swiftly silenced him. With a stern expression, Yun Su declared, "You are to present your arguments now. Should you utter any further slander, I shall deem you in the wrong." Wan Sidong's face was swollen on one side, and he had lost several teeth from the blow. Though filled with rage and shock, he dared not act recklessly and hurriedly clarified. "I meant to say that the major sects may practice immortal cultivation, which is widely acknowledged. If the disciples of these major sects misuse their powers, it is the responsibility of their respective sects to rectify the matter. Victims can also seek justice. Conversely, unregistered cultivators are unbound by any restrictions." "Oh, such a rule exists in the martial world." Yun Su shifted his gaze toward Fei Jian and Andeu. A glance revealed that Andeu still bore a remnant of Fei Jian's true essence within him, preventing him from fully breaking free from his restraints despite his escape. Yun Su casually pointed, extracting the residual true essence. Having absorbed Fei Jian's entire power, he could directly claim the essence from the same source without needing to rely on Long Zichen's life source pearl. During this time, Andeu had been forcing his qi to dissolve the essence, but instead of success, he had inadvertently allowed it to consume his own essence and grow stronger. Attempts to assist him yielded no progress either. Little did he know that Yun Su could effortlessly cleanse this parasite with a mere gesture. Reflecting on the earlier words whispered in his ear, Andeu dared not be negligent and respectfully replied, "This rule does indeed exist. The Ministry of Rites has a dedicated institution to oversee this matter. Only sects that have been officially registered are permitted to practice immortal techniques, In other words, the list of approved sects is not fixed. As long as they pass certification or registration, there are no issues? Precisely. In truth, all legitimate sects can practice immortal cultivation as long as they formally submit the necessary documentation. Strictly speaking, immortal cultivation is not taboo. It simply requires regulation. The major sects function as autonomous entities with top-level authority, capable of self-inspection and correction. Their subordinate institutions may practice immortal cultivation as long as they receive permission from their sections. Andeyu further elaborated, stating that outside lords, such as the Qingyun Marquisate, are also theoretically unbound. In principle, the Marquisate is a specially authorized institution of the dynasty, holding administrative, legislative, and judicial powers equivalent to a temporarily established Grand Council. Thus, individuals from the Marquisate have no obstacles in pursuing immortal cultivation. Although Andeyu is merely a cavalry captain, he possesses considerable insight due to his affiliation with the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. His succinct explanations clarified the issue and even suggested potential solutions. At this juncture, Yun-Su saw no reason to conceal his identity any longer. Firstly, those present were sharp-minded individuals who had already deduced the truth from various clues. Secondly, his enhanced strength and backing rendered secrecy somewhat pointless. However, acknowledging the truth is one matter. Outright admission is another. Yun-Su smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. He merely turned to Wan Sitong and the others and stated, "Since such a rule exists, we shall consider your pursuit of Miss Long as settled. From now on, she is under my protection. If she harms others through immortal techniques, I shall bear full responsibility." At this point, Wan Sitong and the others found themselves at an impasse. He exchanged glances with Song Sini, intending to take Fei Jian and leave when Yun-Su interjected once more. "This matter is only half resolved. You may have reason to confront Miss Long. But what justification do you have for capturing her family?" Wan Sitong and the others trembled, utterly at a loss for how to respond. However, Fei Jian scoffed. "The actions were mine alone. You can direct all your grievances at me." Chapter 32. Reward the good and punish the evil. As Yun-Su conversed with others, Fei Jian meticulously replayed the battle in his mind. Yet, despite exhausting his knowledge, he could not comprehend what had befallen him. There are numerous techniques in the martial world capable of absorbing one's power. However, neither the Long Whale Qigong nor the Return to Origin technique can possibly absorb a person's internal energy from afar and transform it into a dragon form. As for the mythical Wuliang divine incantation, it is a legend that no one has ever witnessed. If one cannot even comprehend the nature of the attack they have suffered, what will become of them if they manage to escape this time and restore their strength? What will happen when they encounter it again? After decades of arduous training, one could lose everything in the blink of an eye. The mere thought of such a fate is utterly despairing. With a heart as cold as ashes, Fei Jian has become reckless. If he cannot break the opponent's martial arts, then living is no different from dying. Hearing Fei Jian's response, Yun-Su's gaze shifted back to him. He inquired, "How many members of the Tao family did you kill? Under what circumstances and for what reasons did you commit these murders?" Fei Jian feared not death, yet he had no desire to be interrogated. He scoffed, "I have no interest in talking. Either you kill me, or wait for me to restore my powers and take my revenge." Yun-Su furrowed his brow, saying, "You are indeed a blatant adherent of violence. Your character is despicable. However, mere words cannot condemn you." He turned to Tao Huan, stating, "Since this individual has forsaken self-defense, it is now your turn to recount the events." With a swift motion, Yun-Su extracted the spiraling true energy from Tao Huan's body, leaving him feeling light and unburdened. On the outskirts of the crowd, Qin Song and Jiang Lian finally arrived at the scene, slightly breathless from their hurried run. Observing Yun-Su commanding the situation with an imposing presence as he judged Fei Jian, Qin Song expressed his admiration, "Young master, you are truly awe-inspiring. If I could reach such a level one day, I would die without regrets." "Such aspirations?" Jiang Lian scoffed. "This is just the beginning. If one day the young master becomes emperor, we could all be granted titles and nobility. As for these few individuals here, I wouldn't even bother to bat an eyelid." "You are impressive indeed," Qin Song conceded, intimidated by the ambitious village girl. When it comes to adapting to shifts in status, women truly surpass men. Just a few hours after leaving the mountain village, Jiang Lian had already fully embraced her role as a loyal retainer to the young lord. Though they were originally subjects of the Yun family, She seemed to possess an unwavering confidence in the young lord. The Yun family estate had yet to be reclaimed, and the title of Qingyun Marquis had not been officially inherited, yet she fantasized about ascending from a minor lord to a great emperor. The exchange between this pair of individuals drew no attention from the crowd. All eyes were instead focused on the now overlooked Tao Huan. As a member of the martial world, Tao Huan had regained his composure after the turn of events. Stepping forward, he pointed an accusatory finger at Fei Jian, declaring to the crowd, "This scoundrel is utterly unreasonable. Relying on his profound skills and the backing of a major sect, he came and killed 4 or 5 members of my Tao family. After capturing my parents, he threatened them with their lives to force their submission. And my father, driven to the brink, had no choice but to feign compliance. Once he gained his freedom, he suddenly killed my mother." At this, Tao Huan broke down in tears. On the periphery, Qin Song felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness of those in the martial world. Previously, Yun Chao had also murdered his wife and child. However, he had not witnessed it firsthand, and Yun Chao's status had made it difficult for him to empathize deeply. Yet, he could easily relate to the helplessness of someone like Tao Huan. Hearing of the family's capture, the threats of Fei Jian, and how Tao Huan's father was forced into submission only to lose his wife moments after gaining freedom, was enough to send shivers down his spine. The thought of such horror was enough to ignite a fury that could tear one apart. From Fei Jian's perspective, the situation felt different. Previously, he had felt no remorse for his actions, but in this context, he found it hard to bear the weight of the judgment. It was as if he were being forced to kneel before the crowd. Humiliated and unable to look up, Tio suppressed his negative emotions. He sneered. "Indeed, I've killed at least a dozen members of the Tao family. That old fool Tao Feng dared to play tricks before me, and I made sure he witnessed what it means to seek retribution. Not only did I have the servants of the Tao family take turns with that dead woman, but I also brought in a few dogs to join in. Old Tao was bound by my Qi Gong and could only watch as he bled to death from rage." Long Zikin clenched her teeth, her body swaying with indignation. As a cultivator, she valued tranquility and simplicity. Seeking to minimize desires, however, having been reincarnated, her purity of thought had diminished. Yet, she could never have imagined that a rogue among martial artists could descend to such depths. The Wajiji sword sect could hardly be called a sect of sword cultivators. With disciples harboring such thoughts, what could they possibly achieve in their cultivation? If they truly had any accomplishments, it would only be in the realms of demons, ghosts, or beasts. Fei Jian's behavior had gone far beyond acceptable limits. Even those of equal standing, like Wan Si, felt a sense of dread. Just imagine if one day they clashed with the United Sword sect or merely offended Fei Jian. Could they bear to see their families subjected to such travesty? In his foul state of mind, Fei Jian had revealed his own disgrace. His intent was to counter his humiliation with a display of bravado, perhaps provoking Yun Su to kill him, thus ending his suffering. Conversely, he thought he could forcefully extricate himself and regain his dignity. He had not anticipated the negative consequences of his words. Almost everyone present began to regard him with disdain. It was not that others held a higher moral ground, but some things, even if committed, should never be spoken of. Just as couples can engage in whatever they desire behind closed doors, any behavior that exceeds conventional boundaries, if captured and shared, would likely lead to instant social demise. Regardless of how bold the individuals involved might be, they would still find themselves utterly humiliated. Fei Jian had grown accustomed to his brazen antics, indifferent to the perceptions of outsiders. Thus, he spoke without restraint. He remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the atmosphere following his words. Even the outer disciples of the United Sword sect regarded him with contempt. The crowd instinctively recoiled, distancing themselves from him as if he were a pile of foul excrement. No one wanting to risk being tainted by his stench, Yun Su remained the calmest among them. He understood that Fei Jian was overwhelmed by emotion and deliberately provoking others. The actual events might have varied slightly. But so what? The fact that he had committed murder remained undeniable. That alone was sufficient for judgment, to prevent Fei Jian from uttering even more disgraceful remarks that might further wound Long Zikin and her brother. Yun Su immediately declared, "Fei Jian, you openly admit to your crimes of murder and personal violation. A scoundrel like you, if allowed to live, would surely tarnish the reputation of Lord Zhao and the United Sword sect. As the messenger of justice in the martial world, I, Lin Pingji, hereby sentence you to death. The sentence shall be executed immediately. He turned to Tao Huan and inquired, do you have the courage to carry out the sentence yourself? I would relish the chance to devour this beast alive. What do I have to fear in slaying a human-shaped beast? Tao Huan trembled all over, yet he fought to maintain his composure. In response to Yun Su's inquiry, he answered with clarity, very well. Then I appoint you as the executioner. Whether he dies swiftly or suffers painfully shall be your decision. With a flick of his hand, Yun Su summoned a weapon from over 10 paces away, gracefully arcing through the air and landing in Tao Huan's grasp. Chapter 33. The sword ball and the swordsman Yun Chao had been quietly observing the unfolding situation, striving to discern what had transpired with Yun Su. Initially, he shared Fei Jian's perspective, believing Yun Su to be merely a puppet, manipulated by Long Zicken through some secret technique to execute her will. However, the subsequent developments seemed to contradict that assessment. At the very least, Yun Su appeared quite proactive. His actions and words did not align with Long Zicken's interests, especially when he publicly declared his intent to become Long Zicken's protector. She offered no objection. It is essential to understand that this is a world governed by familial hierarchy. By publicly accepting Yun Su's protection, Long Zicken would effectively become his subordinate, even if she possessed immense strength and could defy authority. Such a stance would lead to her utter social disgrace. A cultivator devoid of loyalty and entirely dismissive of social norms would be doubly cursed. In such a scenario, she would be scorned, spat upon, and hunted down wherever she went. Fei Jian had already driven her to this precipice, costing her the lives of her parents. If she were not utterly foolish, she would never dare to make herself a target for the martial world. While she hesitated, she suddenly heard Yun Su pronounce Fei Jian's death sentence. Immediately, Yun Su made a swift motion, seizing a weapon from one of the United Merchant Alliance's fighters. This time, Yun Chao perceived with clarity that Yun Su's action was nothing short of a pure Qigong technique. The energy originated directly from Yun Su himself, without the slightest hint of external aid. In other words, Yun Su had genuinely transformed. Now, his strength was even capable of subtly suppressing Yun Chao. Could it be that he employed some secret technique to siphon Fei Jian's powers to enhance his own? As Yun Chao was struck with shock, Tao Huan had already gripped the dagger tightly, stepping closer and closer to Fei Jian. At 14 years of age, he was considered an adult in this world. Having honed his martial arts from a young age, his resolve far exceeded that of his peers on Earth. While he might have struggled with the concept of killing without reason, as he himself stated, what psychological burden could there be in executing a thoroughly wicked beast? He was the officially appointed executioner, tasked with delivering justice and righteousness by executing a criminal, nothing more. As Tao Huan approached Fei Jian with unwavering determination, both Wansong and Song Sini displayed expressions of sheer terror. If Fei Jian were to falter here, what recourse would they have when Zhao Zhan sought retribution? The martial world is not a realm governed by reason. You may say that strength is inadequate, but have you fought with all your might? If Fei Jian were to perish on the spot, they would remain unscathed. The Lianjian sect would undoubtedly retaliate with righteous indignation. Yet, to intervene would be far from wise. What course of action should they take? Should they directly align themselves with Lin Pingji? Wansong and Song Sini exchanged glances, their silent communication revealing their lack of consensus. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Stop!" A figure emerged abruptly from the hilltop, hundreds of meters away. It was Shi Dan. Wansong and Song Sini were taken aback. While Shi Dan's presence was not surprising given Zhao Zhan's deployment of Fei Jian for a mission, his public appearance was indeed unexpected. What was this young man thinking? If Yun Su dared to kill Fei Jian, it was unlikely that a mere Shi Dan could intervene. Could it be that he fancied himself a master of persuasion, capable of turning death into life? Shi Dan, as Zhao Zhan's eldest disciple, was only a few years younger than Fei Jian. As for martial prowess, both parties held mutual disdain. Compared to the likes of Zhuo Chan from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Zhao Zhan's cultivation was superior, and his influence more formidable. Yet, his circumstances were considerably more intricate. The Wuji sword sect was a major faction with numerous branches. For Zhao Zhan to solidify his power, he must first secure the loyalty of his own sect's disciples. However, among disciples, the direct lineage was evidently more intimate. Although the sect did not emphasize bloodline inheritance, the ethical and moral values were strikingly similar, merely substituting blood ties for the path of the Tao. Thus, To exert deep control over the sect, Zhao Zhan had no choice but to rely heavily on his own disciples. While direct disciples were more trustworthy, their lower status precluded them from holding high positions. Assigning them the role of overseers was most fitting. Unlike his second disciple Di Jing, Shi Dan specialized in martial arts and was not particularly inclined towards strategizing. In terms of pure cultivation, he was not inferior to his uncles. However, due to his lower rank, he was often overlooked for favorable positions. He frequently expressed dissatisfaction with Fei Jian and others, as they obstructed his path. Zhao Zhan was well aware of this, often dispatching Shi Dan to monitor the actions of several uncles. With such resentment, his oversight would inevitably be meticulous. For if he were to catch even a single grave error, he could swiftly usurp an uncle's position. How could Shi Dan not give his all? As a cunning strategist, Zhao Zhan would not lack such means. Yet from Shi Dan's perspective, his ambition left no room for blemishes on his record. Shi Jian's significant defeat elicited applause from Shi Dan, however. If Fei Jian were to be slain before his very eyes, Shi Dan would gain nothing. With no sense of responsibility, how could one expect to ascend while allowing his uncles to be murdered? Zhao Zhan's rivals within the sect would undoubtedly seize upon this weakness to launch devastating attacks. Only by rescuing Fei Jian and simultaneously completing the task could Shi Dan hope to claim a reward. At the very least, he must ensure Fei Jian's survival. Fei Jian was an anomaly within the Wuji sword sect. Having never refined a sword pellet, in stark contrast, Shi Dan had fully integrated his cultivation into his sword pellet. Not only had he never experienced the terror of having his power siphoned away, but he also remained entirely unafraid even when fully aware of the situation. The sword pellet could be regarded as a rudimentary form of a flying sword, with usage akin to that of a flying sword. Its advantages lay in its ease of crafting and control. By absorbing a modicum of sword essence through secret techniques, this object could autonomously absorb the elements of the 5 phases or the essence of the sun and moon. Continually growing, the cultivation of sword pellets could be categorized into 2 types. One approach merely treats it as a tool, while the other involves infusing all cultivation and even blood essence into it, transforming it into an integral part of the body. The highest realm allows one to refine the sword pellet into an external bodied, at that point. Even if the physical body perishes, the soul could be resurrected through the sword pellet. This is what it means to achieve unity of man and sword. While Di Jing's sword pellet could be taken, Shi Dan's was not susceptible to theft. Should Zhuge and dare to merge with his sword pellet, it would be akin to Princess Iron Fan swallowing Sun Wukong. The outcome would be uncertain. The moment Shi Dan appeared, he instantly drew the attention of most onlookers. Even Fei Jian, who had given up the struggle, displayed a change in expression. If there was a chance to survive, who would willingly seek death? Yuan Su, ever adaptable, sensed the shift in circumstances and immediately transmitted a surge of energy to Tao Huan. Recognizing that any delay could thwart their vengeance, Tao Huan unhesitatingly brandished his blade with all his might. As Fei Jian turned halfway, Tao Huan's blade had already sliced through the air. The blade's energy flashed like a white ribbon, and Fei Jian's head fell to the ground like a rotten watermelon. Chapter 034. A miscalculation. Damn it, are you seeking death? Shi Dan's sword pellet was not a flying sword. It could not sever a head from miles away. Yet, a mere few hundred meters posed no obstacle. He initially believed that his shout would at least pause the adversary. Even if they ultimately decided to kill, he assumed he would have ample time to react. Little did he know how resolute Yuan Su was. As soon as the shout reached them, he promptly empowered Tao Huan. Tao Huan, reacting with lightning speed, struck without a second thought. Just as Fei Jian's head tumbled, Shi Dan's sword pellet had already arrived. Dragon Zicheng, who had been recuperating, shouted, "Little brother, be careful." Since saving Fei Jian was no longer an option, the sword pellet's target swiftly shifted to retaliatory murder. Yuan Su had long been prepared. As soon as Tao Huan killed, he immediately used his energy to draw Tao Huan behind him. However, he severely misjudged the sword pellet's speed. Just as Tao Huan leaped, the sword pellet was already upon them. Yuan Su attempted to block with his Huangtian Ho Tu palm. The sword pellet pierced through his defense as if it were hot steel balls through butter, proving utterly ineffective. This was because Yuan Su had not truly assimilated Fei Jian's strength. Relying entirely on martial instincts gleaned from the 100 characters technique, he was naturally unable to contend with a top-tier expert. Had it been Fei Jian who attacked, he would have certainly been able to block at least one strike. Witnessing the imminent threat to Tao Huan, Dragon Zicheng gritted her teeth and released the flying sword contained within the Yuan Pearl, barely managing to intercept the attack. Upon colliding with the flying sword, the sword pellet was deflected several feet away, but the flying sword disintegrated entirely. The blood and essence that had coalesced into the sword body vanished without a trace. A wisp of earth elemental essence flickered, suddenly entering Yun Su's body, likely sensing the aura of Huang Tian Ho Tu Palm. Fei Jian was killed at Yun Su's behest. If he could not protect Tao Huan, what face would he have left to show the world? Yun Su paid no heed to the unexpected intrusion of the earth element. With a sharp cry, he unleashed his true energy, transforming it into a dragon that swiftly encircled Tao Huan's body. Simultaneously, he concentrated his will, invoking the 100 characters technique. Just as the energy dragon shielded Tao Huan, the sword pellet returned for a second assault. The spiraling dragon could not withstand the sword pellet, yet it created a momentary delay. The deeper the sword pellet penetrated, the slower its speed became. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Su's incantation was timely released, striking the sword pellet. However, this time it was entirely different from the previous attempts. The sword pellet merely trembled slightly, repelling the sound waves entirely. The incantation, while causing a minor hindrance to the sword pellet, had no other effect. Hundreds of meters away on the hilltop, Sheridan sneered. "Is that all you've got? Then you can die." He bit his tongue, letting a wisp of crimson energy flow into the sword pellet from afar. The sword pellet swelled dramatically, vibrating at high speed, becoming as radiant as a miniature sun. Technically speaking, having absorbed Fei Jian's lifelong cultivation and integrating portions of Yun Chao and others' true energy, Yun Su's apparent strength was not inferior to Sheridan's. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Yun Su had neither the time to fully assimilate the acquired energy and martial essence, nor the opportunity to devise an emergency plan. With the 100 characters technique proving ineffective, Yun Su found himself unable to adapt. As he perceived the dire situation, Dragon Zicheng resolved to risk everything to absorb the sword pellet with the Yuan Pearl. The Yuan Pearl was a crystallization of her past life's cultivation, yet it was not a top-tier artifact. The consequences of a collision with the sword pellet were unpredictable. Even if she managed to absorb the sword pellet, the subsequent developments were beyond her control. Meanwhile, Sheridan, confident of victory, began contemplating how to maximize his benefits from the aftermath. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted. A surge of martial energy sliced through the air, striking the sword pellet. The sword pellet emitted a wail, akin to a living creature wounded by a sharp blade, momentarily shrinking in size. While the sword pellet had previously repelled Yun Su's incantation effortlessly, after being struck by this martial energy, its resistance diminished significantly. The continuous sound waves surged forth, and with a swift sound, the sword pellet was sent hurtling back. Sheridan, taken aback, turned to see that the military formation had been reassembled unbeknownst to him. That martial energy had originated from Andeu, who had acted as the output node. In an instant, Sheridan weighed his options. Military formations were the foundation of the Ji dynasty. Xianbing and battle armor could be regarded as a form of low-cost artifact. They could unify the strengths of low-tier warriors to form a cohesive whole, transforming quantity into quality. As the system theory on Earth suggests, the whole of a system is greater than the sum of its parts. Simplified, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Through the power of Xianbing and battle armor, a multitude of low-tier warriors working in unison could achieve a qualitative transformation, or a dimensional leap, enabling them to confront and even overwhelm high-tier warriors. As long as there were enough soldiers to form a battle array, sheer numbers could flatten any expert. Zhao Zhan had long sought to uncover the mysteries of military formations and Xianbing battle armor. A significant team led by Sheridan's uncle, Zhongyang, was dedicated to this project. Regrettably, the current progress remains minimal. The scale of the military formation is rather limited, and its power has its constraints. The commander is merely a second-rate warrior. Were it not for other interferences, Stan would indeed be inclined to forcefully breach it, to ascertain its maximum potency while simultaneously seizing several pieces of armor for research on the mysterious weapons. Alas, the adversaries are not limited to one front. Beyond the military formation lies the enigmatic and unpredictable combination of Yun Su and Long Zichun. On another front stands Yun Chao, whose strength is not inferior to Fei Jian. Stan harbors no fear of any single faction, yet should multiple fronts converge to launch a coordinated assault, he would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, the mobilization of the military formation has provided him with a valid reason for retreat. He has already ventured forth to gauge the strength of his opponents. Being outnumbered, he can only temporarily evade. With such a justifiable pretext, there is no need to fear retaliation. As Stan retracts his sword pellet, he employs his lightness skill and vanishes in the blink of an eye. His appearance is as abrupt as it is fleeting. Fei Jian failed to provide assistance, not inflicting harm upon a single enemy, and inexplicably retreated. This reality dealt a heavy blow to Vance and his companions. Indeed, they possess a keen sense of perception. However, the previous skirmish transcended the realm of mere martial arts, resembling a confrontation of semi-magical offense and defense. The speed was akin to a flash of lightning, rendering their perceptive abilities insufficient to comprehend the spectacle. Initially, it was Yun Su's side that teetered on the brink of annihilation, perilously close to total defeat. Yet, the outward appearance starkly contrasted the underlying truth. Stan appeared more like a thwarted fury, calling out threats that went unheeded. In a reckless assault, he failed to inflict even a scratch upon his enemies. And suddenly, in a fit of insecurity, he fled. Just as a glimmer of hope emerged, it took a sudden nosedive. This unnecessary hesitation shattered the psychological defenses of Vance and his companions. The sense of disillusionment that arises when one is plunged from hope to despair far exceeds that of having no hope to begin with. In the current martial world, the Sword Union is far from being the most formidable power. Numerous organizations rival, if not surpass, it in strength. Vance and his companions merely follow the Sword Union as it is the easiest line to connect with. Should there be no other options, they must inevitably tread the same path to the bitter end. However, now that the Sword Union can no longer protect them, should they manage to switch allegiances, they cannot be blamed for harboring alternative intentions. Chapter 035. The aura of dominance regarding the shift in mindset among Vance and his peers, Yun Su momentarily sets it aside. Frankly speaking, the recent engagement left him drenched in cold sweat. Utilizing the top-tier technique of the 100 words, he successfully subdued Fei Jian, and his confidence soared. Little did he anticipate that Stan's sword pellet would render him nearly defenseless. In truth, after employing the Qi Dragon to shield Tao Huan, he himself was left utterly unprotected. Were Stan to redirect his attention towards him, unless Zhuge intervened, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Long Ziqin and Tao Huan are siblings, which explains their reckless attempts to save one another. Had Stan set his sights on Yun Su, a moment's hesitation from Long Ziqin would have sealed Yun Su's fate. As for whether Zhuge would intervene or whether he could successfully rescue him, that too was fraught with uncertainty. The conclusion remains. The martial world is rife with hidden talents, and with his current prowess, he cannot yet dominate the realm. Henceforth, he must tread carefully, never allowing himself to become overly complacent. However, exercising caution does not equate to feigning cowardice. The crux lies in striking the right balance. When one can be bold, they should be. When one must endure, they should endure. At the very least, individuals like Yun Chao need not wait until the following day for revenge. Yun Su's thoughts raced. Just as Stan retracted his sword pellet and had yet to disappear from the hillside, his Qi Dragon suddenly redirected, silently enveloping Yun Chao. With Yun Chao's cultivation, he could barely discern the battle's dynamics. Witnessing Stan's sword pellet, sharp and unstoppable, he felt both joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the prospect of Yun Su's demise, sparing him the need to contemplate how to counter this young man's vengeance. The trepidation arose from Stan's formidable prowess. Should he turn hostile, it would be challenging to resist. Uncertain whether to advance or retreat, he observed the military formation activate, aiding Yun Su in fending off a fatal strike. Once he noted the situation momentarily stabilize, he hesitated. As long as the standoff persisted, he still had a chance. If he abandoned the fray, the resources of the Yun family would no longer hold any stake for him. Unexpectedly, Stan displayed no interest in engaging in a drawn-out struggle. He struck and withdrew with equal ease. The moment Stan retracted his sword pellet, Yun Chao felt a jolt of alarm, just as the sense of crisis began to stir. A Qi Dragon appeared seemingly from nowhere, ensnaring him in an instant. Yun Chao immediately summoned his energy to break free. In a life-or-death situation, he unleashed his full might, executing his technique of the 5 waves to its utmost potential. Under the assault of his energy waves, even a stone mountain would likely crumble. Little did he know that the Chi dragon not only possessed immense strength, but also exquisite techniques to dissipate force. The dragon's body contracted and expanded, perfectly absorbing his power. Before his strength could erupt within the dragon's belly, it was transformed into harmless shockwaves, causing the dragon's scales to resonate loudly. Yuan Shao was taken aback. This technique of dissipating force felt eerily familiar. Were their roles reversed, it would be as if he were executing it himself. In a moment of distraction, a peculiar sound wave enveloped him, causing his genuine energy to spiral out of control. Under the impact of the sound wave, his energy inexplicably coalesced, forming a dragon shape. The miraculous phenomenon dawned upon Yuan Shao. It was indeed the enchantress meddling with sorcery. I knew it, given Yuan Su's apparent incompetence. There was no way he could be playing the role of a cunning predator. Fei Jian must have fallen victim to this trick, resulting in his loss of strength. His power was siphoned away by the enchantress through her sorcery. But as Long Zichun was a cultivator, he could not assimilate a warrior's genuine energy, thus it was transferred to Yuan Su. In an instant, Yuan Shao believed he had unraveled the entire mystery. However, understanding the situation did not yield a solution for the present crisis. A chill crept into his heart as he frantically resisted while simultaneously harboring thoughts of surrender. After all, he bore the surname Yuan. Should he completely submit, perhaps Yuan Su might spare his life. Yuan Shao's mentality was far more composed than Fei Jian's. Surrendering to preserve his cultivation was not an overly daunting prospect. Yet, to plead for mercy, he needed to voice it, as the cultivation maxim states, "Speak, and your energy dissipates. A restless mind chills the fire." The moment Yuan Shao uttered even a single word, his genuine energy surged forth uncontrollably. Panic washed over him as he desperately tried to rein in his energy, mumbling, "Spare my life." "Are you submitting to me, begging for mercy?" Yuan Su inquired, slightly slowing the extraction of genuine energy, his voice clear and articulate. Yuan Shao nodded fervently. His pragmatic nature prioritized preserving his cultivation over any fleeting sense of pride. Should he lose his strength, his fate would be worse than that of a mere dog. "Clearly articulate to everyone what you have done. Then, swear fealty to me, and I shall spare you." Yuan Su laid out his conditions in a leisurely manner. Yuan Shao dared not hesitate, promptly declaring, I conspired with outsiders, invited wolves into the fold, committed treason, and sought to usurp the Yuan family's position. Just now, I even attempted to ambush Yuan, the chivalrous Lin." Yuan Shao nearly divulged Yuan Su's true name. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he rapidly substituted it with Lin Pingji, as Yuan Su referred to himself. Yuan Su expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Chivalrous? No, it is Lin Xia, the righteous champion of the martial world, the enforcer of justice." Lin Xia. In the face of imminent peril, Yuan Shao's mind became remarkably sharp. Had his intellect been this astute from the outset, he likely would not have committed so many foolish acts, descending to the point of publicly pleading for mercy. Although the leakage of genuine energy had slowed, the extent of the loss still left Yuan Shao shaken. He hurriedly continued, "Lin Xia, with your magnanimity, spare my life, and I vow to serve you wholeheartedly from this day forth. Should I betray this oath, let me be struck by divine retribution." "Good." Upon hearing Yuan Shao publicly pledge his loyalty, Yuan Su immediately ceased the incantation. By this point, he had absorbed nearly half of the genuine energy. Fortunately, although the loss was substantial for Yuan Shao, it was not insurmountable to recover. Genuine energy is akin to the blood of the human body. Consistently renewed through loss, a healthy individual can swiftly replenish a small amount of blood. However, if the loss exceeds a certain threshold, it can harm one's essence. Whether recovery is possible or how long it may take remains uncertain. As Yuan Shao secretly rejoiced and meticulously assessed his losses, Yuan Su had already shifted his focus to Tao Huan. The genuine energy coalesced into a pure azure dragon within Yuan Shao. However, this dragon could only be perceived through the keen sense of energy. The naked eye of an ordinary person could not discern it. Yuan Su pointed, and the azure dragon penetrated Tao Huan's body, instantly draining her meager cultivation. Within the azure dragon, a crimson thread emerged, its hue akin to fire, stretching from the dragon's head to its tail. This thread materialized the essence of Tao Huan's own power. While Tao Huan remained astonished, the azure dragon dissipated into a cloud of vapor, re-entering the meridians and initiating a cycle of energy circulation. In the blink of an eye, Tao Huan's skill surged from 0 to the peak of the second tier, stopping just short of further advancement. Clearly, the nature of the genuine energy Tao Huan assimilated far exceeded that of the second tier. However, her body could not fully integrate it, hence she did not reach the theoretical limit. Tao Huan was left in utter astonishment. She manipulated her energy, discovering she could wield this peculiar genuine energy with ease, devoid of any sensation of foreign obstruction. After experimenting several times, she realized that this was due to her own genuine energy forming the core of her cultivation. The foreign energy adhered entirely to this core. It was akin to possessing 100 soldiers. Upon recruiting 10,000 auxiliary soldiers, the core forces are dispersed, with each commanding 100. Since these auxiliary soldiers have undergone thorough indoctrination, their compliance is exceedingly high. Thus, even after the ranks swell, the commander can still maintain control effortlessly. Tao Huan turned to Yun Su, dropping to her knees in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Linda Xia, for imparting your teachings. You have saved my sister, avenged my family, and bestowed upon me your knowledge. I offer my life to you." Chapter 036. The transformation of military energy into dragons in response to Tao Huan's loyalty. Yun Su readily accepted her allegiance. Tao Huan's declaration was entirely fitting. Having received such a significant favor from others, how could one possibly remain ungrateful? Moreover, the aftermath of killing Fei Jian would certainly bring considerable trouble. If one does not bind oneself to Yun Su, how could they possibly face the retaliation from Lin Jianmin? Long Zichen's expression was complex. Deep down, she did not wish for her brother to be overly entangled with Yun Su. Yet, the constraints of circumstance rendered her unable to voice even a single word of dissent. Throughout the entire affair, Yun Su had not uttered a word of coercion. Rather, he continually bestowed favors upon the Tao family. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, one would realize that he had effectively sealed off all alternative paths. Aside from following him, one had no other options. This individual, though still quite young, possessed remarkably sharp tactics and a mysterious technique that blended energies. Could it be that the upheaval at Yun Family Manor was merely a ruse concocted by Yun Su and his father, secretly scheming for something grand? While Long Zichen's heart was filled with suspicion, Yun Su had already shifted his focus to Wan Sidong and others. This group totaled 13 individuals, among whom the leader of the Filong gang, Su Tianza, along with several quick-witted subordinates, had already slipped away. Presently, only 10 remained on the field, 3 of whom were second-rate fighters, while the rest were third-rate, albeit at the pinnacle of that tier. Overall, these 10 individuals could indeed be considered a formidable force. Given that Yun Su was in the midst of utilizing these individuals, how could he easily let them go? Before they even arrived, his Qi Dragon was already unleashed, instantly ensnaring all 10 of them. Following that, the incantation of the 100-character formula resonated throughout the air, causing the energies of all individuals to leak out like a receding tide. This time, Yun Su was once again testing a new application of the 100-character formula, a simultaneous group attack that coalesced into multiple small dragons. Initially, he was unclear on the key points and felt somewhat at a loss. However, after conducting a small experiment, Yun Su's thoughts became clear. With a roar, the Qi Dragon abruptly pierced through each individual's body, completely intertwining its energy with theirs. Yun Su could observe that within the belly of the Qi Dragon, there was a light yellow thread that ran from its head to its tail. This was the trace of earth element essence that had automatically entered his body. Once inside, it was absorbed by the Qi Dragon, becoming inseparable. When the Qi Dragon dissipated into vapor, it took on the form of a small point that entered his dantian, causing all the vapor to swirl around a central core like a nebula. Once the Qi Dragon coalesced, the small point elongated into a thin thread, running through the entire body of the dragon. Earlier, as Yun Su sent forth the Qi Dragon to ensnare the 10 individuals, he found himself somewhat stuck on how to weave the dragon into each person's energy channels to form a circuit. Unexpectedly, with a slight shift in thought, the thread within the dragon's belly suddenly reacted, swiftly piercing through each individual's body. Yun Su's incantation was immediately able to transmit smoothly, just as he was about to begin drawing in their energies. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Wasn't this structure somewhat reminiscent of the military formation on the opposite side? With that thought in mind, he swiftly redirected his focus and said to Andayu, "Try using your military formation with my convergence technique." Convergence technique? Andayu was taken aback. This term was entirely new to him. In the next instant, a surge of energy surged forth like a wall. Andayu did not dare to hesitate. He immediately concentrated his warrior energy and struck out with a blade. Warrior energy was a special form of energy that coalesced within military formations. It could be unleashed through various means, such as blade energy, sword energy, or fist strikes, but it achieved its maximum power when paired with specially crafted mystical weapons. If one were to describe it using terms from Earth, warrior energy was essentially a transformed version of true energy, elevated in dimension. Its power greatly surpassed the individual cultivation levels of those within the military formation. For instance, although Andayu was merely a second-rate cultivator, the warrior energy he emitted was immensely powerful, capable of directly confronting Yuan Shao, with Fei Jin not daring to be remiss. The combination of mystical armor and military formation was particularly sharp, as it could elevate the power of lower-tier warriors into that of higher-dimensional lethality. Against the suppression of dimensions, mere numerical accumulation proved utterly ineffective, akin to a thin needle piercing through a large block of tofu. Thus, under normal circumstances, even if Yuan Su gathered the strength of many, he could not overpower the military formation unless he first dismantled the formation, preventing the warrior energy from coalescing properly. Initially, when faced with Yuan Su's trial, Andayu paid little mind, merely assuming that the young master was curious and wished to witness the power of the military formation firsthand. As he struck out with his blade, the wall of energy erupted violently. The energy waves coalesced into a massive dragon, suddenly swallowing him whole. Andayu remained unperturbed. Clad in armor and bolstered by the strength of the entire military formation, he felt as though he could shatter a mountain. Yet, without warning, a peculiar tremor coursed through the dragon's body, causing the warrior energy to spiral out of control. In his astonishment, Andayu immediately prepared to unleash a powerful move. However, the continuous sound waves crashed upon him like a torrential waterfall. The warrior energy thrashed violently, akin to a slippery eel, making it impossible to capture accurately. Had he acted decisively, regardless of control, and unleashed the warrior energy at that moment, perhaps he could have resolved the predicament. However, he was accustomed to perfect control over his warrior energy, and even the slightest imperfection made him feel uncomfortable. A moment's hesitation led to the energy being forcibly condensed, yanked from his body. Andayu was horrified. The military formation was the very foundation of the Ji dynasty. If this remarkable method of transforming quantity into quality were to be broken, the Ji dynasty would be in immediate peril. One must understand that in terms of pure strength, the Ji dynasty could not compare to the great sects. It merely had a larger pool of human resources. By leveraging the power of the military formation, they transformed their numerical advantage into quality, thus maintaining a deterrent force against the great sections. However, should this pillar collapse, the dynasty's authority would be utterly obliterated. Who would still recognize the identity of this nominal ally and coordinator of interests? Even if the dynasty survived, the world would descend into chaos, embroiled in a struggle among warlords. With one move successful, Yuan Su was overjoyed. Warrior energy was a most peculiar entity, fundamentally different from ordinary blade and sword energies. Yuan Su was merely experimenting. Had the 100-character formula proven ineffective, he would have promptly withdrawn. Little did he know that the 100-character formula was also effective against warrior energy. The Chi dragon he drew out was pure white in color, seemingly symbolizing the metal element of the 5 elements. Furthermore, its sheer quantity far exceeded Yuan Su's expectations. It appeared that the military formation did not merely unify the strength of each soldier. It simultaneously drew upon external energies to augment its OWN. No wonder the power of the military formation was so astonishing. The strength of the military formation was enduring, and the body of the coalesced Chi dragon was also quite lengthy, making it impossible to completely extract in a short time. Once it was fully drawn out, how should it be utilized? Simply returning it would undoubtedly be unwise. However, if it were to be forcibly collected, it would likely provoke the dynasty and bring calamity upon the Yuan family. After numerous applications, Yuan Su had become adept at reciting the 100-character formula. While skillfully chanting the incantation, he was also able to spare a moment of thought. Should he return it or not? If he chose not to return it, Would he claim it for himself or pass it on to another as a means to frame Jiangdong? Chapter 037. On the edge of a cliff, thanks to his usual accumulation of experience, Yun Su made a swift decision. In an instant, he shifted his thoughts, and the black and white dragon immediately bared its fangs and claws, tearing a piece from the pure white body of the warrior energy dragon and integrating it into itself. As the fusion progressed, the exterior of the dragon's belly transformed into pure white stripes, its dragon teeth taking on an ivory hue. The azure scales of the dragon shimmered with light, and its foreclaws shifted from a pale yellow to a golden yellow. In astonishment, Yun Su devoured another fragment. The exterior of the entire dragon's belly turned a solid white, emanating a blade-like cold glimmer. The previously transparent dragon eyes became a deep black. The entire dragon suddenly appeared weighty, exuding an aura of disdain for all living beings. As Yun Su ravenously absorbed the warrior energy, Yun Xiao observed with a gloomy expression. Tao Huan was repeatedly examining her gains. Long Zichen was recuperating while contemplating an escape route. On the outermost edge of the crowd, Zhang Feihe appeared excited, feeling confident in his wager. Lei Mingxia looked bewildered, shocked, and uncertain. Qin Song and Jiang Lian, who had rushed down the winding path, had now steadied their breathing and were carefully assessing the situation. Upon witnessing Yun Su raise his hand and entwine the strength of 10 individuals against the military formation, Qin Song curiously asked, "What is the young master attempting to do?" Lacking sufficient background knowledge, they were not overly surprised by Yun Su's sudden transformation. To them, it seemed entirely normal for Yun Su, as the heir of Qingyun Marquis, to harbor hidden depths. They could not comprehend the reasons and challenges behind concealing one's strength. In response to Qin Song's inquiry, Jiang Lian could only shake her head. When it came to matters pertaining to the military, she could no longer apply common sense from everyday life to understand. Zhang Feihe speculated, "The young master likely has not encountered a military formation before and wishes to test its power. Has he succeeded in doing so? Who currently holds the upper hand?" Jiang Lian was very curious. For the moment, it was at a stalemate. The young master held a slight advantage. Zhang Feihe pondered for a moment before responding. In reality, he could not discern the intricacies of the battle. The sense of perception possessed by martial artists has a range. This range is approximately 3 times the radius of true energy damage, since they were positioned a considerable distance from the battlefield. Zhang Feihe's ability to perceive had become ineffective. Furthermore, given that warrior energy takes on a rather unique form, even if he were to approach, it would be challenging for someone of Zhang Feihe's third-rate cultivation to capture its trajectory. However, although old Zhang had been castrated, it did not mean he lacked pride. In order not to appear cowardly before the novices, he utilized his wits, assessing the situation based on the superficial stances of Yun Su and Anda Yu. From a qualitative perspective, he was somewhat on point, but quantitatively, he was far off. Yun Su was not merely holding a slight advantage. He was effectively controlling the life and death of the military formation. Long Zichen, possessing keen perception, was astonished to witness Yun Su's ability to forcibly absorb warrior energy. She nearly exclaimed in shock. She could see many details that even Yun Xiao could not comprehend. Earlier, when Yun Su had strung together 10 martial artists into one, it was not solely the effect of the incantation. Instead, the essence of the earth element instinctively absorbed the true energy of the yellow heavens after earth, thereby activating the profound energy skill of transformation. Yun Su's incantation merely shaped Fei Jian's lifelong cultivation from the outside. The form was not stable. If he wished to utilize this power for himself, extensive refinement would be required. However, once the earth element was integrated, this black and white dragon rapidly solidified into a functional entity, immediately enhancing its control over foreign true energy. The scales adorning the dragon's body were derived from Yun Xiao's tidal energy technique. Previously, Yun Su's incantation had only extinguished the marks of true energy, liberating it from Yun Xiao's control. Yet, the integration with the two-colored dragon's body was tenuous. Since the earth element fortified the dragon's form, it suddenly exhibited a cohesion that not only stabilized itself but also thoroughly fused the surrounding components. One could assert that the two-colored dragon, invigorated by the earth element, directly supplanted Long Zichen's essence pearl, enabling Yun Su to manipulate external objects through the energy dragon until he could absorb power. Should he attempt to employ a different energy dragon, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to achieve such fluidity. Yun Su, audacious beyond measure, directly employed his freshly developed abilities against the military formation. Ultimately, he astonishingly transformed the soldier's energy into a dragon form and extracted it. Long Zichen, filled with astonishment and trepidation, contemplated the implications. Should this continue, her influence over Yun Su would dwindle, rendering her invaluable. Moreover, Yun Su's youthful exuberance could lead to self-aggrandizement due to swift success. Should he overreach, both she and Tao Huan could be dragged into the abyss. However, how might she restrain his actions? Long Zichen furiously pondered. While she was engulfed in worry, Yun Su devoured a large mass of soldier's energy. This time, he attempted to use his incantation to shape the energy independently. He discovered that the soldier's energy was immensely powerful, resistant to direct shaping by incantation. It required the two-colored energy dragon to ensnare it tightly. Otherwise, it could break free at any moment. After expending over 5 times the usual effort, he barely managed to coalesce a soldier's energy dragon. After some contemplation, he opened his Danzhong point to conceal the energy dragon within. The Danzhong, also known as the Qi-Si, author's note. The Danzhong point is the upper Qi-Si, while the Qi-Si point is the lower Qi-Si, is a crucial node where all true energy converges. By housing the soldier's energy dragon here and tirelessly nurturing it with his own true energy. At the very least, his sensitivity or manipulability should significantly enhance. Opposite Yun Su, and Dayu was filled with horror. Military formations had been defeated before. However, having one soldier's energy extracted was unprecedented. If Yun Su had killed him, it would have been bearable. At least it would have been a battle death. What was most feared was that this noble scion would employ cunning tactics, dismantling the military formation without harming a soul. If the authorities investigated, his fate would be unimaginable. In the context of a powerful sect and a weak dynasty, the official authority was severely restricted. Consequently, the royal family vigorously developed unchecked internal court powers. The various institutions of the inner court, led by the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, were only accountable to the emperor. They monitored internal officials and scrutinized the world outside. The interviewing division oversaw the martial world, while the surveillance division kept tabs on officials and commoners alike. Both divisions had numerous informants and controlled various arcane techniques. No minor disturbance could escape the keen eyes and ears of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. The military formation was the foundation of the Daji dynasty. Dayu initiated the military formation but inexplicably faced defeat. The Office of Ceremonial Affairs would undoubtedly pursue every detail relentlessly. Whether they could uncover the truth was another matter. However, in the process, Dayu would certainly be treated as a significant suspect, imprisoned in a dark abyss where he would be tortured beyond recognition. If the truth were quickly ascertained and remedial measures taken, such as capturing Yun Su to extract the method, it could be manageable. At worst, he might face execution. The greatest fear was that they would find nothing, and in an attempt to evade responsibility, he would inevitably implicate countless others. Dayu's family, friends, and colleagues would not escape the clutches of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. He had just saved Yun Su's life, only to find that this noble scion was utterly devoid of humanity, turning against him in an instant. How he loathed it, in despair, and Dayu wished to fight back. But with even the soldier's energy bound by the opponent, what means did he have left to resist? Charge at him headfirst? Anger, fear, and helplessness clouded in Dayu's mind. Yet he suddenly felt a force penetrating his body. Under normal circumstances, he would have been alarmed, desperately resisting. Yet now, his heart was ashen, and he could scarcely summon the will to struggle. If Yun Su were to directly kill him, it would spare him endless troubles and protect his family. In the next moment, he was utterly stunned. The force entering his body emitted a wondrous vibration, condensing all his cultivation into an energy dragon. Soon, an external true energy surged into the energy dragon, merging as one. As Dayu's body underwent this transformation, Jiang Feihe, Qin Song, and Jiang Lian were simultaneously infused with energy dragons, each brimming with delight. Yet, in Lei Mingxia's eyes, there was only horror. He found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to flee or to plead for forgiveness. Suddenly, a surge of energy ensnared him, causing his internal true energy to convulse uncontrollably. Within moments, he lost approximately 1/3 of his power. Just as he was about to lose his wits, the sucking force abruptly ceased. A delicate voice then whispered into his left ear, revealing itself to be Yun Su's profound energy transmitting a warning. This is a small punishment and a great admonition. I spared you public execution out of respect. Remember, my leniency is not boundless. Lei Mingxia's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing. Yun Su's methods exceeded all imagination. Merely this one act of subtle communication was already a legendary martial skill. He could fully accept the punishment. Losing only half his power would require merely 10 days to half a month to recover. It was indeed just a minor warning. He felt a deep sense of admiration. The technique of condensing sound waves for directed transmission was a breakthrough Yun Su had achieved after repeatedly practicing the 100 words technique. The incantation was also a form of wave. Since he could direct the transmission of incantations, it was only natural he could also convey spoken words. In a short span, he had completed several experiments, almost mastering the 100 words technique. Following the simultaneous extraction of multiple people's power, he also experimented with coalescing multiple energy dragons while transmitting energy to several individuals concurrently. All these endeavors met with great success. However, multitasking was exceedingly taxing and made precise control of each detail quite challenging. Thus, Yun Su decided against overusing this multi-threaded approach. To do one thing well at a time is the principle of a wise person. He extracted 1/3 of Lei Mingxia's power, dividing it to bestow upon Qin Song and Jiang Lian. Both had no foundation in energy cultivation, yet based on Yun Su's preliminary experience, the energy dragon possessed strong adaptability. Even if they were entirely ignorant of cultivation, the energy dragon could slowly extract ambient energy to strengthen itself, ensuring it did not dissipate into nothingness. As a reward, Zhang Feihe also received an energy dragon. This was condensed from nearly half the power of Wan Si, the leader of Qingfeng village. Its strength surpassed that of Zhang Feihe's own cultivation. Yun Su first shaped Zhang Feihe's power into an energy dragon using the 100 words technique, then dispersed this dragon to merge it back in. Instantly, Zhang Feihe's power surged, breaking through barriers to enter a level below the second tier. Zhang Feihe, being knowledgeable in cultivation, understood that with some diligent effort, he could stabilize this energy dragon. His power had increased exponentially, crossing the threshold that many grassroots martial artists could never breach in their lifetimes. And Zhang Feihe's elation was palpable. Before he had even formally expressed his loyalty, he was rewarded immensely, and his excitement was boundless. In his eyes, Yun Su's image was once again elevated. Mysterious, powerful, just, and perfect, almost the epitome of a destined ruler. From Yun Su's perspective, the gifts he bestowed were merely a drop in the bucket. Among the 10 martial artists under his control, each had their power drained by 1/3 to nearly half. All this power was shaped into dragon forms, and aside from the 2 bestowed upon Dayu and Zhang Feihe, the remaining 8 were absorbed into Yun Su's own energy points for storage. Before the power extraction, the military formation had been entirely dismantled by Yun Su. All 11 riders, except for Dayu, had their true energy reserves completely drained. Fortunately, their true essence remained uninjured, and with a few months of seclusion, they could recover. Yet now, each one was utterly powerless, collapsing like ragdolls. A few even tumbled from their horses. Otherwise, Yun Su would not have dared to divert his attention to other matters. Upon discovering his ability to extract soldiers' energy, Yun Su hesitated for quite some time regarding how to handle Dayu and the military formation, ultimately deciding to dismantle the formation to establish his authority. He drained the soldiers' energy, forming an independent soldiers' energy dragon, yet remarkably retained Dayu's power. Not only that, he also transferred half of Song Sini's power to Dayu, resulting in a staggering 60% increase in Dayu's strength. Dayu had already begun to digest Song Sini's energy. Under normal circumstances, an outsider's true energy could not merge directly, except in 2 special cases. The first was when both parties practiced the same energy technique. The second was when the recipient of the transmitted power was a blank slate with no cultivation. Only in these scenarios would there be no conflict of true energy. Otherwise, one would need special absorption techniques, medicinal substances, or formations to facilitate transformation. Yun Su, however, employed some method to erase the marks from Song Sini's energy, rendering it extraordinarily docile. Dayu easily integrated this true energy into his own cultivation. Strangely, although the true energy had its marks erased, its core attributes remained intact, allowing Dayu to easily discern that this true energy stemmed from Song Sini's family heirloom technique, the heart-mind method. Did this not imply that henceforth his power would simultaneously possess two attributes, adding boundless variability to his combat prowess? The remarkable prowess of Yun Su left Ndu utterly astounded. Yet, as he emerged from the euphoric surge of newfound power, a chilling dread enveloped him. On the surface, it appeared that Yun Su's apparent betrayal could not be substantiated. Not only had Yun Su refrained from harming him, but he also graciously imparted his skills as a form of gratitude. However, to outsiders, did this not solidify the presumption of collusion between him and Yun Su? Were this a matter for the court, and if it could be publicly adjudicated, Ndu might have a chance to exonerate himself. After all, he had a rationale for his actions from start to finish. He had previously rescued Yun Su, partly due to the latter's unique status and partly as a strategy against their adversary. Only by saving Yun Su could he effectively counter the formidable Shi Dan, armed with his sword talismans. Yet, would the Office of Ceremonial Affairs concern itself with such nuances? In any case, Ndu had indeed saved Yun Su. And Yun Su had reciprocated. This alone sufficed to implicate him in a conspiracy. Yun Su, despite his youth, exhibited such cunning. His ploy of bestowing before demanding left Ndu feeling as if he were being thrust into a scorching furnace. What rendered him most vulnerable was that the fusion of Song Xianyi's powers arose from an instinctual response. Although it was forcefully bestowed by Yun Su, he did not display strong resistance. Now, even if he regretted it, he faced two insurmountable obstacles. First, he could not expel Song Xianyi's abilities. Second, even if he could, he would not be inclined to do so. In the realm of martial arts, power reigns supreme. Who would be foolish enough to reject the prospect of rapid enhancement? With Yun Su's encouragement, his personal combat prowess had at least doubled, and his hopes of surpassing the first-rate threshold soared exponentially. Why would he relinquish benefits earned through strength? Moreover, given the Office of Ceremonial Affairs' notorious ruthlessness, even if he were to expel his powers, would they not find another pretext to target him? Ndu's mind raced with doubts and denials. Hesitating and vacillating as if he were stricken by illness, feeling nauseous and disoriented, as he saw Yun Su approach, beads of cold sweat dripped down his brow. Clearly, the young lord was intent on compelling him to declare his stance. Should he align with Yun Su, he would undoubtedly be coerced into submitting a loyalty pledge. Having secured a position in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Ndu possessed some connections, at the very least. He was not entirely oblivious to the situation. He was aware that the ranch here and several royal estates were established with the support of the Yun family. Now that the Yun family faced turmoil, it was evident that Yun Su sought to seize these resources for his own ends, either to confront Zhao Jian or to negotiate other exchanges. Should he refuse, the young lord's intellect would likely prevent an immediate fallout. However, the investigators from the Office of Ceremonial Affairs were undoubtedly sharpening their blades in anticipation. Could it be that there were their hidden agents within the office, aligned with the Yun father and son? Contemplating this possibility, Ndu felt a surge of anxiety. In such a scenario, even if he declined to cooperate, Yun Su would have alternative strategies to exploit the ranch and royal estates. And his loyalty could very well result in the unfounded charges leading to a massacre of his entire family. Was this the kind of loyal subject he wished to be? Ndu was drenched in sweat. Before he could resolve his thoughts, a voice suddenly scolded. Ndu, you truly are deranged to dare betray the secrets of the military formation. Do you not fear the annihilation of your entire lineage? Chapter 039. Fortune lies where misfortune lurks. Ndu was taken aback, recognizing the voice of his deputy, Shi Zhihong. Had it been an ordinary person, such a malicious attack would have only stirred feelings of grievance and anger, propelling them to prove their innocence. However, the machinations of the officialdom were far more complex. Shi Zhihong's audacity to speak at this moment was no mere folly. The words spoken in the realm of bureaucracy held profound significance, often requiring a reverse interpretation. For instance, when a high-ranking official solemnly instructs a victim to trust in the law, it typically signifies, "Go cool off. I have no time for your trivial matters." Another example would be, "We shall not let a villain escape, nor shall we wrong an innocent." The true meaning of this statement entirely hinges on the context. Occasionally, it is merely a perfunctory platitude. At other times, it emphasizes the former half, implying a certain conviction of severe punishment. Conversely, it may focus on the latter half, signaling imminent release. Thus, with a slight mental leap, and Diyu was struck with terror. Could it be that Shi Zhihong was also affiliated with the Yun family? His words were undoubtedly a veiled threat, suggesting that should he refuse, Shi Zhihong would seize the opportunity to take action himself. And Diyu could not afford to hesitate for even a moment, promptly declaring, "I shall act solely at the behest of the esteemed Xiao and Lin heroes." In the world of officialdom, even a mere title must be meticulously observed. Since Yun Su appeared in the guise of Lin Pingji, he could only be addressed as such. Once he secured Diyu's allegiance, Yun Su cast his gaze skyward, a silent smile gracing his lips when he had fled the estate in haste. He could never have anticipated that a seemingly innocuous gesture would unravel a century-old mystery of the Yun family estate. The ancestral founder, Yun Yi, had concealed the true secrets of martial prowess within the manual of boxing techniques, while simultaneously advising his descendants to pay heed to fundamental skills. Little did he know that 3 successive generations would be marked by hubris and excessive cleverness. Although they superficially respected their ancestors' wishes, at least the manual had remained undisturbed on the desk. None had taken the time to seriously peruse such rudimentary literature. Yun Su, in the beginning, had stumbled upon this knowledge by chance. Yet, his ability to execute it so flawlessly was inextricably linked to his unique cognitive approach. Had another person been in his position, it would have been uncertain whether they would diligently memorize the 100-character formula. Even if sheer coincidence led them to remember the incantation, whether they could apply it successfully remained a significant question. Had it not been for Yun Su's boundless imagination, audacity, and the ability to fully excavate the potential of the 100-character formula in an exceedingly short time, he would not have achieved such a swift and splendid transformation. In a state of extreme relaxation, Yun Su further unraveled the mysteries of the Mingyue Gong. Previously, he had deemed the 100-character formula genuine, while considering the Mingyue Gong merely a ruse. However, upon deeper reflection, he posited that the technique itself might be sound. The sole issue lay in the absence of the 100-character formula. Had the ancestors discovered the secret of the 100-character formula sooner, they could have easily dispelled the rigidity of their bodies through incantation when faced with such a condition. Reciting the 100-character formula directly would bind a person's true energy, a facade capable of intimidating most who were unaware of the underlying truths. In reality, this was simply because the incantation could not be uttered in vain. It required a corresponding catalyst, either external true energy, a rigid body, or even one's own true energy. Yun Su's emphasis on this element, coupled with his disregard for its apparent negative ramifications, stemmed entirely from rigorous logical reasoning. A useless or even harmful object could not persist on the desk of someone like Yun Xiao. Especially when it was a familial heirloom, there must surely be some hidden intricacies. Indeed, it was only through rational thinking that one could attain the most reliable enhancements. Utilizing his logical acumen, within a mere few days, Yun Su transformed from a stray dog into the destined child. With his current prowess, launching a counteroffensive posed no challenge. However, he still needed to contemplate the most prudent approach. The sky had darkened. Swiftly approaching nightfall, Yun Su instructed Diyu, bring everyone into the ranch and arrange food and lodging. Shortly, a document needs to be submitted through the ranch's channels. Having made his choice, Diyu fully acquiesced. He signaled for additional personnel to gather and then proceeded to execute Yun Su's directives. The ranch was indeed nearly deserted, with scarcely any spirit beasts housed within. Thus, the number of armored soldiers was limited. However, the scale of the buildings was considerable, and the reserves were quite ample. Accommodating just over 10 individuals posed no difficulty at all. By the time the moon rose, Yun Su had satisfied his hunger, completed his bathing and attired in the guest room. Long Zichun, who had closely followed Yun Su, inquired, "Your face bears a look of concern. What troubles you so? With my newfound abilities, rescuing my father is no longer a daunting task." Yun Su sighed. "Are you afraid that your father may become your weakness?" Long Zichun, having lived 2 lives, grasped Yun Su's predicament almost instantaneously. If he feigned indifference towards his father, it would likely dissuade others from targeting Yun Xiao. Yet, should Yun Su exhibit excessive concern, it could place Yun Xiao in greater peril. Long Zichun, being both astute and valuing familial bonds, resonated deeply with Yun Su's situation. She suggested, act swiftly tonight to eliminate external threats, then rapidly consolidate resources to safeguard the estate. Does Zhao Zhen dare to launch an outright assault? There existed unwritten rules within the martial world. Should Zhao Zhen initiate an attack, it would constitute a grave transgression. The Deji dynasty and other major sects would not permit such behavior. If it were merely a covert attack, Yun Su's capabilities should suffice to handle it with ease. Just as Yun Su was about to respond, his expression shifted abruptly. I must meet with a guest. You should temporarily withdraw. Ensure your brother's safety, and do not stray too far. Long Zichun gasped in surprise. In an instant, she comprehended Yun Su's circumstances. Could it be that a formidable sorcerer lurked nearby, observing? As Long Zichen retreated, the light before Yun Su flickered, and Zhuge and silently appeared. Remarkable. I devoted a significant portion of the day refining the Mingyue Gong. Yet, unexpectedly, within such a short span, you have grown immensely, even vanquishing Fei Jian. Zhuge An's demeanor was somewhat foreboding. From his perspective, he could not help but suspect that Yun Su's unveiling of the Mingyue Gong and the revised plans was a ruse to divert his attention, enabling him to smoothly exploit his powers. My family's qi techniques possess some secrets for dissolving foreign true energy. However, the crux lies in the covert assistance of Long Zichun. Otherwise, I would have lacked the ability to forcibly absorb Fei Jian's powers. Yun Su replied, fully focused on Zhuge and in truth, having just broken through, he had yearned to return and rescue his father immediately. Since he had inherited Yun Su's body and the Yun family's martial arts techniques, he had to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. While Yun Zhao's life was precarious, allowing him to remain under enemy control was not a viable option. Moreover, given that Yun Su possessed the 100-character formula and Long Zichen, it was entirely possible to heal Yun Zhao's injuries. The challenge lay in simultaneously expelling Hua Tianqi and rescuing his father, which was no small feat. However, the moment he moves, Zhuge and will undoubtedly be on high alert. If he were to immediately subdue Yun Xiao, it might be preferable to leave Yun Xiao in the hands of Hua Tianqi, at the very least. Yun Xiao has already revealed that Hua Tianqi accepted his suggestion and decided to merely place Yun Xiao under house arrest. This would help avoid exacerbating the conflict. After Yun Xiao's escape, as long as Hua Tianqi is not exceedingly foolish, he would not resort to killing Yun Xiao. Instead, he would shift all blame onto Yun Xiao, using Yun Zhao's name to control the mountain villa. This way, the resistance from the Yun family would be minimal, facilitating Hua Tianqi's calm strategy to appropriate the Yun family's resources. As for Zhuge and Yun Su has little insight into his character. However, as long as he harbors grand ambitions, one must not overestimate his moral boundaries. A person's ambition and sense of morality typically exist in inverse proportion. The saying that those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivial matters essentially conveys this meaning. What should be done? His plans have not yet fully matured, yet Zhuge and has already come knocking. Due to the presence of others in the room, Zhuge and conveyed his intent for him to dismiss any unrelated parties. Yun Su understood that this was a challenging hurdle to overcome, which is why he made sure to nourish himself and freshen up beforehand. Fully relaxing was a strategy to deal with this individual. Chapter 040. Alive or dead? After confronting the sword pill of Stan, Yun Su realized that he was far from possessing the capability to counterattack. Since he could not temporarily extricate himself from Zhuge An's control, he could only employ the tactics of a strategist to guide Zhuge An's focus. He must never allow the opponent to pinpoint his true vulnerabilities. After hearing Yun Su's response, Zhuge An nodded slightly, saying, "That is indeed the case. If you could directly absorb someone's power, you would not have been forced to flee your home. But what doubts does the master have? This matter is somewhat peculiar. Long Zichen does not possess profound magical abilities, only a life source pearl at her disposal. Yet, when combined with you, not only could it swiftly eliminate Fei Jian, but it could even drain military energy. It could also facilitate the transmission of power to outsiders. One cannot help but feel that something is amiss. What doubts does the master have? Yun Su probed. And Zhuge An shook his head repeatedly, stating, I am not a fool like Fei Jian. I would never covet the life source pearl. The pearl is a crystallization of Long Zichen's past cultivation. It bears a soul imprint and cannot be fused. What use would it be for Fei Jian to seize such an item? Yun Su was taken aback. This object is akin to a chicken rib for cultivators, difficult to refine and of limited utility. However, if successfully crafted, it would be a substantial weapon for martial artists. Moreover, Long Zichen possesses far more valuable assets than just this pearl. The cultivation techniques she masters and even her memories from her previous life are incredibly useful. Instinctively, Yun Su sensed that Zhuge An's words were not entirely truthful. Yet, before such a formidable sorcerer, he dared not speculate too much. Thus, he quickly replied, "With Long Zichen's involvement, I have devised a new plan. Within a year, I can completely seize Zhaozhen's foundation. If executed properly, I could even absorb the power of Ji Chao entirely." What audacious words! Zhuge Zhan rebuked, "Young man, do not aim too high till you believe that merging with Fei Jian's power will render you invincible." After receiving a scolding, Yun Su felt an inner joy. The fact that Zhuge Zhan became agitated indicated that he had struck a chord. Zhuge Zhan was not uninterested in the future Yun Su described, but merely deemed it unattainable, hence his anger. Success cannot solely be spoken into existence. If the master permits me to try, I could establish a sect within a month and join the Lin Jian sect within 3 months. Zhuge Zhan furrowed his brow and interrupted, "You claim you wish to establish a sect and join the Lin Jian sect?" "Indeed." Yun Su replied confidently. Currently, the Lin Jian sect is formed by the amalgamation of 6 factions, with each member casting 1 vote during discussions, often leading to deadlock. If a new sect were to join, unconditionally supporting Zhao Zhan in various matters, he could achieve his goals without resorting to force. The issue lies in the fact that you killed Fei Jian. How could Zhao Zhan trust your sincerity? Zhuge Zhan expressed a hint of disdain. He could not comprehend Yun Su's logic. Were it not for ulterior motives, coupled with Yun Su's proven strength, he might have simply thrown him out. "Let us make a wager. I will consume the Ji Chao royal estate, and Ji Chao will not retaliate. Instead, they will grant me an official title, allowing me to promote my ideology and recruit soldiers. If I fail, I leave my fate in the master's hands." Yun Su boldly made a military pledge. This made Zhuge Zhan hesitate. After a long contemplation, he countered, "How do you intend to present the enhanced version of Mingyue Gong to Zhao Zhan?" If Yun Su were to kill Fei Jian, Zhao Zhan would undoubtedly react fiercely. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to being openly humiliated. Under such hostile conditions, it would be fortunate for Yun Su to preserve his life, let alone gain Zhao Zhan's trust and present him with a secret manual. Why must I give it away? Why not let Zhao Zhan come and seize it? Yun Su replied with confidence, "While fleeing for my life, I suddenly comprehended the key aspects of Mingyue Gong, leading to a remarkable surge in power." "How does that sound?" Zhuge Zhan initially expressed surprise but soon nodded slightly. Yun Su continued, "If a certain prominent figure were to personally attest to the authenticity of my Mingyue Gong, and I subsequently defeat the contemporary masters using this technique, would Zhao Zhan not be tempted? If he goes to great lengths to recruit my aides to secretly record this technique, would it not be entirely reasonable for him to succeed? However, this would require corresponding modifications to the technique." Zhuge Zhan frowned slightly. "The master is a scholarly sage. Aside from you, who else could draw Zhao Zhan's interest?" Upon hearing this, Yun Su recognized an opportunity and immediately showered Zhuge Zhan with unreserved praise. Although he held little faith in Yun Su's claims of conquering the Lin Jian sect and the Ji Chao dynasty within a year, he nonetheless acknowledged his plan to harm Zhao Zhan. Thus, he was entrusted with the significant task of revising Mingyue Gong. Before departing, he seemed to suddenly recall something inside, saying to Yun Su, "Previously, I was preoccupied with my affairs and could not assist you in rescuing your father. Before arriving here, I used my techniques to probe and discovered that your father passed away 5 days ago. Please accept my condolences." What does that last remark from the old man signify? As soon as Zhuge Zhan vanished, Long Zichen reappeared. She had certainly not eavesdropped. Her power was insignificant compared to Zhuge Zhan's. To dare to meddle would be akin to seeking death. Zhuge Zhan's words were merely conveyed by Yun Su to her, with the intention of having her examine the matter from a sorcerer's perspective to discern any underlying complexities. It is quite simple. First, he hints that Zhao Zhan harbors a vendetta against you for your father's death. Second, your father's demise has nothing to do with him. Can you help me confirm these 2 points? Yun Su pressed further. "I will give it a try, but do not harbor excessive hopes," Long Zichen responded. She exhaled, and a radiant pearl materialized before Yun Su's eyes. Long Zichen plucked a hair from Yun Su's head, chanted an incantation, and blew towards the pearl. The hair entwined around the pearl, which flickered with light and shadow. Long Zichen continued to chant, sending sound waves to bombard the pearl. Observing from the side, Yun Su noted that this method of using incantations to strike the pearl bore striking similarities to his own 100-character technique. Could it be that the 100-character technique is also a form of celestial magic? Suddenly, brilliance enveloped his vision. Long Zichen exclaimed with delight. What good fortune! It actually worked! Her method resembled the round light technique. Utilizing the power of the life source pearl, the effect was 100 times stronger than the round light technique. However, due to her nearly non-existent magical power, she could not consistently activate the pearl's might. Fortunately, this time, she succeeded smoothly. Within the luminous barrier of the pearl, the image of a figure lying in bed became distinctly visible. Long Zichen gestured with her finger, manipulating the image as if operating a smartphone screen, zooming in and enlarging it. Yun Su could clearly see that it was none other than Yun Xiao himself. The image seemed to be holographic, capable of conveying various information, including sound and even scent. Yun Xiao lay with his eyes tightly shut, his breathing and heartbeat nearly imperceptible. Yet, through the pearl, Yun Su sensed that he seemed to still possess some semblance of life. What could this mean? He looked at Long Zichen in confusion. Long Zichen furrowed her brow and continued to manipulate the pearl for a while before finally stating, Your father has indeed passed away. His soul has departed. However, his body retains life. There appears to be a parasitic entity within him that is still alive. Chapter 041. An unexpected scene captured by surveillance. A parasitic entity? Yun Su appeared very perplexed. In truth, he was half aware and half in the dark. The half-truth was that he genuinely did not know what mysteries lay within. The half-falsehood was that he could indirectly guess that this matter was likely related to the secret key that had yet to be transferred. It seemed to be a form of sorcery. After successfully pinpointing the location, Long Zichen continued to cast spells, gradually sensing more information. Sorcery? Yun Su furrowed his brow. This was an area he truly did not comprehend. Using it to harm others was one thing. But if one were to have sorcery planted within themselves or a loved one, it would certainly be unsettling. There are two types of sorcery. Common sorcery is used to harm others, while spiritual sorcery can assist in cultivation, heal injuries, detoxify, and even concoct elixirs. Long Zichen provided a brief explanation. Yun Su nodded absent-mindedly. The news of Yun Zhao's death saddened him. Although he had been aware of Yun Zhao's deteriorating health, the abrupt farewell that led to eternal separation left him feeling quite melancholic. Even though he could not fully grasp the principles of his transmigration, he undeniably benefited from the identity of Yun Su. Were it not for this identity, even if forced to leap from a cliff, he would have never obtained the secret manual. Without the resources of the Yun family, even with unparalleled intelligence, it would be impossible for him to soar to greatness in such a short time. If one were to commence from the grassroots, it would necessitate a considerable investment of time and a significant sacrifice to acquire everything in hand. Should fortune frown upon him, he might perish in an untimely accident before achieving any semblance of growth. Since Yun Xiao has passed, he has no other means to repay the debt except to strive earnestly to restore the reputation of the Yun family. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly halted. A figure swiftly entered Yun Zhao's chamber, bending down to scrutinize his countenance closely. Who was this individual? After a prolonged observation, Yun Su furrowed his brow and posed the question. In truth, he had a fair inkling of this person's identity. However, feigning ignorance posed no harm. It would also serve to test Long Zichen and ascertain whether her informants were sufficiently astute. This is Hua Ziyue, the eldest son of Hua Tianqi. Long Zichen pondered briefly before promptly providing an answer. Has Hua Ziyue also arrived at Yun Family Manor? This inquiry was somewhat superfluous, in fact. Yun Su could easily surmise the mixed emotions of Hua Tianqi upon seizing Yun Family Manor. The compendium of martial arts literature alone boasts nearly 100 varieties, not to mention the countless other treasures. Should they annex Yun Family Manor under the banner of the Longmen sect, it would undoubtedly alleviate many troubles for the Hua family. Yet, would the Hua father and son be willing to acquiesce? If they were to swallow Yun Family Manor whole, the Hua family would instantly secure a prominent position in the martial arts world. However, this course of action necessitates consideration of the Yun family's response and Zhaozhen's stance. Hua Tianqi's successful occupation of Yun Family Manor primarily relied on Zhaozhen's covert influence. If they were to privately seize the benefits, they would undoubtedly have to offer the lion's share to the Zhao family. Yet, the resources of the Yun family are exceedingly abundant, so bountiful that it might tempt Hua Tianqi to contemplate severing ties with Zhao Zhan. Regardless of how he plans to maneuver, he must first mobilize the full strength of the Hua family. Otherwise, they would be unable to overpower the members of the Sihai alliance. Any schemes would be mere fantasies. Until preparations are thoroughly arranged, the most prudent course of action would be to leverage Yun Zhao's name to utilize the Yun family's influence, establishing a counterbalance against the Sihai alliance. In such circumstances, the existence of Yun Shao, the living dead, becomes critically important. Aside from the Hua family disciples, Hua Tianqi would never allow outsiders access. Calculating thus, the identity of this individual becomes apparent. Long Zicheng's response merely serves as a confirmation. Within Yun family manor, Hua Ziyue, having assessed Yun Zhao's condition, frowned slightly. When Hua Tianqi stormed into Yun family manor, he had actually been waiting not far from the mountain for news. Although the Yun family had fallen into decline, their reputation had loomed large for over a century. Frankly, he felt quite uneasy during the wait. Out of respect for the Yun family, Hua Tianqi had only brought his young son up the mountain, aiming to avoid being ensnared should circumstances turn unfavorable. The subsequent news was a tumult of joy and sorrow. The Yun family turned out to be merely a paper tiger, and the ease of their actions exceeded all expectations. Although Yun Shao briefly caused some trouble, ultimately, it was the Hua family who emerged victorious. Tragically, this Yun Shao was a treacherous and ruthless individual, abandoning his family and fleeing in a sudden turn of events. Hua Ziyue's brother encountered this wretched dog of a man and was brutally slain. The gruesome manner of his death nearly drove Hua Tianqi to the brink of madness. Fortunately, Hua Ziki arrived in time to restrain his father. Once calm, Hua Ziki lavished praise upon his elder brother, directly entrusting him with Yun Shao and the most crucial documents of the manor, urging him to inventory the resources swiftly and provide directives for disposal. Most importantly, they needed to locate the authentic version of the Mingyue Gong. Indeed, the Mingyue Gong had already fallen into their hands. To be more precise, it was acquired by Yun Shao. As an insider, Yun Shao had long since bribed one of Yun Zhao's close attendants. On the day of the coup, he refrained from showing his face, intentionally delaying to prevent Yun Shao from hastily destroying the Mingyue Gong manual. As long as Yun Shao did not destroy the book at the first opportunity, once he was under control, Yun Shao would surely find a way to recover it. And indeed, this proved to be the case. Yun Su was forced to flee in haste. Yun Shao, bedridden, hesitated upon hearing the news. The bribed attendant had already brought people in to subdue him. Yun Shao held the title of Qingyun Marquis. With a territory as vast as a quarter of Taiwan or a tenth of Korea, he bore dual identities. From the perspective of the martial arts world, he was the lord of Yun family manor. And from the imperial perspective, he was a powerful vassal of a foreign domain. The Yun family resided collectively in grand architecture, with the core being the Qingyun Marquis residence, Qingyun Palace. Merely locating a single volume of a book without the assistance of the Yun family would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yun Shao had numerous informants within the Yun family, and having prepared for rebellion for many years, he executed his plan with great efficiency. Without expending much effort, he unearthed the secret tome of the Mingyue Gong. To his astonishment, the book contained two versions. The contents were largely similar, yet the fundamental methodologies exhibited severe contradictions. One required the use of Gu to cultivate, while the other did not. Before Yun Shao could decipher the mystery, he was, of course, outmaneuvered by the Hua family and expelled from Yun family manor. This was a miscalculation. Hua Tianqi had originally intended to control this individual, only to misjudge Yun Shao's character, resulting in the plan's only partial success. Once Yun Shao escaped, both versions of the book naturally fell into the hands of the Hua family. Hua Tianqi, unable to decipher them, passed them on to his eldest son, Hua Ziyue. Hua Ziyue had been studying them for several days. Yet he too could not discern which version was the authentic one. Hua Ziyue's martial arts prowess was merely mediocre, but his intellect far surpassed that of his father. He recognized that for the Hua family to annex the Yun family, directly betraying Zhao Zhan would not be wise. Thus, gaining Zhao Zhan's tacit approval hinged upon the Mingyue Gong. As long as they could present the genuine version of the Mingyue Gong, Zhao Zhan would likely turn a blind eye to their appropriation of other resources. A crystal-clear stream yields no fish. Zhao Zhan's enterprise was still in its nascent stages, and he would not jeopardize his subordinates over some wealth and a few ordinary martial arts manuals. Conversely, should they present the incorrect version, even if they continued to act as compliant tools, any private mischief would provoke Zhao Zhan to take severe punitive action. Hua Ziyue's martial arts knowledge was rudimentary. If even his father could not ascertain the truth, he certainly could not. Fortunately, his sharp mind prompted him to consider that since Yun Shao had practiced this art for decades, investigating this individual might yield reliable clues. Just as he was intently examining Yuan Zhao's face, contemplating a testing scheme, a voice interjected. There is no need to overthink. He is clearly afflicted with gu. Chapter 042. Heir of the true spirit sect Hua Ziyue was taken aback. Without needing to turn around, he recognized the voice belonged to Hua Lu of the Sihai Alliance. Most members of the Sihai Alliance were from the underworld, and names like Hua Lu might not even be genuine. More alarmingly, they were all driven by unbridled ambition, capable of reckless actions in a moment of impulse. To ensure the success of their operation, Hua Tianqi had requested 21 external collaborators, including 5 first-rate experts, 11 second-rate, with the remainder being third-rate lackeys. The second and third-rate individuals were relatively easy to manage. Even before Hua Ziyue arrived, Hua Tianqi had concocted various excuses to send away all 7 second-rate mid-tier personnel and the entire contingent of lackeys. The reason was simple: to intercept Yun Su. Now, within the manor remained 5 first-rate experts and 4 second-rate, making a total of 9 individuals who, one-on-one, would pose no challenge to Hua Tianqi. However, combined, they were more than capable of annihilating the Longmen sect. In recent days, the Hua father and son had racked their brains, leveraging Zhao Zhen's authority to suppress these individuals. For the time being, they had not allocated even a single manual to them. Upon entering the manor, Hua Ziyue employed numerous stratagems, making vague promises suggesting that the fewer individuals remained after a few were eliminated, the greater each person's share would be. Among these, Hua Lu was a key target for bribery. Little did he know that while this individual was assisting him in placating his companions, he had, in the blink of an eye, directly intruded into Yun Zhao's chamber. Yun Xiao was the linchpin for the Hua family to control Yun family manor. The guards were either disciples of the Longmen sect or trusted confidants of the Hua family. How could Hua Lu, whose martial arts skills were merely second-rate, manage to infiltrate so stealthily? Hua Ziyue understood that at this critical juncture, he could neither show fear nor overreact. Otherwise, he would be toying with his own life. He feigned indifference to Hua Lu's intrusion and calmly inquired, "Does the presence of gu within Yun Zhao's body imply that the cultivation of the Mingyue Gong necessitates the use of gu?" Hua Ziyue's composure elevated Hua Lu's regard for him. He stepped forward and replied earnestly, "That cannot be definitively determined. After all, Yun Xiao utilized gu yet did not succeed in his cultivation." "Then, Mr. Hua, do you have a means to examine his body, especially the spirit gu within him, to uncover the reasons behind his failure in cultivation?" "Indeed, it is feasible, but first, you must allow me to see the secret manuscript of Mingyue Gong. Will you not?" Hua Lu's tone was remarkably relaxed, even tinged with a hint of mockery. Was he entirely unperturbed by the possibility of Hua Tianqi's abrupt arrival? Or was he merely playing the fool to disguise his true intentions? Hua Ziyue turned his head and scrutinized him deeply. Hua Lu's face was utterly unremarkable, neither ugly nor handsome. An individual who would blend into a crowd without a trace. Yet, this was precisely the kind of person who made an excellent candidate for espionage. If he had infiltrated the Sihai Alliance with a mission, what role would he play? In an instant, Hua Ziyue felt a flicker of anxiety. If Hua Lu merely sought to gain something, he might not pose a severe threat. Stealing a few items hardly warranted a mortal enemy. However, if this individual had concealed his identity from the very beginning, Hua Ziyue would indeed be in grave danger. Do not be alarmed. Overthinking will only frighten oneself. Hua Lu was surprisingly perceptive. As Hua Ziyue's thoughts raced, he instinctively sought to reassure him. This uncanny sensitivity made Hua Ziyue break into a cold sweat. Could this man be a sorcerer? There was no other explanation for such acute awareness. He stifled the impulse to call for help and hastily stated, "The Mingyue Gong is on the writing desk outside. However, there are 2 versions, and I have been unable to determine which one is the authentic one." No need to rush, and no need to rush. Faced with the alluring temptation of Mingyue's power, Hua Lu exhibited an unexpected calmness. He gestured for Hua Ziyue to step aside a bit. Lowering himself, he murmured incantations while deftly employing finger techniques to strike several critical acupoints on Yun Zhao's body. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, and a stream of light shot forth from Yun Zhao's throat, which he completely consumed. As this essence departed, Yun Zhao's life force was irrevocably severed, and his form disintegrated into dust at a visibly accelerated rate. However, at the very moment Hua Lu absorbed the light, Hua Ziyue struck with lightning speed, flinging a cloud of powder towards Hua Lu before swiftly retreating, holding his breath. This was a potent toxin Hua Ziyue had previously tested, capable of rapidly decaying flesh upon contact, reducing a person to mere bones. This substance was among the treasures Hua Ziyue had acquired from the Yun family, its toxicity rendering him astounded. He feigned trepidation before Hualu, intending to lower his guard. In truth, despite his mediocre martial prowess, he was shrewd and composed, adept at seizing the opportune moment to strike. The powder enveloped Hualu perfectly as Hua Ziyue soared in the air. Elated, the outcome left him utterly flabbergasted. Simultaneously with Hualu's consumption of the stream of light, he astonishingly harnessed his qi, drawing the entire cloud of powder into his mouth as well. Gradually, he turned, shaking his head and declaring, "What a fool! I have devoured the Gu Emperor of the Yun family. Do you think their poison can harm me?" He exhaled gently, expelling the entirety of the powder, which coalesced into a yellowish pill. This was the Huangji pill. While you may know it dissolves flesh, you are unaware that if used correctly, it can amplify one's qi tenfold. The drawback is that one will fall gravely ill afterward. As he spoke, Yun Zhao's body behind Hualu transformed into fine ash, leaving only an empty set of garments on the bed. Hua Ziyue, drenched in sweat, abruptly turned and fled. Hualu flicked his fingers lightly, commanding, "Stop." Strangely, Hua Ziyue felt as though he had been struck by a paralysis spell, his body instantly solidifying like stone. Inertia caused him to slide several meters before crashing against the door with a thud. Yet outside, there was an eerie silence. All guards remained unresponsive, and there was no sign of Hua Tianqi coming to investigate. Confused by the situation? The truth is rather simple. I, sixth master, practice martial arts as a mere pastime. In reality, I am a cultivator from the Gu cultivation sect, Zhenling sect. Hualu's expression was frigid. Gu cultivation? Zhenling sect. These terms were foreign to Hua Ziyue, who could only exhibit a dazed look, his mouth still able to move. Indeed, the Zhenling sect can only be regarded as a second-rate cultivation faction, yet it possesses its advantages. Our sect cultivates using spiritual Gu. As long as one can acquire high-grade spiritual Gu, even the most talentless individuals can achieve success. But what if the opposite occurs? If one cannot find suitable spiritual Gu, no matter how high your innate talent, there is no future in this sect. Hualu sighed repeatedly, lamenting that if it weren't for the lack of suitable spiritual Gu, he would not have had to change his identity to navigate the underworld. He approached the door, lifting Hua Ziyue, and exited the bedroom, heading to Yun Zhao's study. As Hualu departed, the projection conjured by Yuan Zhu in the VIP room of Lingxiao Ranch abruptly vanished. Yun Su glanced at Long Zichen, only to find her deep in thought, murmuring, "Hualu of the Zhenling sect. I haven't heard much about him." Yun Su inquired, "Can we continue tracking?" The previous spectacle had been quite shocking. From a personal perspective, it felt akin to a live-action film, not only presenting three-dimensional imagery but also allowing one to hear sounds and smell scents, with the perspective adjustable according to individual preference. The sole drawback was that only one scene could be locked in. Once the characters departed, tracking was impossible. Chapter 043. Those who achieve greatness do not scheme among the masses. It is quite difficult. Long Zichen shook her head repeatedly, stating, "I can only sense the owner of Yun Manor through your hair. Without tracking tools, unless there is an accurate location, capturing Hualu is impossible." She then countered, "What exactly do you intend to do? Are you truly planning to establish a sect? Do you not think highly of it? Not just that. If you insist on pursuing this path, I only ask that you spare my younger brother." Long Zichen was quite blunt, directly asserting that Yun Su's approach was a dead end. Though you realize that you might miss the opportunity for Tao Huan to soar to great heights? Yun Su maintained his composure, unfazed by Long Zichen's dismissive attitude. In truth, he understood well that a reincarnator, due to the continuity of memories, often harbors a melancholic disposition. If Long Zichen, possessing a fateful Yuan Zhu, had become such a person, it would be worrisome for Yun Su if she were to agree with him. He would need to reflect on whether his plans contained any base or vulgar elements. The saying "those who achieve greatness do not scheme among the masses" resonates with Yun Su, who had no interest in persuading her, nor in the notion of seduction. Despite Long Zichen's appealing appearance, she was in the prime of youth, but her past life age likely rendered her mindset akin to that of a standard elder. As individuals age, they tend to become suspicious, stubborn, and excessively utilitarian. An aged mindset, even with youthful flesh, does not beget charm. Yun Su, who was not lacking in the means to manipulate others, saw no need to feed a tiger with his own flesh. Yun Su's confidence and arrogance caused Long Zichen to frown slightly. Having tasted the bitterness of failure herself, she found Yun Su's personality quite distasteful. She carefully considered her words. I do not expect much from my family members' achievements. I only wish for them to live a peaceful life. Regardless of the circumstances, Yun Su had bestowed both life-saving and vengeance upon the siblings. For now, she had to temporarily rely on Yun Su's protection. Thus, she sought to prevent her brother from becoming entangled in Yun Su's reckless ambitions while cautiously avoiding a confrontation. Look, you speak foolishly from the outset. Your parents have been honest in their business dealings, never provoking outsiders. Yet, calamity struck from within the home. You were born a daughter, yet you chose to become a cultivator. After turning to cultivation, you failed to adapt, insisting on continuing your pursuit of immortality. Ironically, you not only failed to achieve it, but also could not keep the secret, attracting a horde of thieves, leading to the deaths of the innocent. Long Zichen felt as though she had been struck with a blunt force, left speechless. Those capable of cultivating are invariably the most astute individuals. Despite their melancholy, their intellect remains intact. Yun Su's logic rendered Long Zichen incapable of rebuttal. Her parents had led a quiet life, refraining from trouble, practically embodying the path she hoped her brother would follow. Yet, had they found peace? No. Instead, they were treated like dogs, mercilessly abused and dying without value. Conversely, if Fei Jian had not encountered Yun Su, he would have faced no disasters and, with a stroke of luck, might have even attained longevity. However, having fixed perspectives, it would be exceedingly difficult for Long Zichen to acknowledge her error. She vehemently retorted, even if one wishes to achieve great things, one must not go about it in your fashion. It sounds like you are an expert. Then pray tell me, what would be a more reliable approach? Yun Su replied with a mocking grin. He was well-read and possessed considerable life experience. If one were to chase after what is deemed success on Earth, he had countless methods at his disposal. However, his relaxed nature, coupled with a slight aversion to filth, deterred him from dirtying his hands for trivial gains or petty positions. In a society governed by law, if everything is conducted appropriately, even with a bit of wealth and power, one's actions remain quite limited. Modern individuals do not worry about basic needs. They can leisurely indulge in games and novels, and their quality of life may not fall short of that of the wealthiest elite. To pay a hefty price merely for a larger home, a fancier car, or a more exquisite partner is decidedly unwise. Conversely, becoming an underground emperor, engaging in illegal activities, not only demands the suppression of conscience but also involves the constant fear of a dire end, which is even more foolish. Wielding a dragon-slaying sword yet only able to slice chicken legs is a thought too dreary. Instead, one might as well lie flat. After the transition, the environment has changed. All restrictions have been lifted. It is precisely as the saying goes. The dragon returns to the sea, the tiger roars in the deep mountains. With the pent-up grievances of decades bursting forth like a fountain, a foolish woman like Long Zichen daring to block the flow would likely be swept down the drain. Yun Su's sarcasm was not lost on Long Zichen. However, unable to extricate herself from his influence for the time being, she had to consider the greater picture, patiently analyzing. You have killed Fei Jian. You are now irreconcilable with Zhao Zhan. Wait, why would Zhao Zhan be irreconcilable with me? As soon as she uttered the first sentence, Yun Su immediately interjected, Isn't it obvious? Fei Jian is Zhao Zhan's junior brother and a capable enforcer. You have not only caused him to lose a sharp blade but have also insulted his authority. If he does not eliminate you, who would fear him any more? Long Zichen's brows knitted tightly. She truly could not comprehend why Yun Su insisted on confronting her with such a straightforward fact. Frankly speaking, upon hearing the first sentence, it was evident that her thought process was utterly pedestrian, rendering her uninterested in the rest. Yun Su sighed repeatedly. What sort of person is Zhao Zhan? He is an ambitious and formidable figure. What do you think concerns him the most? Long Zichen, intimidated by Yun Su's aura, instinctively replied, Is it not their grand aspirations? Since you are aware of this, cannot you make a simple deduction? If I possess great utility for Zhao Zhan's ambitions, then a mere Fei Jian is insignificant. Even if I were to kill his son, he would still be able to drink with me in camaraderie. He might even publicly promote me, showcasing the demeanor of a magnanimous sovereign to the world. Yuan Su's words seemingly carried weight. However, Long Zichen's brow remained tightly furrowed, her thoughts in complete disarray. Then what use are you to Zhao Zhan? Long Zichen hesitantly posed a question. To be frank, she truly struggled to grasp Yuan Su's line of thought. Previously, I had confided in teacher Zhuge about establishing a sect and making a bold statement while unreservedly targeting Jichao. As long as Zhao Zhan was convinced he could win me over, he would immediately change his stance. Are you really going to take action against Jichao? Long Zichen exclaimed in shock, nearly fainting. What madness had overcome Yuan Su? After receiving her assistance during a time of escape and gaining a slight advantage through a merging technique, she had become so inflated with audacity? There were countless methods in the martial world to absorb power, yet I had never heard of anyone achieving invincibility through mere practice. Do you understand what a token of allegiance means? How can one gain Zhao Zhan's trust without taking action against Jichao? Yuan Su was equally exasperated with this woman. With such intellect and courage, it was no wonder she had achieved nothing. It seemed prudent for him to exercise caution. What if, in a drunken stupor, he were to be seduced by her, resulting in offspring of questionable intellect? Long Zichen possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to perception. Moreover, Yuan Su made no effort to conceal his disdain. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged through her mind. Her face flushed as she declared, if your reckless endeavors were to succeed, then what would you do? To pledge myself is out of the question. It is clearly taking advantage of me. Yuan Su's words were like pouring oil onto a fire, prompting Long Zichen to uncontrollably shout. If you succeed, I will completely submit to you. Regard you as my leader, mentor, and master. I shall do whatever you command, even if it leads to my demise. You said it yourself. Yuan Su wore a wicked grin. And what if you fail? Long Zichen was not a naive girl. Even in a moment of impulse, she would not lose her sense of reason. Then you may do as you wish. Yuan Su replied with calm assurance. In truth, he was indifferent to Long Zichen's opinion of him. For the time being, her utility was invaluable, and no outsider could replace her. Thus, he intentionally provoked her, igniting her emotions. Now, the impulsive young woman had taken the initiative to commit herself, saving him countless efforts. Chapter 044. The Gu Emperor. In a moment of impulsivity, Long Zichen had entered into a wager with Yuan Su. Once she regained her composure, she felt a tinge of regret. Yet, her regret was solely due to her emotional loss of control. As for the terms of the bet, Long Zichen pondered repeatedly, convinced she had more to gain than lose. However, she still wished to advocate for her brother's interests. Carefully choosing her words, she stated, my brother is still young. Yuan Su waved his hand dismissively. You are jeopardizing your brother's future. I can promise not to use him as a pawn. But I must caution you. If my path proves fruitless, your brother will truly face dire consequences. Despite Long Zichen's reluctance to accept this reality, when Yuan Su laid bare the truth, she ultimately felt despondent and speechless. The Tao family, including herself, had never provoked the Lianjian sect. They had come knocking uninvited. Now that the enmity had deepened, could she still fantasize about keeping her brother uninvolved? She took a step back and requested. The Tao family can stand opposed to the Lianjian sect, but we must not provoke Jichao any further. Since we are already enemies with the Lianjian sect, there is no turning back. We must solidify our stance, maintain our reputation, and seek support from the foes of the Lianjian sect. This may not necessarily lead to ruin. However, if we were to provoke another formidable enemy, with Long Zichen's intellect, it would be unfathomable how to continue surviving. While many in the martial world looked down on Jichao, Long Zichen understood this to be a gross misinterpretation. Although the great sects boasted numerous skilled practitioners, Jichao possessed its own means of survival. The imperial dynasty directly controlled hundreds of counties, along with a plethora of vassal lords who ostensibly submitted, such as the Yuan family. The resources they could mobilize were vast and plentiful, while sects each had their own estates and divisions. Even when considering secondary branches and the families of disciples, their manpower and resources could not compare to Jichao's. Jichao's only drawback was its size, which made control difficult. Additionally, as the nominal ruler of the world, it bore numerous extra responsibilities, often resulting in a certain degree of ineffectiveness. Many times, it appeared somewhat inept, lacking the straightforwardness that sects enjoyed. This was akin to a wealthy man living comfortably. When faced with minor troubles, he would often prefer to part with some wealth rather than confront them directly. In contrast, a destitute rogue, armed only with a knife, would not hesitate to risk his life in battle on the surface. It seemed as if the wealthy man was timid while the rogue was bold. Yet, when forced into a corner, the wealthy man would reveal that his skills were no less than the rogue's. His equipment superior, and his retinue of servants vast enough to overwhelm the rogue's hideout. In response to Long Zichen's resolute attitude, Yun Su replied, "I have always respected everyone's choices. I will not force you and your brother into action. I only hope you remain clear-eyed, so as not to enter a treasure trove and leave empty-handed." Due to her unease regarding Yun Su, Long Zichen voluntarily proposed to serve as his personal attendant. Yun Su readily accepted. He held little genuine interest in Long Zichen, and even harbored some caution towards her. However, he truly could not afford to be without her at this moment. Long Zichen's cultivation was weak, and her situation was dire. There was no need to worry about her becoming a threat to him. Her extraordinary perception, however, drastically reduced the threat posed by Zhuge Un. Furthermore, having lived 2 lifetimes, her knowledge was undoubtedly extensive. As a practitioner, Yun Su could consult her for guidance on various perplexities. With Long Zichen secured, Yun Su let out a great sigh of relief. The urgent matter ahead was to acquire the secret key from his father. From the scenes he had witnessed, he understood that the item his father intended to pass down was undoubtedly the spiritual goo that had been siphoned away by Hua Lu, to be honest. As a time traveler, he held a certain aversion to goo. Yet, knowing it was a gift from his father, he believed it would not pose too great a problem. Initially, he had suspected that Yun Xiao possessed an external aid. Now he realized that the external aid was the goo within Yun Xiao. It was precisely due to this spiritual goo that he could effortlessly navigate the comings and goings of Yun Xiao. It was also this spiritual goo that enabled him to control a vast network of tens of thousands of individuals. In a sense, this spiritual goo functioned like a biological intelligence. With such an external aid, Yun Xiao had the cognitive capacity to process complex data. Unfortunately, while the spiritual goo was beneficial, it still could not assist him in mastering the Mingyue skill. He recalled that the critical 100-character formula necessary for the Mingyue skill lay on Yun Xiao's desk. Visible every day. In the end, Yun Xiao's cleverness had led to his downfall. Yun Su could not help but let out a deep sigh. As the saying goes, great intelligence is akin to foolishness, and great skill can lead to clumsiness. Another saying states that only the wisest and the most foolish are unchanging, meaning that the most brilliant individuals do not overly rely on trivial cleverness. More often than not, they resemble the most foolish people, resolutely stubborn, preferring to solve problems using the most rudimentary methods. Those who always seek shortcuts will never achieve greatness. Yun Su used this to remind himself that in order to accomplish great things, one must not be overly clever. His initial breakthrough of the 100-character formula stemmed from the life principle that some foundational, albeit tedious, labor was unavoidable. One could only earnestly complete tasks in a timely manner. Regarding the spiritual goo and the true spirit sect, Yun Su consulted Long Zichen.as for matters unrelated to her own cultivation. Long Zichen was more than willing to provide answers. Through her detailed, even somewhat tedious explanations, Yun Su quickly gained clarity. The true spirit sect's approach to cultivation through goo involved merging with the companion goo. The spiritual goo was a unique organism capable of absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating autonomously. If a practitioner provided a parasitic environment, establishing a bloodline connection, they could achieve mutual understanding in such a manner. The spiritual goo could utilize the practitioner's knowledge to master the ways of cultivation. Moreover, their unique forms rendered them devoid of emotions, making it far easier for them to succeed in their path than for humans. The magical abilities of the companion spiritual goo could be freely summoned by the practitioner, with their cultivation level directly corresponding to that of the practitioner. The extent and speed of their achievements entirely depended on the type and rank of the spiritual goo, independent of the host's innate attributes. Once the spiritual goo reached a certain height in cultivation, divergences in methods began to emerge. Some would directly invoke heavenly tribulations, leading to the spiritual goo's demise, while the practitioner would inherit the spiritual goo's cultivation, soaring to new heights. Others would part ways peacefully, separating from the spiritual goo before the tribulation, with their powers divided equally or by another proportion. Since spiritual goo could cultivate immortality, mastering martial arts was even less of a challenge. The Yun family had long struggled to master the Mingyue skill, resorting to the misguided idea of utilizing spiritual gu for cultivation. Does this mean my Yun family learned the gu cultivation method from the True Spirit sect? It is quite possible, to my knowledge, your family's ancestors indeed had secret dealings with the True Spirit sect. When Long Zichen referred to Mai, she was clearly alluding to her past life. Then how could my father fail to master the Mingyue skill? Based on my speculation, the Yun family probably only acquired the spiritual gu but did not receive the complete gu cultivation method. Long Zichen might lack in cleverness, yet her insight and experience in cultivation were commendable. Having seen Yun Zhao's situation through the Yuanju, she had a substantial grasp of the truth. As for the spiritual gu within him, I suspect it to be an exceptionally unique spiritual gu, which you may refer to as the Mother Gu or perhaps the Gu Emperor. Otherwise, Hua Lu would not have taken notice. Chapter 045. The invaluable key. The term Gu Emperor was something Yuan Su had heard once before in the surveillance footage. However, as he was not well versed in Gu, its meaning eluded him. Long Zichen explained, spiritual Gu can be divided into two main categories, the Gu Emperor and ordinary Gu. Ordinary Gu are difficult to breed, while the Gu Emperor, like a queen ant, can produce a large number of ordinary Gu.It can even be used in alchemy and poison making. You may consider it a special living furnace, Yun Su suddenly understood. The remarkable Gu and poisons, as well as the spiritual elixirs Yun Zhao provided him, must have originated from this Gu Emperor. In a moment of contemplation, Long Zichen continued, the Gu Emperor is exceedingly rare. Even the True Spirit sect possesses but a few, however, due to its scarcity, many are unaware of its inherent flaw. Utilizing the Gu Emperor as a vessel for cultivation yields results inferior to those of ordinary spirit Gu. Why is this so? It is because the innate structure of the Gu Emperor is inclined towards procreation. It necessitates the imposition of special incantations to forcibly constrain it, allowing it to devote all its resources to self-enhancement. Otherwise, it is akin to a woman who bears many children. Her vitality will surely be depleted, leaving her with scant energy to devote to her husband. This analogy is superb, Yun Su remarked, raising his thumb in approval. Now he understood that Yun Zhao must have been oblivious to this principle, hence the impulsive decision to employ the Gu Emperor for cultivating the Mingyue technique. Yet, the Gu Emperor expended an excessive amount of vitality in breeding Gu and concocting medicinal elixirs, resulting in a sluggish progression in cultivation. Yun Zhao, in his impatience, had inadvertently caused complications. Yun Zhao had not specifically instructed him on matters pertaining to Gu cultivation. He had merely imparted a few Gu and their usage methods. As for the key, he had only vaguely mentioned that it contained various secrets, and that once obtained, one would naturally comprehend everything. Should the key be lost, the entire intelligence network would be summarily abandoned. He pondered and inquired of Long Zichen, could the fusion with the Gu Emperor pose any detriment? Is there a way to completely sever the connection? Those who acquire the Gu Emperor typically use it as a vessel, transferring their own power and even memories to their descendants. I surmise that your father's Gu Emperor is of ancestral origin. The myriad secrets of your Yun family, as well as the accumulated power of several generations, may well reside within. How can you be so disdainful? Long Zichen cast a curious glance at him. If there are no adverse effects, and if separation can be achieved effortlessly, then perhaps I shall consider taking it on. Otherwise, I would rather abstain. The notion of harboring a Gu within my body is rather unsettling. Are you aware that your body is, in fact, teeming with parasites? The Buddhist scriptures assert that the human body is a vast nest for insects, harboring at least tens of thousands of parasitic beings. As a cultivator with a plethora of divine abilities in a past life, Long Zichen, aided by her innate elemental pearl, could perceive what ordinary individuals could not. Thus, she unceremoniously shattered Yun Su's fastidiousness. Well, that is indeed true. Yun Su nodded in acknowledgement. Hailing from a technological era, he was well aware that the human body is rife with various microorganisms. Internally, there existed diverse gut flora, while externally, countless mites thrived. This does not even account for larger entities like roundworms and lice that are visible to the naked eye. Cultivators eradicate the three corpses to cleanse their bodies of these parasites. Without purifying the body, one cannot ascend in cultivation. Buddhism posits that through the practice of mantras, not only does the practitioner benefit, but these extraneous beings within the body also attain liberation. Liberation entails that Through the support of the mantra's power, they are granted an early reincarnation into a favorable realm. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. They escape the cycle of lower birth, while the practitioner sheds burdens, transforming their vital pathways to achieve enlightenment in this very life. Numerous obstacles encountered during cultivation arise from these extraneous parasites. Furthermore, with the presence of the Gu Emperor, it will automatically cleanse various harmful parasites. It can even assist in detoxification. With this in mind, Yun-Su began to perceive the potential advantages. Your family's Gu Emperor was taken by Hualu, while your ancestors undoubtedly established a bloodline lock, preventing outsiders from easily accessing its contents. One must consider that Hualu is a descendant of the true spirit sect. Over time, it will inevitably be unraveled. Long Zikin timely cautioned Yun-Su. Even without her warning, Yun-Su understood that this key was of paramount importance. If he were solely interested in power, losing it would be inconsequential. Yet, Yun-Su was acutely aware that relying solely on strength to dominate the world was impractical. Even if he mastered the Mingyue technique, so what? The claims made by his ancestor Yun-Yi of being invincible across the realm were merely assertions of friendly sparring, not life-and-death struggles in sparring. One may hold the upper hand, but in a true contest of life, victory is not guaranteed. Moreover, should the rules be adhered to, what if one were to employ poison, hidden weapons, or overwhelm with numbers? If Yun-Yi could truly maintain dominion over the world, he would not have remained content with merely being a Qingyun marquis, but would have directly usurped the Yu dynasty to become emperor. Yun-Su's audacious declaration of resolving the alliance of swords and the Yu dynasty within a year stemmed from a thorough analysis of the pros and cons of two distinct paths. Allowing himself to cultivate until he was invincible before emerging was both slow and unreliable. Yun-Su's true hope lay in comparative advantage. He merely needed to be slightly more astute than the martial arts experts, possess marginally superior martial prowess than the top-tier intellectuals, and have a smidgen more power than those who were both clever and skilled. Such an approach would suffice. To believe one could consistently surpass everyone else in any singular aspect of martial prowess or cunning is truly the height of arrogance. It is akin to competing in checkers against a champion in Go, or chess against a champion in checkers. Thus, one does not need to attain mastery in any single discipline to navigate the world with ease. This is known as the secret of strategic game theory or the principle of comprehensive planning. After unlocking his potential, Yun-Su experienced meteoric growth in martial prowess within a remarkably short period. According to the pedestrian reasoning of Long Zikin and her peers, one might conclude that he should retreat and cultivate slowly until he could overpower Zhao Zhan before seeking vengeance. Yet, from Yun-Su's perspective, he recognized that the efficiency curve of his martial advancement had peaked. Continuing along this path would undoubtedly result in a sharp decline, resembling a parabolic trajectory. An action plan with such low efficiency must be discarded. The correct approach would be to leverage the various advantageous factors at present, immediately converting martial advancement into fame and subsequently into power. Such a method would yield the highest efficiency. In the information age, efficiency reigns supreme. The new generation of tycoons capitalizes on financial leverage, attracting venture capital, capturing markets, and issuing stocks. If all goes smoothly, within a few short years, one could amass a fortune in the billions or even rise to the pinnacle. Even if a project fails, it is the venture capital's loss point. One can simply draft a new PPT and start anew. Although the world may differ post-transmigration, as long as human nature remains consistent, the essence of the entire model can still be applied. If one were to follow the path favored by Long Zikin and discard the key, it would not be a grave matter. Conversely, adhering to Yun-Su's path renders the key of utmost significance. With it in hand, efficiency can soar from the Stone Age directly into the Information Age. Thus, Yun-Su resolved that this key must be secured at the earliest opportunity. Failing to do so would mean squandering the accumulated legacy of the Yun family over generations. Chapter 046. Return to Yun family manor. Beneath the cloak of night, two figures soared from the window like birds in flight. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the pasture and entered the expansive mountains. As Yun-Su sped along, he communicated with Long Zikin through his mind. He himself would not employ telepathy. However, since Long Zikin possessed this ability, it was as if he did as well. Having lived two lives, Long Zikin's accumulation of knowledge was immense. While she would not easily divulge her own Dao techniques, she also possessed a multitude of martial arts incantations. Though her martial prowess was not particularly high, her perception undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary first-rate expert. Throughout their journey, her slight guidance propelled Yun Su's lightness of foot to new heights, significantly enhancing his mastery of the transformation of nature and profound chi technique. Had he engaged with Stan at that moment, he would likely be able to exchange blows for 30 to 50 moves. Moreover, Long Ziken did not solely bestow benefits upon Yun Su. In truth, the reason she could keep pace with his breakneck speed was due to Yun Su infusing her with that martial aura, resulting in a significant boost in her own strength. Meanwhile, her true energy was condensed into a dragon of energy, which Yun Su collected as collateral for the temporary borrowing of the dragon's martial aura. This arrangement made Yun Su appear somewhat petty. Had it been anyone else, they might have responded with cold remarks. However, Long Ziken, possessing a psychological age exceeding a century, was highly mature and took no offense at his caution. That level of second-rate martial arts could hardly safeguard one's own life. Even if retained, what use would it serve? Both had undergone a process of adapting to their rapidly increasing power. A mere quarter of an hour later, their speed surged once more. At this juncture, even in daylight, ordinary people would be unable to discern their movements. By employing profound martial arts techniques, their bodies were enveloped in a layer of true energy, rendering their passage through the atmosphere silent and unobtrusive. There was neither the pain of cutting through the air like a blade nor any loss of heat. The martial prowess of the Alliance of Swords Fei Lao Lu was remarkable. During the operation of true energy, numerous profound principles flowed into Yun Su's subconscious. The martial essence elucidated by the 100 characters technique began to integrate into Yun Su's instincts. According to Long Ziken, the 100 characters technique could not reverse engineer the cultivation methods of the transformation of nature and profound chi technique, nor the yellow heaven and earth palm. However, it could extract the fundamental principles or patterns from the lowest tier. By incorporating these essentials into his instincts, Yun Su could not only master these two techniques deeply, but also advance his cultivation realm further. As for how far he could push it, that would depend on the tier of the 100 characters technique itself. If its level surpassed that of the transformation of nature and profound chi technique, he could extrapolate the technique to its zenith. Otherwise, the extrapolated technique would be limited to or approximate its own realm. In other words, even if Yun Su could not obtain the secret text of the transformation of nature and profound chi technique, he could still enhance his power using the Shattered Void Fist. By leveraging the computational power of the 100 characters technique, he could convert quantitative accumulation into the elevation of his cultivation realm. Building upon the 6th level attained by Fei Jian, he could continue to advance to the 7th, 8th, and even 9th levels. Long Ziken believed that since the 100 characters technique could completely extract Fei Jian's power, its own realm must be at least on par with the first half of the transformation of nature and profound chi technique. This technique comprises 7 postnatal levels and 3 innate levels. Beyond that lies pure immortality, which falls outside the scope of martial arts. It was certain that Yun Su could attain perfection at the 7th level. At that time, the primordial atmosphere had already begun to take shape. Even if one could not further deduce upwards, it was still possible to redirect one's efforts towards other techniques. By stepping on Fei Jian, Yun Su could effortlessly transcend the threshold between the acquired and the innate. This path would save a considerable amount of time. Conversely, even if Yun Su were able to master the Mingyue Gong, he would first need to elevate the Qingming Qigong to its maximum level. In the eyes of a cultivator like Long Zichen, the Mingyue Gong was merely a martial art. Although it might possess slightly greater power than the Zhao Huatong Xian Qigong, it ultimately held little significance. To this, Yun Su remained non-committal. If the immortal path were that easily attainable, how could the world have become one dominated by martial arts? Moreover, according to his philosophy, he always felt uneasy about climbing to greater heights on a ladder acquired through theft. Fortunately, his current focus was not on cultivation but on seizing power. Thus, this matter could be set aside for the time being. Setting off from the northernmost point of the Lingshao mountain range, one would traverse hundreds of miles to reach Yun Family Manor. After covering half the distance, Yun Su found himself adeptly operating the Zhao Huatong Xian Qigong. Long Zichen had also become entirely familiar with the utilization of weapon qi. She joyfully discovered that weapon qi differed from ordinary martial true qi, seemingly capable of manifesting a hint of the powers of immortal techniques, if she were to return to the daytime with her current strength. Not only would Song Xian and others appear as mere clay chickens and tile dogs, but she would also stand a good chance against Fei Jian. Unable to conduct overly complex experiments while on the run, she simply infused weapon qi into the Yuan Pearl, feeling her spirit quiver, and suddenly everything around her became vividly clear. Within a radius of 10 miles, all scenes materialized, encircling her like a halo. This was a wondrous high-dimensional holographic perception, akin to having opened her celestial eye. In her excitement, Long Zichen treated the weapon qi as magical power and attempted to cast a secret technique of the stars. The process was rather cumbersome, akin to a machine lacking adequate lubrication. Yet, she managed to initiate it with great difficulty. A force emanated from the distant starry sky, counteracting the gravity of the earth, allowing Long Zichen's body to float effortlessly in midair. Yun Su rushed forward several miles, only to discover that Long Zichen had ceased her advance, her entire being suspended 4 to 5 zhang above the ground. With great delight, Long Zichen danced on her tiptoes in the air. "Have you mastered the art of flight?" Yun Su exclaimed in astonishment. "This is not flight. It's merely the art of levitation," Long Zichen corrected with precision. She then leapt, as if pulled by an invisible string, soaring several miles ahead of Yun Su in an instant. What is this phenomenon? Yun Su was both surprised and amused. This is the Star Maru leap technique. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. What are the conditions? Simply give me that weapon qi dragon. Long Zichen laughed heartily, feeling as though she had turned the tables on Yun Su, who could not evade her grasp. Little did she know, Yun Su shook his head without a moment's hesitation, declaring, not interested. As a descendant of the Gigu lineage, he was an expert in mastering the hearts of men. How could he allow Long Zichen to gain the upper hand? Moreover, Long Zichen's ability to fly was likely a result of the weapon qi restoring some of her immortal prowess. Even if she learned the incantations, she might not be able to wield them. The greater the power of the weapon qi, the more urgent Long Zichen's desire for it would become. Yun Su's control over her would only strengthen. To carelessly exchange this carrot for a hard bone that he could not gnaw on would truly be foolish. With a hint of frustration, Long Zichen hopped and danced in the air, effortlessly surpassing the swiftly moving Yun Su. Though Yun Su's lightness skill had reached the pinnacle, he still fell short by a fraction, able only to perform long-distance leaps and glide through the air, unable to defy gravity and truly fly. Thus, he was at a disadvantage in terms of speed. As Yun family manor came into view, Long Zichen suddenly communicated telepathically, "Oh no, it seems Hua Lu is not in the manor." With the enhanced power of her life Yuan Pearl, Long Zichen detected not only the absence of Hua Lu from the manor, but also that Hua Ziyue and the 2 volumes of Mingyue Gong had vanished as well. Clearly, Hua Lu had acted swiftly, escaping before Yun Su could confront him. What should we do now? Should we track down Hua Lu or first expel the outsiders and reclaim Yun family manor? Yun Su countered, "Do you have a way to trace Hua Lu? Very difficult. Unless we can obtain a hair or skin fragment from Hua Lu, even then, success is not guaranteed. He is the descendant of the true spirit sect. The Gu practitioners possess not only acute senses but are also masters at concealing themselves. Since that's the case, we need not choose. Let's first expel the outsiders." Yun Su's tone bore no significant disappointment, which puzzled Long Zichen. Was he uninterested in inheriting the Gu Emperor's legacy, or did he have other plans? However, Long Zichen maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from asking unnecessary questions about matters that were inconsequential. With the aid of the Life Yuan Pearl, the entire manor was as if laid bare before her. Any detail she wished to observe could be seen, and she could freely switch perspectives. She could also conduct macro real-time monitoring of the entire area. Any rustle or movement within the manor could not escape her perception. This sensation brought her immense satisfaction, as if she had returned to the state of unparalleled freedom she once experienced at the pinnacle of her cultivation in her previous life. With Long Zichen's assistance, Yun Su's strength was equivalent to that of 2 Fei Jians working in tandem. Coupled with her extraordinary perceptive abilities, eliminating several underworld figures became an effortless task. In less than 2 hours, Yun Su had drained the power of each individual one by one, the entire process almost completely silent, just as he was about to confront the strongest among them. Hua Tianqi, a terrified voice suddenly pierced the night sky. "Who is it? Who dares to play tricks on me? Show yourself if you have the courage." Hua Tianqi was genuinely frightened. The Yun Chao incident had inflicted considerable psychological damage upon him. leading him to deeply question the reliability of his lifetime of experience. Thus, upon the arrival of his eldest son, he immediately handed over all matters and transferred decision-making authority to him. Little did he know that suddenly, his son had gone missing. The Mingyue Gong manuscripts and a large quantity of spiritual pills and gu seedlings had vanished without a trace. Upon investigation, all the guards claimed that the eldest young master had taken people down the mountain. Yet, how could this be possible? If it were his younger son who had stolen something, he could have understood. His eldest son was the heir he had painstakingly nurtured. What reason would he have to resort to such a ploy? Surely, he couldn't have been bribed by Zhao Zhan to betray the family, could he? Hua Tianqi was overwhelmed with fear, anger, and suspicion. His first target of suspicion fell upon the members of the Sihai Alliance on the mountain. These underworld bosses were capable of anything, so it would not be surprising if they were involved. However, upon a slight investigation, he discovered that these individuals had silently fallen victim as well. After checking 5 of them, all had their powers incapacitated, their bodies rendered immobile. Hua Tianqi felt a chill run down his spine. Few in this world possess such capabilities. Moreover, to execute such a significant operation without alerting anyone. Could it be that Zhao Zhan himself was behind this? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, nearly driving him to madness. In a fit of rage, he shouted out. Just as the echoes of his cry faded, a young voice responded. Yun Su has come to seek guidance from Master Hua. You have occupied Yun family manor for so many days. What exactly is your intention, Yun Su? This answer completely caught Hua Tianqi off guard. As he swiftly leapt towards the source of the voice, he bellowed, By whose authority do you dare to return and seek death? Your remarks are utterly ludicrous. You, a thief, have occupied my home, yet you dare to address me. The rightful owner, with such insolence, is this the style of the Longmen sect, or is it the ethos of your Hua family? Yun Su poured his energy into his words, making each syllable resonate far and wide. Throughout Yun family manor, from the pinnacle of Qingyun Palace to the residences at the foot of the mountain, thousands of households heard him clearly die in an instant. A clamor erupted. All, whether still awake or roused from their slumber, quickly sprang from their beds, rushing outside to inquire about what was happening. They wanted to ascertain the identity of the one whose voice reverberated throughout Yun family manor. They were certainly aware of Yun Su's return. However, under normal circumstances, he would not emerge for 10 or 8 years of seclusion. Returning would only spell doom. Even the foremost expert of the Yun family, Yun Chao, had fled in disgrace, so how could a mere Yun Su hope to turn the tide? The family elders and key officials closed their doors, invoking the art of feigning death, as if they had forgotten the facts that Yun Su had been driven away, Yun Chao had been expelled, and Yun Xiao had been captured, along with the manor's many secrets stolen by outsiders. Little did they know, just a few days had passed, and Yun Su had managed to return with such ferocity. From the aura he displayed, it was evident that under no circumstances could he possibly be the real Yun Su. In the span of just 1 week, it was inconceivable for him to elevate his powers to such a degree unless an immortal of great prowess had employed supreme techniques. If Yun Su were an impostor, who could be impersonating him? As the commotion within the manor reached a fever pitch, Hua Tianqi had already arrived before Yun Su. Without waiting for the other to speak further, Yun Su raised his voice and declared, Hua Tianqi, I must thank you. Danwei family has failed to cultivate the Mingyue Gong for 3 generations. It was precisely because of your pressure that I successfully comprehended the mysteries of the technique during my flight. Characters like Hua Tianqi were mere NPCs, and granting them excessive attention was a waste of time. As soon as Yun Su finished speaking, he made his move. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. An irresistible force surged forth from the Dan Terrace of Qingyun Palace, enveloping the world in silence, obscuring all sound and light. In this high martial world, where techniques existed, lightness skills flourished, and powerful spiritual beasts were used for rapid communication. The speed of information flow far surpassed that of ancient Earth. Since the incident at Yun family manor had unfolded over 7 days, spies from various factions had long converged at the foot of Dakingshan. Some were outside the mountain, while others were at its base. Some reside within the mountains. Regardless of their location or whether they have found respite, they all sense the extraordinary phenomenon of the heavens and earth being shrouded. An eerie silence enveloping everything. Every heartstrings quivered, as if intuitively aware of an impending volcanic eruption or the Earth's imminent collapse. Heidi felt akin to being ensnared in a dreadful nightmare, longing for a cocoon to burrow into and momentarily escape. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed, as if the chaos binding heaven and earth had been cleaved apart. A full moon ascended slowly, casting its unparalleled brilliance upon the mortal realm, and the vast expanse between heaven and earth. Nothing else existed, only this eternal, unchanging full moon. Throughout the region of Yun Family Village, even those indoors could clearly behold this moon, as if it were directly reflecting upon their spirits. There was no hiding, no obscuring. Under the moonlight, the inner secrets of all were laid bare. There remained no other recourse but to cower in submission. Those far from the battlefield felt similarly, while the foremost victim, Hua Tianqi, was engulfed in confusion. He found himself not only unable to summon his vital energy or move his limbs, but even his innermost thoughts were frozen. No idea could arise. Only a sense of dread lingered within. Yuan Su exhaled softly, and in an instant, Hua Tianqi was propelled into the air. He soared over the palace square, traversed the entire mountaintop, and ultimately crashed heavily at the foot of the mountain, creating a deep pit in the ground. The moonlight technique? Indeed, it was the moonlight technique. This martial art had not manifested in nearly 2 centuries. Which descendant of the Yun family has mastered such a skill? That individual earlier identified himself as Yuan Su. Yuan Su, was he not struck by lightning and rendered utterly incapacitated? Who do you ask, and I ask whom? To survive a lightning strike is surely a sign of the uncanny. Yuan Su has indeed mastered the moonlight technique. Speak cautiously, remarkable. The young lord continues the legacy of the Yun family deity. Seems that Yun family village not only escaped destruction but is poised for resurgence. Chapter 048. Extraordinary means of management miraculously escaping. Yuan Su has mastered the moonlight technique and defeated Hua Tianqi with a single move. News of this spread at breakneck speed to the bases of various major factions. Before dawn, the master of the Imperial Ceremonial Office, Wei Xian, the leader of the Lianjin sect, Zhao Zhan, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple, De Zhua, and the head of the Xuanwu sect, Ku Mu Zhenren, received urgent reports. Upon receiving the report, the eunuch, Wei Xian, refrained from alarming the emperor, opting to wait until dawn to present the matter. The imperial court is unlike the martial arts sects. Affairs are exceedingly intricate. If even the trivial matter of a mere Qingyun Marquis' estate were to disturb the emperor, he would scarcely find rest. Zhao Zhan, however, was the first to scrutinize the intelligence. The information originated from his private intelligence network, and it was imperative to keep it from outsiders. The sudden mastery of the moonlight technique by Yuan Su. Zhao Zhan's expression turned perplexed. He promptly dispatched additional personnel, instructing them to investigate the matter thoroughly, ensuring the most accurate intelligence was obtained. Before long, another urgent report arrived. Zhao Zhan immediately opened it. Upon reading, he was taken aback. Yuan Su, employing the moonlight technique, had defeated over 10 challengers, subsequently declaring Di Jing to be his sworn brother and entrusting the management of the estate to him. He himself would personally pursue the thief who absconded with the secrets of the moonlight technique. One Hualu. The information conveyed was densely packed. Zhao Zhan spent considerable time digesting it all. To vanquish challengers using the moonlight technique was evidently a means to validate its authenticity. By proclaiming Di Jing as his brother and relinquishing the management authority of the estate, was he perhaps extending an olive branch to the Lianjin sect, signaling he would not retaliate against them, but rather restrict his vengeance to Hua Tianqi? The final point hinted to outsiders that the secrets of the moonlight technique had first been perused by the Hua father and son before falling into the hands of Hualu. What exceptional tactics! The more Zhao Zhan contemplated, the more he admired Yuan Su. The Hua family and the Longmen sect appeared to be doomed. The moonlight technique could elevate even third-rate practitioners. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? Moreover, Hua Tianqi's defeat at the hands of Yuan Su would undoubtedly diminish his stature in the eyes of many. A person of lacking skill who has perused an unparalleled secret manual is bound to meet a dire fate. Without sufficient justification, even Zhao Zhan would not intervene on his behalf. The cost-benefit analysis had clearly become imbalanced. Associating with such a person would yield no gain. As for Hualu, if he possessed sufficient wit, his only path to salvation would be to beseech Yuan Su for mercy. Yuan Su had mastered the moonlight technique. His greatest interest lay in preventing the secrets from leaking. He alone knew the veracity of the manual. Hualu could engage in meaningful dialogue with someone of such understanding. The focus should be on how to plead for forgiveness. If captured by outsiders, even if he surrendered the manual, his life would remain forfeit. He would likely endure all manner of worldly torment first. The one who obtained the manual would certainly wish to keep their identity concealed. Eliminating Hualu would be the simplest solution. Furthermore, they would be unaware of the manual's authenticity and would likely conduct multiple tests. Hualu's fate was assuredly grim. The moonlight technique is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Not even Yun Su's ancestors had succeeded in mastering it over 3 generations. If an ordinary person were to attempt its practice and failed, would they suspect their own lack of talent or doubt the manual's authenticity? That answer could be deduced even by the dullest of minds. Regardless of whether Hualu felt wronged, he was destined to bear the blame. Unless Hualu was certain he could escape, should circumstances turn unfavorable, his first instinct would be to surrender to Yun Su. As dawn broke, Yun Su descended the mountain with his esteemed elder statesman from the Yun family accompanying him. Last night, he had demonstrated the moonlight technique to first defeat Hua Tianqi and subsequently overcome over 10 challengers. Di Jing, not far away, was inevitably stirred by the commotion. Before the senior officials of the Yun family and outsiders, Yun Su proclaimed Di Jing to be his sworn brother, a disciple from a prestigious sect. Thus trustworthy, therefore, he entrusted the management of the estate to Di Ergu. He himself would personally pursue Hualu to retrieve the secrets of the moonlight technique. The significance of the moonlight technique was evident to all. And thus, no one could oppose Yun Su's arrangements. Remaining within the estate, Yun Su meticulously accounted for the various losses incurred. Naturally, these would all be attributed to the Hua family, Longmin sect, and Hualu. As for those members of the Four Seas Alliance whose powers he had rendered ineffective, he would leave their handling directly to Di Jing. Once the transfers were completed and he had met with the key personnel within the estate, the light of day had fully emerged. Without further hesitation, Yun Su promptly departed with Long Zikin. Donned in the guise of a maid, Long Zikin remained silent throughout, drawing no attention from outsiders. One knew that the so-called moonlight technique was merely a simulation crafted through the combined efforts of her and Yun Su. The true mechanisms at play were the Tao of transformation, the 100-character formula, military energy, and her own mystical arts. It wasn't until they had galloped 10 miles away that Long Zikin finally spoke. You entrusted the estate to Di Jing? Do you not fear it may not be reclaimed? You publicly disclosed that Hualu stole the manual. What if someone else seizes the opportunity to snatch the manual and eliminate Hualu? At that point, even the Gu Emperor would be irretrievable. Long Zikin did not entirely fail to comprehend some of Yun Su's intentions. However, upon assessing the situation as a whole, she ultimately felt the risks were excessively high. Were she in his position, she would never entrust Yun family village to an enemy, especially after just having killed Feijian and clashed with Sherdan. Secondly, she would never make public the matter of Hualu stealing the manual. If Yun family village were merely an external concern, it could be reclaimed as long as one possessed sufficient strength. However, the manual and the Gu Emperor were of utmost importance. How could such information be leaked? Pitiful. Your line of thinking is precisely why you continuously fail. Yun Su did not hasten to respond but instead shook his head repeatedly. The calamity of the Tao family lies largely at your feet. Had it not been for your mishandling, it would not have come to this point. How easy it is for you to say. What would you have done in my place? When it came to placing blame regarding the Tao family's plight, Long Zikin's composure shattered, her flawless visage contorted with rage. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Long Zikin had grown indifferent to most matters, yet she held familial ties in the highest regard, in line with the psyche of many elderly individuals. While her intellect may have dulled, her sense of morality, responsibility, and justice had faded to near oblivion. Yet her familial sentiments only intensified, becoming the standard by which she measured all values. Having failed to protect her parents, Long Zikin was already deeply pained, her resolve shaken. To hear Yun Su assert that her parents were to blame was intolerable. Last night you refined military energy and integrated it with moonlight. Your mystical arts must have regained at least a fraction of their former strength, no? If you can simulate using mystical arts, I could embody you or Tao Huan, and I can directly demonstrate how to handle this minor inconvenience. Minor inconvenience? Long Zikin nearly exploded with rage. Feijian was among the most formidable experts of the era. having acquired the secret traditions of the Wuji sword sect, cultivating only the highest tier techniques. If he were to spare no expense, eliminating Yun Chao would be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. The Lianjian sect backing him was not only powerful but also ambitious, akin to a mad dog on a rampage. Even the Great Zen Temple and the Xuanwu sect dared not provoke them lightly. Do you truly believe you could protect the Tao family? It's utterly laughable. Then by all means, embody Fei Jian and let us simulate a match. Yun Su replied with a smile, employing tactics from the art of Gigu, such as Bai He, response, and flying claws, deliberately provoking Long Zikin's emotions to delve into her inner secrets, were he to earnestly inquire. This woman, having lived 2 lifetimes, would likely utter naught but falsehoods. Only by striking at her vulnerabilities could he hope to uncover her true feelings. As for the morality of causing her pain, please, the external world is so cruel. A cultivator lacking the courage to confront their own truths might as well dig a hole in the ground, insert their head, and feign death. Chapter 049. The inspiration brought by the highly realistic illusion deep within Long Zichen's heart lay her most vulnerable spot. Tightly grasped by Yun Su, causing her to feel as if she might explode with rage. She understood that Yun Su was intentionally provoking her, likely testing her Taoist techniques and mental fortitude. Yet, if she could transcend emotional disturbances and achieve the state of Taishang Wangqing, how could her Taoist abilities be so difficult to restore? Thus, even with the awareness of the trap, she still leaped into it. It was merely a matter of harnessing the power of her life source Yuan Pearl to construct a highly realistic illusion, akin to playing a virtual reality game. Nevertheless, as a cultivator, she retained her basic self-control. Hence, she would never allow Yun Su to fully immerse himself in her persona. To do so would equate to granting him insight into her cultivation foundation. As for her brother Tao Huan, he was innocent and possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the Honglu Qi Gong. If Yun Su wished to learn it, Long Zichen could easily teach him. Torn between irritation and curiosity, she felt a mix of extreme displeasure while genuinely wanting to see whether Yun Su possessed any extraordinary techniques. My life source Yuan Pearl creates its own space, making it not difficult to fabricate an illusion. However, its power is currently insufficient to draw our true forms into it. Therefore, we need to find a secluded and safe location. Correct? Just follow me. Being on the territory of the Yun family, finding a secure spot was not particularly challenging. Although Yun Su was a traveler and unfamiliar with the environment, he was the young master with top-level privileges and had access to classified maps. Utilizing Long Zichen's divine perception and Yun Su's sense of energy, they confirmed they were not being followed, then found a hidden place to secure their horses before employing lightness skills to enter the mountains and discovering a cave the Yun family used as a storage facility. Long Zichen felt somewhat unsettled. Employing military energy to perform Taoist techniques was exceedingly uncoordinated. After numerous attempts, she barely managed to activate the illusion function of the Yuan Pearl. The Yuan Pearl shone brilliantly, and in an instant, Yun Su's consciousness was drawn in, as if plunging into an endless abyss. When his sensory functions resumed, he realized his body had transformed into that of a frail youth. Simultaneously, a wealth of information flooded into his awareness. Naturally, this was the data about Tao Huan that the Yuan Pearl had imparted. As Tao Huan's elder sister, everything about him was no secret to Long Zichen. From the Qigong and martial skills he mastered to his various experiences throughout his life, all could be flawlessly restored. Moreover, the prowess of Fei Jian was completely analyzed by Yun Su. With the enhancement of Taoist techniques, fabricating a virtual Fei Jian was a simple task. As for Fei Jian's past actions, they bore no relation to the Tao family, and any ambiguity would not affect the simulation's efficacy. After taking some time to familiarize himself with everything about Tao Huan, the narrative officially commenced. Yun Su was now aware that the Tao family was a prominent merchant registered in the Dongning County of Jizhou, primarily engaged in a chain of inns and logistics business along the southeastern coast. They had 2 brands, the Rugue Inn and the Yong'an Escort Agency. The Rugue Inn was renowned, and anyone who had ventured into the martial world would undoubtedly have stayed at this inn. Similarly, the Yong'an Escort Agency was held in high regard. While it could not guarantee absolute security for transported goods, it at least promised full compensation. The speed of delivery and the convenience of collection were also unparalleled. Though the Tao family was not aristocratic, they were exceedingly wealthy. For generations, the family heads acted cautiously, ensuring that their principal assets were located within the city and that their business scope was meticulously confined to urban areas and vital trading hubs, never encroaching upon the domains of sects or aristocratic families. Their operational philosophy strictly adhered to the principle of minimizing risks, even at the cost of lower profits. However, during the tenure of Tao Huan's father, Tao Feng, the emergence of the Lianjian sect led to a sudden increase in chaos within the martial world. A series of unforeseen incidents not only caused significant losses for the escort agency, but also drastically curtailed its operations. The chain of inns located in remote areas outside the city frequently encountered troubles, and their operational losses were rapidly depleting their profits. This posed a significant dilemma for Tao Huan. If he were to adhere to a cautious and conservative approach, his business would continue to shrink. However, the path of commerce resembles rowing upstream. If one actively retreats, it can quickly trigger a vicious cycle. For instance, clients of the escort agency might fear it would shut down at any moment and be unable to compensate for lost goods, leading them to take their business elsewhere. Similarly, patrons of the inns might lose trust in their safety and opt for other accommodations or even resort to camping outdoors. There is a saying that one must keep moving forward in turbulent waters, or risk falling behind. This principle applies universally to any endeavor. Thus, Tao Feng faced a difficult choice. If he continued to contract his business, it could lead directly to closure. Conversely, he would need to strive to expand into new ventures. The prospect of outright closure was evidently beyond Tao Feng's psychological tolerance. Ultimately, he made a challenging decision to launch a brand new insurance business. Clients of the escort agency feared their goods would be uninsured, while guests at the inns worried about theft or personal harm. Therefore, he decided to offer insurance to all guests, promising triple compensation for any losses. The credibility of the claims would be backed by the Tao family's fixed assets and high-value properties. Fixed assets included nearby farmland, urban residences, shops, and so forth. High-value assets encompass shares in urban businesses, pawn shops, and shipbuilding workshops. This was tantamount to wagering everything. Either they would lose generations of accumulated wealth or, through successful investment, revitalize their ancestral business. When this new venture was first introduced, no one held any optimism. Many believed that it would not be long before the Tao family met its demise. Yet, to their astonishment, 3 years after the launch of the new business, the Tao family not only avoided losses but saw a resurgence in their inn and escort agency operations. Just as it seemed the crisis had passed, the Tao family was met with a catastrophic adversary. In the virtual world, the 14-year-old Tao Huan stretched lazily and mused. Why is Fei Jian targeting the Tao family? It seems the majority of the issues stem from business matters. Having transformed into Tao Huan, Yun Su adapted to his new body and environment. He was astonished to discover the remarkable intricacy of Long Zichen's Taoist simulations. From a subjective perspective, had he not retained his previous memories, he might genuinely have believed he had traversed realms once more and truly become Tao Huan. This experience sparked subtle reflections within him. For instance, during his earlier transmigration, could there have been some hidden intricacies? Allowing his imagination to wander, he pondered whether a certain celestial being, for some ulterior motive, had utilized unparalleled Taoist techniques to extract relevant information about Yun Su from Earth and implanted it into the mind of the young master of the Qingyun Marquis, completing a substitution of identities. If this were indeed the case, it would present a substantial philosophical quandary. From a materialistic standpoint, it seems there should be no existence of the soul, only the existence of information. Purely replicating the information of Yun Su from Earth would not cause his disappearance. The original Yun Su would still be living well, leading a leisurely and mundane life. Meanwhile, he would be an additional character, neither a traveler nor a native. His identity so peculiar that it defied definition. Fortunately, Yun Su's psychological resilience was robust, and the question of who am I did not pose a significant disturbance. Moreover, as long as he cultivated his Taoist techniques to their zenith, he would naturally be able to discern all mysteries. Yun Su quickly steadied himself and focused on investigating the crisis facing the Tao family. Chapter 050. A reversal. Yun Su had comprehensively understood the Tao family's business. He also had a clear idea of why the Lianjian sect sought to target the Tao family. Beyond the astonishing wealth of the Tao family, the very layout, connections, and revenue model of their business would greatly benefit the Lianjian sect. The outer members of the Lianjian sect were numerous. Why were the attackers on Long Zichen the Qingfeng village, Feilong Gang, and Hezhong Merchant Alliance? The reason lay in their similar natures. once they consumed the Tao family's industries. The operational networks of the aforementioned three entities would be significantly enhanced. Thus, Yun Su's initial conjecture had been validated. Long Zichen's identity was merely a pretext for targeting the Tao family. Even if this excuse were dismantled, the Lien Jian sect would find another reason to strike. What good was knowing this? The crucial matter was to resolve the issue by the banks of the Taohua Creek. Long Zichen, manifesting her true form, chuckled coldly. It is precisely because the Lien Jian sect covets my Tao family's industries that their plans must have been meticulously deliberated. Fei Jian is merely responsible for execution. They tightly grasp my identity, which lends them a semblance of justification for their actions. The officials of Jizhou have always envied my family. With the Lien Jian sect acting as the villains, they need only turn a blind eye to reap a fortune. Yun Su nodded slightly. As a woman of considerable charm, Long Zichen's psychological age exceeded a century. While she may lack strategic acumen, she was certainly not naive. As a merchant family lacking martial prowess, the Tao family had always been cautious in their dealings. Their primary assets were located within the city, and their farmlands were situated within the Crown's controlled areas. Their businesses were all registered with the Crown, which profited greatly from commercial taxes. Officials at all levels also received generous gifts during festivals. If someone were to directly invade and commit murder for wealth, such actions would be utterly untenable. If the Crown were incapable of protecting law-abiding merchants, who would hold any respect for it? It is worth noting that many merchants, in an effort to evade taxes, had their businesses directly affiliated with sects. In such cases, the Crown would receive no tax revenue and would certainly not compensate to ensure safety. The property and personal safety of these individuals would rely solely on the sections. The rise and fall of these two classes directly affected the balance of power between the Crown and the sects. In cruder terms, the Tao family essentially paid a protection fee to the Crown, which was obligated to safeguard them. However, once the matter of the soul-snatching demon was involved, the moral and ideological justifications overshadowed political and economic considerations. This was a world governed by martial prowess. The Ji dynasty is also a realm of martial artists. Although martial artists possess the ability to overpower cultivators, it comes at an immense cost and requires extensive time to achieve. When it comes to the grave matter of cultivators infringing upon martial artists, the Ji dynasty must tread carefully to avoid being labeled as protectors of malevolent cultivators, which would cast a shadow of instability upon their stance. Furthermore, the interests of local officials often diverge from those of the imperial court. While the higher echelons of the court may not regard the modest wealth of the Tao family with much concern, prioritizing the prestige of the dynasty instead, local officials are not so indifferent. The Lianjian sect wields a domineering influence, readily resorting to force given a pretext. Without deploying military formations, how many can withstand the might of Lianjian's formidable Li? To take a stand in defense of the Tao family poses significant risks with minimal returns. Conversely, although the Lianjian sect is indeed tyrannical, it is not devoid of intelligence. Having extended an olive branch in advance, as long as local officials turn a blind eye, ample compensations shall naturally follow. They are merely merchants, not kin, so who would overexert themselves to defend them? Even if there were a dim-witted soul among them, it is unlikely they could preserve the strength of the Tao family. For Tao Huan, the challenge is especially daunting. He is still quite young and has yet to assume power. Even if he perceives the looming crisis, convincing his parents would be a Herculean task, let alone persuading them to accept his proposed solutions, if any exist. Should he resort to the 100-character formula to resolve the dilemma, it would violate the rules of the game, akin to employing a cheat to gain an unfair advantage. Thus, Long Zichen harbors little faith that Yun Su possesses any viable strategies. Solutions abound, yet the challenge lies in the selection. In the face of skepticism, Yun Su remained composed. Many? Perhaps you could enumerate a few for us to consider. Long Zichen sneered at Yun Su's obstinacy. For instance, surrendering directly to the Lianjian sect and conceding their demands would at least safeguard the lives and assets of the Tao family. The Tao family has thrived for over 3 generations. Even if they were to surrender their primary industry to the Lianjian sect, they could still maintain a comfortable lifestyle through their savings, farmland yields, rental income, and dividends from investments. Moreover, the Lianjian sect, having gained their assets, would not likely refrain from providing some form of compensation. Setting such a precedent would render their own subordinates anxious, fearing they too might be deprived one day. As a cunning leader, Zhao Jun would never resort to actions that would destabilize his own ranks. Even if only for appearances, he would at least take Tao Huan as a personal disciple, granting him access to sect teachings. Otherwise, he would be undermining his own principles. Are you suggesting we sacrifice a sister to protect the Tao family? Long Zichen's brows furrowed. While the assets of the Tao family may be considered external possessions, the Lianjian sect also harbors a keen interest in Long Zichen's secrets. Should Long Zichen choose to surrender, the outcome would be unpredictable. Therefore, the issue lies with you. Yun Su shrugged, indicating that the lack of options was due to Long Zichen's unwillingness to cooperate. Your solution is to sell your sister for personal gain? Long Zichen exploded in fury. You refuse to allow me to step into your shoes for a moment. If you did, I would demonstrate to you that surrendering would yield profits with no losses. Yun Su, confident and composed, effortlessly placed Long Zichen in a dilemma that he could not refute. Either grant Yun Su access to step into his position, thereby jeopardizing his secrets, or concede that the lack of options was due to his own non-cooperation. In truth, the variations of this plan are numerous. It is not necessarily required to surrender their assets. Yun Su leisurely added, "What do you mean by that?" The meaning is simple. First, engage with the Lianjian sect and prepare to offer the assets. Then, inform the Ji dynasty's higher-ups, inquiring whether they would protect the Tao family. If not, the Tao family would have no choice but to align fully with the Lianjian sect. Long Zichen felt as though he had been struck on the forehead. A sensation akin to stars exploding before his eyes. Having lived for over a century, he was far from lacking in insight. Yun Su's strategy, though seemingly straightforward, was indeed astute. Initiating contact with the Lianjian sect for surrender would immediately ease the tension. Once this matter is brought to the attention of the Ji dynasty, the pressure would shift to them. Should the Tao family resist the Lianjian sect with all their strength, the Ji dynasty could simply observe from a distance. Now, however, it has become a case of funding the enemy. Let us see if they can maintain their composure. The Ji dynasty's refusal to protect the Tao family would lead to their total alignment with the Lianjian sect. Once word of this spreads, can the Ji dynasty withstand the backlash of public sentiment? Should the Ji dynasty resolve to protect the Tao family at all costs, Long Zichen's identity would be of little consequence. Just as Andeyu explained to Yun Su, as long as he obtains the certification from the Ministry of Rites and the Dao Techniques Division, there would be no accusation of practicing private techniques. Cleansing Long Zichen's name is merely a matter of flipping the palm. However, the Tao family does not exert pressure on the Ji dynasty, leaving them lacking the motivation to resolve the Tao family's troubles proactively. Yun Su employed a simple yet effective strategy to swiftly transform the conflict between the Tao family and the Lianjian sect into a covert struggle between the Lianjian sect and the Ji dynasty. If the higher-ups of the Ji dynasty possess any sense of reason, they would be compelled to protect the Tao family, regardless of the cost. The Tao family is not a mere small-time merchant. They represent a significant source of taxation with substantial influence. Should the Tao family fail to grasp the intricacies of politics, passively watching their clan be annihilated by Fei Jian, the value of their assets would merely shift rather than vanish. The worth of these assets lies in their distribution. Stores located within the jurisdiction of the Ji dynasty must pay taxes to the Ji dynasty. Since the tax source remains intact, why should the Ji dynasty be overly concerned? However, if the Tao family possesses a sage who can discern the profound nature of events, transforming their survival into a balancing act between the Lianjian sect and the imperial powers, then the Ji dynasty would be unable to stand idly by. For this is not merely a matter of wealth. It pertains to the allegiance of the populace and the authority of the dynasty. The Lianjian sect seizing the wealth of a merchant may go unnoticed. Yet, should the Ji dynasty fail to protect its merchants, forcing them toward the Lianjian sect, the repercussions on both fronts would be dire. This would imply that the Ji dynasty is yielding under the pressure of the Lianjian sect, unable to protect its followers. Conversely, should they align with the Lianjian sect, they needn't fear retaliation from the Ji dynasty. If the Ji dynasty remains passive in such circumstances, the Tao family would find themselves with no avenue available. Abandoning all illusions and fully aligning with the Lianjian sect would be their only option. Even Long Zichen, at this stage, could not oppose such a conclusion. Chapter 051. The secrets of the Tao family. Long Zichen's complexion shifted several times before he finally spoke. This strategy is not without merit. However, even if I support you, you will not pass your parents' scrutiny. Tao Feng is a competent businessman, but he is certainly not a shrewd strategist. Tio asked him to relinquish the family legacy would likely be more painful than death. Otherwise, he would not risk losing the family fortune to forcefully alter the business with triple compensation. Long Zichen, as a cultivator, understands the principle of letting go. His life experience is ample enough to grasp the technique of sacrificing to gain. Yet, Tao Fong and his wife are mere secular merchants. Such seemingly reckless strategies would be utterly unconvincing to them. Not to mention, the crisis arrived without warning, making it difficult for Tao Fong to even articulate the situation clearly. Then let us consider alternatives. There is no shortage of methods. Contrary to Long Zichen's expectations, Yun Su did not dwell on persuading Tao Fong, effortlessly shifting the conversation. I am the sole heir of the Tao family. As long as I join the Lianjian sect, the outcome would remain the same. My parents are still in their prime. It will be 20 years before I can take over the business. Zhao Zhan lacks the patience to wait that long. Long Zichen was astonished by Yun Su's adaptability, but still offered a dismissive assessment. What if I were to join the Xuanwu sect? Pay attention to the timeline. Within 10 days, Fei Jian will come knocking. Do not forget that the Xuanwu sect is notoriously stringent about accepting disciples and wary of causing trouble. There is a 99% chance they will refuse you. Even if they were to accept, you would not be able to make the necessary arrangements in time. Although Tao Fong possesses some lightness skills and has access to swift horses, the geographical expanse of this high martial world far exceeds that of Earth. The Xuanwu sect is located in the central region of the Ji dynasty, while Dongning County lies on the southeastern coast, thousands of miles apart. Reaching Jinwu Peak to pay homage to the master within 10 days, and then returning with the status of a Xuanwu sect disciple to intimidate Fei Jian would be a race against time. Even if the timing were feasible, a newly entered disciple of the Xuanwu sect, lacking any significant standing, would still be disregarded by Fei Jian in the face of great profit. The one who unties the bell must be the one who tied it. Especially concerning the personnel records of the Lianjian sect, particularly that of the Wuji sword sect, I need you to provide me with a copy. You are cheating. Long Zichen was reluctant to cooperate. Now, I am your younger brother, Tao Huan. I have keenly sensed the crisis at home and urgently seek your assistance. This is not against the rules. Yun Su's logic was impeccable, leaving Long Zichen with no choice but to supply the information. In truth, the Yun family also possessed this data. However, the transfer process was exceedingly hasty, and Yun Su could not retain much information. According to Yun Zhao's plan, Yun Su was to first note down the most critical details, with all information-related components stored within a secured key. Now that the key has been taken by Hua Lu, Yun Su could only turn to Long Zichen for assistance. Previously, at the Yun family estate, Yun Su had conducted a preliminary understanding of the Lianjian sect. According to Yun Zhao's analysis, due to Zhao Zhen's ambition to seize the throne, his relationship with the Wuji sword sect is particularly delicate. On one hand, Zhao Zhen needs to rely on the power of this sect to suppress the other 5 sects, which forms the foundation of his authority. On the other hand, he vigorously develops external forces. Only by leveraging outside power to suppress the traditionalist factions within the sect can he transform the sect into a private enterprise. This represents a classic structure of opposing unity, where both sides of the conflict are in constant opposition yet mutually dependent. The traditional Tai Chi yin-yang symbol serves as an intuitive representation. The yin contains the yang, and the yang contains the yin, subtle and profound. Yun Su was ardently seeking the factions within the Wuji sword sect that were at odds with Zhao Zhen. If he could outpace Fei Jian and join the ranks of the strongest opposition within the Wuji sword sect, would Fei Jian still dare to act recklessly? As the entire world was conjured by Long Zichen's Yuan Pearl, here she possessed the privileges of a creator. With a mere snap of her fingers, a wealth of information flooded into Yun Su's consciousness. The notion you have cannot be entirely dismissed. However, upon reflecting on Yun Su's proposal, Long Zichen furrowed her brow. Before she could finalize her critique, Yun Su exclaimed in surprise, Zhao Zhen has a senior brother. This was the first time he had learned of this detail from the data. Indeed, Long Zichen's train of thought was interrupted, and she replied to Yun Su, saying that Zhao Zhen's senior brother was exceptionally gifted, yet had no interest in martial arts, showing no desire to waste effort on it. Otherwise, Zhao Zhan would not have had the opportunity to take over the Wuji sword sect. Why didn't you simply disclose this person's name? Yun Su inquired, curiosity piqued. This is a segment of secret history within the Wuji sword sect. I only learned of it by chance. The Wuji sword sect has tightly sealed all information about this individual. I only know that he encountered an incident, but whether he was suppressed or reincarnated remains unknown. After a prolonged contemplation, Yun Su finally sighed. What a pity. With that, he turned to head back. Long Zikin asked, have you chosen your ally? I must caution you that Zhao Zhan is ruthless and cunning. If he discovers your intentions, even if the formalities of apprenticeship are halfway completed, he will not hesitate to eliminate you. There is no rush. I believe that our Tao family has grown this large in business because our ancestors must have had their own notable figures. I will first investigate the family history of the Tao clan. Yun Su waved his hand, employing lightness of foot to dash towards the Tao family's suburban estate. As their business flourished, it was inevitable that their associates would be a mixed bag. Some individuals found it inconvenient to meet within the city. Therefore, Tao Fong often welcomed guests at a villa outside the city. Generally speaking, the estate was still a safe haven. Firstly, it was close to the city, allowing for the quick summoning of officials for assistance. Secondly, the Tao family employed a significant number of servants. Although lacking in formidable experts, they were well equipped. With the aid of their structures, ordinary bandits could not easily breach their defenses. However, this level of security was merely adequate against commonplace threats, i.e. the presence of malice from the Lianjian sect, residing outside the city was tantamount to being at their mercy. The challenge for Yun Su lay in his inability to prove that the Lianjian sect intended to act against the Tao family. Thus, not only would it be difficult to relinquish assets, but persuading Tao Fong to return to the city would be a formidable task. The appearance of the Tao family estate was unadorned. Indistinguishable from an ordinary farmhouse, it was only upon entering that one could discern the grandeur, opulence, and resilience of the architecture. The defensive measures were also meticulously designed, featuring various intricate mechanisms and even large crossbows. The servants encountered along the way were well equipped, many adorned in armor. At first glance, it seemed to rival the Qingyun Palace of the Yun family. Through a simple comparison, Yun Su gained an intuitive understanding of the wealth and security of the impoverished nobility in this world. Typically, their riches and personal safety were safeguarded. They could also exchange wealth for certain privileges, such as the possession of private soldiers and military equipment. In this regard, the situation was far more lenient than in the ancient societies of Earth. Yet, in a world where personal martial prowess knows no bounds, even possessing private soldiers cannot deter martial arts masters. Unless the Tao family could acquire the secret, undisclosed weapons and armor of an imperial dynasty. Relying solely on a few hundred private soldiers and standard weaponry would be utterly insufficient to withstand a mere finger from Fei Jian. Yun Su hurriedly made his way into Tao Fong's study. Tao Fong was engaged in conversation with a guest, and upon seeing Yun Su barge in, his expression soured. However, as the Tao family had only this one son, Tao Fong had to consider his son's dignity. He initially ignored Yun Su, leisurely dismissing the guest before turning his gaze to Yun Su with a stern expression. You are no longer a child. Your actions are still so reckless, devoid of basic etiquette. At this rate, which daughter from a prestigious family would be willing to marry you? The old man seemed intent on leveraging a marriage alliance to boost the family's status. Yun Su was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Spending a fortune to associate with a declining noble family, marrying an uncherished concubine. This indeed could be seen as a method of transforming wealth into power for the next generation. However, there was an even more direct and effective means. Yun Su bluntly inquired of Tao Fong, has our Tao family ever produced any notable figures in history? The reason he did not directly ask Long Zikin was that he believed Tao Fong would likely have a deeper understanding of their family history. Of course, Tao Fong's spirit lifted. Evidently Yun Su had touched upon a significant point, and in an instant, his earlier displeasure dissipated. In the martial artist's world, lineages have been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. Those genuine grassroots from ancient times have likely perished. The remaining individuals are mostly of notable descent. The same holds true for our Tao family. We need not trace back too far. Let us consider 7 generations ago, when our Tao family produced a master craftsman named Shi, courtesy named Zicheng. Zicheng was renowned for forging various profound divine weapons. Profound divine weapons? Yun Su's mind resonated with a sudden clarity, as if he had grasped a crucial insight. The term profound divine weapons implies the ability to craft intricate patterns within weapons, akin to the meridians of the human body. The second tier could store true energy, while a higher tier could actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The most exceptional divine weapons could truly achieve profundity, awakening a form of consciousness. Tao Fong stroked his beard, his eyes filled with admiration and longing. Does this mean that our Tao family's unique skill has been lost to time? Yun Su cautiously probed. The situation was evident. If the Tao family's unique skill had been preserved, how could it have transitioned from a top-tier engineer to a merchant focused on logistics and security? It's a long story. To put it simply, Ziqing possessed a technique specifically designed to complement the crafting of weapons called the Day-Heart method. However, for reasons unknown, it became lost to history. Tao Feng shook his head, sighing repeatedly. Our family's Honglu Qigong was originally meant to lay the foundation for the Day-Heart method. Its power is rather limited, although subsequent generations have diligently expanded upon the remnants of the Heart method, transforming it into a Yin-Yang dual Qi method. It ultimately pales in comparison to the Day-Heart method. Not to mention its application in crafting weapons. Even in confrontations, its effectiveness is severely limited. How was the Day-Heart method lost? Yun Su pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. After 7 generations, some matters had become impossible to trace. One theory suggests that Ziqing did not wish for his descendants to be coveted due to his secret techniques. So in his later years, he changed his name and moved to another place, ceasing all weapon crafting. Thus, the techniques and methods were never passed down. Precisely, Yun Su clapped his hands in excitement. This Tao Shi and Tao Ziqing, like Yun Yi, both went to great lengths for the sake of their descendants. Yun Yi deliberately chose a less favorable fief to minimize the risks faced by his descendants. He also embedded the most critical parts of his divine skills within an introductory martial manual, urging future generations to focus on the basics. Conversely, this Tao Shi chose to retire early, burying his own unique skills and encouraging his descendants to pursue commerce instead. In normal circumstances, a bit of wealth in the martial world is insignificant. As long as the descendants remain prudent in dire situations, parting with wealth to avert disaster generally leads to minimal issues. The Tao family's business interests were beneficial to the Lianjian sect. The Lianjian sect needed funds to pursue significant endeavors, so it was not surprising that Fei Jian would take action against the Tao family. However, Fei Jian's methods were excessively extreme. It left Yun Su with a sense that he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Under normal circumstances, sending someone of Wan Si's caliber would suffice to eliminate the Tao family. Fei Jian's actions not only harmed his reputation by bullying the weak, but he himself targeted the utterly defenseless Tao family while dispatching Wan Si and others to capture Long Ziqin, this reincarnated practitioner. This arrangement struck Yun Su as a severe misallocation of resources. It was precisely due to this sense of disquiet that Yun Su had urged Long Ziqin to initiate the simulation game. Now, juxtaposing this information with what Tao Feng had provided, Yun Su immediately considered, could it be that Fei Jian had learned of the Tao family's secret through some channel and aimed to extract the lost techniques and methods of weapon crafting? Although lacking detailed information, just from the names of the techniques, Yun Su felt that this conjecture was likely very close to the truth. The creation profound Qigong and the Day-Heart method were closely linked in name. As the saying goes, the creator uses heaven and earth as the forge, creation as the craftsmanship, yin and yang as the fuel, and all things as the copper. This literary metaphor equates the creator's act of creation with the master craftsman's art of forging. The term profound and profound Qigong also relates to the profound divine weapons. The Tao family expanded upon the remnants of their techniques to develop a method called the Yin-Yang dual Qi method. Meanwhile, the creation profound Qigong coalesced into a dragon of black and white. It was evident that the creation profound Qigong also focused on the Yin-Yang dual Qi. As for the techniques of weapon crafting, there was no need to elaborate further. If the Lianjian sect obtained this knowledge, they would have a substantial opportunity to replicate the profound battle armor. The potential benefits were immeasurable. As for why Tao Feng would resolutely eliminate his wife, it likely was not merely out of fear for her humiliation, but rather, he had already discerned Fei Jian's intentions. Simultaneously, Fei Jian's hint may have triggered certain memories within him, allowing him to suddenly comprehend the mysteries of the ancestral techniques and methods of weapon crafting. And this secret was also known to Tao's wife, or at the very least, she possessed clues that could assist Fei Jian in unraveling the enigma, to prevent their ancestral treasures from being stolen by outsiders. Tao Feng acted without hesitation to eliminate his wife. Yun Su's body trembled slightly as he felt he was on the verge of unveiling a significant secret. If Long Ziqin could read minds, she would likely interrupt the simulation immediately and rush back to search the ancestral home, to prevent Yun Su from acquiring her family's treasures. Yet, after pondering for a long while, everything beside him remained unchanged. Could it be that Long Zicken was unable to perceive his thoughts in real time? As Yun Su mulled this over, he directly inquired of Tao Fong, where did Zuching reside in his later years? Ultimately, where did he pass away? Tao Fong's expression shifted slightly as he reprimanded, "Young man, do not aim too high. Oh, you think that finding Zuching's relics will allow you to soar to greatness? If it were that simple, why would Zuching himself have concealed his identity? Tao Huan was the only son of the Tao family. Of course, Tao Fong is not concerned about the ancestral relics falling into his possession. However, akin to the admonishments he directed at Tao Huan, his true fear lies in Tao Huan's inclination to seek shortcuts, leading to a superficial mindset. More perilous is the possibility that if Tao Huan carelessly divulges information, especially when the items remain undiscovered, the Tao family is bound to face an unwarranted calamity. Yun Su has invested considerable effort in the art of Gigu. The essence of Gigu lies in the understanding of human psychology. He effortlessly interprets Tao Fong's apprehensions. Were it not for the impending disaster, one could argue that Tao Fong's reasoning is not entirely flawed. With a serious countenance, Yun Su inquires of Tao Fong. Word by word, is it conceivable that this information has already been leaked, and that it has reached the Lianjin sect? Chapter 052. The divine weapon transforms into a dragon. What is the situation with this Hualu? In the imperial court of the Great Ji dynasty, the chief eunuch Wei Xian inquired of Chao Jingming with an impassive expression. By this time, it was already the following morning. Yun Su had reported the intelligence concerning the completion of the Mingyue Gong to Emperor Yu Kong. Yet, he was soon troubled by a second piece of intelligence that compelled him to summon the chief of the Espionage Bureau immediately. Hua Lu had previously accomplished 8 missions with commendable performance. His subordinates were unaware that he was, in fact, a remnant of the true spirit sect. Hua Lu was responsible for the assassination of Hua Ziyue. The scrutiny of such peripheral members is not overly stringent. Regardless of how significant their contributions may be, they cannot ascend to official ranks within the Espionage Bureau. Those who engage in dirty work are not judged by their origins. What matters are personal achievements and monitoring measures. Hua Lu, having undergone multiple tests, is considered a seasoned operative. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched to infiltrate the Sea-Hai Alliance. According to the records, he is adept at using poison and possesses some talent for assassination. His second-rate martial arts prowess is enough to surpass the third-rate Hua Ziyue, which is why Chao Jingming authorized him to act independently. Little did they know that he would cause such a monumental blunder. Merely stealing the secrets of the Mingyue Gong is not particularly alarming. Chao Jingming was never naive enough to believe that all operatives are merely obedient tools, devoid of any self-interest. The issue arises from the monitoring group's report. Hua Lu is proficient in the art of Gu, and he managed to ensnare Hua Tianqi as well. He boldly entered Yun Zhao's study, absconding not only with the secret manual but also a substantial quantity of Gu seeds and secret medicines. Ultimately, he employed Gu techniques to control Hua Ziyue, who swaggered down the mountain with him. This level of cunning far exceeds the skills described in the records. Furthermore, with Yun Su publicly revealing Hua Lu's theft of the Mingyue Gong manual, he urgently entrusted the Yun family estate with the task of pursuing Hua Lu. The confluence of these two pieces of information escalates the situation. The Espionage Bureau must monitor the entire martial world, with Chao Jingming overseeing thousands of frontline operatives. For a subordinate with a clean record, he typically would not dig too deeply. Now that a major incident has arisen, he immediately convened his think tank for a thorough investigation, leading to multiple clues pointing towards this individual as a practitioner of Gu. The numerous successful missions completed by this person, upon re-evaluation, suggest that he likely employed Gu techniques in secret. Otherwise, many details could not have been handled so flawlessly. As for why they had not discovered this sooner, this is, of course, a matter of hindsight being 22-0 at the time. Everything was peaceful, and no one would have approached this individual from the perspective of a Gu practitioner. Now, in retrospect, many matters appear remarkably clear. Alas, it is impossible to guard against a Gu practitioner concealing their identity. In response to Chao Jingming's anxiety, Wei Xian waved his hand, declaring that the priority is remedying the situation. I will immediately mobilize the shadow guards. Regardless of the cost? Fool! Chao Jingming had yet to finish his sentence when Wei Xian chastised him. What purpose would it serve to hunt him down? With him stirring the martial world, we have the perfect opportunity to undertake actions we could not normally pursue. Initially taken aback, Chao Jingming soon grasped the implication, exclaiming, "Your insight is profound. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. We will activate all those plans that were previously shelved due to their excessive implications. Not just activate them one by one, but initiate a comprehensive and rapid mobilization, Wei Xian coldly asserted. He then exited the hall, casually instructing, Hua Lu is a Gu practitioner. Ordinary individuals cannot contend with him. I shall personally intervene to manage the situation, ensuring that this matter does not come to a swift conclusion before your operations are complete. Are you certain the items are hidden here? The source of Taohua Creek is a deep water pool. Next to the pool stand several wooden houses, their exteriors appearing quite antiquated, seemingly over a century old. At this moment, Yuan Su stands before one of the wooden houses, accompanied by Long Zichen, who possesses the authority of a virtual world GM. Her presence is ethereal, as if she could seamlessly merge with the air at any moment. In truth, apart from Yuan Su, no one else can perceive her. Yuan Su could not obtain support from Tao Feng, yet he managed to glean some information regarding Tao Shi's later years, learning that he spent his final years by the edge of the accumulating water pool. Just as he slipped out of the estate, Long Zichen manifested and followed him. After a brief exchange, it became evident that she harbored doubts about Yuan Su's line of reasoning, deeming his thoughts nothing but fanciful whims. In her perspective, since Tao Shi did not pass down his ultimate arts, there would be no reason for him to leave behind any texts. Should texts exist, they would undoubtedly offer guidance to future generations. In fact, the Descartes method had been partially transmitted. According to Long Zichen's view, either special circumstances led to the incomplete transmission of the techniques, or Tao Shi's son lacked the requisite aptitude to comprehend the methods, resulting in their loss. In either scenario, the possibility of a manual existing yet remaining undiscovered is utterly unfathomable. Yuan Su, however, is disinclined to entertain such reasoning. His deductions are founded on two key points. First, Fei Jian's peculiar behavior. Second, a comparison with the Yuan family. If Tao Shi were indifferent to the plight of his descendants, it would be one matter. However, since he painstakingly arranged a path, it stands to reason that he would provide his descendants with a means of adaptation or advancement. Otherwise, that would represent a significant waste of resources. The Descartes method and the forging techniques are neither as perilous as the evil-subduing sword manual, which requires sacrifice. The risks are far less than those associated with the Yuan family's Mingyuegong. The number of those who would seek them out would not be excessive, and leaving behind a backup would pose little inconvenience. Considering Tao Shi's mindset, it seems likely that he merely wished to cool his skills and avoid unwanted attention. The primary reason could be his realization of his son's inadequate aptitude, rendering him incapable of mastering the Descartes method. Rather than waste effort and attract external covetousness, it would be wiser to conceal the manual, awaiting the emergence of a remarkable descendant in the future. In contrast to the Yuan family, their approaches are diametrically opposed. Yuan fears that his descendants might be overly clever, thus concealing secrets within the foundational boxing manual. Conversely, Tao Shi despises his son's lack of talent, leading to a mindset that could only be inverted. His descendants must possess sufficient intelligence to unearth the treasure. Following this line of thought, where might the items be hidden? As a transcendent craftsman, Tao Shi must have accumulated considerable wealth. After changing his name and relocating to the southeast, he could easily transition into a merchant. With his martial prowess and intellect, engaging in modest business ventures would be exceedingly effortless, provided he had sufficient capital. Once he appointed a manager, Tao Shi would not concern himself with the minutiae of the business. In his later years, he secluded himself in the mountains west of Dongning County. His family was also uncertain whether he was cultivating immortality or composing some written works. According to Yuan Su's conjecture, he was likely compiling his lifelong knowledge and meticulously burying it. This burial site could not be too easily discovered. Yet it must also follow a certain pattern. Otherwise, his descendants would be unable to locate it. As Yuan Su pondered, he pushed open the door of the wooden house and stepped inside. Based on his conversation with Long Zichen, he learned that this illusory realm is intricately constructed. At least the segment related to the Tao family is a flawless simulation. This means that whatever exists in reality must also be present within the illusion. Should the manual indeed exist, Yuan Su would not only be able to locate it, but also read its contents verbatim. As for why Long Zichen cannot directly search for the item from the backend, the principle is akin to copying software from a computer, as the operator. One can only utilize the software without accessing its operational details. Long Zichen's Taoist cultivation is insufficient. She entirely relies on the power of her life source pearl to construct the illusion. Currently, she lacks the capability to retrieve any information contained within. Yunsu has come to understand that the area by the accumulating water pool is tranquil yet not particularly renowned. The Tao family had long since acquired the surrounding desolate mountains, thereby allowing for items to be buried at will. Concealing them directly within the wooden house would undoubtedly be the most foolish and easily lost approach. After a cursory search, Yunsu indeed found nothing. Could it be that the items are hidden within the water pool? Yunsu glanced at the pool's edge, noting that while it was not large, it was quite deep. The water was clear and cold, making it an excellent material for refining. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the true energy within Yunsu began to stir restlessly. Within the illusion, he assumed the identity of Tao Huan. Due to the restrictions of the Life Source Pearl's Dao techniques, he was unable to channel his own powers. He could only utilize Tao Huan's Honglu Qigong. The Honglu Qigong serves as the foundational aspect of the Day Heart method. The characteristics of this technique are exceptionally suited for forging. Merely seeing the pool water ignited a connection, prompting the Honglu Qigong to respond subtly, instilling in Yunsu an urgent desire to gather materials and forge a divine weapon. In astonishment, Yunsu returned to the wooden house to search. Indeed, he found a complete set of forging equipment in the storage room. Additionally, he discovered a pile of or that resembled meteorite iron, along with an ample supply of charcoal. Without hesitation, he immediately transported the equipment to the pool's edge. However, he had never learned the art of forging. He lacked even the basic skills of blacksmithing on Earth. After a moment's reflection, he returned to the wooden house and, as expected, found a volume detailing the fundamentals of forging in the study. This was the ancestral home of the Dongning Tao family. The Tao family is not short on wealth. The house has been meticulously maintained through the generations. Everything retains its original appearance, and finding a book within is exceedingly easy. Although the book is commonplace, its paper and ink are of exceptional quality. After more than 2 centuries, the pages remain intact, and the ink is still legible. Richly illustrated, it meticulously details the various key points involved in forging a curved moon dagger. As Yunsu flips through the pages, he simultaneously kindles a fire and adds charcoal to commence the refinement process. Compared to the blacksmithing techniques on Earth, the art of weapon forging is considerably more intricate. The primary challenge lies in employing Qigong to regulate the furnace's flames and shape the materials into exquisite forms. Thanks to the enhancement of the Yuan Pearl, Yunsu's mastery of the Grand Furnace Qigong is on par with Tao Huan's. However, Tao Huan's own abilities are limited, and given the complexities of the forging process, utilizing such a rudimentary technique as the Grand Furnace Qigong is somewhat taxing. As a novice, Yunsu encountered 2 consecutive failures. Ultimately, he resorted to cheating, covertly employing the incantations of the 100-character formula to strike the materials, thus managing to circumvent the obstacles. When the meteorite iron cooled, Yunsu held a dark, curved moon dagger in his hand. Measuring it with calipers, he found that its dimensions perfectly matched those specified in the book. This was due to the warrior's acute sense of qi, enabling precise judgments regarding the size and shape of the materials. Coupled with Qigong to control the manufacturing details, he could achieve precise forging through pure manual methods. However, upon looking around, he discovered that Long Zicken had long since vanished. Yunsu, indifferent, continued to observe his surroundings. The dagger was quite distinctive, resembling a key. Yet, where was the keyhole? After a brief moment of contemplation yielded no insights, Yunsu swiftly shifted to reverse thinking. What approach would be the least likely? A conventional keyhole would certainly be located on a fixed, inanimate object. Logically reversing that notion, it must reside on a moving, living being. Yunsu retrieved a slender, sturdy rope from inside the room and tied the curved moon dagger to it. With a casual flick, the dagger soared into the center of the stagnant water like a large fishhook. After a considerable pause without any movement, Yunsu tugged the rope, shifting the dagger side to side. Yet there was still no response. Just as he contemplated lengthening the rope to let the dagger sink, a sudden tremor erupted, and the water formed a colossal whirlpool, roaring as it surged to shore. Caught off guard, Yunsu was drenched from head to toe. He crouched down awkwardly to evade the rush of water, his mind racing. Could it be that Tao Shi was harboring a dragon in the pool? However, the torrent was too swift for Yunsu to discern the situation. Tao Huan's Qigong skills were also woefully inadequate. leaving him unable to perceive the details through his sense of qi. The roar persisted for about the length of a tea break. When calm finally returned, the pool was completely drained. The waterfall that had once graced the inner side of the pool had also vanished without a trace. Within the desiccated basin, there was neither a divine dragon nor any extraordinary creature, only a massive, dark weapon resting on the bottom. Regardless, as this was merely an illusion, Yun-Su leaped into the pool without fear. The water was surprisingly clean, with no mud at the bottom, only fine sand. The weapon lay quietly atop the sand, starkly contrasting the earlier tumultuous roar. As he picked up the weapon from the fine sand, he had barely lifted it a few inches when it suddenly crashed back down. The weapon was exceedingly heavy. Even Tao Huan could not lift it, yet Yun-Su could clearly see that it was a colossal sword. The hilt was shaped like a dragon's head, while the curved moon dagger he had forged had now transformed into ornate embellishments embedded in the handguard. At first glance, there was an impression of them being intertwined. Could this be a sentient divine weapon? Contemplating deeply, Yun-Su focused his qi and retrieved the dagger. Suddenly, his heart jolted. The dragon head that served as the hilt suddenly raised itself, lunging fiercely at Yun-Su. He instinctively blocked with the dagger while reciting the 100-character formula. During this period, he had relied on the 100-character formula to navigate perilous situations, nearly forming a reflex. As the incantation struck the dragon head, it roared silently, and an arcane vibration surged into Yun-Su's consciousness. With a flicker of thought, he quickly activated the Grand Furnace Qigong and thrust the curved moon dagger into the dragon's mouth. The dagger accurately pierced the dragon's maw, locating the hidden keyhole within. Instinctively, he twisted his wrist, feeling a slight tremor. The dragon's mouth opened wide, expelling a rectangular object. Was this the secret manual? Yun-Su was fully focused, just about to grasp the object resembling a booklet when a sudden chill coursed through him, prompting a wave of cold sweat. His immediate reaction was not to look back, nor to seize the booklet, but to hastily recite the 100-character formula. The incantation struck the colossal sword, causing its blade to vibrate incessantly. Yun-Su channeled the Grand Furnace Qigong through the curved moon dagger, allowing his qi to flow into the sword. He sensed that the colossal sword offered no resistance to the Grand Furnace Qigong, permitting his true energy to seep into its very veins. Meanwhile, the incantation's effects not only enhanced the efficiency of his true energy, but also induced subtle changes in the colossal sword. Establishing a connection with Yun-Su's intentions, as Yun-Su continued to pour forth his true energy, the booklet before him began to levitate, seemingly drawn by some unseen force. Then a voice spoke. Marvelous. Without you, I would never have discovered that the Tao family's secret manual was concealed here. Chapter 053. An old grass eating a tender cow? Feijian. Why was he here, and how could he timely seize the secret manual? As Yun-Su hastened to retrieve the colossal sword, he divided his attention to ponder the situation. Long Zicken? In an instant, a name surged forth in his mind. Who else but her could summon Feijian? It appeared her plan was to leverage Yun-Su to uncover the secret manual, but she did not wish to grant him the opportunity to peruse it. The simplest way to accomplish this was to lure Feijian to eliminate Tao Huan. After all, this was merely an illusion. Feijian could not genuinely harm Tao Huan. In reality, he was already dead. Even if he seized the secret manual, it would not result in a leak. Conversely, if Yun-Su were to read the secret manual and memorize it, the Tao family's techniques would indeed be exposed. Coming from an information age, Yun-Su had endured a barrage of vast information and had witnessed myriad schemes and intrigues. The reason he had not taken precautions was twofold. Firstly, he was disinclined to overthink in such a setting, and secondly, he had no fear of Long Zicken's trickery. Lin Pingji was a paragon of chivalry. If the opponent did not first play any tricks, how could he justify taking action to counter? On the bank of the pool, Feijian had already seized the booklet, quickly opening it for a brief inspection. He discovered that the booklet seemed to be crafted from a special metal. Each page as thin as paper yet extraordinarily resilient. The characters inscribed upon it were carved rather than pinned, rendering it impervious to water and fire. The pages contained both text and illustrations. Undeniably a manual of Qigong techniques. However, upon reaching the final page, he found no content regarding the weapon forging technique, which caused him to frown slightly. The Great Furnace Heart technique was undoubtedly useful. When practiced alongside his transformation and profound qigong, it could yield unimaginable effects. However, the Wujiji sword sect lacked secret manuals of divine arts. What they valued most at present was indeed Tao Xi's weapon-forging technique. Fei Jian did not immediately eliminate Tao Huan but prioritized seizing the secret manual, fearing it might be incorrect or incomplete. Keeping Tao Huan alive allowed him to continue searching. Otherwise, if he risked everything and failed, it would mean his own demise. Fei Jian did not rush to capture Tao Huan. After all, one could not expect cooperation when attempting to seize a familial treasure. Acting rashly to eliminate the person was certainly unwise. Forcing someone to reveal the location of the manual was not the strategy of a shrewd individual. It was best to contemplate where the item might be concealed. Finding it directly would be ideal. Otherwise, having a rough idea would also help discern whether the young man would cooperate. Fei Jian's decision granted Yun Su precious time to regroup. Typically, when faced with such a predicament, even if one knew it was an illusion, panic would ensue. It was akin to playing a game. Even if one knew they would lose without any real consequences, would they not feel tense? At the very least, losing would entail embarrassment and disappointment. Ordinary individuals cannot remain indifferent. Yun Su's remarkable composure was directly linked to his systematic study of the Gigu technique. The essence of the Gigu technique lies not in deciphering other psychology, but in the practitioner possessing formidable mental resilience. Without rigorous psychological training, cultivating will, theoretical knowledge alone would yield no practical results. The Yinfu 7 techniques discusses the method of will cultivation, likening it to a spiritual turtle. Tao put it simply, all disciples of the Gigu must practice the turtle-style qigong. Like a millennia-old spiritual turtle, one must remain calm, unperturbed, and collected. Without such cultivation, how could one achieve great feats? Initially, Yun Su found the turtle-style will cultivation method amusing. After relaxing, he embodied a carefree and spiritually vibrant turtle. It was precisely because he grasped the spiritual essence of the turtle-style qigong that Yun Su, with little effort, accomplished the most challenging and crucial aspect of the Gigu technique, will cultivation. Although he could not remain unflinching even when facing a mountain collapsing before him, he had never felt compelled to pick up money on the road. When approached by women, he dismissed them entirely. He surpassed those who feigned indifference while using the Diamond Sutra as a facade, embodying a more elevated character. With the foundation of a reclusive youth, Yun Su maintained his calm demeanor after crossing over. Since Fei Jian had overstepped, Yun Su was more than willing to exploit the situation. This was his first time using the 100-character formula to deal with physical objects, albeit merely in a simulated illusion. Under the bombardment of the 100-character formula's incantations, the colossal sword trembled continuously. As Yun Su's true energy flowed and permeated, the sword began to undergo changes, seemingly reviving bit by bit. Suddenly, the dragon head roared towards the heavens, and the colossal sword transformed into a black dragon. On the bank, Fei Jian was taken aback. Tao Xi was renowned as the great artisan, and it was said that the divine weapons he forged could truly undergo transformations. However, such legends were merely hearsay to Fei Jian. While there were tales of weapon spirits within the immortal sects, they were typically associated with top-tier treasures. Tao Xi, being merely a warrior, could only forge divine weapons equivalent to low-tier treasures. How could they possibly possess sentience? However, if the legend is indeed unfounded, how should one explain the changes unfolding before our eyes? After the black dragon took form, its body levitated, as if gravity had lost all significance. It coiled in the air, its gaze revealing a sense of bewilderment, seemingly struggling to comprehend its own identity and location. Yun Su relentlessly bombarded it with incantations, channeling all his vital energy into the dragon's form. Now, aside from the 100-character incantation, he had no other recourse. If he failed to successfully subdue the black dragon, this match would be irrevocably lost. Yet, he could not ascertain where the issue lay. The transformation of the sword into a dragon had progressed smoothly, but the attempt to capture the black dragon was proving frustratingly elusive. The black dragon itself appeared equally perplexed, shaking its head in contemplation, as if searching for the source of the anomaly. Sweat poured down Yun Su's brow. This was his first attempt to capture a physical entity, and he lacked any prior experience for comparison. He was uncertain whether he had erred in his execution, or if such inefficiency was commonplace. The only course of action available to him was to repeatedly bombard the black dragon with incantations. Given ample time, he might gradually uncover the path forward. Unfortunately, Fei Jian would not permit him the luxury of time. The transformation of the sword into a dragon had merely astonished Fei Jian momentarily. However, in this world where immortality could be pursued, such occurrences wielded limited impact. In an instant, Fei Jian regained his composure, channeling the Huangtian Huda palm towards the black dragon with utmost determination. As the saying goes, all 4 symbols and 5 elements are rooted in earth. Among the 5 elements, earth occupies the central position, symbolizing creation and transformation. This implies that the earth element is the fundamental force driving the operation and change of the material world. Fei Jian, having specialized in the Huangtian Huda palm, approached this technique with meticulous consideration. Mastering this palm technique would not only enhance his own transformative and profound energy cultivation, but also yield countless marvelous applications externally. For instance, by casually grasping a speck of dust, he could condense it into a solid hand. Such power would surpass pure vital energy by countless magnitudes. This time was no exception. As Fei Jian unleashed his palm, he effortlessly absorbed a modicum of dust, transforming his vital energy into a formidable hand that loomed over the black dragon and Yun Su, casting an ominous shadow. Yun Su braced himself, forcing the black dragon to intercept the incoming attack. Despite his incantations having failed to capture the black dragon, they had at least established a connection. Under his mental influence, the black dragon hesitated before soaring to confront the threat. Upon contact with the colossal hand, the entire dragon unexpectedly disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Yun Su was taken aback. Fei Jian, too, felt astonished. Yet, his combat experience was vast, and his mindset remained as steadfast as a rock. Without hesitation, the giant hand plunged into the void. Seizing Yun Su in its grasp, excellent, through the Yuan Pearl, Long Zikin sensed that Yun Su's consciousness had been ensnared, and she could not help but exclaim in delight. If Yun Su's awareness could transcend the Yuan Pearl, he would discover that she had already arrived at the outskirts of Dongning County, standing by a pool of stagnant water. Before her lay a set of refining equipment, a furnace, a mold, and a bellows. Nearby were piles of meteorite ore and ample fuel. After all, she was but a child, far from maturity, and no matter how cunning one might be, one must still drink the bathwater of their elder. Long Zikin perused the tome of Tao Shi's handwritten instructions on refining, her demeanor exuding unparalleled pride. With her shrewdness, how could Yun Su possibly outmaneuver her? With a single move, she effortlessly trapped this troublesome little imp within the illusion of the Yuan Pearl. Meanwhile, she leveraged Yun Su's intellect to easily locate the ancestral secret tome. The Yuan Pearl was her personal domain. Her consciousness did not need to immerse itself like Yun Su's. She could directly communicate with the illusion. Once Yun Su's consciousness was ensnared, she immediately seized complete initiative. If she wished to break free from control or, conversely, to further restrain Yun Su, it would not be a daunting task. However, simply fleeing would yield her no benefit. What she truly desired was to utilize Yun Su to the fullest while remaining entirely unbound by him. Not to mention, the martial energy she painstakingly refined from the previous night had multiplied in power and utility. How could she allow this young man to reclaim it at will? As for the wager, neither party was particularly invested. Yun Su was clearly more concerned with her esoteric techniques and the hidden secrets of the martial world accumulated over a century. Although Long Zikin was curious to see if Yun Su could unravel Tao's family's predicament, it was merely a trivial matter that would not sway her decision-making. Her fundamental intent was to turn the tables, exploiting the advantage of the Yuan Pearl's domain to gain control over Yun Su, thereby seizing the initiative in their relationship. However, while it was easy to ensnare Yun Su, how to release him was a matter of great delicacy. She needed to ensure he experienced a modicum of hardship, learning to respect his elders, while not allowing their relationship to deteriorate completely. The balance involved was exceedingly subtle. Before she could devise a suitable approach, she overheard this young man speculating about Tao Shi's potential legacy. In an instant, inspiration struck her, leading to a brilliant two-birds-with-one-stone strategy. She would first utilize Yun Su's intellect to unravel the mystery, then unleash Fei Jian, the vicious dog, to tie up loose ends. She herself would hastily journey to Dongning, meticulously following Yun Su's methods to extract the treasure. Though she could not yet perform microscopic operations on the structure of the illusion, such as retrieving information or directly locating the treasure, she could at least manipulate the macro aspects of the Yuan Pearl's illusion, such as altering the flow of time. By slowing down the time within the illusion, she controlled the unfolding events until her true self reached the outskirts of Dongning. At this moment, the Tao family was in disarray. The head of the family had been murdered, and the young master abducted. While the forces of the Lianjian sect had yet to intervene, the relatives and subordinates of the Tao family harbored diverse intentions. Some were pilfering assets, others vanished without a trace, while a few loyal souls endeavored to stabilize the situation, awaiting the young master's return. Yet, no one paid heed to the desolate outskirts of Xishan. Long Zikin's Taoist techniques had regained about 20% of their power, and, having fused with martial energy, her strength rivaled Fei Jian's. Entering and exiting the western outskirts was as effortless as breathing. As she journeyed, she remained vigilant, monitoring the changes within the Yuan Pearl, occasionally diving into her thoughts to converse with Yun Su, ensuring he did not awaken and forcibly escape the illusion. Although traversing 1,000 miles while scaling mountains and crossing rivers was arduous, fortune favored her. Everything proceeded smoothly. This young man was surprisingly astute, successfully deciphering Tao Shi's arrangements. Meanwhile, Long Zikin awaited her opportunity, effortlessly guiding Fei Jian to subdue him. The entire setup was flawlessly executed. Not only had she not prematurely disrupted Yun Su's unraveling process, but she had also precisely intercepted his attempts to sneak a glance at the secret tome. It seemed that experience outshone mere cleverness. What good is intelligence alone? True wisdom lies in understanding priorities, knowing when to act and when to refrain, rather than overextending oneself and risking being ensnared by a baited hook. As for what the Fei Jian conjured within the illusion of the Yuan Pearl intended to achieve, Long Zikin was entirely aware. He would undoubtedly not easily kill Tao Huan, and Yun Su would not be so easily manipulated by him. The longer the two engaged in their battle of wits, the better. Long Zikin had maximally slowed the flow of time within the illusion, striving to secure enough time to retrieve the treasure. Unlike Fei Jian, the art of refining was temporarily of little use to her. She had no interest in conquering the world. However, should she obtain the Yi Heart technique, she would be immensely interested in merging Fei Jian's transformative and profound energy cultivation with her own, developing an extraordinarily marvelous martial skill known as the Kaitian Hand. In terms of pure martial prowess, the Kaitian Hand might not necessarily surpass the Mingyue skill. However, once mastered, it would allow her to apply the art of refining to her own flesh. At that point, she would be able to refine her body as if it were a treasured artifact. This method of cultivation, from the outside in, was exceedingly wondrous, simple, efficient, and safe. When she wished to restore her Taoist abilities, she would merely need to use the Kaitian Hand to fuse her life source Yuan Pearl with her physical form. Thus, her former cultivation would be released without restriction, purging the impurities of her physical body and transforming it into an immaculate celestial body. Conversely, without a life source Yuan Pearl, Fei Jian could only integrate a limited essence of the 5 elements into his body, yielding minimal enhancement. Contemplating the splendid prospects ahead, even Long Zikin, known for her composure, felt her hands tremble slightly. She forcefully suppressed her excitement and began to refine using the Hongluo Qigong. The Hongluo Qigong was not an extraordinary technique. Many of the Tao family members, as well as several closely related relatives, practiced it. Given Long Zikin's current cultivation, borrowing a bit for her use was effortless. Just as Long Zikin reveled in her triumph, Fei Jian within the illusion was struck with alarm. Uncertain of what transpired, after seizing Yun Su with the Huangtian He de Palm, before he could devise a method of coercion, he suddenly felt an unusual tremor coursing through the colossal hand, resonating through his very being. This wave of oscillation was extraordinarily peculiar, so much so that Fei Jian, despite his strength, could not entirely shield himself from it in a panic. He attempted to shake off Yun Su, only to find the giant hand had been drawn in reverse, rendering it immovable and unbreakable. As Fei Jian struggled to resist, he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" "This is the 100-character incantation passed down through the Yun family. Of course, I coined that name. As for its specifics, to be frank, I am also unclear. Perhaps it is the legendary Wuliang divine spell." Yun Su had long since memorized the 100-character incantation, allowing him to chant it while simultaneously diverting a portion of his consciousness to converse. Naturally, This was not a prudent course of action, as dividing his focus would diminish the efficacy of the incantation. In severe cases, it could even lead to a cerebral shutdown, interrupting the incantation and allowing the opponent to escape control. However, Yun Su's willingness to speak was intended to disorient his adversary, as expected. Upon uttering the 4 words Wuliang Divine Spell, Fei Jian's spirit was shaken. In that fleeting moment, his forces crumbled like a house of cards. His entire being completely overwhelmed by the incantation. Chapter 054. The reactionary who laughs last. By the edge of Jishuatin, Long Zichen effortlessly forged a crescent dagger. She had never practiced the Honglu Qigong. For one, the technique was rather inferior, and for another, she feared implicating the Tao family, striving to avoid bearing too many of their marks. Yet, although she outwardly distanced herself from the Tao family, she was intimately familiar with everything at home. She possessed an intricate understanding of the characteristics of Honglu Qigong. Coupled with her mastery of Shuncha technique, her control was meticulous, surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. For her, crafting a dagger was far simpler than it was for Yun Su. With Yun Su's prior demonstration, luring out the Black Dragon with this dagger was exceedingly straightforward. Once she retrieved the Diyi Heart Sutra tome, Long Zichen directly positioned herself at the bottom of the pond to read. As a time traveler, Yun Su lacked any real experience in brutal struggles. He understood that valuable things should be committed to memory at the earliest opportunity. With over a century of experience, how could Long Zichen not grasp this principle? With her remarkable memory, a mere glance was sufficient for her to firmly retain the content. However, after only turning 3 pages, the massive sword beneath her feet suddenly trembled violently, emitting a series of alarming sounds. What could be happening? Long Zichen stored the tome away, immediately casting her Shinsha technique over the giant sword. Unlike Yun Su, she possessed magical abilities, and after securing the secret tome, she promptly restored the giant sword. This minimized the disturbance, preventing excessive attention. Similar to the perspective of the virtual Fei Jian, she subconsciously believed that a martial artist's so-called divine weapon was likely equivalent to a low-tier magical treasure. Thus, she did not meticulously inspect the gigantic sword, focusing her attention entirely on the secret tome. But what was happening now? Who had awakened the spirit of the divine weapon? As Long Zichen furrowed her brows in contemplation, her expression suddenly changed, and she swiftly moved aside. Just as she did, a beam of cold light shot down from the cliff, deeply embedding itself in the very spot where she had stood. Upon closer inspection, it was an ancient sword in stark contrast to the dark, heavy giant sword at the pond's bottom. This sword gleamed with a brilliant white. The juxtaposition of black and white formed a striking contrast. What was going on? Long Zichen felt both astonished and enraged. Her mind raced, and she deduced that the divine weapons were likely a pair. One lay submerged in the pond, guarding it, while the other hung upon the cliff, forming a waterfall. Could it be that this was a divine weapon with water-controlling capabilities? Why had it actively launched an attack against her, without the time to capture and examine the divine weapon? The Yuan Pearl within her began to vibrate. Long Zichen focused a portion of her mind to scan, and she was instantly struck dumb. She saw the virtual Fei Jian being transformed into a tiny figure, mere inches long, by Yun Su's divine incantation, and being directly swallowed into the divine path cavity. Moreover, the virtual white sword had also been collected by Yun Su. Through this virtual white sword, Yun Su had forcibly activated the true sword of the real world, targeting her in such a manner. What was the principle behind this? Was the issue rooted in her Yuan Pearl or Yun Su's divine incantation? As Long Zichen hastily pondered, she noticed that the entire Yuan Pearl began to tremble subtly. Long Zichen was taken aback. This vibration was all too familiar to her. It was precisely the characteristic of Yun Su using incantations to absorb true energy. Could it be that the Wuliang divine incantation was so potent that it could absorb her Yuan Pearl? Long Zichen dared not delay. She immediately activated her Yuan Pearl to eject Yun Su from the illusion. This rascal, being within the Yuan Pearl, allowed his incantations to directly strike the pearl. After expelling him, she planned to cast a shielding spell, for even the most formidable incantation might not locate its target. Within the illusion, Yun Su sensed an immense force attempting to tear him away. He promptly focused and recited an incantation. The incantation produced profound vibrations, perfectly counteracting the tearing force. Long Zichen was utterly horrified. This was unmistakable. Yunsu's divine incantation could indeed capture her Yuan Pearl. Summoning all her strength, she desperately sought to extract Yunsu from the illusion. Meanwhile, Yunsu, unyielding, continued to counter with his incantations. The two forces continuously emerged and canceled each other out. However, given that Long Zichen enjoyed the advantage of her home field, she gradually began to gain the upper hand. Within the illusion, Yunsu's form began to tremble, showing signs of instability. How could this predicament be resolved? If a counter was needed, how might it be executed? After a standoff lasting the time it took to boil water, Yunsu suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration. He swiftly redirected his incantation towards the secret tome and the white sword within the illusion, efficiently absorbing them into his body. As the power of the incantation shifted, Long Zichen, overjoyed, immediately exerted her full strength. With a resounding boom, Yunsu was forcefully ejected from the illusion, his consciousness instantly returning to his body. Paying no heed to anything else, Yunsu concentrated on ensuring the tome he had concealed within his body remained secure. From beginning to end, he did not dare to relax for even a moment. Initially, this had merely been a fanciful experiment, without time for detailed consideration. To his surprise, after his soul was expelled from the illusion, the tome had not vanished. Yunsu unfurled the tome with his mind, every word and sentence crystal clear. He rapidly flipped through the pages, thoroughly checking from front to back, nearly buoyant with delight. Ah! Truly, nothing is impossible. Only the unimaginative are limited. But that was not all. Since the tome had been completely copied, Yunsu was no longer in a rush to peruse it. He immediately directed his thoughts towards the captured Fei Jian. Upon touching this phantom, his mind erupted with a shock. Countless profound principles surged forth, seamlessly merging into his consciousness. Yunsu broke into a cold sweat, steam rising from his head like a white ribbon soaring into the sky. Once he fully integrated the principles, he suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and boundless freedom. The Zhao Huatong Xian Qigong and Huang Tian Ho Tu Palm technique transformed into an integral part of himself, allowing him to wield them effortlessly, devoid of any obstruction. Simultaneously, he assimilated decades of combat experience from Fei Jian, propelling his martial arts mastery from novice to master level. If it had been someone else, such a tremendous gain would have been more than satisfactory, enough to warrant a moment's pause. However, Yunsu, having practiced the Turtle School Qigong, possessed an indomitable will. He clearly remembered that he had also acquired a divine weapon. What purpose could this virtual divine weapon serve? Fueled by intense curiosity, Yunsu attempted to extract this divine weapon. Yet this time, he failed. Although he could sense the white sword, which was indeed concealed within his tailbone, this virtual entity could not be summoned into the real world. Yunsu pondered for a long time before attempting to integrate the white sword into the black and white dragon. To his surprise, this effort was successful. The white sword seamlessly merged into the dragon's form. Within the two-color dragon, the white became the dominant hue, while the black was compressed into a decorative accent. But was this the final outcome? What changes could the white sword, integrated with true energy, bring? Yunsu was unwilling to settle for such an ending. He suddenly propelled the entire energy dragon out of his body. As the dragon's form emerged, his mind trembled violently. An ancient sword in the distance clearly materialized within his consciousness. Without hesitation, Yunsu unleashed his incantation, striking from afar. By the edge of Jishuatan, Long Zichen wiped the sweat from her brow as she stored the secret tome. She had narrowly escaped a calamity and, for the moment, lacked the inclination to examine the tome further. As for how to deal with Yunsu, she could only take it one step at a time. However, the two divine weapons before her were certainly worth collecting for further study. She had to clarify the principle behind Yunsu's ability to manipulate the white sword from within the illusion. Moreover, since there were two divine weapons, Tao Shi's forging techniques were evidently concealed within the white sword. Long Zichen calmed her mind and prepared sufficient defenses before activating her qi to absorb the white sword. Since Yunsu had escaped, the weapon's aura could be reclaimed at any moment. Therefore, she employed the Honglu Qigong she had just utilized to capture the secret tome. This amount of qi was initially insignificant. Yet under her spell's enhancement, its power exceeded that of the original wielder by more than tenfold. Long Zichen exerted just a small fraction of her strength and perfectly secured the white sword. Just as she intended to draw it closer, an esoteric vibration emanated from the sword's body. Long Zichen was first taken aback, then her anger flared. This scoundrel Yunsu was relentless. Was he? Did he truly believe that she would be intimidated? Long Zichen leaped, returning to the bottom of the pond, and firmly grasped the white sword. Within the Yun family's backup warehouse, Yunsu sensed that the sword's body was being tugged by a force. If not for this force, the white sword would have likely flown directly to him. Now, faced with this situation, should he concede or engage in a forceful struggle with that woman? A divine weapon capable of transforming into a dragon. Gathering water and controlling from 1,000 miles away was certainly not something to relinquish lightly. However, the sword's essence lay far beyond 1,000 miles. That Yunsu could sense it was already impressive enough. Forcibly contending in strength would be challenging. What other methods could be employed to vie for it? Should he attempt to reclaim the weapon's aura, or perhaps infuse it with foreign true energy to disrupt Long Zichen? In an instant, multiple plans surged through Yunsu's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. For the time being, he did not wish to confront this seemingly mature young woman, especially after recently discovering that her Yuan Pearl possessed the remarkable ability to materialize the ethereal. Yunsu still wished to collaborate with her on some lucrative endeavors. As for engaging in a battle of wits and strength, he was indifferent. Although the opponent's body was tender, her mind was quite mature. If he were to cleverly seize the object through cunning means, she would not lose her composure. On the contrary, she might regard him with greater esteem. Conversely, if he resorted to excessive measures, he could not guarantee 100% success. The consequences could lead to a complete breakdown of their relationship, eliminating any prospect of future collaboration. On Earth, Yunsu was quite adept at dialectics and enjoyed thinking inversely, to the point where friends jokingly labeled him a reactionary. After his reincarnation, he skillfully employed reverse thinking, achieving great success. Yet now, faced with this situation, how might he counter? Surely, simply handing over the white sword to her would not be right. As the thought of abandoning the white sword in favor of the black one crossed Yunsu's mind, a spark of inspiration illuminated his intellect. With multiple experiences to draw upon, he had become adept at seizing these fleeting moments of creativity, and without hesitation, he plunged his ideas into action. Within the realm of illusion, the black sword transformed into a shadowy dragon that clashed with Fei Jian's colossal hand, vanishing without a trace. However, upon acquiring the white sword, he sensed a remnant image of the black sword through it, seemingly the essence of the sword absorbed by Fei Jian's inner force. This revelation sparked a whirlwind of thoughts, allowing him to use the essence of the black sword specter to attune to the real black sword in the outside world. By referencing the black sword for positioning, he maneuvered the phantom of the white sword to strike at external entities, startling Long Zichen immensely. Now, the virtual Fei Jian was refined and absorbed by him. Since this individual was but an illusion, bringing him back into the real world did not amplify Yunsu's prowess. Fortunately, while power cannot be replicated, information can. He flawlessly absorbed all of Fei Jian's martial arts accumulation, propelling him to unprecedented heights and enabling him to fully master the cultivation of a martial arts master. The virtual white sword was completely replicated within him, although it could not be extracted into the real world. Its integration with the black and white energy dragons greatly enhanced the dragon's physique. As for the scant essence of the black sword seized by Fei Jian, Yunsu had nearly forgotten it. With inspiration surging, he immediately sought the minuscule specter of Fei Jian. With a slight incantation, that essence of the sword was separated from Fei Jian's being. This entity was peculiar, imperceptible through conventional senses. Fortunately, it resided within Yunsu, allowing him to induce movement through incantation and, with focused intent, barely capture it. He perceived this essence as merely a faint black, akin to a point defined in mathematics, entirely lacking spatial extension. This implied it possessed no size and occupied no space, existing as a peculiar zero-dimensional entity. While striking with incantations, Yunsu directed his consciousness inward. In that instant, it felt as though he were drawn into the spatial techniques of Zhuge and plunging into utter darkness. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, light illuminated his surroundings. For reasons unknown, Yunsu's consciousness penetrated the black, directly entering the corporeal black sword. The sword transformed into a new vessel, its interior filled with intricate veins resembling human meridians, brimming with potent true energy that pulsed in sync with Yunsu's thoughts. In astonishment, As his intent moved, the true energy coursed through the sword, causing a sudden transformation. With a clang, the massive black sword levitated. Morphing into a dragon over 10 feet long, as the dragon formed, a torrent of primal energy surged into it. As the saying goes, clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. Once the primal energy entered its form, the black dragon was immediately enveloped by ethereal clouds. Yunsu discovered he could manipulate gravity using the cloud energy at will, ascending when he wished, descending when he desired. Vaguely, he sensed that the cloud energy contained a technique for evasion, but he instinctively knew his cultivation was insufficient to unravel the mysteries of the water cloud evasion for the time being. Nevertheless, with a nascent instinct, Yunsu could now freely control water. Conjuring endless possibilities, with a mere thought, he summoned a deluge of water vapor, crashing it down upon the astonished Long Zicheng. Within moments, the parched pool was replenished. Long Zicheng struggled to escape to the shore. Yet the white sword in her hand seized the opportunity to break free, transforming into a white dragon that entwined itself with the black dragon. Yunsu erupted into laughter. Alas, the sound that emerged from the dragon's maw was an odd dragon's roar. Otherwise, had he spoken in human tongue, he would have surely terrified the dragon lady. Contemplating further, he utilized his water manipulation to shape several massive ice characters, launching them like cannonballs towards Long Zicheng on the shore. The ice characters thundered down, and she barely evaded them, darting to and fro. Before she could dry herself with inner force, she noticed the black dragon gesturing towards the ground, seemingly prompting her to read the characters. Long Zicheng, astonished, looked down and discovered that the ice characters formed the phrase, "Hero Lin's prowess is unparalleled. Have you submitted, milady?" Chapter 55. The Office of Ceremonial Affairs and the Internal Investigation Department, Yunsu and Long Zicheng engaged in a battle of wits. Transitioning from the realm of illusion to the real world, expending a little over a day and a night in their struggle. Though this period was not lengthy, the entire martial arts community was in turmoil. Stirred by the names Yunsu, Mingyuegong, and Hua Lu, at the royal ranch on the northern foothills of Lingshao Mountain, the surface appeared tranquil, yet beneath it, currents of unrest churned. Under the alias Lin Pingji, Yunsu single-handedly dismantled the military formation and subsequently subdued the ranch's garrison commander, the 100-man Captain Andayu. Ordinarily, for Yunsu to truly seize control of the ranch, he could not merely deal with the garrison leader. He would need to address the supervising officer, the ranch manager. However, he had vanished into the night, leaving no trace for an entire day. This situation left Andayu at a loss for what to do, and certain individuals began to stir restlessly. Fortunately, news of Yunsu mastering Mingyuegong and expelling Hua Tianqi arrived just in time to quell their agitation. As another day drew to a close, two figures stealthily entered the office of the ranch's supervising officer, swiftly closing the door behind them. A golden opportunity had arisen to turn misfortune into fortune for the elder brother. The speaker was Kong Jun, the royal supervisor of mining at Lingshao Mountain, whose courtesy name was Junwei. Due to the need to raise spirit beasts, mining operations were conducted on a small scale to avoid disturbing the Earth's energy. Kong Junwei's focus was primarily on smelting and the small-scale trial production of special equipment. His mine was not an independent site but directly attached to the ranch, granting him intimate knowledge of the ranch's changes. Accompanying Kong Junwei was a man named Liu Yang, seemingly a figure from the martial world. The ranch supervisor, Liang Fei, cast a worried glance at this individual before inquiring of Kong Junwei, "Brother, for whom are you pulling strings?" The ranch, the mine, and the royal estate all belonged to the internal court system. Although the main officials held titles and ranks, they typically could only rise within the system, leaving their paths quite narrow. Given that these individuals were dispatched to remote areas for management, aside from amassing wealth, they had little else to contemplate. It was not surprising that some, emboldened, tread on multiple boats. "You misunderstand, elder brother. I am not pulling strings for anyone. I merely wish to convey a few messages and offer some sincere advice," Kong Junwei replied earnestly. "Oh, then do share," Liang Fei replied. "The young master of Yun's family has assumed the alias Lin Pingji and suddenly aimed to take control of the ranch during his flight from danger. Fortunately, he departed midway due to urgent matters, granting you a brief respite. In the past couple of days, Liang Fei had been racking his brain for solutions. Yunsu, being a real vassal lord, found himself in an absolute disadvantage regardless of how the situation unfolded in this territory surrounding his fief. He was on the verge of despair. Regardless of Kong's intentions, listening would not hurt. Yun-Su has mastered Mingyuegong. The news had been corroborated from multiple sources. This matter brings both joy and concern for you. Liang brother. The joy lies in the fact that he is currently pursuing Hualu, temporarily distracted from the ranch. Upon his return, he may not necessarily retain interest in the ranch. The concern is that should he choose to seize the ranch, not only would you be unable to resist, but it could also invite calamity. You are being overly alarmist, my dear brother. Liang Fei scoffed. If it comes to that, I can simply resign and return home. What calamity could arise from that? To invoke fears of ominous signs is but a lowly trick of the martial world. Liang Fei expressed his disdain. You must not think that I am employing martial tactics. There are several matters I wish to draw your attention to. First, Yun-Su has slain Fei Jian, and his father also perished during the incident. According to my sources, Hua Tianqi is backed by Zhao Zhan. Thus, he has become irreconcilable with the Lin Jian sect. Second, Yun-Su single-handedly dismantled the military formation. It is important to note that this was not a violent defeat, but a flawless victory without harming a soul. The difference here is significant. This implies he has likely grasped the secrets of military formations. Domestically, the court will undoubtedly launch a stringent investigation. Externally, the Lin Jian sect will also take a keen interest in this matter. The young lord first defeats the military formation and then seizes the ranch. These two events cannot be unrelated. I suspect he is attempting to lure the Lin Jian sect into action against him. By adopting the alias Lin Pingji, he aims to prevent Yun's family estate from becoming a battlefield. Liang Fei's heart raced, and his complexion shifted. Certain crucial points had already crossed his mind. However, as Kong Junwei delved deeper into analysis, he found it increasingly difficult to bear. If it were merely Qingyun Marquis seizing royal assets, it would not be a significant affair. Resigning and leaving would absolve him of any responsibility, but now? Involving the secrets of military formations meant that if he dared to resign, he would be apprehended by the Office of Ceremonial Affairs and thrown into the imperial jail, not to mention the lawless Lin Jian sect. Their primary target would undoubtedly be Yun-Su. Yet Yun-Su had already mastered Mingyuegong. If he could not confront him directly, it was inevitable that the desperate would resort to reckless measures. Targeting someone like him is collateral damage. With this thought, Liang Fei cast another glance at Liu Yang. Could this fellow be from the Lin Jian sect? Yet, having served in office for many years, he was flustered inside but maintained a hardened exterior. You claim Yun-Su is plotting against the Lin Jian sect for revenge? Yet I have heard that he entrusted Yun's family estate to Di Jing. That is precisely his brilliance. Kong Junwei shook his head with a sigh. Brother, you are clouded by your position. With your years of experience in the official arena, do you not see this as a clever maneuver? What is clever about it? Although Di Jing is a disciple of Zhao Zhan, he possesses his own interests. By publicly entrusting the mountain estate to him, would he really massacre and bloodily purge the Yun family? This is hardly the case. In such a place, Liang Fei would not dare to forcefully argue. Now, let us consider Di Jing's perspective. Yun-Su merely killed Fei Jian. Fei Jian is neither his father nor his uncle. Does he truly harbor hatred towards Yun-Su? Moreover, Yun-Su handled the matter with remarkable finesse. Fei Jian, a perpetrator of senseless slaughter, was slain by Tao Huan in retribution for paternal vengeance. On the surface, Yun-Su did not intervene at all. This is the realm of reason and morality. From a standpoint of personal gain, Di Jing's defense of Yun family village would yield benefits without any drawbacks, enhancing both his reputation and tangible interests. Once Kong Junwei had articulated his point, Liang Fei's continued opposition would only serve to diminish his own intelligence. Dejectedly, he conceded, indeed. Were I Di Jing, I too would safeguard Yun family village. Unless Zhao Zhan were to issue a public decree, no one would take heed. The stakes here are rather straightforward. Should Di Jing successfully defend Yun family village and Yun-Su emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly be credited with merit. Conversely, if the Sword Union were to triumph, given that Di Jing has already established mutual trust with the inhabitants of Yun family village, the likelihood of him being appointed to oversee this area is quite high. From Zhao Zhan's perspective, would he not be apprehensive about his disciple controlling Yun family village? In light of Di Jing having acquired legitimate authority, sending another individual to usurp control would only serve to sow discord among his own ranks. while simultaneously generating a host of unnecessary troubles and internal strife. If the Sword Union were to unify the realm, such an approach might be inconsequential. However, to engage in such tactics during the process of seizing power would be utterly foolish. Di Jing, seeking to maximize his benefits, would not only defend Yun Family Village but would also strive to secure advantages for the Yun family. For with Yun Family Village firmly in hand, his standing within the Sword Union would be assured. Otherwise, given his qualifications, he would find it nearly impossible to obtain a respectable position within the faction. What joy is there in merely acting as a nominal military supervisor, when one could wield actual control over a vassal state? Even if he must ultimately relinquish Yun Family Village, Zhaojun would have to provide equivalent compensation elsewhere. Otherwise, if rewards and punishments are unjust, who would be willing to serve Zhaojun? Yun Su, through a single decisive act, easily extricated Yun Family Village from the fray. Faced with the regency of a vassal state handed to him, would Di Jing be foolish enough to deny his brotherhood with Yun Su? He would only seek to capitalize on their bond, actively promoting their deep friendship. Otherwise, what means would he employ to win the hearts of the people of Yun Family Village? Once Yun Su entrusted Yun Family Village to him, he could enter the fray against the Sword Union unencumbered, and no matter how fierce the battle raged, not a single hair on Yun Family Village would be harmed. Should defeat befall them, with Di Jing, this sworn brother, looking after matters, the fate of Yun Family Village would not be dire. Conversely, if the Sword Union were to fall, should Di Jing retain his wits, he would only seek to further solidify their brotherly bond, ensuring the safe return of Yun Family Village to Zhao in exchange for the most favorable outcome. The young lord is truly a prodigy. His remarkable stratagems evoke immense respect even from an old hand like Liang Fei. In comparison, Liang Fei feels as if he has aged significantly. Just as his thoughts began to wander, a heavy hand clapped upon his shoulder. Kong Junwei then raised his voice. "What is your opinion on this plan, elder brother?" "Plan? What plan?" Liang Fei's expression turned one of surprise. Is you acting as an insider? The opportune moment. You will step forward to testify that Yun Su has stolen the secrets of the Xinbing battle armor. You wish to bring about my demise. Liang Fei nearly leapt to his feet. Did you even listen earlier? This Liu Yang, his backing is none other than the director of the inner court, Lord Wang. Kong Junwei wore a contemptuous expression. The director of the inner court? Liang Fei was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the emperor believes the power of the Sili Jian too great and has decided to reopen the Neijing Shichong, appointing Lord Wang Zheng as its head. Kong Junwei's face gleamed with excitement. Clearly, this shift within the inner court presented him with opportunities for advancement. So you wish for me to stick my hand into the fire, risking my life for Lord Wang to undermine Wei Zhongyin? Liang Fei's expression turned cold in an instant. If he could not devise a means to deal with Yun Su, his own fate would be difficult to predict. Yet Kong Junwei's suggestion would require him to wager his very life. As an old hand from the inner court system, he possessed some degree of intel. The Yun family and the Sili Jian share a plethora of collaborations, their interests tightly intertwined. Therefore, these two, while overtly targeting Yun Su, would undoubtedly aim their covert arrows at Wei Zhongyin. With Liang Fei's intellect, how could he possibly engage in such folly? Brother Liang, do you still have a choice? Either you make a trip to the Sili Jian or to the Naichang. Do you think that Lord Wang, newly appointed, would remain unfazed upon hearing that the reputation of the Naichang fails to intimidate a mere ranch supervisor? Seeing Liang Fei's unwillingness to yield, Kong Junwei promptly turned hostile. Just as he uttered his threats, a voice chuckled. I was just lamenting how to communicate with Supervisor Liang. I did not expect you, Kong, to be so righteous and lend me a tremendous favor. With that, someone pushed the door open and entered. Yun Linping? Liang Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had merely caught a glimpse 2 days prior, he would never forget Yun Su's appearance after his disguise. He refrained from uttering the true name, for once identities are revealed, there would be no room for negotiation. Yun Su claimed to be the commoner Lin Pingji, so let him be Lin Pingji. Playing coy would be of no detriment. After subduing Long Zicheng, Yun Su hurried back. Before even entering the ranch, he had heard Long Zicheng alert him to the fact that someone was attempting to sway Liang Fei. He immediately employed his lightness skill to reach the scene. Having acquired all of Fei Jian's martial prowess, his agility was akin to that of a specter. Ordinary individuals could no longer perceive him with the naked eye. and low-tier martial artists found it difficult to sense his presence. Kong Junwei, Liang Fei, and the others lacked sufficient strength to detect any abnormalities. Only Lu Yong, who had been silent thus far, timely rose from his chair. Yun Su cast a glance at him, smiling nonchalantly. Lu Yong, hailing from the Lu family of Shihai County. Shihai County is a barren region in the interior. Though sizable, its population is sparse, and it is home to a mix of Hu and Xia. Such a place naturally lacks illustrious families. Under normal circumstances, Yun Su's status far exceeds that of Lu Yong, and with his mastery of the Mingyue skill, if Lu Yong were to be caught scheming, he would either beg for mercy and terror or flee at once. However, Lu Yang's association with the director of the inner court led him to harbor doubts about Yun Su's true capabilities. He believed there might still be a chance for redemption. He sneered. Mastering the Mingyue skill? Clearly, this is nothing but a ruse. What do you mean, Lu brother? Kong Junwei, initially filled with anxiety at being cornered by Yun Su, quickly inquired. It is impossible for one to experience a sudden and drastic increase in power overnight. While understanding can be instantaneous, martial prowess requires gradual cultivation. How could one possibly evolve from a third-rate to a first-rate peak in just a few days? Fool! The surge in power is due to the fact that the valiant hero Yun has practiced a certain devouring technique. You dare to risk your life without even verifying the basic facts? Liang Fei found it utterly incomprehensible. If all of Wang Zheng's subordinates were of such ilk, it would be prudent to keep a wide berth. If there truly exists a devouring technique, why would one hasten to flee? If one can slay Fei Jian, could they not take down a Hua Tianqi? Lu Yong, though feeling somewhat cornered, still maintained a hardened demeanor. The demise of Fei Jian was a collaborative effort between Long Ziqing and the valiant hero Lin. Had it not been for the encounter with the Dragon Lady, the valiant hero Lin would not have advanced so swiftly. Do you not comprehend even this? Liang Fei felt a surge of irritation. It was fortunate he had not partnered with such a dimwit. Otherwise, he would either perish from stupidity or be driven to madness. No matter how much one discusses, in the end, everything hinges upon strength. Before Lu Yong could finish his sentence, Yun Su casually waved his palm. With a resounding crash, Lu Yong was sent hurtling through the wall, leaving behind a human-shaped void in the barrier, carved with lines so clear they resembled the work of an artist's axe. After sending Lu Yong flying, Yun Su paid him no further mind. He had no interest in absorbing the powers of such a minor character. The abilities he had already acquired were more than sufficient. He no longer sought the mundane. Now, let us discuss Lord Wang Zheng. He has traveled a great distance to present me with a gift. What should I bestow upon him in return? Yun Su wore a charming smile. In truth, he was in remarkably good spirits. Long Ziqing harbored no doubts about his intellect. He simply disapproved of his arrogance and penchant for contrarian thinking. Yet, Yun Su's ability to counteract his entrapment within illusions and even produce wondrous changes that even Long Ziqing could not comprehend ultimately earned him respect. Following amicable negotiations, the two clarified the details of their collaboration. Long Ziqing would hide within the Yuanju, which Yun Su would carry. Yun Su pledged to conduct all dangerous undertakings under the guise of Lin Pingji, while also striving to keep the Long siblings uninvolved. In return, Long Ziqing vowed to cooperate fully, exploring the myriad uses of the Yuanju. For the dual swords, each would possess one, and they were permitted to transcribe the hidden techniques contained within. In comparison to the immense gains Yun Su had reaped, such trivial matters hardly warranted his ire. Chapter 056. Words that shock the world. Liang Fei, initially indecisive, found himself compelled to fully align with Yun Su under the dual pressures of Yun Su's forceful return and Lu Yang's utter ineptitude. As the saying goes, when the fire is at one's brow, one cannot afford to ponder what lies ahead. Today's challenges must be faced first. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that can wait. Moreover, Yun Su's cunning was anything but foolish. He feared not death. Why should a mere 7th-rank official fear anything? With his burgeoning abilities, Yun Su's courage soared. A mere Lingxiao ranch could not satiate his appetite. Within a single day, he seized control of all royal enterprises surrounding Lingxiao Mountain. Many of these enterprises were mere facades. For instance, Lingxiao Ranch, while appearing substantial, primarily served as a front, with the actual grazing grounds deep within Lingxiao Mountain. Under the firm control of the Yun family's Baiyun Ranch supervisor, the ranch in the valley was merely a display to appease inspections. Since there are no tangible businesses, The ranch will not have many people. However, the other royal estates responsible for harvesting, planting, and brewing have quite a number of hands, with the total exceeding 3,000. Most of them are official slaves, with only a small number of long-term hired workers. Yuan Su gathered the people in the open space of the ranch and announced, "There are two ways for you to rid yourselves of your status as slaves. The first is to prove your innocence, and the second is to earn merit to offset your crimes." The thousands of official slaves gazed at Yuan Su on the high platform, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. After a long pause, a scholar-like figure raised his hand and asked, "May I inquire, esteemed official, how can we prove our innocence?" Cai Jiu is a scholar who was unjustly embroiled in the examination fraud case and ended up demoted to an official slave. Quick-witted, he surmised from the external changes that Lin Pingji was likely not a newly appointed official but had seized the estate by force. But what did it matter? After enduring more than half a year as an official slave, he could no longer tolerate it as long as he could escape his status as a slave. He cared little about who his oppressor was. He had long since lost all hope in the judicial system of the dynasty and no longer feared its laws. Standing on the platform, Yuan Su observed that this man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, somewhat thin and dark, yet in good spirits. At least his eyes still sparkled with light. Unlike the numb resignation of the others, Tio mobilized the masses. Such proactive individuals were of great significance. Yuan Su immediately explained with a friendly demeanor, "The laws of the dynasty operate on the presumption of guilt. While here I advocate for the presumption of innocence, it is best if there is concrete evidence to prove your innocence. Otherwise, as long as you can demonstrate that the evidence used by the authorities to convict you is insufficient or improperly obtained, you shall be deemed innocent." The term presumption of innocence was something Cai Jiu had never heard before. However, its meaning was crystal clear and filled him with immense excitement. If the legal system of Jichao also implemented the presumption of innocence, how could he have ended up in such a plight? He shouted passionately. "There is no evidence." Those scoundrels purely relied on their biased interpretations. They first presumed fraud and then absurdly searched for supposed points of suspicion. They insisted that the repetition of 3 phrases in my exam paper was a signal to the examiner. With the explanation from the officials of the royal estate, Yuan Su learned that Cai Jiu was originally a tribute scholar from Xianghu County, who had participated in the national examination the previous year and had successfully passed. However, after the results were announced, those who failed protested, pointing out that the successful candidates were disproportionately concentrated in a few counties. This was blatant fraud. Regardless of whether it was the examination of classics or policy essays, there were no clear standards for evaluating one's skill. No unsuccessful candidate would admit to lacking ability. Furthermore, this incident indeed appeared suspicious on the surface, leading to a significant uproar. The factional struggles within the court quickly escalated, with figures from different factions egging on the situation, ultimately determining the case's outcome. From this fact, they then meticulously scrutinized the flaws in the successful candidate's exam papers. Just like the story of suspecting the neighbor of stealing an axe, once a subjective bias exists, one can always find points of suspicion in the details. Although the papers were all anonymously transcribed, this posed no challenge to those adept at nitpicking. For instance, if someone cited an obscure allusion in their paper, it was undoubtedly a prearranged signal. If someone wrote with a distinctive style, using grandiose parallel constructions, that was an overt indication of identity. The unluckiest of all was Cai Jiu. As the investigators struggled to prove there weren't enough individuals committing fraud, they could only indiscriminately implicate others. Upon discovering that Cai had no influential background or connections, he was immediately targeted. As for evidence, the mere repetition of a certain word 3 times in an article was deemed an unmistakable signal that could not escape the discerning eyes of the officials. Thus, the unfortunate scholar Cai fell from the pinnacle of life into the depths of despair. Not only did he lose his official position, but he was also relegated to a lowly status and dispatched to the royal estate to perform hard labor. Fortunately, in this era, there was no shortage of eunuchs. Otherwise, he might have faced a dire fate in the palace. The royal estate could only ascertain Cai Jiu's charges but did not possess detailed case files. Yet Yuan Su did not intend to investigate the case. He announced on the spot the release of Cai Jiu. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Cai Jiu was invited onto the platform. After offering his congratulations, Yuan Su proposed, "You are free here, but your charges in Jichao have yet to be cleared. I have 2 options for you to choose from." Cai Jiu took a deep breath and clasped his hands. saying, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed Lin." Being intelligent individuals, he naturally understood that the other party's assistance would not come without conditions. The first option was to arrange a position for him on the spot. As long as he remained there, no one would trouble him, and the second option? Following the first option, if Yunsu were to leave, Kai Jiyu would have to fend for himself. Living as a fugitive was not unacceptable. But completely clearing his name would be far better. He was not born from Iraq and found it hard to accept a life devoid of contact with family and friends. The second option was to help him completely clear his name. For instance, I have some friends in the officialdom. Perhaps I could leverage their connections to vindicate your grievances. Kai Jiyu's mind raced. From the tone of the other party and the use of the word perhaps, it was not difficult to discern the implied meaning. He was subtly suggesting that Kai should play along. In such a situation, even if he was reluctant, Kai Jiyu had little choice. He pondered his words carefully and said, "I conduct myself with integrity, yet I have been unjustly implicated by self-serving politicians. Even if I could be exonerated through the private connections of the esteemed Lin, it would not align with my principles. Matters of integrity should be resolved openly and justly." Excellent. Yunsu applauded loudly. This Kai Jiyu is indeed promising, quick-witted, and worthy of cultivation. He addressed everyone. What is the greatest thing in the world? Reason. Any innocent person, as long as their reasoning is sound and their spirit resolute, may freely express their grievances to me, as long as their grievances are valid. I, Lin Pingji, will do my utmost to seek justice for you all. Yunsu summoned his internal energy, clearly transmitting these words into the ears of everyone present. This declaration was astonishing. The venue fell into a momentary silence. Some gazed vacantly, while others wore expressions of shock. Many looked around, exchanging glances. Gradually, whispers began to circulate, the murmur of discussion growing louder, with varying gazes directed toward Yunsu, some filled with doubt, others with struggle, and yet others brimming with hope. However, for a moment, no one stepped forward to respond. The officials who had defected stood behind Yunsu, including Yun Chao and Zhang Feihe, who were controlling the situation from the outer circle, as well as Wan Sidong and Song Sini, who were in a semi-captive state within the inner circle, and Tao Huan, who was lurking in a remote corner as an observer. Each of these characters had differing thoughts regarding Yunsu's proclamation. After Yunsu left, Yun Chao did not take the opportunity to flee. Firstly, he was bewildered, having endured too many blows and unable to conceive of where to go or what to do next. Secondly, during this time, several informed individuals had approached him, relaying a great deal of information. Upon learning that Yunsu had utilized the Mingyue technique to reclaim Yun family manor and had entrusted it to Di Jing while he sought the secrets of the Mingyue technique, Yun Chao felt increasingly unsettled and lost. If the manor were in the hands of Hua Tianqi, he would at least have a goal to strive for. However, with Yunsu back in control, he had lost even the pretense of a motive to fight for Dian Di Jing's hands. It was equally impossible to seize it. Doing so would directly provoke the Lianjin sect. In such circumstances, what was he to do? Everything seemed wrong. He might as well feign death for now and wait for the situation to clarify before making a decision. At the very least, following Yunsu would allow him to uncover the secrets behind this young man's transformation. After Yunsu's 2-day absence, he suddenly returned, and upon his arrival, he decisively seized all the royal properties of Lingxiashan. Yun Chao had already reached a point of indifference, as the one instigating trouble was Yunsu. He was not afraid of death. Why should he be scared? Yet now, hearing Yunsu's declaration, he inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety, his legs trembling slightly. Having cultivated to a top-notch master level, Yun Chao was by no means foolish. He was merely usually disinclined to think deeply in that moment. He could not clearly discern the logic, but his intuition told him that this proclamation was extremely dangerous. If seizing some royal properties was merely bold, then Yunsu's declaration was nothing short of audacious. Was this fool attempting to establish himself as a champion of righteousness, contending with the Daiji imperial family for the legitimacy of the mandate of heaven? If Yun Chao's inner thoughts were to be heard by Liang Fei, he would undoubtedly raise his thumb in admiration for this muscular man. In Liang Fei's eyes, Yunsu was boldly issuing a declaration to act on behalf of heaven. In this high martial world, martial power is undoubtedly the primary source of authority. However, the dynasty cannot suppress the world solely through force. Its unique military formations are indeed formidable, but they face a major issue. Why would the soldiers forming these armies serve the Yu family? If the people's hearts are scattered, a military formation based on discipline and cooperation cannot coalesce. In other words, for the Yu family to stabilize their rule and gain an advantage over the major sects. The key lies in how to unite people's hearts and maintain a moral high ground. Why is the highest office in the inner court called the Si Li Jian? It is precisely because the rites and systems serve as the theoretical basis for the dynasty's rule over the populace. The so-called rites establish distinctions, and music promotes harmony. Rites are used to establish hierarchical differences. Within a family, parents are the sovereign, while children and daughters-in-law are subjects. Sons-in-law are considered external subjects. There is a saying, there are no parents who are not worthy. It is only natural for children to obey their parents because even life itself is bestowed by them. Parents also have the grace of nurturing and the convenience of indoctrination. Instilling this kinship-based ethics is remarkably effortless. By slightly extending this foundation, one can easily conceptualize the relationship between the sovereign and the subjects as akin to that of father and son. Term the ruler as father and the subjects as sons, which becomes readily acceptable to the populace. Yet, this alone is insufficient. An additional layer of sanctity must be appended. Consequently, a theory emerges wherein the sovereign is deemed the Son of Heaven, governing the people on behalf of the divine. Practically speaking, it is essential to assert that the sovereign embodies fairness, justice, and order. Should the emperor be abolished, the realm would devolve into a chaotic wilderness, where the interests of the weak would be utterly unprotected. This narrative may not be convincing to the strong, yet it resonates profoundly with the weak. If one does not believe in this, what alternative is there but to accept that they are inherently cursed? With no one to uphold justice. For those with discernment, aligning the sovereign-subject relationship with an illusory kinship ethic is merely a form of deception and sophistry. Although it may sound compelling, few genuinely subscribe to it. Therefore, the essence of the imperial doctrine lies in the final assertion: impartial arbitration of all disputes over interests. Only through steadfastly safeguarding justice can the dynasty confidently demand obedience from its subjects. However, what is Yun Su doing? On the surface, he appears to be upholding justice and righteousness. Not a single word connects him to rebellion. Yet, upon closer examination, he is ruthlessly undermining the very moral foundation of the dynasty. If the populace beseeches Yun Su for fairness, it firstly demonstrates the dynasty's dereliction of duty in preserving justice. Secondly, it bestows upon Yun Su a moral endorsement, rendering him a perfect substitute for the dynasty. What could be more alarming? When Liang Fei was rendered speechless with shock, the onlookers, Wan Sitong and Song Sini, were similarly engaged in panic conversation. They too had deciphered the underlying implications and were thus greatly unsettled. However, their fear did not stem from Yun Su's opposition to the dynasty, but rather from his simultaneous confrontations on multiple fronts. Whether Yun Su confronts the Sword Alliance or the dynasty itself is of little consequence. Although the realm appears unified, it is, in truth, governed by a multitude of voices. Not only do the major sects operate independently, disregarding the Yu family, but even minor lords like the Yun family assert their own dominion. Outsiders must adhere to their rules upon entering their territories. Failure to comply could result in punishment, with the dynasty offering no protection. Within this larger context, Yun Su's opposition to the Sword Alliance, along with the Light Sect, can easily morph into covert alliances. The dynasty and other sects would likely provide clandestine support, as long as his strength does not falter to the point of being swiftly defeated. He can maintain stability. Conversely, opposing the dynasty would not only delight the Sword Alliance, but also garner secret assistance from all other sects and prominent families. Thus, danger and opportunity coexist. Should his abilities fall short, he may swiftly meet his downfall. Otherwise, he may thrive splendidly. Yun Su's slaying of Fei Jian, while establishing enmity with the Sword Alliance, also serves as a declaration of allegiance, solidifying his stance. Therefore, Yun Su's seizure of a few imperial estates is of no concern to Wan Sitong and his companions. They firmly believe that the dynasty would never risk losing much for the sake of a trivial property dispute, nor would they allow the vanguard of rebellion to perish over such a minor issue. Yet, Yun Su's current actions equate to undermining the moral foundation of the dynasty, which it could never tolerate. As the saying goes, there are matters of urgency, and the dragon has its reverse scales. In a certain sense, it can be posited that Yun Su's assassination of Fei Jian pales in comparison to the severity of his declarations against the dynasty. Once these words spread, regardless of whether Yun Su merely killed Fei or even Zhao Zhen's father and violated Zhao Zhen's mother. The dynasty would undoubtedly move to eliminate him without hesitation. Chapter 057. How to navigate the grand project of rebellion. Tao Huan's understanding of Yun Su diverges significantly. This youth has undergone profound changes in a brief span. Maturing rapidly, during Yun Su's absence, he had received numerous alarming insights from various individuals. Upon Yun Su's return, with his sister missing and no explanation given, Tao Huan was filled with doubt. While he did not delve too deeply into Yun Su's words, he found them resonant, especially in light of his own experiences. Based on Yun Su's declarations, he felt compelled to observe further. As the adage goes, listen to his words, observe his actions. Deceit is difficult to sustain over time. A person who can feign virtue for a lifetime is hardly distinguishable from a true sage. If Yun Su's heart and mouth align, many matters might warrant a fresh perspective, amidst the diverse thoughts of those present. Kai Jiyu on stage was enduringly suppressing his trepidation to thank Yun Su. He had inadvertently boarded a treacherous ship, and now there was no choice but to forge ahead. What alternative was there? To shout and plead not to be harmed? Or to denounce the rebels on the spot, attempting to prove his innocence with fervent loyalty? Such folly. The dynasty has never regarded him as significant. Should he be foolish enough to endure humiliation and burden himself to curry favor with the dynasty, the outcome would only be public disdain, reducing him to a wretched state, utterly ignored. If he were to adopt a bolder perspective, it is said that to seek office, one must be willing to kill and burn to secure acceptance. If he could achieve renown under Yun Su, becoming a formidable outlaw, it could significantly enhance his own value, even presenting a possibility of being co-opted into the system. With this thought, Kai Jiyu quickly regained his composure. Just as he was about to collaborate with Yun Su to advance the performance, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "I have grievances. I beseech the great hero Lin for justice." Turning to look, he saw a burly man leap from the crowd. Yun Su, maintaining his composure, gestured for him to approach. The man appeared to be physically impaired, stumbling after just a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yun Su had him assisted onto the stage. As he drew near, Kai Jiyu noticed that the man had several puncture wounds from sharp objects, with a thin iron chain piercing through his shoulder blade. Iron shards were embedded in his ankles, and it seemed his tendons had been severed. Such treatment is typically reserved for the most vicious of bandits. Could it be that? Kai Jiyu's thoughts were interrupted as the man fell to his knees with a thud, passionately recounting his tale of woe to Yun Su. "I am of lowly origin. My family akin to mud, easily trampled upon by anyone, at the age of 8. My elder brother was killed while protecting my younger sister, who was subsequently ravaged. A younger brother, curious about martial arts, was left blind at 10. My parents were oppressed by a corrupt official, losing all our wealth and selling my younger siblings to escape. Only later did we learn that my siblings had consumed poisonous mushrooms and survived." Drawing the attention of the local tyrant, Lord Huang, who sought to use their bodies for drug testing, colluding with officials to orchestrate their demise. Within 2 years, my 5th brother died testing the drug, and my 6th sister was left blind, deaf, and paralyzed, yet still clinging to life, only to be discarded back to my parents. When I turned 13, my parents could no longer endure, first killing my 6th sister and my blind 4th brother, then taking their own lives, warning me that if I did not achieve greatness, I must never marry and bear children, lest I bring ruin upon myself and others. In just 13 years, I have witnessed the injustices of the world. I am resolute in my vow to rise above it all, even if it means descending into hell for but a day of glory. For this, I have spared no effort in seeking a master to learn the arts. As long as I live, I have relentlessly trained. At last, the heavens have not forsaken the diligent. Through mastering the most rudimentary techniques of the martial world, I have attained second-rate martial arts. I return to my hometown to exact vengeance upon all who wronged my family, slaying them without exception. The martial world dictates that the strong prevail. What expert lacks blood on their hands? Yet, the authorities labeled me a murderous fiend, violating the law. They captured me, subjected me to torture, extracting my techniques and wealth, rendering me powerless, and sentencing me to a lifetime of servitude. I refuse to accept this. Kai Jiyu, hailing from a humble background, albeit one with some standing, not the absolute lowest echelon, was aware that the term humble origins encompassed a spectrum. Families like the Tao family, affluent merchants, also qualify as humble. The essence of humble origins refers to those lacking political power at the lower strata of society. Within this context, there are vast differences. The Tao family represents one type, while the Kai family, a literary lineage, represents another. The local tyrant, Lord Huang, embodies yet another category. Compared to this man from the absolute lowest social stratum, Kai Jiyu likely shares more common ground with Lord Huang. However, he is not so far removed from the grassroots level, possessing considerable familiarity with the dynamics of that echelon. From the words of the man before him, he quickly reconstructed the truth. The Great Ji dynasty, after all, is an openly hierarchical society where double standards undoubtedly prevail. Yet through this man's profoundly emotional narrative, the reality of his punishment may not be as dire as portrayed. It is probable that, during his quest for revenge, he employed excessive violence, leading to widespread repercussions. Although the dynasty stripped him of his abilities, they did not execute him, which indicates a degree of leniency in accordance with the martial world's customs. From the perspective of Kai Jiyu, a former candidate for officialdom, this incident lacks substantial moral weight and is challenging to construct into a significant ethical discourse. Had this individual not completed his revenge and directly addressed his earlier misfortunes, that would have indeed created a stir. One can only wonder how Yun Su will navigate this rather insipid dilemma. The adage holds true. Outsiders observe the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. Ordinary people, including the impassioned Tao Huan, are generally stirred by this man's plight, igniting a fervent desire to shatter the dark world. However, those seasoned individuals such as Kai Jiyu, Liang Fei, Wan Sidong, and Song Sini possess a vastly different perspective. They can see beyond the surface, recognizing the man's cunning nature. He is merely playing the victim for personal gain. He glosses over the true reasons for his punishment by the dynasty, providing no details. While focusing entirely on amplifying his own suffering, Yun Su currently faces two significant choices. First, he could disregard the latter part, focusing solely on the initial segment of this individual's plight. This approach could swiftly incite the ire of the lower echelons of the martial world, positioning him as a savior of the common folk. However, while the numbers among the lower class are vast, their strength is lacking. By pursuing this route, apart from the desperate grassroots, he would attract at most a few fervent youths like Tao Wan. With only the grassroots and young idealists, Yun Su could hardly hope to advance far. The greater the momentum he generates, the more disastrous the outcome will be. To draw a parallel with history on Earth, Yun Su could at best become the leader of the Taiping Dao, Zhang Jiao. While he might gather 100,000 followers to create an impressive spectacle when faced with the well-equipped and trained regular army of the Eastern Han Dynasty, even a few thousand soldiers could shatter the morale of over 100,000 rebel troops. Should he choose this path, Yun Su would undoubtedly fail, inadvertently assisting Zhao Zhan in a significant manner. The second option would be to unveil the truth behind this person's restoration. Such an action would undeniably damage morale. To the masses, it would appear that he had just promised to aid the weak, only to turn around and concoct excuses to renege on his commitment. Who would still respond with enthusiasm then? Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to adopt a cool-headed approach. This entails feigning concern while swiftly relegating the matter to obscurity through a new case, only to resurrect it with great fanfare once the most impeccable example arises for resolution. The case Yun Su is orchestrating essentially serves as a declaration of rebellion, revealing to the world the route he intends to take, the class he relies upon, and the vision he aims to paint. Yet, the nuances within are delicate. A minor misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. As the saying goes, governing a great nation is akin to cooking a small fish. A slight miscalculation can ruin the dish. For the knowledgeable individuals present, how Yun Su handles this situation directly impacts their choices. Should Yun Su choose a path of self-destruction, they would undoubtedly sever ties completely. This severance need not manifest as an overt confrontation. It could also take the form of superficial compliance while covertly undermining him. In any case, the efficacy of one's actions hinges on the intent behind them. Under the watchful gaze of thousands, Yun Su's demeanor remained both solemn and composed. He replied with poise, "You may detail your family's grievances. I shall investigate them one by one and seek justice for you." "Excellent, Hero Lin, you are commendable. If Hero Lin can advocate for the grassroots, I would willingly dedicate my life to him." Yun Su ignored the clamoring below and calmly inquired, Tell me, what is your name? I am but a humble individual named Mao Chong. As Mao Chong uttered his name, a flicker of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. Noticing this evident sign of trepidation, Yun Su feigned ignorance and nodded, asking, before all these witnesses, tell me what expectations you have for the future. The future? Expectations? In an instant, Mao Chong's gaze turned bewildered. Yet he quickly regained his composure and pondered. To restore my abilities would be the best outcome. I dare not hope for more. If your powers were to be completely restored, or even enhanced, what would you do? Yun Su interjected decisively. I would follow Hero Lin, upholding justice, and would not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Mao Chong proclaimed with fervor. Merely a flattering remark, one could say. Who among us cannot utter such words? Upholding justice is no issue, but to follow me in dispensing rewards and punishments, one must first relinquish all subjective biases. We must stand firmly on the side of truth and justice, rather than preconceived notions that the weak are always right, or blindly favoring those we admire regardless of right or wrong. At this juncture, it was evident that Yun Su was preparing to assist in restoring his powers. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mao Chong boldly vowed, I swear to heed Hero Lin's teachings. If my abilities are truly restored, I shall dedicate my remaining years to Hero Lin's righteous cause. Remember your oath, I can reward virtue and punish vice. Acknowledging that the truth is elusive, I am willing to extend trust to all. As long as you publicly swear that your words are true, your grievances shall be accepted as fact without further verification. Should anyone wish to contribute to the cause of martial justice, whether it be through techniques, elixirs, or financial support, I shall provide to the best of my abilities. However, bear in mind that having extended trust, you must also shoulder the corresponding responsibility. If anyone deceives, unless they confess before I uncover the truth, there shall be no second chances. Yun Su's words resonated like the tolling of a bell, each syllable striking with clarity. Simultaneously, Mao Chong's body levitated into the air. With a series of swift sounds, the steel needles embedded in his body shot out. The chains ensnaring his body were also drawn out by Yun Su's ethereal grasp. Following a cacophony of sounds, Mao Chong exhaled a long plume of white vapor. His previously bent form suddenly straightened, appearing as though he had grown several inches. Soon, a mist enveloped his body, gradually encasing him entirely. After a considerable pause, Yun Su declared, It is done. I have unblocked your meridians and restored your severed tendons. Your original techniques were woefully inadequate. I have infused you with a strand of nameless true energy. By refining it according to my methods, within a month or two, your prowess shall surpass what it once was. As Yun Su withdrew his energy, Mao Chong's feet touched the ground. The recent events left him in disbelief. Given his own painful experiences, he dared not reveal the whole truth to anyone. Yet he was not skilled at concealing his emotions. And thus anxiety gnawed at him, fearful that his hidden thoughts would be unveiled, leading to dire consequences. However, he found himself in such a predicament. Whether he was in the 17th or 18th layer of hell made little difference. Hence, he gritted his teeth and took a gamble. Little did he know, Yun Su had perceived something amiss, yet still granted him an opportunity. That Mao Chong could achieve a second-rate martial prowess with inferior techniques indicated his intellect was not lacking. The truth is often elusive, yet he was willing to extend trust. Confession could lead to clemency. Each phrase carried profound implications. As for his next steps, he truly needed to contemplate carefully. While Mao Chong was lost in thought, the 3,000 officials and servants below were already stirred by his extraordinary experience. I have grievances. I wish to follow Hero Lin to benefit the martial world. Alas, my tragically deceased parents. If Hero Lin avenges me, my entire family would gladly serve him. Bestow upon me your divine techniques, and I shall do anything for Hero Lin. I do not seek much. As long as Hero Lin can overturn my case and restore my innocence, I shall ask for nothing more. In a hierarchical society, the authority of the upper echelons is inscrutable. When societal changes occur, ordinary individuals hesitate to become the proverbial canaries in the coal mine, as they cannot fathom the true intentions of the powerful. Yet when a precedent is set and the direction is clear, the grassroots often fervently follow suit without regard for cost. Should a clever figure among the elite provide guidance, it becomes remarkably easy to stir a tide of change. Just as Shangyang needed to establish credibility through the relocation of wood, merchants often resort to using proxies. Both exploit a subtle psychology of conformity. Song Xian, however, was not among the foolish masses. Yet Yunsu's method of handling the situation left him utterly astounded. Originally, he believed Yunsu had two paths to choose from, either to fan the flames ignited by Mao Chang's emotions and incite the masses, or to take an unequivocally opposing stance. Had Yunsu chosen the former, Song Xian would undoubtedly sever ties at any cost. As a scion of an esteemed family, while Song Xian's personal achievements were not particularly notable, his insight was unquestionable. When the path ahead was unclear, he would not hesitate to gamble. However, if someone were to forcibly drag him down a path of certain doom, he would never acquiesce. Yet Yunsu's approach was entirely unexpected. He deftly employed a strategy of apparent openness while sidestepping the issue entirely. He first pointed out the glaring inconsistencies in Mao Chang's story, then expressed a willingness to extend trust due to the elusive nature of truth. While retaining the right to reassess once the truth was uncovered, he made two clear statements. First, he would deliver justice for the Mao family. Second, acknowledging the difficulty in verifying the truth, he was willing to adopt a benevolent approach of trusting before investigating. In essence, out of goodwill, until the truth was clarified, he would accept whatever Mao Chang claimed as fact. This allowed him to bypass the contentious issue and transition directly to subsequent matters. Yunsu was acutely aware of the importance of controlling the tempo. Having navigated through the challenge, he immediately shifted from a defensive stance to an offensive one, inquiring whether Mao Chang wished to restore his abilities. Faced with the bait Yunsu had laid out, Mao Chang fell into the trap without resistance, no longer possessing even a shred of willpower to drag Yunsu down with him. Simultaneously, Yunsu showcased his magnanimity and wisdom to the world. Regarding Mao Chang's obviously flawed narrative, he refrained from involvement or expression of opinion. All responsibility was to be borne by Mao Chang himself, who had publicly sworn an oath it was as if others were rolling dice. He made no guesses about the outcome, publicly declaring, "I trust your character. Whatever you say, I shall accept." However, he would not allow Mao Chang to touch the dice again, sealing them away, ready to be reopened for verification at any moment. Such a remarkably ingenious strategy left Song Xian utterly astonished. Chapter 58. Know the white, guard the black. The divine will arise. The Fulong mountain range lies but a little over 200 miles from the city of Zhongdu. The towering peaks within, resembling a high altar for sacrificial rites, house the headquarters of the Wuji Sword Sect. This place also serves as the meeting location for the United Sword Alliance. As dusk approached, the sect leader Zhao Zhan was convening with Shi Dan for discussions. Zhao Zhan was tall and imposing, his countenance commanding respect. Yet upon closer inspection, one would find it difficult to ascertain his age. If one were to subjectively perceive him as old, the longer one gazed, the older he would appear, seemingly having lived for millennia. Conversely, if one believed him to be youthful, he would seem to grow younger, almost akin to a 16-year-old Yunsu, as if they were siblings. Not only was his age inscrutable, but ordinary individuals often struggled to remember his facial features. When observed closely, he felt strangely familiar. Turning his head, he found himself engulfed in a haze, unable to recall even a semblance of his appearance. Such peculiarities arose from his transformation into a being of innate nature, having fathomed the mysteries of creation. Although he had yet to master the art of dispersing to become ethereal and aggregating to assume form, his corporeal body was already beyond the realm of ordinary comparison. Legends assert that even if a grandmaster of innate prowess were to be cleaved into 70 or 80 fragments, any of those remnants could perfectly restore the body. Standing humbly at the side was Shi Dan. He too was unable to discern the depths of his master's cultivation. Yet, an instinct whispered to him that no matter how fiercely he might strike, he could not possibly harm a single hair. Yunsu returned alone, while the whereabouts of Long Zichun remained unknown. Yet, based on the disciple-esque conjecture, Long Zichun must have employed secretive techniques to conceal himself. Contrasting with Yunsu's openness, just as this report was made, Zhao Zhan interjected, inquiring, "What is Tao Huan's attitude?" In an instant, Shi Dan comprehended and responded, "According to our informants, Tao Huan appears somewhat unsettled. It is evident that Yunsu has not disclosed the whereabouts of his sister." Shi Dan, with profound mastery of energy techniques and a keen intellect, understood well the rationale behind Yun Su's decision not to reveal the truth to Tao Huan. The young man was unable to maintain his composure. If the truth were to be exposed, outsiders would unravel the mysteries. In the current situation, with Tao Huan harboring doubts, the effectiveness of Long Zichen's concealment would be optimal. Yet, this also rendered Tao Huan a potential vulnerability for Yun Su. Zhao Zhen sighed, "It is regrettable that we have enmity with the Tao family. Otherwise, we could manipulate Tao Huan to our advantage." Zhao Zhen had not been back at the sect for long. His prior actions against the Yun family were personal endeavors, and thus not suitable for directing from within the sect. However, when Shi Dan returned with the news of Fei Jian's demise, Zhao Zhen promptly returned to Chongju Peak, fully utilizing the sect's resources to monitor Yun Su. Shi Dan chuckled, "There is not just Tao Huan by Yun Su's side. For instance, Yun Xiao would be quite useful." He had witnessed Yun Xiao's full capabilities in the Greatsong Valley at the foot of Ling Xiao Mountain, and he had sufficient confidence in his ability to take action. According to the latest intelligence, Yun Su had completely seized control of the royal assets of Ling Xiao Mountain and had unleashed a campaign to win the people's hearts openly, declaring his intention to become the guardian of righteousness in the martial world. What is your perspective? Regarding Yun Su, Shi Dan's feelings were very ambivalent. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man had annihilated Fei Jian and defeated Hua Tianqi. To dismiss him too lightly could invite reprimand from his master. Yet, based on his own experiences in combat with him and his observations of Yun Su's subsequent actions, it was difficult for Shi Dan to afford him too much significance. If it were up to him, he would swiftly dispatch a few individuals to eliminate him. He could not fathom why his master had yet to take action. According to secret reports from Di Jing, a mysterious sorcerer stood behind Yun Su. This individual was well-versed in spatial techniques and had even forcefully seized Di Jing's sword talisman. Before Shi Dan could inquire further, Zhao Zhen conveyed a startling revelation. "A sorcerer? Who has taken Di Jing's sword talisman?" Shi Dan gasped in shock and hesitated. "Could this person be the one from our sect?" "It is indeed possible." Zhao Zhen solemnly nodded. "Your master uncle is extraordinarily gifted. Although he has been suppressed by the elders of the sect in concert. Nearly 50 years have passed. If he has indeed broken free from his seal, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Then what does my master suggest? To closely monitor Yun Su, but for the time being, do not act rashly. Given his current approach, it is unlikely that we are the ones he fears the most." Zhao Zhen waved his hand, and Shi Dan bowed respectfully, gradually exiting the Chonghua Hall. Located several dozen miles from the Wu Ji sword sect, at the westernmost end of the Fulong Mountain Range lies the Great Zen Temple. The abbot, Master Dezhua, welcomed the hurriedly arriving Master Ku Mu into his chambers. The Great Zen Temple and the Xian Wu sect have long been regarded as the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper of the martial world, historically engaged in subtle power struggles. However, following the formidable rise of the Lianjian sect, the two factions quickly drew closer. Master Ku Mu had become a distinguished guest of Master Dezhua. In terms of martial prowess, Master Ku Mu was slightly inferior to Master Dezhua. Yet his ability to manage secular affairs surpassed it considerably. Settling in the Stark Abbot's chamber, he urgently stated, "Latest news. Yun Su has effectively taken control of all royal assets in Ling Xiao Mountain and has boldly issued signals of rebellion." In this powerful martial world dominated by sects, rebellion was not particularly alarming. In fact, every 8 to 10 years, martial artists would inflate their own egos and provoke the imperial authority. Defeat did not necessarily equate to death. However, Yun Su's methods were indeed rather extraordinary. This young man had assumed the alias Lin Pingji, implying that it was his duty to rectify the grievances within the martial circle. He had spread the word that anyone supporting his ideals and joining his cause of rewarding virtue and punishing vice would receive martial techniques. Money or elixirs as needed. The lower echelons of the martial world had already surged towards the Greatsong Valley. Based on the sect's intelligence reports from various directions, it was estimated that within 10 days, he could amass tens of thousands of martial artists. What an ambitious endeavor! Does he truly seek to usurp the throne? Master Dezhua expressed some astonishment. Not necessarily. This young man is quite cunning. No one can predict his true intentions. What leads you to this conclusion? Master Ku Mu's abrupt shift in perspective momentarily left Master Dezhua perplexed. If he truly aimed for rebellion, why would he first entrust the Yun family estate and adopt an alias? Master Ku Mu, possessing a profound understanding of worldly affairs, saw through Yun Su's subtle maneuvers. That makes sense. Master de Joie nodded repeatedly. Yuan Su is not a mere grassroots individual. His family boasts 4 generations of accumulation. With wealth and resources at his disposal, if he were genuinely serious about rebellion, there would be no reason for him to enter the martial world empty-handed, seeking crowdfunding. However, given his public display of ambition, along with his self-proclaimed role of rewarding virtue and punishing vice, the imperial court could hardly remain indifferent. Indeed, if he suffers a swift defeat, unless the Yun family directly merges with the Lien Jian sect, the Qing Yun principality would inevitably be dismantled. Yet, if he can endure for a few rounds, what then? The situation would become quite complex. In Master Ku Mu's eyes sparkled a glimmer of insight. Not to mention, even the Lien Jian sect might alter their stance, transforming from foes to allies. What does that master imply? It is better to act sooner than later, rather than allowing him to be co-opted by Zhao Zhan. It would be preferable for us to express a modicum of goodwill first. How shall we express this goodwill? Master de Joie appeared somewhat perplexed. Surely you are not suggesting that I have a batch of extracurricular disciples with unblemished backgrounds? Master Ku Mu laughed heartily. The young man is willing to take the lead in advocating for justice in the martial world. As leaders of the righteous sects, it is our duty to extend our support. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the royal pasture in the Great Song Valley had transformed into a bustling construction site. It was unclear what principle was at play, but upon the issuance of Yuan Su's call for rewarding virtue and punishing vice, within less than a day, various heroes had already flocked to the scene. Although there were some vacant buildings in the pasture, it could hardly accommodate thousands of newcomers. Fortunately, the area was vast and thus, at Yuan Su's command, there were those who eagerly responded, organizing manpower to commence construction. Among the martial artists who came to join were many with expertise. Some were skilled in architectural design, others in on-site construction, and still others in material preparation. As for those willing to perform manual labor, they were in abundant supply. Within just a few hours, numerous buildings began to rise from the ground, while the completion was still a ways off. The momentum of a brand new sect was already unmistakably on display. This situation greatly boosted the morale of those who subsequently entered the valley. Most of these individuals hailed from the lower echelons of the martial world. Lacking in self-confidence, they either sought to redress grievances in hopes of fortune or had reached a bottleneck in life, unable to progress via conventional means. Thus, they were willing to take a gamble. Had Yuan Su's efforts been meager and lacking in momentum, their doubts would have intensified. Now, witnessing the fervor of the scene and realizing that Lin Pingji indeed intended to undertake a grand endeavor, their confidence soared. Despite the influx of newcomers, Yuan Su no longer met with each one individually. In truth, he had only been busy for half a day, meeting with key figures from the first batch of arrivals. After a brief inquiry, he imparted skills and bestowed medicinal resources upon them. He then designated these individuals as the backbone to manage the subsequent influx of supporters. As for himself, he was currently ascending the mountain to enjoy the scenery, accompanied by Tao Huan. The mountain peak they occupied had no pathways. The two had purely relied on lightness techniques to reach it. From their vantage point, they could observe the main expanse of the Great Song Valley. The entrance of the valley was narrow but expanded significantly further inward. However, due to hills and certain mountain formations obstructing the view, outsiders could not discern its true nature. Only by venturing deeper could one discover that it connected to over a dozen hidden valleys within Ling Shao Mountain, resembling a small plain concealed among the mountains. Otherwise, it would not have been chosen as a pasture. Yet, apart from the entrance, the remainder was either abandoned or deliberately severed from access. Some of the concealed valleys served as breeding grounds for the Baiyun Ranch overseen by the Yun family. The positioning of the Ling Shao pasture at the entrance was intended to intercept travelers and safeguard the interior's security. This area boasted ample water sources and vast tracts of arable land. Even constructing a city to accommodate 100,000 people would be entirely feasible. However, despite the impressive scene, Tao Huan remained largely indifferent. His attention was entirely focused on Yuan Su. Since Yuan Su's return to the pasture, he had been preoccupied and had scarcely spoken with Tao Huan. Suddenly seeking him out to enjoy the scenery, Tao Huan initially thought it was to explain his sister's disappearance. To his surprise, Yuan Su merely stated, "Your sister fears that you may become embroiled in my perilous endeavors. I have also promised to keep you from danger. If you wish, I can write a private letter to the abbot of the Great Zen Temple or the head of the Xianwu sect." allowing you to join either of those sections. What say you? Before Tao Huan could respond, a voice resonated urgently within his heart. After pondering for a moment, Tao Huan finally replied, "My sister is concerned because she cares. If Zhao Zhenfeng is determined to kill me, the Dajin Temple and the Xuanwu sect may not necessarily offer their protection. Conversely, if it were merely a matter of pursuing the arts, as my elder brother once stated, as long as one is willing to follow your path, there is no technique that cannot be imparted. The Dajin Temple and the Xuanwu sect may lack such grandiosity. However, the Tao family has but one heir. My sister is also of the Tao lineage. Should she bear a son, he too could inherit the Tao family legacy." Tao Huan's words carried a hint of probing, seeking to ascertain my sister's circumstances. Yet, Yun Su provided no definitive answer. He merely nodded, saying, "You have half a month to ponder this well. Whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. However, once you decide to join, there shall be no retreat." Tao Huan solemnly nodded. Yet he subsequently inquired, "Is my elder brother truly confident in resisting the forces of Jichao?" Yun Su chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the throng in the valley. "Do you see those people? If you comprehend this, you should realize that if I am incapable of withstanding a blow, countless individuals will feel regret and disappointment. As long as I am not excessively foolish, failure will not come easily. But will these people truly watch you succeed?" Tao Huan, heir to a vast commercial empire, was raised with strict discipline. His insights were commendable. He merely lacked the temperament and experience. Go with the flow. As long as you maintain a clear vision of the prevailing trends, navigating the waters will be effortless. Should the wind shift, simply make landfall in advance, even if you do not reach the destination. You will have traversed a significant distance less. Their exchange was brief, yet the impact on Tao Huan was profound. Observing him descend the mountain in contemplation, Yun Su merely smiled with his hands clasped behind his back. Long Ziken's Yuan Pearl had already been concealed within his dantian, while Long Ziken herself remained hidden within the Yuan Pearl. Concealing the Yuan Pearl within one's body was not particularly remarkable. It resembled a magical artifact, and as long as Long Ziken cooperated, it could be hidden anywhere. However, to conceal Long Ziken's physical form within the inner dimension of the Yuan Pearl was made possible by Yun Su's unique experience of merging with the Black Sword. He had personal experience with the repeated transportations orchestrated by Zhuge, and apart from the initial 2 attempts, where his cultivation was insufficient, the latter 2 had seen him refine the 100-character formula, significantly enhancing his perception. Through a strand of energy drawn by Zhuge and combined with the Jianwan from Di Jing, he vaguely delineated the primary characteristics of magical operations. Subsequently, he penetrated the Black Sword's zero-dimensional shadow into its physical entity. This experience bore a striking resemblance to being transported by magic. Consequently, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If one were to create a zero-dimensional shadow of an object using the Yuan Pearl, could this shadow facilitate spatial transfer? If successful, would this spatial transfer apply solely to the primordial spirit, or could it directly involve material transfer? With Long Ziken's collaboration, their experiment of transferring physical objects yielded resounding success. Thus, Long Ziken acquired a unique spatial technique. This success further stimulated Yun Su's intellectual fervor. He proposed that Long Ziken remain concealed, avoiding public appearances. This would not only allow her to exert greater influence in critical moments, but her very disappearance would serve as a formidable deterrent. Human nature instinctively fears the mysterious and the unknown. If Long Ziken were to appear publicly, or if others discerned the manner of her concealment, her intimidating presence would be greatly diminished. However, should others remain uncertain of her hiding method, or even question whether she was concealed beside Yun Su, it would engender suspicion and caution, preventing rash actions. Indeed, after Yun Su returned alone, Zhuge had not contacted him throughout this extended period, demonstrating the effectiveness of Yun Su's strategy in thoroughly disrupting Zhuge's arrangements. Yun Su's intention was certainly not merely to instill fear. In truth, Zhuge could never be deterred to the point of refraining from seeking him out. Yun Su's true objective was to extract as much useful information from Zhuge as possible, leveraging the enigmatic deterrent to its fullest extent, at the very least. Having become his disciple, Zhuge could not possibly withhold all teachings from him, could he? Previously, he lacked the means to counteract Zhuge and hence he dared not propose any conditions. Now, in this scenario, Zhuge, uncertain of Yun Su's depths, would no longer dare to impose arbitrary pressure or sever ties. Moreover, since he sought to utilize Yun Su to deal with Zhao Zhan, as long as Yun Su maintained the right balance, Zhuge Liang would certainly hesitate to refuse any requests. Should he dare to refuse, Yun Su would not hesitate to confront him directly. He stood alongside the mysterious and the unknown. Until Zhuge Liang discerned the truth, the more arrogant Yun Su's demeanor became, the greater respect Zhuge Liang would afford him. Chapter 59. Leveraging and creating momentum. Another failure. Su Tianze, the leader of the Feilong gang, emerged from the secret chamber drenched in sweat, utterly drained. That day, he had seized the opportunity during Yun Su's distraction to execute a strategic retreat, but upon returning, he found that the troubles had not abated. His true energy had coalesced into a dragon. Although it remained within him, under his control, the sensation was profoundly unsettling. For days, he had labored to refine this dragon, yet all attempts had met with failure. This last endeavor had been close to success, but inexplicably, a wave of energy had surged forth, forcibly reassembling the dispersed dragon. Could it be that this dragon was subject to Yun Su's remote control? This thought sent shivers down Su Tianze's spine, enveloping him in a nightmare. The more he feared this possibility, the more he found himself unable to suppress that line of thought, recalling past events. He unearthed a myriad of details, particularly the moment he had inadvertently struck Fei Jian with a palmed in that instant. He had been too tense to contemplate deeply, but in hindsight, the realization filled him with dread. If Yun Su could control him through the true energy dragon, would he not become a puppet? If he successfully refined the energy dragon, it would be one thing, but the repeated failures, culminating in apparent signs of remote control, left Su Tianze chilled to the bone. Struggling out of the secret chamber, he discovered himself drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling, barely able to stand. What to do? Just as he settled into the parlor, several subordinates burst in frantically, scarcely pausing to request permission, clamoring to report. For transport missions were ambushed in succession, and even the deputy chief escort was injured. Qingfeng Village and the Hezhong Merchants Alliance have ceased cooperation with our gang. Henceforth, we must manage our own transport, lodging, and supplies, and no one will provide intelligence anymore. Long-standing clients are defecting to others, and some would rather seek out the Yong'an escort of the Tao family than come to us. Had he known the troubles would escalate to this extent, Su Tianze would have been better prepared. However, confronting the reality left him gasping for breath. After a moment of contemplation, he hoarsely inquired, "Is there any news about Yun Su or Lin Pingji?" As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Surrendering to Yun Su had never crossed his mind, which is why he had fled recklessly. Yet now, it seemed he must consider it as a potential option. Yes, a subordinate replied, Lin Pingji has officially established a new sect called the Tiandao Society. On the day of the ceremony, Yun Su personally appeared and exchanged pleasantries with Lin Pingji. However, they only discussed matters of chivalry and righteousness. With no mention of the Tiandao Society, after a brief public conversation, Yun Su hastily departed. There were no private meetings. Yun Su personally appeared and engaged in cordial conversation with Lin Pingji. Su Tianze was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. Was Lin Pingji not a manifestation of Yun Su? What sort of play were they performing together on stage? What of Wan Sidong and Song Sini? They have already joined the Tiandao Society and become key members. A conflict has erupted within Qingfeng Village. Wan Sidong's family has been stripped of their assets and driven out, while Song Sini has been directly disowned by her family, severing all ties. The situations of the others are similar. How many individuals now support the Tiandao Society? The chief of the Feilong Gang's intelligence division had yet to respond when someone outside shouted in panic. The Lianjian sect has sent a missive, demanding the leader to go to Chongjue Peak to inquire about the murder of Elder Fei. Such public outcry was decidedly against protocol. Moreover, this individual was suspected of tampering with the gang's official correspondence, a serious offense that would typically invite harsh punishment. Yet Su Tianze found himself entirely disinterested in such matters. His ears buzzed, and his mind felt foggy. These past days, due to unresolved issues with the energy dragon, his reactions had been sluggish. He had nearly forgotten that he had publicly struck Fei Jian at Dezhang Valley. Should the Lianjian sect attribute Fei Jian's death to his ambush, would the Feilong Gang survive? Sweat streamed down his face as he slumped in his seat. Nearly unable to move, before him, several trusted aides exchanged glances, apprehensive. Had it not been for the Lianjian sect's inquiry letter, they might not have so readily betrayed him. However, with the current situation, two of them shared a look and turned to leave without a word. Another hesitated for a moment before following suit. Outside, chaos reigned. Numerous subordinates and guards scrambled for valuables and fled. The cries of women and children echoed from the inner courtyard. Su Chong, the head of the intelligence division and Su Tianza's nephew and disciple, felt an obligation that he could not escape. In a moment of urgency, he cautioned, "You absolutely cannot go to Chongjue Peak. Yun Su has mastered the Mingyue technique and defeated Hua Tianqi with a single strike. What is there to discuss regarding Fei Jian's murder? The Lianjian sect is clearly seeking to intimidate the weak and will use the leader as a scapegoat." Su Tianza understood this reasoning all too well. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly speaking with authority, "Gather your aunt, younger brother, and all vital documents of the gang. Leave behind all money and valuables. Since the Lianjian sect offers no sanctuary for the Su family, we shall seek refuge with Lin Pingji." In no time, a horse-drawn carriage sped from the Su residence, hastily heading southwest. Su Chong drove the carriage while Su Tianza rode alongside as protection. As they watched the carriage leave the city, a burly man inquired of Shi Dan, "Are you truly letting him go just like that?" In his view, it was not entirely erroneous to first drive Su Tianza away. With his departure, the Lianjian sect could leisurely reorganize the assets of the Feilong gang. However, allowing Su Tianza to ally himself with Yun Su would not align with the interests of the Lianjian sect. After all, Su Tianza was merely one individual. Eliminating him would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Shi Dan scoffed disdainfully, deciding to spare his life for the time being, allowing him to assist Yun Su in amplifying the situation. "This would pose no detriment to us. You see, it is all quite simple. You merely need to position yourself appropriately at the right moment, and countless hands will naturally elevate you, as the saying goes. When the time is ripe, the heavens will conspire to assist." Within the official office of the Daizang Valley Ranch supervisor, Yun Su smiled as he spoke to Tao Huan. 2 days had elapsed since their last conversation, yet Zhuge and had remained silent. Meanwhile, Yun Su's endeavors had progressed by leaps and bounds. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of numerous martial artists, Yun Su found it impossible to go against the collective will and officially proclaimed his banner. Although the Tiandao Society had been established, apart from a few simple principles, many aspects remained far from refined. They had yet to determine whether it was a gang or a faction. The most peculiar aspect for Tao Huan was that, despite the increasing number of people gathering and the sect gradually taking shape, the external pressures were mounting. Yun Su, however, seemed to grow increasingly relaxed. He hardly concerned himself with sect affairs, delegating everything to his capable subordinates. Was this truly a prudent approach? Tao Huan could not refrain from inquiring. Upon his visit, Yun Su temporarily paused his telepathic communication with Long Zichen and casually resumed their previous discussion. He informed Tao Huan that navigating the winds of fortune was as simple as that. As long as one steps forward to utter a few words, responses will flood in, effortlessly establishing a sect. Regarding this matter, Tao Huan had also engaged in profound contemplation over the past few days and consulted a certain extraordinary individual. He nodded, admitting, "Previously, I had been somewhat conflicted. Striking at Jiqiao is something the Lianjian sect would welcome. However, my elder brother has already become an enemy of the Lianjian sect. If we do not swiftly eliminate him, it will tarnish the Lianjian sect's reputation. The other sects remain wary of the Lianjian sect and show little interest in extinguishing Jiqiao. Thus, you believe my approach is exceedingly risky, do you?" Yun Su chuckled heartily. Long Zichen shared a similar sentiment. In fact, most people harbored this line of thought. Hence, I must showcase the Mingyue Gong indeed. I have also come to understand this principle. While my elder brother may speak lightly of it, not everyone can achieve the same results simply by occupying your position, progressing rapidly, are we? Yun Su thumbed up, remarking that without the Mingyue Gong, the Yun family estate and the head of Fei Jian would never garner the attention of the upper echelons. Tao Huan nodded gravely. Yun Su's methods were not as uncomplicated as he portrayed. Rather than merely leveraging circumstances, he was continuously creating and shifting the momentum. The assassination of Fei Jian and the demonstration of the Mingyue Gong served to validate their strength and seize the spotlight. Meanwhile, breaking through enemy formations and seizing imperial assets established their stance and presented bait. Striking against the imperial court immediately after slaying Fei Jian was a move that appeared perilous yet ingenious. With the Mingyue Gong at his disposal and the Yun family estate as his support, annihilating him would not be an easy feat for the Lianjian sect. Should the conflict escalate, with the enemies of the Lianjian sect rising to attack, Yun Su could very well become the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. From Zhao Zhan's perspective, since Yun Su had recklessly provoked the imperial court, he had ample justification to remain on the sidelines for the time being. After all, whether to seek vengeance is a matter of stance, while how to exact that vengeance is a matter of strategy. Allowing Yun Su to engage with Ji Chao first, and then when both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, the Lianjian sect could strike decisively to eliminate both, was a strategy that few could contest. After all, Yun Su's demonstration of the Mingyue Gong had elevated him to the ranks of top-tier individuals. For someone of such caliber, a touch of strategic maneuvering was beyond reproach. Moreover, Yun Su's dismantling of military formations and his ruthless undermining of the imperial court's moral foundation were actions that, much like the decapitation of Fei Jian, provided a robust assurance of his own position. Without such assurance, what reason would Zhao Zhan have to believe that he would engage in a fierce confrontation with Ji Chao? However, should Zhao Zhan delay his retaliatory actions, it would inevitably trigger a chain reaction. Cunning third parties would ponder the implications of Yun Su suddenly merging with the Lianjian sect. It is well known that politics is the dirtiest of games. Concerned solely with interest rather than right and wrong. In truth, there existed no profound animosity between Yun Su and the Lianjian sect. It was merely a matter of Fei Jian, who was not even Zhao Zhan's biological father. As long as Yun Su could demonstrate significant benefits, this past grievance could be easily set aside. So, were there substantial benefits to be had? It was evident that there were. The secrets of the Ji Chao military formations were one aspect. The Mingyue Gong constituted another. Should Yun Su reveal extraordinary strength in resisting Ji Chao, proving himself worthy of an alliance with Zhao Zhan, that would be the third element. Moreover, Yun Su had deliberately released numerous ambiguous signals, such as entrusting the Yun family estate to Di Jing. Consequently, astute leaders of major sects could not afford to overlook this potentiality. So, how to counter this? A straightforward approach would be to intervene in advance. While Zhao Zhan and Yun Su were at odds, they could not openly assist one another. Thus, they would send individuals to covertly aid Yun Su. This way, should Yun Su's power grow, those sent would become significant generals under his command. Regardless, they would effectively restrain Yun Su. If they could support Yun Su's rise, it would greatly benefit them. Firstly, they would gain an immediate vanguard against the Lianjian sect. Secondly, Ji Chao's power would be restrained, causing the focus of attention to shift. They would become the third party, observing from a distance, thus gaining full initiative over the situation. In summary, until Yun Su's power reached a level capable of supplanting the Lianjian sect, major sects would not hesitate to lend him a hand. Fattening him up would allow them to either push him to the forefront as a shield or eliminate him to feast on the spoils. Why would they not seize such an opportunity? Once the major sects adopted a tacitly supportive, if not overtly assisting, stance towards Yun Su's establishment of a sect, his declarations would wield the utmost efficacy. In the martial world, those ambitious souls stifled by their circumstances, thrill-seeking adventurers, aspiring individuals seeking breakthroughs, and the genuinely wronged could easily coalesce into a formidable force. As for why I appear so leisurely, this question should be reframed. What necessity is there to concern myself with mundane matters? What benefits would it confer upon me to do so? And what harm would arise from neglecting them? In conclusion, Yun Su finally addressed Tao Huan's inquiries. Reflecting upon it, Tao Huan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the current favorable situation was the result of the collective forces at play. At least at this stage, the interests of all parties converged on a singular goal. Yun Su's sect must succeed. For this, all necessary resources were readily provided, efficiently supplied. Conversely, should anyone dare to disrupt this grand design, Yun Su would need not lift a finger. Countless individuals would eagerly rise to eliminate the troublemaker. Yun Su repeatedly spoke of leveraging circumstances. The current momentum indicates that the influential figures from all sides are determined to uplift him. At the very least, they aim to magnify the situation before enduring the assault from Ji Chao for as long as possible. Compared to this momentum, Yun Su's individual endeavors are but a minor factor. Whether it be establishing strict sect rules or cultivating trusted subordinates, the efficiency is so minimal that it becomes inconsequential. If he were to face defeat within a few months, how many among this disorganized crowd would remain loyal? As the saying goes, It takes 10 years to nurture a tree but 100 years to cultivate a person. If one seeks loyal subjects, would it not be more appealing to directly employ members of the Yun family? Conversely, as long as the prevailing trend persists and the banner remains unfurled, not only will his subordinates refrain from treachery, but even the spies sent on missions would likely engage in subterfuge. Each one would probably desire to turn falsehoods into reality, thereby eliminating their superiors and cleansing their identities. Upon reaching this conclusion, Tao Huan's thoughts became remarkably clear. He felt he had gained an intuitive grasp of the concept of momentum. Just as he was about to express his reflections, a hurried knock echoed at the door. After receiving permission, Qin Song rushed in to report, the leader of the Longmin sect, Hua Tianqi, has brought his family to seek refuge with Chairman Lin. Had this occurred in the past, Tao Huan might have found such a turn of events bewildering. However, having laid the groundwork earlier, he now fully comprehended Hua Tianqi's predicament and rationale. Yun Su had expelled him without taking his life, subsequently implying to the world that Hua Tianqi had witnessed the secrets of the Mingyue Gong. Suddenly, Hua Tianqi and the entire Longmin sect found themselves in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhan, calculating the stakes, had chosen to abandon him. Thus, looking around the world, apart from Lin Pingzhi, who else could offer him sanctuary? Provided he possessed even a modicum of sense, Hua Tianqi would inevitably choose this path. Moreover, to prevent Zhao Zhan from silencing him, he would likely bring along some additional gifts. As for the remaining followers, they are merely assistants in the pursuit of the heavenly path. The heavenly path, as the name suggests, is established based on the principles of acting on behalf of heaven. There is absolutely no ulterior motive. It is precisely because Hua Tianqi has thoroughly grasped this theory that he did not seek a private audience with Yun Su. Upon entering the Great, he immediately proclaimed his name and origins aloud, then headed straight for the public hall with his family. At that moment, nearly 20,000 had already gathered in the valley, among whom there were certainly some of less than sound mind. If Hua Tianqi did not openly declare his intentions, there might be those who would foolishly seek to claim his head in order to curry favor with Yun Su. With Hua Tianqi's prowess, few could stand against him in a one-on-one encounter. However, if hundreds or thousands were to attack simultaneously, even if he could escape, his family would be turned to mush. After all, he is a renowned master. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, Hua Tianqi still maintained an overall dignified demeanor. Before Yun Su's arrival, although there were many spectators in the hall, none dared to provoke him lightly. Hua Tianqi paid no heed to the onlookers, focusing solely on leading his family to pay respects at the central emblem of the heavenly path. Before he could rise, he heard many voices exclaiming, "He is here. The great hero Lin has arrived." Hua Tianqi understood that while the heavenly path had been established, the position of its leader had yet to be officially elected. According to Yun Su's own words, this position required the unanimous recommendation of all members. Alongside stringent criteria, if no suitable candidates were found, it would simply remain vacant. Currently, Yun Su presided over the affairs as the initiator of the heavenly path. Hua Tianqi recognized this maneuver as quite clever. Yet, if mishandled, it could backfire. To draw a parallel with history on Earth, it was like President Wilson's proposal to establish the League of Nations, only for Congress to impede it, resulting in the United States never joining the League after its formation. Hua Tianqi was unaware of this example, but similar blunders occurred frequently in this world. If the heavenly path were to gain prominence while the position of leader was snatched away by outsiders, what expression would Yun Su wear then? Hua Tianqi's mind swirled with strange thoughts, yet his face remained serious and solemn. He swiftly turned around to salute the approaching Yun Su, stating, "I do not wish to conceal from the great hero Lin that I have reached a dead end and wish to merge the entire Longmin sect into the heavenly path." What does that mean? How could the entire Longmin sect join the heavenly path? Is there some hidden agenda behind this? Upon hearing Hua Tianqi's declaration, the martial artists in the hall began to murmur among themselves. However, Yun Su did not even raise an eyebrow, continuing to walk forward while smiling. The heavenly path is not an organization for the sake of power or profit. Members of the Longmin sect may join, but only in their personal capacity. Why? Hua Tianqi hastily replied, "The Longmin sect has a lineage, with commendations from various dynasties. If the heavenly path absorbs the Longmin sect, it would instantly become a legitimate sect." Oh, can it operate like that? Who can explain the difference between a legitimate sect and an illegitimate one? I have some knowledge on the matter. For legitimate sects, the imperial court must adhere to the rules of the martial world and cannot arbitrarily suppress them. Moreover, they cannot engage in private wars without sufficient justification, informing all major sects beforehand. In other words, once we merge with the Longmen sect, the court cannot simply launch an attack. That is more or less correct. However, I have never seen such a merger of sections. I wonder if it can be executed. Of course, it can be done. There are precedents in the martial world. For instance, the 6 major sword sects form the United Sword Gate. The principle is quite similar. However, it is still different. That was merely a straightforward merger. We are essentially borrowing the name. The principles of the Heavenly Path differ from those of the Longmen sect, and the territories they control are not the same. If we allow such subterfuge, would it not throw the world into chaos? No one has stated that this cannot be done. We can simply borrow the Fade of the Longmen sect. Change the name, redraw the territories, and at least we would have some justification in the eyes of the public. After fully digesting Fei Jian's cultivation, Yun Su's mental acuity and auditory perception had greatly enhanced. Although there were nearly 1,000 spectators discussing amongst themselves, he was able to grasp everything in its entirety. Yet, despite hearing all this, his mindset remained unaffected. He gently smiled and said, "The heavenly path represents a certain ideology, a particular attitude. Whether it can stand the test of time hinges on the actions we undertake. We do not covet the assets of the Longmen sect, nor do we concern ourselves with its ideology. If the heavenly path were to merge with the Longmen sect, the essence of the matter would completely change. I cannot comply." Upon hearing Yun Su's unequivocal response, Hua Tianqi's expression shifted. Many martial artists around could not help but express their regret with exclamations. Others loudly praised Yun Su, declaring their complete faith in his principles. Regardless, at least no one opposed Yun Su. After a long moment of contemplation, Hua Tianqi finally resigned himself to the situation. "Very well. Then we shall join the heavenly path as individuals, and I earnestly request the great hero Lin to accept us." However, Yun Su replied, "The criteria for joining the heavenly path depend on whether one is of clean background. Naturally, our association operates on principles of goodwill. As long as you publicly declare that you have not committed any crimes, you may join. However, formal membership will require a vote from a review committee." "A review committee?" Hua Tianqi looked bewildered. "That is correct. It will be a randomly selected group of individuals who will determine whether to accept new members. However, those opposing the acceptance must provide clear reasons. The validity of these reasons will also need to be scrutinized." Yun Su turned to the spectators in the hall and suggested, "I propose we begin selecting individuals from the odd-numbered positions near the entrance to serve on the committee. Given Hua's distinguished status, we should have a few more reviewers. Let us aim for a total of 50, shall we?" There were no objections to Yun Su's suggestion from those present. Under the astonished gaze of Hua Tianqi's family, the review committee was established on the spot. The selected individuals stepped forward one by one, stating their names and identities. This method of handling the situation was both peculiar and efficient. Hua Tianqi felt a profound shock. Increasingly bewildered by this world, was it possible he had truly aged and fallen severely out of touch with the times? Fortunately, after the Hua family members took their oaths, all were approved by the committee's anonymous voting. According to the rules Hua Tianqi had just clarified, a 2/3 majority would grant immediate approval, with opposing votes rendered ineffective. If a majority vote was not achieved, the opposing votes would be examined individually at the request of the concerned party. Of course, the identity of the person raising the objection need not be disclosed. This set of rules was quite intricate, and Hua Tianqi savored it thoughtfully. Hua Tianqi had 1 wife and 2 concubines, along with 3 sons and 1 daughter. However, his youngest son had been slain by Yun Chao, and his eldest son had been abducted by Hua Lu, so a total of 6 people had come to the grate. Were it not for the desire to protect his remaining son, Hua Tianqi would not have easily yielded to Yun Su. He had certainly heard of Yun Su's personal appearance alongside Lin Pingji. However, such trivial tactics were not worth a dismissive smile from a veteran like him. The rest of the Longmen sect were not on the same path as them. According to Hua Tianqi's explanation to Yun Su, their objectives were comparatively small, and aligning with the Hua family would pose greater danger. Nonetheless, if outsiders interpreted this as Hua Tianqi using the disciples of the Longmen sect to shield his family and escape first, it would not be unreasonable. Yun Su paid no mind to this interpretation. He first congratulated the Hua family on being accepted into the heavenly path. He then stated, "There are some minor grievances between Master Hua and the Yun family estate. Should the Yun family estate claim any loss of property, damages, or casualties, the Heavenly Path will act as an impartial third party in the investigation. If it is determined that the responsibility lies with Master Hua, this association will not offer protection, naturally. Hua Tianqi replied candidly, the Longmin sect has some old grudges with the Yun family estate. I sought an honorable engagement with the estate's master. However, due to the treachery of petty individuals. Just as he was speaking, someone outside the hall shouted, Hua, do you still have the face to come here and spout nonsense? Do you believe I want to kill you with a single blow? With that, a towering man stormed into the hall, his face filled with rage. It was Yun Chao, who, upon learning of his old enemy's arrival, had abandoned his duties to seek retribution. Nonsense. Yun Su rebuked, members are prohibited from engaging in private duels. If you wish to lodge a complaint, submit it in writing downstairs, and we will form another committee to handle the investigation. The members cannot be designated by you, but if there are valid reasons, stakeholders may withdraw and others can be elected to replace them. Yun Chao had heard this set of rules from Yun Su long ago. However, his deep-seated resentment towards Hua Tianqi made him forget the regulations in a fit of rage. After being reprimanded by Yun Su, he calmed down somewhat. Upon reflection, he broke out in a cold sweat. From Yun Su's perspective, his own culpability might be greater than Hua Tianqi's. If he were to file a complaint, what could he accuse Hua Tianqi of? Would he claim that they conspired to bring down Yun Chao and his son, only for the latter to take all the spoils? To voice such an accusation before Yun Su would be akin to seeking death. Yun Chao's expression shifted multiple times, ultimately glaring fiercely at Hua Tianqi before turning to leave. This matter was far too delicate, rendering him unable to utter even a single harsh word in front of Yun Su. Otherwise, if Hua turned the tables and retaliated, his fate would be even worse. Throughout history, people have always harbored a greater hatred for traitors within the family. Moreover, Hua Tianqi had brought his whole family to seek refuge. Effectively acting as hostages, strictly speaking, he was more reliable than a lone figure like Yun Chao. Watching Yun Chao leave in disgrace, Hua Tianqi smiled faintly. To be honest, the operations of the Heavenly Path were quite novel, and he needed time to digest them. However, he was thoroughly familiar with the matter concerning Yun Chao, which made him feel quite at ease. His decision to seek refuge with Yun Su was, of course, made after careful consideration. Throughout the ages, monarchs have emphasized that it is better to utilize faults than merits. This means that a minister who constantly achieves merit can become a headache for the ruler. If possible, the ruler will try to avoid using them, because the greater the merit, the harder it is to reward. Often, even after bestowing many rewards, the recipient remains dissatisfied. Conversely, those who have erred tend to feel guilty and inferior. To achieve merit through the offset of sin, and to receive heartfelt gratitude from the other party, is indeed a remarkable strategy that is both cost-effective and advantageous, such as the predicament of Hua Tianqi. He has wronged Yun Su and, finding himself in dire straits, has sought refuge here. A rational mind would never stoop to such servility. Should Yun Su take him in, Hua Tianqi would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude. Not only would he work diligently, but he would also refrain from being choosy about rewards. As for his enmity with Yun Chao, that only adds to the intrigue. Their mutual disdain naturally creates a balance of power, with both parties keenly scrutinizing each other's faults. There is no room for deceit. As long as Yun Su harbors ambitions for greater endeavors, Hua Tianqi would not only be safe in his presence, but would also have ample opportunity for significant reintegration. After inquiring about the Hua family's living arrangements, Yun Su departed with Tao Huan. Hua Tianqi, having just arrived, requires a period of adjustment. Given Yun Su's current status, he need not overly court such a character. Once back in the office, Yun Su asked Tao Huan, "What are your thoughts on Hua Tianqi?" My elder brother intentionally spared him, subtly implying that he had perused the secrets of the Mingyue technique. This must have been calculated for this very day. Tao Huan pointedly addressed the crux of the matter. Hua Tianqi's predicament is, in fact, a situation orchestrated by Yun Su. Is that all you discern? Yun Su's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Tao Huan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, could it be that Hua is acting with ulterior motives? At first glance, the situation appears entirely logical. He has been defeated by me, suffering a significant blow to his reputation, and with the Mingyue technique at stake, his circumstances are quite precarious. An old hand like him would be quick to seize an opportunity and would be willing to swallow his pride to seek my assistance. Everything seems natural, does it not? Yun Su posed a thought-provoking counter. Might it be that too much naturalness renders it unnatural? Tao Huan found himself at a loss, his brow furrowing in contemplation. An experienced player may disregard their own dignity, yet they are often rigid in their thoughts and most averse to taking risks. Just as Yun Su hinted at this, Tao Huan clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I understand." Before aligning with the Tiandao Society, Hua Tianqi must have sought out another powerful faction first. He is here on a mission. What a teachable child. As Yun Su chuckled, within the inner court, Wang Gonggong, the presiding official of the Sili Jian, was engaged in conversation. I know you all believe that the newly established inner court urgently requires a few significant figures to establish authority. Otherwise, we cannot possibly suppress the interview department. But what value does a mere Yun Su's head hold? Wang Zheng, with his white beard and brows, seemed to embody the very essence of celestial grace. However, at this moment, his demeanor was stern as he scanned his subordinates and declared, "Should anyone be so shallow as to only seek to vie for prestige with the outer court, we shall eventually flay your skin and pickle you in vinegar. What is there to gain from such bravado? If I were to send you all to the palace to relieve yourselves, would that not elevate your standing? The essence of work lies in achieving results." A pack of subordinates, fierce as wolves, was cowed into silence. After a long pause, someone cautiously ventured, "So, the Gonggong's intention is to refrain from hastily eliminating Yun Su and instead allow him to build momentum?" Chapter 61. How should a flying pig descend? Though I bear the title of presiding official of the Sili Jian, I am primarily responsible for the inner court. The inner court has only just been established, and its authority mainly pertains to internal supervision, while externally it merely addresses gaps. Simply put, the Sili Jian is our focal point for oversight. The external troubles will be managed by Eunuch Wei. Indeed, the greater Yun Su's ambitions grow, the more he will attract the attention of Eunuch Wei. We can seize this opportunity to expand. Why not assist Yun Su in his endeavors, benefiting ourselves in the process? Let this lad stir up a tempest, compelling Eunuch Wei to step down. Not advisable, by that time. It is the Gonggong who would bear the brunt. Conflict is one thing, but we must not shatter the facade. Forcing Eunuch Wei to concede and relinquish his benefits is sufficient. Wang Zheng's firm directive immediately unified the sentiments of the crowd. Voices rose in spirited debate. After listening for a while, Wang Zheng raised his hand to quell the uproar. Seemingly ignoring the discussions, he inquired, "According to the recently received intelligence, Yun Su has not yet assumed the role of president and has left the position vacant. He has also declined to merge with the Longmen faction. Presently, the Tiandao Society remains a grassroots organization without formal status, with all matters managed by various temporarily convened committees. I invite each of you to express your thoughts." The absence of a direct appointment indicates that he retains a semblance of clarity. Knowing full well that the leader's and accomplice's culpability differ significantly, precisely. Historically, the principal offender is always executed, while accomplices may escape lightly. Moreover, he has adopted the alias Lin Pingji, likely as a means of preserving an escape route. As for the utilization of committees to adjudicate society affairs, it serves to distance himself from responsibility, facilitating a future exit. Wang Zheng calmly absorbed all the comments before summarizing, "Your consensus is that the Tiandao Society is merely a means for Yun Su to seek personal gain. And he is prepared to extricate himself at any moment? Indeed, Gonggong, we believe this to be the case." A martial official clad in a captain's uniform respectfully replied. "The inner court lacks direct martial power and must rely on the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Shadow Guards, or the outer court's military forces to operate." Wang Zheng's title as presiding official of the Sili Jian conveniently enables him to mobilize troops. This individual, sitting directly within the inner court's hall, has evidently aligned himself completely with Wang Zheng, unafraid of external criticism. "I concur." "So do I," agreed. Amidst a chorus of affirmations, Wang Zheng remained impassive. In truth, his perspective slightly diverged from that of the others. He held a profound admiration for Yun Su. With a mere third-rate martial prowess, Yun Su experienced a sudden epiphany while on the run, leading to a remarkable resurgence. If someone else had been in his place, the legend would have ended there, descending into the realm of mundane tropes familiar to any hack writer on Earth. Yet Yun Su, with his extraordinary approach, seemingly nonsensical maneuvers, has managed to gather momentum, already hinting at an ascent to greatness. This young man is exceptional. If he could be harnessed, a mere Wei Xian would be insignificant. However, such a prospect remains a mere fantasy. With Yuan Su hailing from a noble family, he could at most be an ally. But he could never serve as a subordinate. Thus, regardless of admiration, he must ultimately be eliminated. But for now, there is no rush to act. Allow him to cultivate the Tiandao society into something substantial, thereby striking a severe blow to Wei Xian. Ultimately, we shall eradicate this young man and reclaim the Tiandao society for our own use. This approach requires the finesse of a seasoned veteran. As the inner court supervisor, his opinions need not be shared with subordinates. He can act with absolute authority. Therefore, he directly commanded, all intelligence regarding the Tiandao society shall be routed directly to me. No one is permitted to peruse it without authorization. Within the Tiandao society, he has already embedded numerous spies. Should he successfully consolidate this organization under his control, his power would surpass that of a mere Wei Xian. Do you understand the phrase, when riding the wind, even pigs can soar? Yuan Su stretched and casually inquired of Tao Huan. It means that in order to accomplish something, the key is to first identify the direction of the prevailing trend. Individual effort plays a very limited role. Indeed, if one cannot even discern the trend, then there is no point in discussing anything further. For the astute, the true challenge lies in how to adjust one's stance when the momentum diminishes or shifts. Gazing out at the bustling construction site, Yuan Su continued, suppose you are that pig lifted into the sky by the wind. How do you plan to land safely? Pfft, what a ridiculous question. Tao Huan internally scoffed while responding. I believe that enhancing personal strength is never a mistake. If that pig can fly on its own, it need not fear falling. This answer is acceptable, yet not comprehensive. While enhancing personal strength is vital, if one can also cultivate a loyal core team, it would provide even greater assurance in navigating the situation. Then, may I ask, how can one ascertain an individual's loyalty? Tao Huan's attention immediately sharpened, and he respectfully inclined his head toward Yuan Su. The ability to discern and utilize talent is of great significance to Tao Huan. With the vastness of the Tao family's enterprise, it is impossible to attend to every detail personally. A single misstep in placing the wrong person in a crucial position could result in the loss of decades of effort. There exists a term, Xing Gu Shi Jin, which implies that rather than seeking out supposed techniques for discerning character, it is far more effective to refine the system, ensuring that others feel a sense of fairness and opportunity within your framework, while being subject to comprehensive oversight. This creates both motivation and a deterrent against any ill intentions. A more sophisticated approach would involve encouraging individuals to actively participate, treating your endeavors as their own aspirations. I can grasp the first point, but how would one implement the latter? It's quite simple. For instance, consider Kai Jiyu, the scholar Kai. What was his ultimate ambition throughout his life? Surely it was to become a prime minister and realize his aspirations. Tao Huan pondered, attempting to connect the dots based on his background. If he finds no hope elsewhere, yet following me allows him to achieve his dreams, what reason would he have to betray me? I understand. Tao Huan nodded gravely. What my elder brother implies is to gather like-minded individuals. Those whose goals diverge are certainly unreliable. However, the world is intricate, and one cannot solely judge a person's alignment by surface appearances. Let us do this. Since you are free, observe Mu Chang closely. Remember, you are merely observing. And do not take any action. Should you uncover anything noteworthy, please submit a report to me. After sending the ever-curious Tao Huan on his way, Yuan Su felt a profound sense of relaxation. As if the entire world were enveloped in tranquility. As the saying goes, the difficult is not difficult for those who cannot do it. With his mastery of the Gigu art, navigating the high martial world is well within his capabilities. At that moment, a thought stirred within him. Hidden within a different dimension, Long Zikin inquired with heartfelt sincerity. First and foremost, I extend my congratulations to the esteemed Lin Daxia on becoming the new luminary of the martial world. Yet, as for Hua Lu, have you truly given up on him? Yuan Su replied languidly, do you not have the time to conduct a simulated test? In this vast sea of humanity, how am I to locate him? I have attempted to employ illusions for simulation, yet my knowledge of Hua Lu is woefully scant. I have not even laid eyes upon him. Yuan Zhu cannot conjure his information from thin air. Thus, any simulated outcome would inevitably lack precision. Then that is settled. If I were to rely on my baseless conjectures, he is most likely hiding within the grate. How can that be? Long Zicken exclaimed. Unless he has taken leave of his senses, he would be avoiding you at all costs. Why would he venture here to meet his demise? Because he has no escape route, Yunsu chuckled. When I exposed his whereabouts, he had not fled far. He may not even realize that I have placed him in the spotlight. By the time he becomes aware of the danger, the paths for escape may have already been cut off. Cut off? How can paths be severed? Despite having spent considerable time alongside Yunsu, Long Zicken struggled to keep pace with her imaginative musings. Hua Lu of the Sea High Alliance, suspected of being a Gu practitioner, has abducted Hua Ziyue. With these keywords, coupled with specific time and place, do you not think the numerous astute individuals within the martial world could devise a method to intercept him? Ah, so you mean that by analyzing his background, one could roughly infer his route choices, speed of movement, and habitual preferences for resting places, among other things? Long Zicken began to grasp the concept. Though she had lived 2 lives and possessed vast knowledge, her noble past and well-off present had deprived her of a genuine understanding of the grassroots life within the martial world. Consequently, she found it challenging to appreciate that a person's choices when venturing out, whether to camp or lodge, and the quality of accommodations they select, all follow a discernible pattern. Especially when Yunsu disseminated the news, Hua Lu most likely did not receive it in real time. Coincidentally, due to a significant incident at Yun's residence, spies from all directions converged. Once Yunsu's information was released, it swiftly spread across the realm. A Hua Lu, who did not employ the utmost vigilance to conceal his whereabouts, even as a Gu practitioner, would be susceptible to exposure amid the relentless pursuit of countless factions. Just a minor habitual oversight could lead to his trail being revealed. Aunt Zhaoyang's exhaustive search efforts could instill fear in even the most elite of operatives. Furthermore, it was not merely Aunt Zhaoyang conducting the search. Various factions, lured by the allure of Mingyue Gong, were sending their finest without sparing any expense. If they could not uncover any trace of Hua Lu under such circumstances, he might as well infiltrate the imperial palace, assassinate the emperor, and execute a Li Dai Tao Jiang maneuver. Of course, given that Hua Lu was a Gu practitioner, the likelihood of him being captured outright was slim. A more probable scenario was that the pursuers anticipated his escape route and preemptively set traps to await him. However, Hua Lu would likely sense the impending danger. What then could be done? The answer was singular: to fully leverage the massive flow of people brought by Yunsu's celestial summons, blending in and making his way to the grate. Aside from this path, all others were fraught with intricate mechanisms and traps, awaiting his arrival for certain demise. Advancing in this direction would not draw attention. Amidst the surging crowd, outsiders could not discern or pursue him. Conversely, retreating would be exceedingly conspicuous. It would be unmistakable. How ingenious. The more Long Zicken contemplated, the more she found the plan to be utterly brilliant. Not only could Yunsu manipulate the limitless divine incantation with finesse, but his orchestration of the celestial assembly was equally meticulous. Accounting for every conceivable scenario and variation without omission, he had managed to encapsulate all problems into a singular solution. This truly was a grand design that shifted the very fabric of the universe. Should we not act immediately to identify and reclaim the Gu Emperor? No need for haste. Yunsu replied nonchalantly. To directly seize the individual and snatch the treasure would be too crude and carries an element of unpredictability. It would not align with my persona. What persona? Long Zicken inquired, somewhat taken aback. Destined for greatness. Yunsu laughed heartily. To approach this so clumsily, akin to a brutish attack, would tarnish my reputation as the heir of the celestial path. I advise you to act swiftly. Many days have already passed. What if Hua Lu manages to decipher the bloodline lock and absconds with all the secrets contained within the Gu Emperor? You are indeed a case of the Emperor being anxious while the eunuch remains calm. Yunsu shook his head. Since you are so concerned, I shall force Hua Lu out. If you do not pressure him, he will truly believe this place is a leisurely sanctuary. And how do you intend to apply this pressure? Long Zicken asked, her curiosity piqued. Yunsu often employed unconventional methods that, at first glance, seemed fanciful, yet yielded unexpectedly effective results. If it were Long Zicken in this situation, she would have found it impossible to conceive a method to draw Hua Lu out without letting the situation spiral out of control. Simply coaxing someone out is indeed not difficult. a mere whisper could unsettle the skittish Walu. However, such a result would be uncontrollable. A discreet investigation followed by a sudden strike would be preferable. Yet, Yun Su dismissed this plan, deeming it too crude. To naturally draw someone out, what kind of divine trickery would that require? As Long Zikin endeavored to speculate, Yun Su had already taken a seat at the desk, retrieving paper and brush to draft a document. Through a secret technique, Long Zikin could share Yun Su's senses. This was to ensure that in times of necessity, she could promptly appear to assist without the lengthy process of a summons. Observation and judgment. She observed as Yun Su pinned a command, summoning all members who were not single or of notable lineage to convene in the left conference room of the public hall for a meeting to deliberate on a single topic. How to respond should the sect come under attack from powerful external forces. Within the Great, due to the overwhelming number of people and scant accommodations, ordinary individuals were not provided lodging. Only those with families or of particular significance were granted quarters. As the crowd grew, newcomers, even if eligible, were left with only makeshift housing or tents. To prevent chaos, the elderly, women, and children were all uniformly placed within a designated safe zone. Non-family members were prohibited from entering or exiting this area, and patrols were conducted at irregular intervals to disperse any outsiders. The Inkai couple resided in this special area. They had arrived too late to secure a proper room, yet not too late to reside in a rudimentary wooden cabin. These cabins were constructed from roughly cut planks, with an abundance of labor and materials available in the valley, and the martial practitioners possessing lightness skills. The transportation efficiency was remarkably high. Consequently, the production of these wooden cabins was substantial. Nevertheless, the cabins were small, with thin walls and closely spaced neighbors. Thus, couples who cared for their reputations largely ceased their preferred shared activities. The Inkai couple was no exception. After settling in, their nights were quiet, much to the disappointment of those eavesdroppers keen to glean their secrets. While Inksai's wife remained reclusive, Inkai himself was quite active, making numerous friends and eagerly participating in various activities. He had already been selected for multiple committees. On the day Hua Tianqi sought refuge, he was one of the members of the Qualification Review Committee. As the votes were anonymous, no one could ascertain whether he supported or opposed Hua Tianqi. That day, Inkai had just returned from the construction site when someone knocked at the door, announcing, "We have received a document from the acting executive director Lin Daxia, ordering all with families to gather in the left conference room for a meeting." Chapter 062. Effortless action yet accomplishing. All Inkai understood that the position of president of the Celestial Path Society was currently vacant, with Yun Su serving as the acting director. This implied that all affairs would be decided by the members or their representatives, with him merely executing the public will. According to Yun Su, the presidency would be filled after the influx of new members had concluded, followed by a general assembly to elect a new president. There were two main opinions within the society regarding his institutional design. One faction admired Yun Su to the point of reverence, believing this to be the epitome of public virtue. The other harbored reservations, feeling that while Lin Pingji's intentions were commendable, improper execution could potentially allow ambitious individuals to exploit the situation. Nevertheless, these individuals did not openly oppose Lin Daxia's proposal. Instead, they formed numerous small groups privately, pledging to unite their efforts to elevate Lin Daxia while resolutely opposing any ambitious figures attempting to seize power. They held a straightforward belief. Anyone not supporting Lin Daxia's ascent harbored ulterior motives and must be met with all means of resistance. Inkai positioned himself as a moderate, neither actively forming alliances nor isolating himself in self-admiration. Overall, he was keen to heed mainstream opinions and participate in mainstream groups. From his detached observation, he concluded that the ambitious figures the second faction warned against indeed existed. He had already encountered several clandestine alliances forming, seemingly coordinating votes. This made Inkai inwardly chuckle. In a vast forest, there truly are all sorts of foolish birds. Many of them did not even grasp that Lin Pingji was but an incarnation of Yun Su. Nor did they comprehend that the prosperity of the Celestial Path Society was a result of numerous factions acting behind the scenes. These individuals sought merely to disrupt the situation or achieve particular objectives through the organization, rather than unconditionally supporting its continued existence. Given Yun Su's background, resources, and martial prowess, he would not dare to simply occupy the position. Yet these fools, with only second or third-rate skills, who could gather a few sycophants, dared to entertain such notions of usurpation? Yet Inkai was also aware that beyond these fools, there were agents of various significant factions. Should they seize the opportunity, the situation could indeed become precarious. Among these individuals, the greatest threat emanates from Hua Tianqi. Upon hearing the news of Hua Tianqi's entrance into the valley, Inkai immediately halted his work and rushed over to observe, one of his motives being to closely scrutinize the origins of this man. The outcome of his observations led Inkai to conclude that there indeed was something amiss about him. Though the evidence was scant, it was largely driven by a gut feeling. Nevertheless, Inkai placed complete faith in his intuition. To be candid, he felt a tinge of curiosity about how Yunsu would choose to deal with this individual. Were it him in that position, he would find himself at a loss for effective strategies. Neither too harsh nor too lenient, neither soft nor hard, such a conundrum. Thus, he was filled with the enthusiasm of a bystander regarding the unfolding narrative and its conclusion, with a mixture of curiosity and relaxation. Inkai departed from the temporary settlement in Zone 1 and made his way to the left conference room of the Hall of Justice. The Hall of Justice consists of a central main hall and two side chambers. The main hall is designated for ceremonies such as membership admissions and proclamations. The left and right conference rooms, one large and one small, serve different purposes. The left conference room is not partitioned, allowing for thousands to convene simultaneously, while the right room, though of similar overall size, is divided into multiple smaller meeting spaces for various committees to operate concurrently. As Inkai stepped into the conference room, he glanced about in astonishment. The rapid construction of such an expansive edifice within a mere few days indicated that the major factions had invested significantly to support Yunsu. Inkai had privately inquired and learned that this structure was constructed using special materials through a casting technique, akin to pouring molten iron into a mold to achieve a single form. Although the valley is not lacking in human resources, it requires the creation of substantial molds made of wood or clay to ensure strength and precision. Furthermore, controlling the flow rate and concentration of the molten materials during the pouring process is an exceedingly complex task. The orchestrator of such a feat must surely be a master craftsman, and it is evident that talents of such caliber are not limited to the field of architecture alone. According to Inkai's discreet investigations, there are artisans specializing in weapon forging, spirit nurturing, geographical studies, and nearly every other discipline, all of whom possess skills at least at the level of a sect master, with many even being grandmasters. Inkai was equally fascinated by how an organization that harbors such a multitude of talents would evolve or decline. In essence, he was merely an onlooker. Should the world remain peaceful, he would be an ordinary member steadfastly supporting the illustrious Lin. However, if chaos were to erupt or a tremendous opportunity were to present itself, one that would compel him to seize the moment, he would not shy away from taking action. After being guided to his seat by the conference staff, Inkai scanned the room and noted that approximately 2,000 individuals were present. Of course, the total was not yet complete, as he inferred from the arrangement of the seats. Proportionally, this represented slightly more than 1/10 of the total membership. These individuals included those who had brought their families along or had defected from their clans. The number of family members varied, comprising wives, children, and even parents and siblings. Among the noble offspring, those from distinguished lineages were few. Most hailed from smaller families. Of these, only a handful were genuinely swayed by Yunsu's ideals. While the majority were seeking refuge from calamity. As for Hua Tianqi, Song Sini, Su Tianzi, Kai Jiyu, and others, Inkai could hardly be bothered to account for them. However, this was merely Inkai's subjective perception. Objectively, it was clear that Hua Tianqi, Song Sini, Su Tianzi, and others held elevated statuses, seated in close proximity to Yunsu. Once the attendees were gathered, Yunsu announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, whether you have forsaken your families to follow or have brought your families to seek refuge, it is a testament to your sincerity in promoting the principles of heaven. Thus, I, Lin, bear responsibility for your lives and well-being." A chorus of gratitude resonated throughout the hall, with the more audacious among them directly proclaiming their loyalty. Some shouted for the longevity of the esteemed Lin, while others expressed their willingness to serve him unto death.